What is it like to acquire a prodigious wealth system upon entering university? Chen Zhibai has obtained the illustrious wealth system, complete with luxurious cars, beautiful women, opulent mansions, and thriving enterprises. He possesses it all. Chapter 1. The system is about to manifest. In Jiangsheng, within the confines of a second-tier normal university, Chen Zhibai was dining in the cafeteria, yet his mind was elsewhere. His gaze seemed fixated on the plate of stir-fried rice before him. But in truth, he was engrossed in a line of text that only he could perceive. Wealth system loading progress, 98. This text had materialized before him the previous night, and he had ascertained that only he could see it. Thus, a system was on the verge of becoming his reality. Moreover, it was the illustrious wealth system. He was indeed exhilarated, for he had read numerous novels centered around wealth systems and understood their implications. It signified affluence, the kind that requires no toil. Since the night prior, his emotions had oscillated between excitement and anticipation. Yet, the loading bar progressed at a languid pace. It was only at noon on the following day that it had reached 98. He remained in the dark about when it would finally complete. The wealth system. Chen Zhibai's heart brimmed with hope. He was of ordinary appearance, hailing from modest background, and had led an unremarkable life, adhering to the conventional path of education, much like 99 of the populace, mundane and insignificant. He had contemplated his future. He was enrolled in a second-tier normal university and had only recently commenced his freshman year. Upon graduating in 4 years, he envisioned securing a job with a monthly salary of 4,000 to 5,000 yuan. Given the housing prices in Jiangsheng, a burgeoning first-tier city, it might take over a decade to afford the down payment on a dilapidated apartment. Such a life was not without merit. Many ordinary individuals traversed a similar path, laboring tirelessly for mere scraps of silver throughout their lives. However, the thought of such an existence had always left Chen Zhibai with a lingering sense of discontent. Who does not yearn for a better life? Who does not aspire to wealth? He had thought all hope was lost, yet now the wealth system had arrived. His previously mundane existence was destined for transformation. These thoughts swirled in his mind. Chen Zhibai once again glanced at the loading panel before him. Still 98, devoid of any change. Sigh. With a heavy heart, he attempted to quell his impatience. Just as he was about to lift his chopsticks for a mouthful of rice, he was unexpectedly called out from beside him. Hey, Lao Chun, you're here at the cafeteria too? Perfect timing. Let's share a table. The sound of the voice. Chen Zhibai looked up to see his roommate, Zhou Hao, accompanied by his girlfriend Liu. Zhou Hao, a local of Jiangsheng, came from a well-to-do family, and with his moderately handsome appearance, he had managed to secure a girlfriend from the international trade department within the first month of the semester. He was the first among their dormitory to find a partner. Previously, he had boasted about it incessantly. From Chen Zhibai's perspective, Zhou Hao's girlfriend, Liu, was indeed attractive enough to be called a petite beauty. As Chen Zhibai cast a glance at Zhou Hao and Liu, he was about to acknowledge them when he noticed another girl standing beside them. He paused for a moment. This girl was stunningly beautiful. Liu, who could easily be considered a beauty herself, paled in comparison beside her. Not only was she strikingly attractive, but she also possessed an exquisite sense of fashion. She wore a sleeveless white blouse that accentuated her curves beautifully. The hem of her blouse was tucked into her denim shorts, revealing a pair of long, fair, and striking legs longer and more radiant than many showcased on social media. Crucially, her legs were genuinely flawless, devoid of any filters or enhancements, a stark contrast to the digitally altered images often seen online. In summary, this girl radiated an enchanting charm. Chen Zhibai's gaze lingered for a moment before he averted it, just as Zhou Hao had already taken Liu's hand and sat down. Lao Chun, this is my girlfriend's roommate, Lu Meng. She's joining us for lunch today, Zhou Hao said, gesturing towards Lu Meng. What do you think? Isn't my roommate beautiful? Meng Meng currently doesn't have a boyfriend, you know. If you're interested, I could assist you in your pursuit. Liu chimed in with a playful tone. However, her words were mere jest. She hardly believed Chen Zhibai could win Lu Meng's affection. After all, Lu Meng's beauty and figure spoke volumes. Liu herself, who was deemed attractive, was overshadowed by Lu Meng. It was still early in the semester, yet several boys in their class had already expressed interest in Lu Meng, and even some upperclassmen were vying for her attention. Those brave enough to pursue her were all quite accomplished. In comparison, Liu felt that Chen Zhibai stood little chance. Firstly, his looks were unremarkable, neither handsome nor ugly, but rather ordinary. Secondly, his family background was modest. She had heard from Zhou how that Chen Zhibai's parents had lost their jobs years ago and now ran a small convenience store, barely, accumulating a few tens of thousands of yuan annually. On the whole, he possessed no advantages. She found it hard to believe Lu Meng would ever consider Chen Zhibai. "You're just stirring the pot." Zhou Hao laughed, casting a glance at Chen Zhibai. To be candid, he felt a sense of superiority in Chen Zhibai's presence. Why? Because he was a local of Jiangsheng, and his family owned not only their own residence, but also a separate one intended as his future marital home. Though modest at only 90 square meters, it was worth over 2 million yuan at market value. Many people would never earn such an amount in their lifetime. Thus, Zhou Hao felt a sense of superiority over Chen Zhibai. Yet, he himself did not dare to pursue Lu Meng. Lost in thought, Zhou Hao couldn't help but glance at Lu Meng, his eyes tracing her radiant features and the long legs beneath her denim shorts. Initially, he had considered pursuing Lu Meng himself, but upon weighing his own circumstances, he had opted for the safer choice of pursuing Li Yu instead. Why is it stirring the pot? "I think Chen Zhibai is quite good. What do you think, Meng Meng?" Li Yu turned and smiled at Lu Meng. Lu Meng glanced at Chen Zhibai before returning her gaze to Li Yu. "Just eat your meal. Your chatter won't be silenced by food." She spoke, her meaning clear despite not directly addressing Li Yu's previous comment. Essentially, it was a dismissal. Stop meddling and focus on your meal. Li Yu naturally perceived this underlying message, yet she was not surprised it was entirely as she had anticipated. If Lu Meng were truly to take an interest in Chen Zhibai, it would undoubtedly be a shocking revelation. However, if that were the case, it would place her one step ahead of her boyfriend. But that was clearly an impossibility. "Don't worry, Chen Zhibai. Although there may be no hope with Meng Meng, I can introduce you to other girls who will surely help you find love." Li Yu reassured him, suppressing her own thoughts. Though she had no intention of introducing Chen Zhibai to anyone, it did not prevent her from offering flattering words. After all, flattering comments cost nothing. It was a win-win situation. "Lao Chen, don't be anxious. You have 4 years in university. You'll undoubtedly find a girlfriend like I did, but it's unlikely you'll find one as beautiful as mine. Haha." Zhou Hao chimed in, a hint of pride in his voice. Though he dared not pursue Lu Meng, he was content with Li Yu, while attractive, paled in comparison to Lu Meng. After all, if she didn't measure up to Lu Meng, Zhou Hao would not have pursued her in the first place. He was certain that even if Chen Zhibai did find a girlfriend, she would never match Li Yu's beauty. This was an undeniable truth, a certainty etched in stone. Chapter 2. What gives you such confidence? Just your sweet talk. Li Yu playfully tapped Zhou Hao's arm, feigning annoyance, yet secretly relishing his words. "I am not merely sweet-tongued. I genuinely believe you are truly beautiful." Zhou Hao seized the opportunity to clasp Li Yu's hand, professing his loyalty, though his gaze involuntarily drifted towards Lu Meng, stirring a tinge of regret within him. If only his family had a bit more wealth, he could pursue Lu Meng, whose long legs were undeniably tantalizing. "Let us keep our hands to ourselves," Li Yu chided. Even though she had agreed to date Zhou Hao, they had yet to hold hands, as she felt he should not attain her affection too easily. "What is there to fear? We are bona fide boyfriend and girlfriend," Zhou Hao boldly declared. Chen Zhibai paid no mind to their banter, engrossed in his meal. Truth be told, no one was aware of the confidence he possessed, bolstered by the system that accompanied him. Although the system had yet to be activated, he was already certain that financial scarcity would no longer plague him, bestowing upon him a genuine sense of assurance. A girlfriend? In the future, he would surely not lack one. As Chen Zhibai focused on his food, Lu Meng, instead of glancing at Zhou Hao and Li Yu, instinctively cast her gaze towards him. From her perspective, Chen Zhibai appeared rather ordinary. His looks, height, and family background were all unremarkable. Yet, she could distinctly sense an aura of confidence emanating from him. Confidence is a tangible quality. For instance, when two individuals enter a luxury store, one possesses wealth while the other does not. The affluent one exudes a certain self-assuredness and grace, while the other often appears subdued and lacking in confidence. Thus, upon observing Chen Zhibai's undeniable confidence, Lu Meng felt a sense of confusion and curiosity. "What gives you such confidence?" As her roommate, she had overheard Zhou Hao discussing Chen Zhibai's family circumstances during their nightly phone chats. So, where did this confidence stem from? After casting another glance at Chen Zhibai, Lu Meng shook her head, deciding not to dwell on it further. It was none of her concern. As Chen Zhibai neared the end of his meal, he noticed a loading progress bar visible only to him suddenly leap to 100. At that moment, the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding! The godly wealth system has been successfully activated. The host is Chen Zhibai. The host can currently withdraw cash amounting to 1,000 yuan daily, in renminbi. Note: The source of the system's funds is reliable and will go undetected by the state or individuals. The host may use it freely and boldly. The mechanical tone of the system contrasted sharply with the rapid beating of Chen Zhibai's heart. 1,000 yuan every day? That amounts to 30,000 yuan a month. Or 360,000 yuan a year. That surpasses the salaries of many in society. Moreover, this was free money, requiring no labor for a capitalist and no early mornings or late nights. The system was indeed generous. With his heart racing, Chen Zhibai suppressed his excitement and prepared to withdraw the 1,000 yuan. No matter how one phrases it, seeing the money was essential for his peace of mind. System, withdraw today S1,000 yuan, he silently commanded. Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Dear customer, your agricultural bank account ending in 6699 has received a transfer of 1,000 yuan. Your current balance is 1,576 yuan. The funds had arrived. Upon reading the bank notification, Chen Zhibai felt an immediate sense of relief, quickly followed by exhilaration. The system was real. Ding. A slight crack has been detected on the host's phone screen. As a future affluent individual, you cannot continue to use such a device. The following tasks are now issued. A. Choose to replace your phone. If the host selects this option, the following rewards will be granted. 1. A cash reward of 10,000 yuan. 2. A car lottery ticket. Note: after using the car lottery ticket, the host will randomly receive a car valued between 200,000 and 1,000 yuan. Note 2. The host must purchase a new phone before using the car lottery ticket. B. Choose not to replace the phone, and the host will receive the title of penny pincher. Note: wearing this title will cause everyone who sees the host to perceive him as stingy. Chen Zhibai's expression turned peculiar. Was the system serious about these two options? There was no need for deliberation. Even a fool would choose option A to acquire a new phone. The cash reward of 10,000 yuan alone was more than sufficient to purchase a new device, meaning he wouldn't have to spend his own money at all. Free of charge. Moreover, the car lottery ticket was enticing. By merely opting to replace his phone, he could obtain a ticket to potentially win a vehicle valued from 200,000 to 1,000 yuan. The minimum guarantee was a 200,000 yuan car. Should luck favor him, he could end up with a luxury vehicle worth 1,000 yuan. This was an opportunity he couldn't pass up. What about option B? What nonsense was this penny pincher title? I choose option A. I will replace my phone, he resolutely declared to the system. Ding. The host has selected option A. A cash reward of 10,000 yuan has been deposited into the host's bank account. His phone vibrated once more. 10,000 yuan had arrived. For reasons unknown, he felt a rush of exhilaration. Calming his emotions, he looked at his phone. The screen indeed bore a crack, though it did not significantly hinder its functionality. The device was a Huawei, purchased by his family during his second year of high school. Initially, they had intended to buy him a new phone after his college entrance examination, but he had declined, believing it still sufficient for use. His parents had lost their jobs years prior, and, although they had since opened a small convenience store, business was hardly thriving. He did not wish to burden them further. However, now he thought, why not change it? He could acquire a new phone for himself while also receiving a guaranteed 200,000 yuan car. It was a win-win situation, especially considering he wouldn't need to spend his own money on the phone. As for which phone to choose, Chen Zhibai contemplated sticking with Huawei, as he had grown accustomed to it. Old Chen, after we finish eating, how about we go shopping together? I plan to buy my girlfriend a couple of outfits since I have no classes this afternoon. It will be fun, Zhou Hao suddenly suggested. Yes, Meng Meng. You should join us too, Li Yu chimed in, tugging at Lu Meng's arm. Although she felt inferior to Lu Meng in beauty and stature, she now had a boyfriend, while Lu Meng did not, prompting her to want to flaunt a little. I won't be going. I have something to do this afternoon, Chen Zhibai replied firmly, as he intended to head directly to purchase a phone. The car lottery ticket had conditions for use. He needed to buy a phone first. Thus, he was determined to procure a new device promptly and see what kind of car he could win. Regardless of the outcome, the minimum guarantee was a 200,000 yuan vehicle, a lucrative venture he couldn't afford to miss. Chapter 3. Beauty cannot compete with wealth. I didn't sleep well last night. I'll take a nap back in the dorm after this, so I want to be going. Almost at the very moment Chen Zhibai declined the invitation, Lu Meng echoed the sentiment, stating she would not attend either. Upon uttering her refusal, Lu Meng was momentarily taken aback, casting a surprised glance at Chen Zhibai. She had not anticipated that he would also decline. She had presumed that upon hearing Li Yu's invitation, Chen Zhibai would readily acquiesce, confident in her own allure. Believing he would wish to engage with her further, Thus, she had feigned fatigue from the previous night as a pretext to reject the outing, not wishing to foster any false hopes in Chen Zhibai. Yet now, he had rejected the invitation simultaneously with her? Chen Zhibai noticed Lu Ming's astonished gaze but paid it no heed. Indeed, Lu Ming was strikingly beautiful, radiating charm with her long, graceful legs, undeniably scoring above 90 in any aesthetic evaluation. But what of it? With the divine wealth system at his disposal, was he truly in need of a girlfriend? While beauty is a rare commodity, it pales in comparison to the power of wealth. With that thought, Chen Zhibai stood, waved his hand dismissively, and left the cafeteria without waiting for Zhou Hao to speak. Lu Ming remained seated, watching as Chen Zhibai departed without so much as a glance in her direction, causing her to subconsciously question her own appeal. She lowered her gaze to her long, straight legs beneath her denim shorts, then lifted her phone, the darkened screen reflecting her radiant face. Ming, come with me. You can rest in the evening. Let us go shopping together. It would be perfect to have your advice. Li Yu cooed, wrapping her arms around Lu Ming's elbow, seemingly unconcerned by Chen Zhibai's exit. Indeed, let us go together. Your insight would be invaluable. Zhou Hao chimed in. Although he didn't dare pursue Lu Ming, feeling his stature inadequate, he nevertheless wished to spend more time in her presence. Her legs were simply too long and stunning. Zhou Hao glanced between Lu Ming and Li Yu, sighing deeply. If only he could overlook Lu Ming. His girlfriend was also quite lovely, yet they could not be compared. The disparity was glaring. No, I truly didn't sleep well last night. And I'm feeling rather drowsy now. I think I'll head back to the dorm for some rest, Lu Ming replied, shaking her head before rising from her seat. Standing at approximately 171 centimeters, she was quite tall for a woman, complemented by her enviable proportions and striking legs. Consequently, throughout her meal, several young men had been discreetly admiring her. Upon her exit from the cafeteria, many sighed and began to clear their trays, no longer wishing to linger now that Lu Ming was gone. I shouldn't have invited Chen Zhibai. I suspect Lu Ming declined to go shopping because I brought him up. She likely didn't want to be with him, Zhou Hao lamented, a hint of regret in his voice. Indeed, it was unwise to extend that invitation to you, my roommate, Li Yu agreed, her own frustration evident. She had hoped to subtly flaunt her companionship with Lu Ming, especially since Zhou Hao had promised her a budget of 500 yuan for clothes today. Not a small sum. Well, if she doesn't wish to go, then we shall proceed on our own, Li Yu concluded, shaking her head. Although she could not boast in front of Lu Ming, once the clothes were purchased, she could still casually mention their prices later, achieving a similar effect. Hurry and finish eating, Li Yu urged, glancing at Zhou Hao, who had furrowed his brow, still gazing longingly at the cafeteria entrance. Immediately, her expression turned icy. What is the matter, Yu? Zhou Hao asked, jolted from his reverie. Are you regretting her departure? Li Yu's tone was sharp. How could that be? You are my girlfriend. Why would I lament her leaving? Zhou Hao replied without hesitation, reaching for Li Yu's hand. Yet, she withdrew, unyielding. Your feelings are inconsequential. You will never win her heart. The boyfriend she eventually chooses will undoubtedly be a wealthy heir, Li Yu retorted coldly. She was not oblivious to Zhou Hao's unspoken feelings for Lu Ming, which incensed her. Why would I pursue her? You are my girlfriend, and in my eyes, you are the most beautiful. She cannot compare, Zhou Hao said, his expression eager to please. Li Yu cast him a sidelong glance, her mood visibly improving. Though she recognized his words were meant to flatter, aware of her own limitations compared to Lu Ming, his reassurance still brought her joy. As long as you understand. Let us go buy clothes. Remember, your budget is within 500 yuan, Li Yu instructed. Rest assured, I would never deceive you, Zhou Hao affirmed, nodding vigorously. Though a flicker of pain crossed his eyes at the thought of spending 500 yuan. His monthly allowance was 800 yuan, a considerable sum for a freshman. Yet parting with 501 go stung a bit. However, one must take risks to achieve rewards. Zhou Hao gazed at Li Yu's fair and lovely face, his eyes warming with desire. Though she may not rival Lu Ming in beauty, she was still a stunning girl. Being with Li Yu evoked envy and jealousy among many young men. Thus, spending that 500 yuan was a necessity. He just wondered when he might enjoy the fruits of his labor. That is settled then. If you deceive me, I shall end our relationship. You are aware that many boys pursue me, and some are indeed more accomplished than you, Li Yu warned. In truth, there were no worthy competitors. Otherwise, why would she have chosen Zhou Hao? But she needed to keep him in check. Of course, I would never deceive you, Zhou Hao asserted, nodding firmly. Then reaching for Li Yu's hand once more. Yet again, she evaded him. No touching until after we buy the clothes, she said, rising from her seat. Disappointment flickered in Zhou Hao's eyes at his failed attempts, yet he remained undeterred. He believed that with persistence, he could win her over completely. This is quite sufficient. It already surpasses many others, he thought, grinning as he recalled Chen Zhibai, feeling a surge of superiority. He was convinced that Chen Zhibai would never have a chance with a beauty like Liu. "What are you grinning about?" Liu asked, eyeing Zhou Hao with mild disdain. Nothing at all. Let us go buy you some clothes," he quickly replied, shaking his head as he and Liu exited the cafeteria. Chapter 4. The confidence and composure that wealth brings. After leaving the cafeteria, Chen Zhibai pulled out his phone and opened the Huawei store app, quickly selecting a smartphone priced over 8,000 yuan. In the past, he would never have considered such an extravagant purchase, as his financial means did not reach that echelon. He would never engage in pretentious displays of wealth. However, with the system's provision of 10,000 yuan, such concerns were rendered moot. Just as he was about to finalize his purchase, Chen Zhibai frowned, noticing the estimated delivery time indicated that it would not arrive until the following morning. While this time frame was reasonably swift, ordering today for delivery tomorrow, it did not satisfy him, as he was eager to acquire the phone and discover which car he might draw. Thus, he resolved to visit a physical store instead. Chen Zhibai contemplated, before promptly exiting the Huawei Mall to search for a physical Huawei phone store. Conveniently, there was one within the university town, just a 10-minute walk away, which was not too distant. Tucking his phone into his pocket, Chen Zhibai strolled towards the school gate, taking in the campus scenery along the way. Although the landscape remained unchanged, his perspective had transformed significantly, now imbued with confidence and composure. After all, he was a man equipped with a system. This realization stirred a sense of reflection within him. Indeed, self-assurance is a nurturing force. Many internet celebrities, prior to achieving fame, often appeared timid and lacking confidence, projecting an aura of mediocrity. Yet, upon gaining recognition and wealth, they undergo a remarkable metamorphosis. This is the confidence and tranquility that money brings. With the advent of the godly system, he would no longer suffer from financial constraints. How splendid! Suddenly, the ringtone of his phone echoed, and upon checking, Chen Zhibai saw that it was a call from his mother. "Mom, do you miss me?" He answered with a smile. "I don't miss you. Since you went off to university, it's been so peaceful at home. Your father and I are enjoying our leisure," replied Ms. Li Xiaomei. However, despite her claims of indifference, she quickly added, "I checked the weather forecast, and it seems it might rain in Jiangxing tomorrow. Remember to dress warmly, so you don't catch a cold. It would be troublesome." As his mother's voice droned on, Chen Zhibai felt no impatience, occasionally responding with an Yet, his thoughts wandered elsewhere. During his childhood, his family's financial situation had been relatively stable. Both parents worked at state-owned enterprises in their county, and as their only child, he enjoyed a comfortable upbringing. However, when his parents' employer faced economic downturns, they unexpectedly lost their jobs, leading to the establishment of a small convenience store to make ends meet. While the earnings were modest, around 60 to 70,000 a year, they managed to sustain the family. Nevertheless, his parents practiced frugality, hoping to save for his future marriage and housing. Especially after he decided to attend university in Jiangxing, their thriftiness intensified. He had overheard them discussing the housing prices in Jiangxing, determined to gather a down payment by the time he graduated. Such is the foresight born of parental love. "Mom, please don't work so hard. The convenience store closes by 9. There's no need to stay open until 11 or midnight. And Dad, don't spend your free time driving for Didi." Suppressing his concerns, Chen Zhibai spoke up. The family's convenience store was adjacent to their neighborhood, and in a small county town with little nightlife. Foot traffic dwindled after 9. Yet, to earn a few extra dollars, his parents persisted until late hours. Additionally, his father drove for Didi during the day, which had led to chronic back pain from prolonged sitting, necessitating the application of topical patches. Now that he possessed a system, Chen Zhibai wished to alleviate his parents' hardships. "What hardship? You have 4 years left until graduation. Your father and I may lack skills, but we will save for your down payment. Otherwise, you'll feel inadequate when dating. They might look down on you," Ms. Li Xiaomei asserted. "Mom, you needn't worry about the house. I will earn it myself," Chen Zhibai replied confidently. With the system at his disposal, he did not regard the prospect of a house as daunting. The system generously provided him with a daily cash allowance of 1,000 yuan, and once he purchased his new phone, he would also receive a car. However, he knew he must keep the existence of the system a secret. This was not due to distrust, but rather a protective instinct for his parents. Such extraordinary phenomena, which defy logic and science, must remain concealed. Revealing them could lead to dire consequences. "You will earn it? You just started university. What can you possibly earn?" Ms. Li Xiaomei's voice came through, filled with concern. "Focus on your studies. Leave the housing matters to us. Your father and I are still young." Chen Zhibai felt a sense of helplessness, but understood that his mother's skepticism stemmed from her protective instincts. "Mom, I discovered that the school encourages entrepreneurship and provides funding support, so I want to give it a try. Who knows, it might work out," he suggested, preparing to lay the groundwork for his future plans. He intended to return home during the winter break, claiming he had made money to support the family. Is that feasible? The school offers funding support? What if you incur losses? Ms. Li Xiaomei asked, her anxiety palpable. Even if I lose, it's fine. There's no repayment required. This support is meant to encourage university students to start businesses, Chen Zhibai explained, empathetic to his mother's worries. For her generation, stability was paramount, and they sought to avoid any risks. Yet, he did not genuinely intend to embark on a business venture. He merely required a plausible rationale to justify the system's financial windfall. Entrepreneurship served as an impeccable guise. Really? No repercussions for losses? The school is that generous? Ms. Li Xiaomei inquired, astonished. Indeed, the government now encourages university students to pursue entrepreneurship, Chen Zhibai affirmed. After a few more exchanges, the sound of customers entering the store interrupted their conversation. Son, I must go. Customers have arrived. If it rains tomorrow, remember to dress warmly. I'll transfer some money to you later. At school, foster good relationships with your roommates. If someone treats you, reciprocate. Don't be afraid to spend money. That's how relationships strengthen. Also, keep an eye out for decent girls at school. It would make me so happy if you could bring your girlfriend home this winter break. Ms. Li Xiaomei rambled on for a while before finally ending the call. A mother's love was nestled within her seemingly trivial chatter. Chen Zhibai suddenly recalled a question posed by a young man online, lamenting that no girls liked him. But how could that be true? Upon his birth, a beautiful young woman in her 20s gazed at him with eyes filled with tenderness and affection, seeing him as her entire world. Chapter 5. The fully equipped BMW X5. Upon exiting the university, Chen Zhibai followed the navigation to arrive at a Huawei store situated within the university town. The store was moderately populated, neither too crowded nor too empty. After a brief survey, a sales associate approached him. Having already decided on the model he wished to purchase, Chen Zhibai completed the transaction in just 10 minutes. Securing his new phone. After transferring his SIM card and data from the old phone to the new, he heard the system's voice resonate in his mind. Ding. Host has completed the beginner task. Purchase a new phone, qualifying for the car lottery card. Would the host like to proceed with the lottery now? Note: using the car lottery card will randomly award a vehicle valued between 200,000 to 1,000,000 yuan. As he absorbed the system's announcement, a wave of excitement surged within Chen Zhibai, though a tinge of nervousness lingered. After all, the prospect of receiving a free car, guaranteed to be worth at least 200,000 yuan, was exhilarating. In the era of social media, where everyone seemed to boast annual salaries in the millions while driving luxury cars, a vehicle valued at 200,000 yuan already represented the pinnacle for the average person. A glance at those around him purchasing cars would reveal that such a price bracket was rarely accessed, and those who did often hailed from affluent backgrounds. Thus, Chen Zhibai felt liberated. Even if his luck proved insufficient and he only won a vehicle at the minimum value of 200,000 yuan, he would still find it acceptable. After all, one wouldn't expect a bicycle without spending a single penny. Of course, if he were to win a more luxurious and expensive vehicle, he would undoubtedly be even more delighted. Suppressing his inner thoughts, Chen Zhibai glanced around. The salesperson who had previously attended to him was now occupied with another customer, and everyone else was engrossed in their own affairs, leaving him unnoticed. Thus, he commanded the system, utilize the car lottery card. With a quiet determination, he tightened his grip on his phone. Ding. The host has utilized the car lottery card. The vehicle is currently being randomly generated. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won a fully equipped BMW X5. The top-tier configuration is the 2023 model, the M Sport Night Package, in the color of sky gray. Note: this vehicle has been purchased under the host's identity, and all procedures are legal and compliant. The purchase tax, vehicle insurance, and all associated fees have been fully settled. Note 2. The host may collect this fully equipped BMW X5 at any time from the BMW dealership in Qingpu District, armed with their identification card. A fully equipped BMW X5. He actually won such a magnificent vehicle. As the system's voice echoed in his mind, Chen Zhibai's heartbeat quickened. Although traditional luxury car brands like Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Audi have seen a decline in market share due to the surge of new energy vehicles in the country, they remain widely recognized symbols of luxury. Driving such a car still commands respect and admiration. Not to mention, he had drawn a fully equipped BMW X5. With great effort, Chen Zhibai stifled his excitement and searched for the price of the fully equipped BMW X5 on his phone. The base price for the top-tier version is a staggering 800,000 yuan, with discounts bringing the bare price to 740,000 yuan. Including taxes, insurance, and additional options, the total cost easily exceeds 800,000 yuan. Undoubtedly a luxury vehicle. There was no doubt about it. The excitement was palpable. Within the price range of 200,000 to 1,000,000 yuan. He had managed to win a vehicle worth over 800,000 yuan. Taking a deep breath, Chen Zhibai attempted to maintain his composure. But he found it impossible to remain calm. A luxury car valued at over 800,000 yuan was now in his possession without spending a single cent. To be candid, the thrill was utterly exhilarating. After some time, he finally managed to suppress his excitement. Without his identification card on hand, he decided to return to his dormitory to retrieve it before heading directly to the dealership to claim his vehicle. He possessed a driver's license, having obtained it during the summer break after his college entrance exams, thanks to a friend of his father's who was a driving instructor, which afforded him a discount. Naturally, this would come in handy now. However, to be completely honest, Chen Zhibai had never imagined that he would be driving during his university years, let alone in a fully equipped BMW X5 worth over 800,000 yuan. It's worth noting that he had only just begun his freshman year. A little over 10 minutes later, Chen Zhibai returned to campus and entered the male student dormitory. His dormitory was on the third floor, room number 302. As he pushed the door open, he found his roommates, Wang Chao and Li Dong, engaged in a gaming session together. The dormitory housed 4 students. Zhou Hao, a local, came from the wealthiest family among them. Wang Chao, hailing from Heilongjiang province, was tall and robust, with a rather boisterous personality, though his beard made him appear somewhat comical, especially since he was the youngest in the dormitory, yet to turn 18 until February of the following year. As for Li Dong, he was from Ontario, of average height, wearing glasses and rather slim. Old Chen is back. Playing games? Li Dong inquired as Chen Zhibai entered. Join us for a game. We don't have any classes this afternoon anyway. We 3 can't go out like Zhou Hao, who has a girlfriend to stroll with, Wang Chao chimed in. A hint of envy creeping into his tone as he mentioned Zhou Hao. After all, he was the first to enter a relationship, having only started university less than a month ago, and his girlfriend was quite attractive, which naturally left Wang Chao feeling somewhat bitter. In addition to envy, there was a sense of rivalry towards Zhou Hao, who, owing to his local status and superior family background, exuded an air of superiority. Although he acted normally, everyone was keenly aware of Zhou Hao's condescension, evident in his words and glances. Naturally, they held a certain disdain for him. I'm not borrowing money from you. Your affluent background has nothing to do with me. No, you guys carry on. I have something to attend to. Chen Zhibai shook his head and replied. Something to do? What is it? You're not secretly dating a girlfriend behind our backs, are you? That would be a betrayal of our revolutionary friendship. Li Dong exclaimed, momentarily abandoning the game to focus on Chen Zhibai. Wang Chao also turned his attention to him. Fresh from high school to university, young men harbored great curiosity and interest in the opposite sex. So hearing that someone had a girlfriend truly sparked envy. Where would I find a girlfriend? I genuinely have personal matters to attend to, so you all enjoy your game. Chen Zhibai waved his hand, moving to his cabinet to retrieve his identification card. That's true. We're not like Zhou Hao, a local with looks and the willingness to spend money on girls. What chance does an ordinary guy like us have? Li Dong sighed, a look of melancholy on his face. He was nearly driven mad with the desire to find a girlfriend. Previously, he had boldly approached over 10 girls in school for their WeChat contacts, only to be met with rejection each time, leaving him profoundly discouraged. Hey, stop talking. Your hero is about to perish. Wang Chao interrupted before Li Dong could further lament. What? Li Dong perked up, quickly checking his phone. Chen Zhibai glanced at them with a smile before stepping out of the dormitory with his identification card in hand. Chapter 6. It's real. The university district is quite a distance from Qingpu district, so upon exiting the school, Chen Zhibai summoned a Didi ride through his phone. A few minutes later, a white Volkswagen Bora came to a halt in front of him. After checking the license plate, Chen Zhibai opened the back door and took a seat. The driver, a middle-aged man in his 40s, glanced at Chen Zhibai and, after verifying the last 4 digits of his phone number, started the engine. Young man, you look like a fresh university student. Are you headed to the BMW 4S store for a bit of insight? The driver remarked cheerfully as he drove. Yes, that's right. Chen Zhibai nodded, refraining from disclosing that he was there to pick up a car. Getting some insight is a good idea. However, cars like BMW are not typically within the reach of ordinary people. The entry-level model costs over 200,000 yuan. How much does an ordinary person earn in a month? A decent salary might be 4 or 5,000, while a lesser one is only 3,000. It would take nearly 7 to 8 years of relentless saving to afford even the entry-level BMW, not to mention the ongoing expenses like fuel, maintenance, and insurance, which are considerable. So it's best to just take a look. Although many people on Douyin claim that anything under $1 million isn't a luxury car, in reality, they can't even afford a car worth over 100,000. The driver was quite talkative, but noticing Chen Zhibai's lack of response, he decided to focus on driving instead. Half an hour later, the car arrived at the BMW 4S store in Qingpu district. Chen Zhibai stepped out, entering the dealership. The showroom was expansive, elegantly decorated, and impeccably clean. To be frank, Chen Zhibai felt a wave of nervousness wash over him as he stepped inside. Even after acquiring the opulent system, he felt a surge of confidence within, yet this marked his inaugural visit to a BMW dealership. It was only natural to feel a twinge of anxiety. In the eyes of many Chinese, the brands of Mercedes-Benz, BMW, and Audi carry a certain allure. Fortunately, this sense of tension dissipated swiftly. "Young man, are you here for a complimentary test drive?" As Chen Zhibai prepared to seek out a sales representative, a young woman clad in a light gray uniform from the BMW dealership approached him, her expression tinged with resignation. Judging by her age, she appeared to have recently graduated from university, likely around 22 or 23 years old. She was indeed quite attractive. In Chen Zhibai's estimation, she surpassed Zhou Hao's girlfriend, Li Yu, in beauty, though she fell short of Lu Meng. Nonetheless, she was considered a beauty in the eyes of ordinary folk, and in a university setting, she would undoubtedly be the belle of the department. Moreover, she wore the light gray sales uniform exceptionally well. The buttons on her top were not fully fastened, creating a striking silhouette that drew the eye. This was certainly an advantage. Standing before Chen Zhibai, Chen Zhihui's fair and lovely face bore a hint of exasperation. Subconsciously, she assumed that Chen Zhibai was merely there for a free test drive, given his youthful appearance. He looked like he was still in college. As for any notion of him being a wealthy heir, she dismissed it, as she could tell his attire was not from a high-end brand. "Do you have a driver's license? If so, I can register you and get you in line for the test drive." Despite her slight annoyance, Chen Zhihui spoke with a smile, though internally she sighed. Having graduated from university this year, she took this sales job at BMW hoping to earn extra income. Yet she found herself with few sales and inundated with customers merely seeking test drives. Furthermore, older customers often harassed her via WeChat, leading her to regret her decision to work in sales. She had hoped to earn more, but never anticipated this path would lead her astray. Had she foreseen this, she might have opted for a stable office job like her friends, even if it paid less. Chen Zhibai observed Chen Zhihui and understood her assumption that he was there for a test drive. This notion was not entirely unfounded. After all, at just 18 years old, he indeed appeared young and inexperienced, and his attire did not suggest affluence. However, the crux of the matter was that he was not there for a test drive, but to pick up his car. "I am not here for a test drive. I am here to collect my vehicle," Chen Zhibai stated directly. "What did you say?" Chen Zhihui was momentarily taken aback, staring at Chen Zhibai in disbelief, questioning her own perception. "I said I am here to pick up my car," Chen Zhibai reiterated. "Young man, don't joke around. You look so young. You must have just started college, right?" The entry-level BMWs start at over 200,000 yuan. Chen Zhihui chuckled softly, but before she could finish, Chen Zhibai produced his identification card. "This is my ID. I ordered a fully loaded BMW X5 online, and I have already paid in full." Chen Zhibai spoke calmly. Yet his words caused Chen Zhihui to instinctively swallow hard. She remained skeptical. After all, the price of a fully equipped BMW X5 soared beyond 800,000 yuan. How could this young man, who appeared to have just entered university, possibly afford such a luxury? Yet, his demeanor was earnest, devoid of any jest, radiating confidence and composure. "You may check with my ID. I truly purchased a fully loaded BMW X5 outright." Seeing Chen Zhihui's silence, Chen Zhibai presumed she still harbored doubts, prompting him to express a hint of exasperation. I will check right away. Please follow me." Chen Zhihui finally regained her composure, her heart racing with anxiety. If what Chen Zhibai claimed was true, that he had indeed bought a fully loaded BMW X5, he would be a significant client. To have referred to him as young man multiple times, given her age advantage, could lead to complaints that would undoubtedly be justified. "Let us go," Chen Zhibai nodded, not dwelling on the implications, as his anticipation mounted to behold his new BMW X5. Chen Zhihui led him to a computer station, accessing the back-end management interface and entering Chen Zhibai's ID number. As she gazed at the screen, the confirmation appeared. Indeed, Chen Zhibai had purchased a fully loaded BMW X5 just 1 hour prior. It was true. He had genuinely bought a BMW X5 worth over 800,000 yuan. Chen Zhihui's strikingly beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. After casting a glance at Chen Zhibai, she quickly diverted her gaze to the ID still in her hand. By calculating his birth date, it was evident. He was just 18 years old. Chapter 7. First Kiss? At merely 18 years of age, driving a top-tier BMW X5, it was unmistakably clear that he hailed from wealth. Chen Zhihui could not help but steal another glance at Chen Zhibai. Having worked as a BMW salesperson for 2 to 3 months, she had encountered buyers of the BMW X5 before, but they were all middle-aged individuals with established fortunes. Encountering someone as youthful as Chen Zhibai, evidently just beginning university, was unprecedented. Consequently, Chen Zhibai felt a mix of astonishment and envy. During her university days, she had once thought life was splendid and that earning money would be a straightforward endeavor, believing that a monthly salary exceeding 10,000 was nothing extraordinary. However, upon graduating and entering the workforce, she realized that making a living was far more challenging than she had anticipated. A monthly salary of 5,000, after deductions for Social Security and housing fund contributions, already placed her ahead of her peers. At this moment, Chen Zhibai found herself envious of Chen Zhibai. Here he was, just starting university, yet able to drive a BMW X5 that cost over 800,000 yuan. His family must be quite affluent. Am I able to pick up my car now? Observing Chen Zhibai's prior silence, Chen Zhibai broke the quiet. Ah, yes, you can indeed pick it up. Your vehicle has been prepared. Chen Zhibai snapped back to reality, her tone now respectful, addressing him formally. A mere 10 minutes later, Chen Zhibai followed Chen Zhibai into the delivery showroom, where they arrived at a stunning, misty, gray BMW X5. The showroom was brightly lit, akin to daylight. And under the illumination, the BMW X5 appeared particularly striking and captivating. In contrast to the subdued elegance of black, the misty gray color exuded a sporty and fashionable vibe, perfectly suited to Chen Zhibai's youthful spirit. Overall, it was a breathtaking sight. You may examine the vehicle. If everything is satisfactory, please sign the contract, and you can drive it away. Chen Zhibai stood beside him, her lovely eyes drawn to the misty, gray BMW X5 as well. It's truly beautiful, she thought. Letting out a wistful sigh, she realized that she might never have the chance to sit in such a car. A vehicle costing over 800,000 yuan was undeniably a luxury, unattainable for the average individual. All right, Chen Zhibai nodded, circling the vehicle to inspect it closely before opening the door to examine the seats and interior. Not a problem, let's sign the contract. Chen Zhibai remarked to Chen Zhibai after inspecting the vehicle. All right, just follow me. Chen Zhibai nodded, leading Chen Zhibai to the signing area. Shortly thereafter, Chen Zhibai returned after completing the paperwork. You will have a temporary license plate valid for 30 days. If you wish to obtain a permanent plate within this period, feel free to let me know, and our dealership will arrange for someone to assist you, Chen Zhibai explained, glancing several times at the BMW X5. Chen Zhibai nodded, having just added Chen Zhibai on WeChat. As Jiangqing is a burgeoning first-tier city, acquiring a license plate isn't particularly challenging, unlike the lottery system in the capital cities. However, while obtaining a plate is relatively easy, securing a desirable number is considerably more difficult. This is a common situation nationwide, as coveted license numbers are seldom available. Shaking his head, Chen Zhibai dismissed these thoughts. He could worry about licensing later. His immediate desire was to drive the car. After all, this was a BMW X5, a vehicle he had never dared to dream of owning. Just as he was about to get behind the wheel, a sudden chime echoed in his mind. The system's voice resonating clearly. Ding! The host has triggered a random task. Obtain Chen Zhihui's first kiss within 1 month. Upon completion, the host will be awarded a Jiangqing license plate with the number A999N. Note, the license plate is obtained through legal channels, in compliance with regulations. Failure to complete the task will result in no reward or penalty. Chen Zhibai paused momentarily, then raised an eyebrow. He had just been contemplating license numbers when he was presented with a task related to it. If he could secure Chen Zhihui's first kiss within a month, he would receive the coveted A999N plate. Although it merely comprises 3 nines, it qualifies as a sequential number, unattainable by those lacking connections. Therefore, completing this task became a priority. However, did she truly possess her first kiss? Turning to Chen Zhihui, who stood beside him, he was taken aback to discover that she had retained her innocence. Chen Zhihui was strikingly beautiful, with delicate features and fair skin. The fitted light gray uniform accentuated her figure, making her resemble the quintessential campus belle. Logically, a girl of her caliber would attract numerous suitors, yet here she was, still unkissed. What could this imply? It suggested she had never engaged in a romantic relationship. Is there something wrong with the car? Chen Zhihui inquired, sensing Chen Zhibai's silence and growing anxious. No problem, he replied, snapping back to reality. Eyeing the visibly tense Chen Zhihui, he pondered briefly before asking, "Are you free tonight? Would you like to have dinner together?" Chen Zhihui was momentarily taken aback, her mouth forming an ah sound. Having always been attractive, she was no stranger to such dinner invitations from boys. This felt like an advance. Instinctively, she considered declining. She had never dined alone with a boy before. Yet, upon catching sight of the magnificent gray BMW X5 parked nearby, her hesitation melted away, and she found herself agreeing. "Could we do it tomorrow evening instead? I have a team dinner tonight." Chen Zhibai felt her cheeks flush, avoiding eye contact with Chen Zhibai, but her intent was unmistakable. She accepted the dinner invitation. All right. Tomorrow evening it is. I will pick you up after your shift, Chen Zhibai confirmed, gesturing a farewell to Chen Zhibai as he prepared to leave. With a flick of his wrist, he produced the BMW key. Though the top-tier model allowed for keyless entry, he opted to unlock it manually. A press of the unlock button elicited a crisp sound from the BMW X5, which promptly flashed its lights in a dazzling display, akin to a captivating light show. Truly splendid, Chen Zhibai marveled, approaching the driver's side and gently opening the door. The seats, upholstered in a luxurious shade of all's red, exuded sophistication and comfort. After a cursory glance at the interior, he started the engine with a single button press and checked the fuel gauge. With a little less than half a tank, it was prudent to refuel first. Adjusting the seat, Chen Zhibai shifted into gear, smoothly navigating the BMW X5 out of its parking space. Rolling down the driver's window, he waved goodbye to Chen Zhibai before driving away from the BMW dealership. Chapter 8. Cashback on purchases inside the BMW dealership. As Chen Zhibai drove off, Chen Zhibai raised a hand to her face, feeling its warmth. Even without a mirror, she was acutely aware of the rosy hue gracing her cheeks. Why the flush? It was her first time agreeing to dine alone with a boy, an experience that made her feel bashful and exhilarated. While the allure of the luxurious BMW X5 played a part in her decision, it was equally her awareness of Chen Zhibai's age, only 18 and a freshman, that swayed her. Had he been a man in his 30s or 40s, regardless of the car he drove, she would have declined. Moreover, she sensed that despite his affluent background, Chen Zhibai exhibited a level of maturity that was quite commendable. Otherwise, she would not have approached him when he first entered the store. Thus, agreeing to dinner felt entirely reasonable. Having graduated and worked for 2 months, she had come to understand the significance of wealth. Zhihui, what are you thinking about? You've been standing here for a while. A colleague suddenly approached her. Nothing much, Chen Zhihui replied, shaking her head. How do I usually treat you? The colleague asked, draping an arm around Chen Zhihui's shoulder. This colleague, also a recent graduate, had joined the sales team alongside Chen Zhihui. Pretty well, Chen Zhihui acknowledged, though their relationship was merely cordial. Then, could I ask a favor of you? The colleague inquired with a smile. What is it? Chen Zhihui asked, surprised. I don't have much influence. Don't worry, it's something you can easily do. Just share the WeChat contact of that boy you just assisted, the colleague requested. What do you need his WeChat for? Chen Zhihui frowned at the thought of her colleague wanting Chen Zhibai's contact. What else would it be for? Of course. To pursue him, the colleague replied candidly. He just started college and can't afford to buy a top-spec BMW X5 outright for over 800,000. He's definitely a wealthy heir. And not just any wealthy heir, he's young and affluent. I want to pursue him. Zhihui, just give me his WeChat. Once I win him over, I'll treat you to a meal, the colleague promised. No way, Chen Zhihui instinctively refused. Her colleague frowned, looking at her quizzically. There's a company policy against sharing clients' WeChat contacts, Chen Zhihui rationalized. Policy is policy, as long as you don't mention it, and I don't either. Who would know? Zhihui, I'm asking you as a favor. Young, wealthy heirs like him are rare, and each one is highly sought after. As a female colleague began to speak, Chen Zhihui shook her head in refusal, declaring, no is no. I must return to work now. With that, she departed from her colleague's side. Truly, the luxurious car, valued at over 800,000, exuded a distinct aura as it glided along the road. Chen Zhibai, behind the wheel, merged seamlessly into the flow of traffic, grasping the steering wheel with a sense of smooth and effortless control. Reflecting on his circumstance with a tinge of wonder, it was remarkable that he was driving such an opulent vehicle without having spent a single penny, especially considering that he had only just begun his freshman year in college. As he approached a red traffic light, Chen Zhibai pushed aside his musings and brought the car to a halt. While waiting for the light to change, he caught a glimpse of the driver in the adjacent vehicle, casting an envious glance his way. This sensation was quite delightful. Returning his gaze to the traffic signal, he noticed that he had a full minute to wait, which prompted memories of the moment at the BMW dealership when Chen Zhihui had agreed to join him for a meal. Evidently influenced by the fact that he was now behind the wheel of a fully equipped BMW X5. From this perspective, the task associated with the vehicle's license plate seemed quite achievable. Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, the light turned green, and he pressed the accelerator, propelling the car forward. His first stop was at a gas station, where he filled up with premium 95-octane fuel, a hefty expenditure of nearly 700 yuan. However, as he prepared to scan his phone for payment, he felt no regret. With the newfound system at his disposal, his mindset had shifted. He would no longer face financial shortages. Ding. Host's mindset has been detected as transformed, initially embodying the relaxed and leisurely attitude of a wealthy individual. Earning a reward. This refueling expense will randomly yield a 110-fold cashback. The cashback amount will be deposited into the host's bank account. Cashback for expenses? This meant that the 678 yuan spent on fuel could yield a return of 1 to 10 times that amount. Even the guaranteed minimum of one time would see him reimbursed 678 yuan, effectively allowing him to fill his tank for free. Any multiple beyond, that would be pure profit. Such a stroke of good fortune. As he listened to the voice of the system in his mind, Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow while continuing to scan his payment. Ding. He completed the transaction of 678 yuan. Ding. The host's refueling expense is now subject to random cashback multipliers. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have secured a 5-fold cashback multiplier. The reward amount of 390 yuan has been promptly credited to the host's agricultural bank account. Please check your balance in a timely manner. The system's voice resonated in his head. Although he hadn't hit the jackpot with the highest 10-fold cashback, a 5-fold return was still quite satisfactory. The 678 yuan he spent had resulted in a refund of 390 yuan, allowing him to not only fill his tank at no cost, but also to earn over 2,000 yuan, a sum greater than the salary of many individuals for half a month's work. Suppressing his excitement, Chen Zhibai returned to his vehicle and drove away from the gas station. By the time he reached the university town, over an hour had passed. Throughout that time, he had been enchanted by the driving experience. Upon arriving at the entrance of the campus, he presented his student ID to the gatekeeper, who granted him access to drive into the university. The campus boasted ample parking facilities, available for both faculty and students, though students were subject to fees. The parking lot was conveniently located next to the campus supermarket. As he cruised through the area in his brand-new BMW X5, adorned with a temporary license plate, many teachers and students turned their heads to admire the vehicle. Bathed in sunlight, the car's meteor gray color was particularly striking. Those with discerning eyes recognized it as a top-tier BMW X5, valued at over 800,000 yuan. However, due to the tinted windows, Chen Zhibai remained unseen by the onlookers inside the vehicle. Soon, Chen Zhibai parked his car adjacent to the supermarket within the campus, which was situated next to the parking lot. The supermarket, named Tian Supermarket, spanned over 300 square meters and featured 2 floors. Thanks to its extensive inventory and reasonably priced goods, it was a popular shopping destination for the students. At that moment, Lu Ming was on the first floor of the supermarket, purchasing items. After finishing her lunch at the cafeteria, she had returned to her dormitory for a nap. Upon waking, she intended to wash her hair and brush her teeth, but accidentally dropped her toothbrush on the floor, prompting her visit to the supermarket to buy a new one. The toothbrush was located in the northwest corner of the first floor. After selecting a toothbrush, Lu Ming also grabbed a few snacks and headed to the checkout counter. Just then, a voice filled with surprise broke through her thoughts. "Junior, is that you? What a coincidence to run into you here." Upon hearing this voice, Lu Ming turned to see the speaker, and her brows knitted slightly. The boy was a sophomore who had previously been responsible for welcoming the freshmen during her enrollment process. He had been particularly attentive, and since then, he had frequently reached out to her on WeChat, attempting to arrange outings. Lu Ming was well aware of the sophomore's intentions, but harbored no romantic feelings towards him, leading her to continually decline his advances. She had hoped that he would gradually lose interest, yet here they were, unexpectedly encountering one another. With a furrowed brow, she contemplated ignoring him, but realized that was impossible. She could only nod in acknowledgement. "Junior Lu, are you here to buy a toothbrush and some snacks?" Wang Yunjie stepped closer, halting in front of Lu Ming and glancing at the items in her hands, smiling as he spoke. His eyes held a glimmer of eagerness. Although Lu Ming was clad in casual black pants that concealed her legs, he was well aware of their beauty. He had been captivated by her long legs the first time he saw her while overseeing the freshman orientation. In addition to her legs, Lu Ming's radiant and attractive features also occupied his thoughts. Thus, he had made a point to engage her in conversation over the past month, but regrettably, his messages had often gone unanswered or received only formal replies. Wang Yunjie understood that this indicated her disinterest, yet he remained undeterred. Lu Ming was simply too enchanting. The thought of winning her affection thrilled him, and he could scarcely imagine the happiness it would bring him, not to mention the envy of his friends. Consequently, upon spotting Lu Ming just now, he felt an immediate surge of excitement. "Yes, I came to buy a toothbrush and some snacks." Meeting Wang Yunjie's eager gaze, Lu Ming's brows furrowed slightly once more before she regained her composure. "Senior, please continue your shopping. I'm ready to check out." With that, she waved her hand dismissively and turned to leave. However, Wang Yunjie was reluctant to let such a promising opportunity slip away. As a sophomore, he understood all too well the adage that good women fear persistent suitors. He was determined to pursue Lu Ming, convinced that she would eventually warm to his advances. After all, he believed he had much to offer: handsome looks, involvement in the student council, and a comfortable financial situation with a monthly allowance of 2,000 yuan. Thus, he felt quite confident in his prospects. Originally intending to shop, Wang Yunjie found his mind adrift upon catching sight of his junior, Lu Ming, and promptly forgot his purpose. "Come on, junior, let us step out together," he suggested. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming cast a glance in his direction, feeling a twinge of irritation, yet chose to remain silent after a moment's contemplation. Going out together seemed acceptable enough, especially since she intended to return to her dormitory. Wang Yunjie, noticing her lack of refusal, felt a surge of delight within. They strolled towards the supermarket checkout, where the attention of several young men was drawn to Lu Ming's striking beauty and figure, their envious gazes occasionally darting towards Wang Yunjie. Immersed in such admiration, Wang Yunjie's spirits soared. He turned to admire Lu Ming's exquisitely fair profile, his desire to win her affection intensifying. "Junior, it's getting late. How about I treat you to dinner? I recently discovered a new hot pot restaurant in the university town that's quite delightful," Wang Yunjie proposed earnestly. "Is that so? Unfortunately, I have a dinner engagement with my roommates tonight, so I fear I won't have the time," Lu Ming replied, feigning regret. Having been pursued by boys throughout her life, she knew well how to decline their advances. "No worries, just invite your roommates along. It's no trouble at all. I'll treat you all," Wang Yunjie insisted, feigning ignorance of her rejection, resolute in his intent to court Lu Ming. "Thank you, but we've already made plans. So it would be inappropriate for you to bear the expense. Perhaps we can dine together another time," Lu Ming stated as they reached the checkout. She placed her items on the counter, and the cashier scanned them, stating 17 yuan. "All right," Lu Ming nodded, preparing to pay with her phone. However, Wang Yunjie, who had been poised to assist, swiftly paid the bill instead. "Senior, you really needn't have covered the cost," Lu Ming frowned slightly, genuinely reluctant to accept the reputation of being treated by Wang Yunjie. Such rumors could tarnish her image, which she was keen to preserve in her pursuit of a well-off boyfriend, thereby facilitating her social ascent. Such a trivial amount is of no consequence. Wang Yunjie waved his hand dismissively, his smile unwavering. Lu Ming glanced at him and promptly sent a red envelope via her phone. "Senior, please accept this." "What are you doing, Junior? It's merely 17 yuan. There's no need for such formality," Wang Yunjie responded, taken aback by her gesture. "If you refuse the red envelope, then I shall forego these items and remove you from my contacts," Lu Ming declared decisively. "All right then, I shall accept the red envelope," Wang Yunjie relented, opening it to find the amount was precisely 17 yuan. What a wonderful woman, he mused inwardly, further solidifying his desire to win Lu Ming's heart. Ignoring him, Lu Ming gathered her belongings and exited the supermarket. Wang Yunjie followed, eager to speak. But his attention was abruptly captured by a sleek new BMW X5 cruising past and entering a nearby parking lot. Lu Ming's beautiful eyes instinctively followed the car, unable to articulate its color but captivated by its youthful and sporty allure. Chapter 10. What on earth happened? Wang Yunjie exclaimed, his voice tinged with envy. "Is that car expensive?" Lu Ming inquired, her knowledge of automobiles limited to the BMW brand, unaware of its specific models. "Very expensive. That's a top-tier BMW X5. Fully loaded with options, it costs around 850,000, Wang Yunjie replied, his gaze filled with admiration for the parked vehicle. 850,000. Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback, casting another look at the BMW X5, astonished by its staggering price. "What wealth! I can hardly envision myself ever driving such a magnificent car. 850,000. Where would I find the means for such luxury?" Wang Yunjie sighed, reluctantly retracting his gaze, only to realize Lu Ming was still present. "Though I may not have the chance to drive such a splendid vehicle, my family has promised that upon my graduation and securing a job, they will buy me a Passat, which is quite decent for an ordinary person. After all, a typical college graduate earns only 4,000 a month, making it a monumental task to afford a car worth over 20,000. Yet, should I excel in my career and receive promotions, perhaps I too could one day afford a BMW X5, he continued. Lu Ming remained silent, her attention still fixated on the BMW X5, eager to see who would emerge from the vehicle. In a heartbeat, her stunning eyes widened with disbelief as she recognized the figure stepping out, Chen Zhibai. Is it really him? How could it be? Lu Ming pondered, recalling that Li Yu had described Chen Zhibai's family as quite ordinary. Standing at the supermarket entrance, she watched in astonishment as Chen Zhibai disembarked from the car, her mind swirling with disbelief. Was this what constituted an ordinary background? Ordinary enough to drive an 85,000 luxury car as a freshman? What kind of ordinary family could boast such affluence? Junior, do you know him? Wang Yunjie noticed Lu Ming's shock and followed her gaze to see Chen Zhibai emerging from the BMW. His heart sank at the realization that Chen Zhibai appeared quite youthful. Clearly a freshman. A freshman driving a BMW X5? A wealthy second-generation heir? Driving a luxury car in college is a completely different matter from owning one post-graduation. Wang Yunjia's heart sank further, realizing that if Lu Ming were acquainted with Chen Zhibai, his own prospects would be dimmed. He felt a wave of despair wash over him, but pressed on with his inquiry. Lu Ming, however, remained silent, her eyes trained on Chen Zhibai, her mind racing. When she noticed Wang Yunjia standing beside her, she ultimately chose to turn and re-enter the supermarket. No matter their relationship, she could not allow Chen Zhibai to see her with Wang Yunjia. This was the thought that guided her decision. Wang Yunjia's relief was palpable as he interpreted her actions as a clear sign of unfamiliarity. Otherwise, shouldn't we at least exchange greetings? With this thought, a sense of relief washed over him. Junior, is there something you forgot to buy? Just let me know, and I'll help you find it. Suppressing his inner thoughts, Wang Yunjia cast an envious glance at Chen Zhibai before turning to Lu Ming. No need. I'll find whatever I want on my own, Lu Ming replied curtly. Junior, why be so formal with me? It's all right. Wang Yunjia smiled, his gaze lingering on Lu Ming's beautiful, fair face, his eyes filled with eagerness. However, before he could utter his words, Lu Ming abruptly interrupted him. I already said I'll manage on my own, and please don't talk to me anymore. I don't like you. Lu Ming stated matter-of-factly, all the while pulling out her phone and promptly deleting and blocking him in his presence. The entire process unfolded in a matter of seconds, leaving Wang Yunjia utterly taken aback. Wait, Junior, what are you doing? Did I offend you in some way? Once he regained his composure, Wang Yunjia felt a surge of anxiety, yet confusion clouded his mind. He could not fathom why Lu Ming would suddenly sever all ties with him. Just a moment ago, they had been chatting amicably, though he couldn't treat her to a meal. They were still conversing. But now, why? If I did something wrong or upset you, please tell me, and I will certainly amend my ways. Just don't delete and block me. Wang Yunjia pressed, suppressing his bewilderment and adopting a submissive demeanor. Despite having had several girlfriends in the past, where he was typically the dominant one, he instinctively lowered himself in Lu Ming's presence. There was no denying it. Her beauty and figure were exceptional. And he truly did not want to give up. You did nothing wrong, but I simply don't like you. In response to Wang Yunjia's lowered stance, Lu Ming offered only this single sentence before resolutely turning to leave. Wang Yunjia yearned to chase after her, but Lu Ming glanced back, and he instinctively halted. Noticing the palpable impatience in her eyes, he waited until she rounded a corner and disappeared from view before raking his hand through his hair in frustration and defeat. He was utterly perplexed by the turn of events. Previously, they could still communicate via WeChat, sharing brief exchanges, and even though Lu Ming's responses were often terse, they had been conversing. Now, however, he found himself stripped of even that connection. Lu Ming's demeanor during their conversation had been blunt and devoid of any leeway. Who could possibly enlighten him on what had transpired? Wang Yunjia stood there, a look of melancholy etched across his face. He prided himself on having dated several girls and believed he understood them well, yet he found himself utterly bewildered in this instance. He was certain he had not offended Lu Ming at all. Chapter 11. Seizing Opportunities. In the supermarket, behind a row of shelves stocked with various chips, Lu Ming stood contemplating. She had not given Wang Yunjia another thought since she had resolved to delete and block him the moment she saw Chen Zhibai step out of his BMW X5. She had finally identified her target for a boyfriend, Chen Zhibai. A luxury car worth over 800,000 yuan, especially for a freshman, indicated a very affluent background. Lu Ming understood the importance of seizing this opportunity. Coming from a less fortunate family, she had learned early on that to change her destiny and lead a life free from financial worries, she had to rely on her looks and physique. Fortunately, she was endowed with striking beauty and a commendable figure. Since middle school, boys had pursued her, but she had turned them all down, knowing she had only one chance to make the right choice. Her goal was to find a boyfriend with a wealthy background during her university years and marry him after graduation, thereby achieving a significant leap in social class and never having to worry about money again. The reason she sought a partner during university rather than after entering the workforce was due to her astute understanding of the dynamics of relationships. She recognized that love in college tends to be more innocent and sincere, even among the wealthy, who still value genuine affection. However, once they enter the professional world, the rich quickly realize their desirability, and any pursuit would likely lead to short-lived flings. Fortuitously, her visit to the supermarket had unveiled Chen Zhibai's affluent status. She had been puzzled by his calm demeanor during lunch at the cafeteria, but it now made perfect sense, given his impressive car. As Lu Ming stood behind the shelf, clarity washed over her. She reflected on her earlier lunch experience and felt relieved. Though she had been unaware of Chen Zhibai's wealth at the time, her behavior had been commendable, leaving no room for embarrassment. This was indeed a good sign. With that in mind, the next steps would be straightforward: create opportunities for interaction and naturally progress into a relationship. This way, by the end of their 4 years in university, she would be well on her way. With thoughts swirling in her mind, Lu Ming exited the supermarket, ready to return to her dormitory. Upon arriving back at her dorm, she found it empty, clearly indicating that her roommate, Li Yu, had gone out shopping. Once she returned, Lu Ming intended to ask for Chen Zhibai's WeChat ID. A smile crept onto her face at this thought as she prepared to wash her hair. With a potential boyfriend in mind, there was no need for haste. With her looks and figure, she was confident that taking the initiative would yield success. The dormitory had a bathroom, and as Lu Ming picked up her towel, just as she was about to step inside, the door swung open. She looked up to see her roommate, Xin Qing. Back already? Lu Ming greeted her, her gaze briefly resting on Xin Qing's face. Proud of her own appearance, Lu Ming had never encountered anyone she deemed her equal in terms of looks. However, Xin Qing was an exception. Even Lu Ming had to concede that they were comparable. Xin Qing possessed a strikingly delicate and fair visage, complemented by an air of cool elegance. Yes, I'm back, Xin Qing nodded in acknowledgement. Are you going to wash your hair? She inquired, noticing the towel and shampoo in Lu Ming's hands. Yes, I'm going to wash my hair, Lu Ming replied before entering the bathroom and closing the door behind her. Xin Qing placed the books she had been holding on the desk and glanced at the closed bathroom door. She sensed that Lu Ming had been in a cheerful mood earlier. Shaking her head, Xin Qing dismissed the thought and settled down at her study desk to continue reading her textbooks. Buzz. A few minutes into her reading, her phone vibrated in her pocket, causing Xin Qing to frown instinctively. The cold elegance she exuded became even more pronounced as she furrowed her brow. The tranquility of her reading was disrupted, and with a hint of exasperation, Xin Qing took out her phone, only to find a WeChat message from her mother. Mother, it has been nearly a month since the start of the semester. Are there any boys from well-off families at your school? Mother, if there are, you should take the initiative to pursue them. The relationships in college are still quite pure, you know? Even if the other party's family is aware, they will still recognize the bond between you. This is incomparable to the realities of the outside world. Mother, I do not wish for you to end up like me, sacrificing for love while neglecting the necessities of life, ultimately leading to a life of chaos. 3 consecutive messages from her mother left Xin Qing frowning in silence, and she let out a sigh. She put her phone down and attempted to immerse herself in her book again, but the peace eluded her. She found it difficult to concentrate. After some contemplation, she closed the book and decided not to read further. She understood her mother's intentions in wanting her to associate with a boy from a wealthy family, stemming from her own experiences of marrying her father for love, only to face hardship and daily financial worries. Thus, her mother hoped for her to seek a partner from a more affluent background. After parking his car, Chen Zhibai initially intended to return directly to his dormitory. However, noticing that it was already past 6 in the evening, he opted to grab a meal in the cafeteria before heading back. Inside, after ordering a serving of braised pork rice, he found a seat to settle down. By the time he finished his meal, it was already past 7 o'clock. Yet, due to the lingering summer daylight, the sky remained bright. Upon returning to the dormitory and opening the door, he found Li Dong and Wang Chao sprawled on their respective beds, engrossed in their games. They greeted Chen Zhibai briefly before returning to their screens, and everything appeared unchanged. Yet, only Chen Zhibai was aware that his life had undergone a seismic shift. Prior to today, he was preoccupied with thoughts of his academic journey over the next 4 years and the employment challenges that would follow. Now, however, his focus had shifted solely to how to save her life. Suppressing his emotions, Chen Zhibai washed his face in the restroom, and upon exiting, he found Li Dong and Wang Chao had momentarily set aside their phones to engage in mutual complaints. If you had joined the team fight earlier, we would have won. Instead, we lost because you didn't show up, Wang Chao lamented. Can you really blame me? I was clearing minions. And you didn't even check if I was available during the team fight, Li Dong retorted, his expression sour. Wang Chao was about to respond, but halted when he saw Chen Zhibai emerge, quickly waving his hand. Old Chen, please carry me. I've lost 6 in a row. Old Chen, want to play a couple of rounds? Li Dong added. Chen Zhibai was quite skilled at the game, certainly better than Li Dong and Wang Chao combined. Sure. I have nothing else to do, he replied, pulling out his phone. However, just as he was about to open the game, Wang Chao leaned in. Wait, Old Chen, did you really buy a new phone? And it's the latest Huawei model? That must cost 7 or 8,000, right? Wang Chao gazed enviously at the phone in Chen Zhibai's hand. 7 or 8,000. Is that for real? Old Chen, you actually spent that much on a phone? Li Dong exclaimed in disbelief, his eyes narrowing. Despite it only being a month since the semester commenced, they were well aware of each other's financial backgrounds. About that. Yes, it's over 8,000, Chen Zhibai confirmed with a nod. What is going on, Old Chen? You bought such an expensive phone. That's not like you at all, Wang Chao remarked, astonished, as he recalled Chen Zhibai's typical frugality. There's nothing much to it, actually. I have something to confess that I've kept from you. I'm a rich second generation. I'm coming clean. Chen Zhibai chuckled lightly before continuing. This was the conclusion he had arrived at after careful consideration, with the advent of the God of Wealth system. It was clear that he would not lack financial resources in the future. In fact, he was already receiving a daily allowance of 1,000, amounting to 30,000 a month, a considerable income for any working individual. Coupled with the fully loaded BMW X5 worth over 800,000. His financial status was only set to improve. Living in the same dormitory, it was inevitable that his peers would notice his newfound wealth. Therefore, it made sense for him to adopt the persona of a wealthy heir, providing a convenient explanation for his financial resources. This was the rationale behind Chen Zhibai's decision. However, upon hearing his declaration, both Wang Chao and Li Dong simultaneously scoffed. Who would believe you're a rich second generation? If you're a rich second generation, then I must be a rich first generation, they both chimed in, clearly skeptical of Chen Zhibai's claim. This reaction was only natural. If someone close to you suddenly declared themselves to be wealthy, your initial response would likely be disbelief. Believe it or not, let us just play the game. Chen Zhibai shrugged, dismissing their skepticism. He opened the game and called for the duo. Let us go. Wang Chao and Li Dong dropped the previous topic and accepted the game invitation. To them, Chen Zhibai's earlier comment about being a rich heir seemed like a mere jest. After 3 rounds, the clock struck just past 8:30. The dormitory door swung open, and Zhou Hao walked in. At that moment, the trio was still engrossed in their game and exchanged only brief greetings. Zhou Hao glanced at the 3 of them, an air of superiority evident in his expression. He indeed felt superior. Believing himself to be from the best family background in the dormitory and the first among them to have a girlfriend. What's more, she was quite attractive. Though she couldn't quite compare to Lu Meng, she was certainly considered a beauty in the eyes of the average person. After all, who could measure up to someone like Lu Meng, a top-tier beauty? Thus, Zhou Hao felt quite content with his girlfriend, confident that he wouldn't encounter a future girlfriend of Chen Zhibai's who would surpass her in beauty. Moreover, he wasn't even sure if Chen Zhibai would ever have a girlfriend. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Zhou Hao's sense of superiority swelled once again. After casting another glance at the gaming trio, he reclined on his bed, retrieved his phone, and opened the WeChat chat interface with Li Yu. Yeah, I'm back in the dorm. Have you returned yet? Just moments apart, and he was already missing her. He sent 3 messages in quick succession, adorned with heart emojis. After waiting for a while without a response from Li Yu, he decided to wash his face and brush his teeth first. While brushing, he recalled the afternoon spent shopping for clothes and the evening meal, tallying it up to over 700 yuan. And he couldn't help but feel a pinch of regret. After all, even though his monthly allowance was relatively generous at 2,000 yuan, such expenditures were still a strain. Since establishing a romantic relationship with Li Yu, his spending had notably increased. However, he deemed it worthwhile. The thought of Li Yu's beautiful face and figure ignited his imagination. Once he finished washing up, Zhou Hao pulled out his phone, eager to check for a reply from Li Yu, but found none. Yeah, haven't you returned to the dorm yet? Yeah, why aren't you replying, my dear? After sending those 2 messages, he navigated to his mother's WeChat chat interface. Mom, I need to buy a set of study materials. It'll cost 1,000 yuan. Could you transfer the money to me? Why do you need to buy study materials again? Didn't you just purchase a set a few days ago? The response to the message came rather swiftly this time. What transpired just days prior is in the past. The present moment beckons urgency. So let us not delay my studies. Zhou Hao typed impatiently. In the next instant, a transfer notification appeared on his screen, 1,000 yuan. Zhou Hao's eyes gleamed with excitement as he clicked to accept the transfer. The pretext of purchasing study materials was merely a ruse. In truth, his finances were running low. Yet, he had made plans to dine with Li Yu for barbecue the following day, and being short on funds was simply not an option. Thus, he resorted to the excuse of acquiring study materials once more. Overall, it proved quite effective. Zhou Hao mused with a sense of pride. I'm done playing, Chen Zhibai declared, putting away his phone and addressing Wang Chao and Li Dong. Let us play a couple more rounds. The night is still young. Indeed. Let us play a few more rounds, Wang Chao and Li Dong implored, as they had enjoyed a string of victories under Chen Zhibai's leadership. Let us save it for tomorrow. My eyes are a bit weary, and I need to rest them, Chen Zhibai replied, shaking his head as he stowed his phone away. Observing his demeanor, Wang Chao and Li Dong felt a tinge of disappointment, but refrained from continuing their game. Old Chen, what kind of girl do you fancy? I can ask my girlfriend to keep an eye out for you. As for Lu Meng, she's out of reach. A beauty of her caliber is beyond your grasp. You see, I have decent conditions, being a local of Jiangcheng with 2 properties, yet I wouldn't dare pursue Lu Meng because it's futile. You even less so, Wang Chao remarked. However, while Lu Meng is unattainable, there are other girls of average standards who might suit you. Share your criteria, and I'll have my girlfriend assist you. Wang Chao and Li Dong stepped out to the balcony of their dormitory to smoke. And just as Chen Zhibai was preparing to freshen up, Zhou Hao approached him unexpectedly. Chen Zhibai glanced at him. Although Zhou Hao wore a facade of eagerness, Chen Zhibai could unmistakably sense his air of superiority, which was somewhat irksome. Yet, any annoyance dissipated in an instant. For he now possessed a system that rendered Zhou Hao's superiority akin to that of a jester in his eyes. I can find a girlfriend on my own, Chen Zhibai stated calmly before entering the restroom. Behind him, Zhou Hao scoffed. Find a girlfriend yourself? Good luck with that. With your average conditions. Who would even look your way? TCH. If you don't need help, then so be it. I had hoped to assist a fellow roommate in finding a girlfriend. Chapter 13, Ad we chat? Or should I be the one to take the initiative? In the girls' dormitory, Lu Ming sat on her bed, applying body lotion to her legs. The lotion she used was not inexpensive, yet Lu Ming deemed it a necessary investment, fully aware that her greatest asset lay in her long, elegant legs. She applied the lotion meticulously and evenly, though she occasionally glanced at the dormitory door, anticipating Li Yu's return. Li Yu had yet to arrive. But Lu Ming was not concerned. She was acutely aware that Li Yu regarded Zhou Hao as a backup, and thus, it was improbable for her to spend the night away from the dorm. Therefore, she simply waited for Li Yu to return. Unlike Li Yu, she would never consider a boy as a backup. Instead, she would choose a worthy partner and devote herself wholeheartedly, aspiring to become a full-time housewife, free from financial worries. She intended to make this singular investment. Ming Ming, your legs are stunning. I've never seen anyone with legs so beautiful in real life, and even on Douyin. I don't find legs as lovely as yours, her roommate Wang Hui remarked enviously. Wang Hui, while of average appearance, possessed a lively personality. Really? Lu Ming chuckled, continuing to apply the lotion with care. Absolutely. If I were a boy, I would be utterly enamored with your legs. They're simply gorgeous. Wang Hui affirmed eagerly, nodding vigorously. But Ming Ming, it's been a month since classes began, and there are several boys from our department and others pursuing you. I've noticed a few with commendable qualities, yet you've turned them all down. Would you mind sharing what you seek in a boyfriend? Wang Hui inquired, genuinely curious about Lu Ming's standards for a partner. At that moment, Shen Qing, who had been engrossed in her phone, instinctively looked up at Lu Ming. She had always been strikingly beautiful, yet upon entering university, she realized Lu Ming was equally captivating. There was no competition, merely curiosity regarding Lu Ming's views on relationships. Me? Lu Ming laughed lightly, about to respond when the dormitory door swung open, revealing Li Yu, who entered carrying 2 bags of clothing. Oh, I'm exhausted from shopping. I've been out all afternoon, Li Yu exclaimed, immediately glancing at Lu Ming and Shen Qing upon entering. A surge of satisfaction filled her when she saw both present. It was time to flaunt. Indeed, I acknowledge Lu Ming and Shen Qing's beauty, but they're still without boyfriends, whereas I have one who spends on me. Zhou Hao insisted on buying me clothes while shopping. I told him I didn't want anything, yet he insisted that as my boyfriend, it was his duty to treat me. He ended up purchasing 2 t-shirts and a pair of pants for me, totaling over 500 yuan. But he said it was no big deal. Li Yu spoke with a tone that suggested distress, yet it was evident she relished the opportunity to boast. Lu Ming glanced at her, then returned to applying the lotion, while Shen Qing remained silent, absorbed in her phone. Only Wang Hui interjected, really? Zhou Hao treats you quite well, and over 500 yuan is no small sum. Indeed, it's considerable, but for him, it's nothing. He is a local of Jiangxing and owns 2 properties, so his circumstances are quite favorable, Li Yu replied with a smile, though a hint of dissatisfaction lingered within her, as she yearned for Lu Ming and Shen Qing's responses. However, the 2 remained silent, and boasting to Wang Hui didn't provide the satisfaction she sought. His conditions are indeed commendable. You have excellent taste. After graduation, if you and Zhou Hao get together, you could easily settle in Jiangxing, Wang Hui commented enviously. It's passable, nothing extraordinary, Li Yu nodded, her irritation mounting as Lu Ming and Shen Qing remained mute, yet she knew they had heard her words. This was sufficient. Her aim in boasting was solely to assert her presence, to demonstrate that she too had commendable suitors pursuing her. All right, I'm off to take a shower. My legs are sore from all the walking. Li Yu placed the bags down, grabbed her towel, and headed for the restroom. Yu, hold on a moment. Lu Ming called out, having just finished applying the lotion. What is it, Ming Ming? Li Yu turned, her eyes questioning. She didn't perceive Lu Ming as envious of her. After all, Lu Ming's own attributes ensured she could easily find a partner of superior quality to Zhou Hao. It's nothing major. I just wanted to ask if you could have your boyfriend send me Chen Zhibai's WeChat ID. I'd like to add him. Lu Ming stated directly, without any hesitation. Upon hearing this, Li Yu paused, her expression shifting to one of curiosity. Chen Zhibai? Of course. She recognized him as Zhou Hao's roommate, yet she was perplexed as to why Lu Ming would wish to add Chen Zhibai's WeChat, and even more so, Why she would take the initiative? What could this mean? The relationship between the two individuals was clearly one that could not be easily defined. Chen Zhibai was of unremarkable appearance and average family background, utterly lacking in any distinctive qualities. So, why was Lu Ming now taking the initiative to add him on WeChat? There was something amiss. Li Yu's eyes were filled with questions, her brows instinctively furrowing. Her intuition told her that there was definitely something unusual at play. She could not believe that Lu Ming would add Chen Zhibai's WeChat without reason. Over the course of the month since the semester began, she had come to know Lu Ming fairly well and had observed her maintaining a distance from all boys, even those with commendable qualities, consistently rejecting their advances. In Li Yu's view, Lu Ming had grand ambitions. She either did not engage at all or sought a boyfriend of exceptional caliber. Yet now, she was actively adding a boy's WeChat, which was entirely inconsistent with her previous behavior. So, what could be the reason? With her brows furrowed, Li Yu's mind raced with thoughts in that fleeting moment. Xin sat on the bed, lifting her delicate and striking face to glance at Lu Ming. She too sensed that something was amiss. After all, she had heard Li Yu mention Chen Zhibai, noting that he was Zhou Hao's roommate and possessed an unremarkable set of attributes. Logically, Lu Ming should not have initiated the request to add him as a friend. However, this did not concern her, so Xin quickly returned her attention to her phone, engrossed in a foreign novel. Ming, what do you need to add him on WeChat for? Li Yu suppressed her own thoughts and tentatively inquired of Lu Ming. As she spoke, she couldn't help but cast an envious glance at Lu Ming's long legs. While her own legs were attractive, they paled in comparison to Lu Ming's. I don't need anything significant. I just have a few questions for him, Lu Ming replied after a brief glance at Li Yu. Her tone was so casual that it made Li Yu second-guess her concerns. After all, adding someone on WeChat did not necessarily imply romantic interest, especially since Chen Zhibai was so unremarkable in every regard. She herself did not find him appealing, let alone Lu Ming. All right then. I'll ask Zhou how to forward his WeChat to me. Li Yu nodded in agreement. Thank you. I'll treat you to dinner tomorrow, Lu Ming smiled, making a heart gesture with her hands. Polite as ever. We're like sisters, after all. I'll message Zhou Hao right now. Li Yu responded with a heart gesture of her own, then cast another envious glance at Lu Ming's long legs before promptly picking up her phone to open WeChat. She soon discovered several messages from Zhou Hao. Li Yu pursed her lips, yet felt a sense of satisfaction within. She believed that Zhou Hao's family background was indeed quite good. Being a local resident of Jiangxing with 2 apartments, he was also quite generous with his spending. If no other suitors of better quality came along, she would not mind maintaining a relationship with Zhou Hao. I just returned to my dorm and was about to freshen up, Li Yu initially replied to Zhou Hao and then intended to inquire about Chen Zhibai's WeChat. However, before she could finish typing, Zhou Hao's message came through almost instantly. Yeah, go ahead and freshen up. After sending the message, Zhou Hao found himself lost in thought, subconsciously imagining what Li Yu looked like while bathing, which stirred some restlessness within him. He considered texting her about when they might shower together, yet hesitated, fearing it might upset her. Thus, he suppressed the impulse. Yeah, go ahead and freshen up. We can chat after you're done, Zhou Hao typed. Okay, I'll wash up first. By the way, please send me your roommate Chen Zhibai's WeChat, Li Yu replied. In the boys' dormitory, Zhou Hao, who had been reclining on his bed, suddenly sat up with a start upon reading Li Yu's message, creating quite a commotion. What is going on? You scared me. Wang Chao, who had just finished smoking on the balcony, turned around startled by Zhou Hao's reaction. Seriously, what's with the suddenness? Li Dong chimed in. Zhou Hao, however, paid no heed to either of them, his gaze fixed on his phone screen, filled with disbelief and incredulity. He could hardly believe what he was seeing. Lu Ming wanted Chen Zhibai's WeChat? Lu Ming? Yeah, what does Lu Ming want to ask old Chen? She could easily ask me. I certainly know more than he does, he instinctively typed, not wanting Lu Ming to add Chen Zhibai, even if it was merely to inquire about something. Stop with the nonsense. Just send me his WeChat ID. Li Yu had already entered the bathroom, having just turned on the faucet, when she saw Zhou Hao's message and frowned. She was well aware that Zhou Hao had been sneaking glances at Lu Ming several times during lunch. Oh, I'll send it over right now. Noticing Li Yu's displeasure, Zhou Hao immediately deflated. Li Yu huffed and did not reply, placing her phone down and beginning her shower. Zhou Hao felt a sense of unfairness, but still sent Chen Zhibai's WeChat to Li Yu. After sending it, Zhou Hao wore a sullen expression. After all, it was Lu Ming who wanted to add him. Even if it was merely for a few questions, it still left him feeling unsettled. What's wrong, Zhou? Why the long face? Did someone upset you? Wang Chao glanced at Zhou Hao and teased. No one upset me, Zhou Hao replied curtly, just as he was about to speak when he saw Chen Zhibai emerge from the bathroom. I'm heading out for a smoke, Zhou Hao said, pulling a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and heading to the balcony. Crazy, as if someone actually upset him, Wang Chao muttered. He simply could not stand Zhou Hao, who often displayed an air of superiority, assuming he was special just because he was a local. Alright, enough said. We're all in the same dorm. It's no big deal. Everyone has their temperament, and he hasn't done anything wrong, Li Dong interjected. Wang Chao had nothing more to say, turning to Chen Zhibai. Old Chen, are you done? I'm going to wash up now. It's unbearable in this summer heat without a shower. Go ahead, Chen Zhibai nodded. Lying back on his bed, Chen Zhibai stared at the ceiling of the dormitory, completely devoid of sleepiness. Partly because it was still early, but also due to a lingering sense of excitement he could not quite suppress. After all, he had been bound to a wealthy system. The once ordinary and mundane life of Chen Zhibai had transformed into something extraordinary. This is precisely why his demeanor remained remarkably composed. Had it been any other freshman of the same age, they would likely be unable to contain their excitement, suppressing the exhilaration within. Chen Zhibai picked up his phone to check the time. It was just past 9 in the evening. With no trace of fatigue, he decided to indulge in a novel he had been following, A Captivating Tale of Immortals. Though the author lamented the subpar reception of his work at the end of the chapter, Liu emerged from the dormitory bathroom after drying her hair with a blow-dryer. It must be said, she was indeed quite attractive, possessing a commendable figure. While perhaps not a stunning beauty, she certainly qualified as a charming girl. Moreover, as a freshman, she naturally exuded a youthful radiance. Meng, I just sent you Chen Zhibai's WeChat contact. Did you see it? Liu remarked to Lu Meng. Is that so? I was scrolling through Douyin and missed it. Let me check now. As Lu Meng spoke, she opened WeChat and, indeed, found Liu had sent her a contact card. A simple yet elegant cartoon avatar of a boy accompanied a name that was simply a period. Chapter 15, Liu blinked in surprise. Gazing at the WeChat contact card of Chen Zhibai on her phone screen, Lu Meng chuckled softly before clicking to add him as a friend. In the friend request note, she wrote, I'm Lu Meng. We had lunch together in the cafeteria, and I have a few questions for you. After sending the friend request, Lu Meng stared at her phone, eagerly awaiting Chen Zhibai's acceptance. She held great confidence that he would undoubtedly approve. With that thought, Lu Meng set her phone down and glanced at her legs. During lunch, she had noticed Chen Zhibai's gaze lingering on her a few times. In the boys' dormitory, as Chen Zhibai was engrossed in his novel, his phone suddenly vibrated, followed by a WeChat notification. Someone had sent him a message? Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow, dismissing any further thought, and promptly opened WeChat. There, he discovered Lu Meng's friend request. Frankly, he was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated Lu Meng would take the initiative to add him, especially to inquire about something. What could it possibly be? His mind raced with thoughts as he clicked to accept the request, and within moments, their chat window appeared. He glanced at Lu Meng's avatar, a personal selfie showcasing her radiant face and long legs. Buzz. His phone vibrated again. Lu Meng had sent a cute cat emoji as a greeting, which appeared rather endearing. In response, Chen Zhibai sent a similar emoji. Lu Meng replied with another. For a while, neither spoke, instead engaging in a playful exchange of emojis for 5 to 6 minutes. All right, no more emoji battles. I can't compete with you. Lu Meng was the first to break the silence, sending a text that read, Aren't you curious about what I wanted to ask you? Curious indeed, go ahead. What is it? Chen Zhibai replied, genuinely intrigued, for it was quite rare for someone like Lu Meng, a beauty, to take the initiative to add him on WeChat. He was merely an ordinary university student, at least he used to be. Now, with the system at his disposal, he was destined to be anything but ordinary. This was why. During his conversation with Lu Meng, his tone remained calm and his mindset unruffled. Yes, Lu Meng was undeniably beautiful, radiant, and poised, with a figure that would be the envy of any leg enthusiast. But so what? With the system backing him, would he truly lack for a girlfriend? Knowing he was not in want, he maintained his serene composure, even engaging in a silent emoji duel with Lu Meng for several minutes. Before acquiring the system, Chen Zhibai doubted he could have remained so collected. Ultimately, it was the confidence instilled by the system that allowed him to face Lu Meng with such equanimity. It's not a big deal, Lu Meng typed. I heard from Liu that you excel in the computer science department. My laptop has inexplicably stopped working and won't boot up. Could you take a look at it? In the girls' dormitory, Lu Meng lay on her bed, her fingers tapping away at her phone screen as she articulated the reason she had prepared earlier. The lights in the dormitory had already dimmed, casting a soft glow from her phone screen onto her face, which, despite being devoid of makeup, still retained its natural beauty. Of course, I want to ask you to repair it for free. Regardless of whether you can fix it, I'll treat you to a meal. What do you say? Lu Meng continued, following up with a cute cat emoji that seemed irresistibly charming. Naturally, her laptop was not defective, it would power up without issue. Once Chen Zhibai agreed to help, she would present her laptop, feigning surprise when it booted up, exclaiming, What happened? How is it working again? She merely sought this opportunity to engage Chen Zhibai in conversation and forge a connection. As for Chen Zhibai, he was a target of her aspirations. Arriving at university in a luxury car worth over 800,000, it was clear that her family's assets must exceed $1 billion, considering vehicles depreciate the moment they are purchased. All right, I'll take a look for you, but I can't guarantee it will be fixed. In the boys' dormitory, Chen Zhibai was blissfully unaware of Lu Meng's ulterior motives as he typed his response. If it's not fixed, I'll still treat you to a meal. Upon hearing Chen Zhibai's agreement, a sly smile graced Lu Meng's lips. Do you have time tomorrow? Can you help me then? I really need the computer, she typed, eager for his assistance. I have no classes tomorrow morning. Where should I meet you? Chen Zhibai replied. How about the small garden in front of the girls' dormitory? It's quite peaceful there, Lu Meng suggested. Okay. After sending a quick confirmation, Chen Zhibai prepared to exit WeChat and return to his novel, not expecting further conversation. Yet, Lu Meng sent another message. By the way, I saw on your moments that you have a golden retriever. I adore golden retrievers. But my family won't let me have one. Reading Lu Meng's message, Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow. His moments were only visible for 6 months, and indeed, he had shared a post about his golden retriever. Yes, I have a golden retriever, Chen Zhibai typed back. How old is it? Lu Meng inquired. The conversation shifted to the topic of the golden retriever, and it must be said, Lu Meng was quite skilled at keeping the dialogue flowing. She provided ample emotional validation. Whenever Chen Zhibai shared a thought, she would affirm it and seamlessly introduce new topics. Their exchange brimmed with emotional resonance. Thus, they chatted for over 2 hours. Nearly approaching midnight, in the girls' dormitory, Liu lay in bed, having watched an episode of a drama. After glancing at the time and realizing it was getting late, she prepared to use the restroom before heading to sleep. However, as she sat up, she noticed a faint light emanating from Lu Meng's bed. Liu paused, her gaze drawn to Lu Meng, who was typing on her phone, a smile gracing her face. Clearly, she was engaged in a conversation. But with whom was she chatting so animatedly? And at such a late hour? Was she possibly dating someone? Liu pondered numerous thoughts and finally asked, Meng, who are you chatting with? It's quite late, and you look so happy. Have you found a boyfriend? Is he from our school? Liu's curiosity was genuine. Lu Meng clutched her phone, and upon hearing Liu's inquiry, she furrowed her brow momentarily before swiftly regaining her composure. I am conversing with Chen Zhibai, she declared. Who? Liu exclaimed, her disbelief evident. Meng, are you truly chatting with him? She was convinced her ears were playing tricks on her. Chen Zhibai? Impossible. Surely. Her ears must be deceiving her. Indeed, I am chatting with Chen Zhibai. Lu Meng cast a glance at Liu, and after uttering this statement, she resumed her text conversation with Chen Zhibai. She noticed Liu's astonishment and confusion, yet it mattered not. Soon enough, Liu would comprehend the validity of her choice. Lu Meng had a keen eye for character. Chen Zhibai's self-assured demeanor signified his exceptional capabilities. Chapter 16. Restless nights. Liu entered the restroom. And as she sat on the toilet, her mind lingered on Lu Meng's earlier words about chatting with Chen Zhibai. She found it utterly implausible. After all, how could she possibly be conversing with him? It was beyond her belief. Chen Zhibai, in every conceivable aspect, seemed rather ordinary. Yet, what if she was indeed chatting with him? Furrowing her brow, she pondered and pulled out her phone to open WeChat, locating her chat interface with Zhou Hao. Their conversation had ceased 2 hours prior. Zhou Hao had attempted to engage in conversation, but Liu had expressed her fatigue and intention to sleep, prompting Zhou Hao to wish her sweet dreams. Have you fallen asleep? Liu typed, sending the message. In the boys' dormitory, Zhou Hao was engrossed in a game. Fully immersed in a crucial team battle, his body tense with concentration. Suddenly, a message from Liu popped up on his screen. He froze for a moment. Then his face lit up with joy as he eagerly opened WeChat. Not asleep yet. What is up? Did you have a nightmare and are feeling scared? Don't worry. I'm here. Zhou Hao hurriedly typed, feeling a sense of delight, convinced that Liu must have had a nightmare. Otherwise, why would she reach out to him when she was supposedly asleep? This only indicated that Liu cared about him deeply. In the girls' dormitory, upon seeing Zhou Hao's reply, Liu pursed her lips. She had not experienced a nightmare, nor was she frightened. Yes, I did have a nightmare and felt a bit scared, Liu typed. But I'm not scared anymore. After reading this response, Zhou Hao's heart swelled with happiness. Just as he was about to type a reply, Liu sent another message. By the way, what are your dorm mates up to? Our dorm? Zhou Hao echoed in confusion. After sending the message, he glanced around the room. Wang Chao and Li Dong were already asleep, while Chen Zhibai remained awake, engrossed in a conversation on his phone with someone, likely a girl, as he was laughing. However, any girl who could converse with him must be rather unremarkable, he thought. Liu did not respond, her mind momentarily blank after reading Zhou Hao's message. Chen Zhibai was chatting as well. Could it be that Lu Meng was not fabricating her words and truly was in conversation with Chen Zhibai? But how could that be? Furrowing her brow, Liu felt there must be something she was unaware of. You, if you're not tired, shall we chat for a bit? What do you want to eat for breakfast tomorrow? I can go buy it for you. Noticing Li Yu's prolonged silence, Zhou Hao sent 2 more messages. Forget it. I'm feeling quite sleepy now. Li Yu instinctively began to type, but she had no desire to chat with Zhou Hao. Yet, halfway through her message, she deleted what she had written. By the way, may I ask you something? What is Chen Zhibai's family background like? Li Yu typed. Her suspicion that Chen Zhibai's family situation was not ordinary growing stronger. After all, it was inexplicable how Lu Meng, who had not interacted with Chen Zhibai at lunchtime, suddenly sought out his WeChat and engaged in such lengthy conversation. Yu, why do you want to know about his family? His family is quite ordinary. His parents run a small shop in a county town, and their business isn't thriving. That's what he himself has said, Zhou Hao replied. Assuming Li Yu's inquiry was aimed at introducing Chen Zhibai to a potential girlfriend. In my opinion, there's no need to set him up with anyone. When I asked him what type of girl he likes, he claimed he would find someone himself without my assistance. So let him be. Let us see what kind of girlfriend he can find. Li Yu remained silent, contemplating Zhou Hao's messages. Was his family truly ordinary? Why had her belief suddenly wavered? Yu, why are you silent again? Feeling sleepy? Seeing that Li Yu had not replied for several minutes, Zhou Hao's curiosity piqued. Yes, I'm tired. I'm going to sleep now. You should sleep early too. Staying up late isn't good for your health. Li Yu sent 2 messages. Fully aware of the importance of offering Zhou Hao some verbal affection, since physical comfort was out of the question, she would provide him with some concern through words. Upon reading her messages, Zhou Hao felt a surge of happiness. See, I knew Li Yu cared about me. Yes, I understand. I want to stay up late. You sleep well, good night, and sweet dreams. Zhou Hao replied. Good night. After Li Yu sent her message, she put away her phone. After finishing in the restroom and flushing the toilet, she stepped out and instinctively glanced over at Lu Meng's bed, where she found Lu Meng still engrossed in her conversation. There was definitely something amiss. Li Yu lay back down, reflecting on her interactions with Chen Zhibai. She had encountered him a few times, all in Zhou Hao's presence. Her impression of Chen Zhibai was neither particularly good nor bad. Though his appearance and background were quite ordinary, he emanated a sense of calmness, devoid of the restlessness often found in other boys. Beyond that, there was little else. Yet now, she felt she had overlooked something significant. After all, Lu Meng could chat with Chen Zhibai so joyfully and for such an extended period. She must have missed some crucial detail. But what could it be? Li Yu furrowed her brows, feeling increasingly restless. Oh dear, it's nearly midnight, and I hadn't even noticed how late it was. I really should go to sleep. Lu Meng feigned surprise at the time and sent a message. In truth, she was not yet tired. She wished to continue her conversation with Chen Zhibai. However, she understood the importance of moderation. After all, they would meet tomorrow under the pretense of fixing her computer, so there was no rush. All right, then sleep well. Chen Zhibai replied. You should also sleep early. Shall we see each other tomorrow? I'll need your help with my computer. Lu Meng typed, adding a cute cat emoji to express her request. How polite, Chen Zhibai responded. After Lu Meng sent a moon emoji wishing good night and waited a moment, she saw that Chen Zhibai had sent the same emoji back, which relieved her heart. She then put her phone away. However, instead of sleeping, she reflected on the 2-hour conversation they had just shared. To be frank, she was quite pleased with Chen Zhibai. He exuded a sense of steadiness, an immensely important quality. A composed individual is inherently more capable of progressing swiftly and steadily than others. With a satisfactory family background and a commendable character, that was all that mattered. In the depths of her thoughts, Lu Meng contemplated the attire she would don for her rendezvous with Chen Zhibai the following day. The crux of her consideration rested solely on one pivotal aspect. She yearned to leave him utterly captivated upon their encounter. A myriad of outfits flashed through her mind, gradually coalescing into a singular vision. Chapter 17, a tribute panel. In the boys' dormitory, Chen Zhibai perused the chat history he shared with Lu Meng on his phone. A conjecture formed in his mind that it was highly probable Lu Meng had spotted him during his drive back to school that afternoon. This possibility loomed large. Otherwise, she would not have taken the initiative to add him on WeChat and engage in a conversation that lasted over 2 hours, flowing with an effortless ease. He was acutely aware of his own ordinariness, be it in terms of appearance, height, or familial circumstances, none of which would have compelled Lu Meng to regard him with any special interest. Had that been the case, she would have engaged him in lively conversation during lunch at the cafeteria rather than suddenly adding him on WeChat in the evening. Thus, the sole explanation for her actions could only be that she had indeed seen him while he was parking his car upon returning to school. Without this revelation, the current circumstances remained inexplicable. With a wry smile, Chen Zhibai reflected on the significance of wealth. Yet, when had Lu Meng caught sight of him? He had seen no sign of her as he drove onto campus. He decided not to dwell further on this, for it was already past midnight. System, please extract today's 1,000 yuan, he internally instructed the system. Buzz. His phone vibrated, signaling a bank notification. The 1,000 yuan had been credited. He locked his phone and placed it beneath his pillow, ready to succumb to slumber. As he had no classes the following morning and intended to indulge in a leisurely sleep. Just then, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. The host has triggered the running check-in task. The host may choose one of the following options. A. Run for 30 minutes every morning for 7 consecutive days to receive 2 rewards. 1. A cash prize of 100,000 yuan. 2. An increase in height by 3 centimeters. Note, this increase has no side effects. B. Forego running and receive the title of lazy expert. Note, this title is utterly devoid of any utility. Upon hearing the system's task, Chen Zhibai's expression turned peculiar. Here we go again, he thought. With a choice so obvious even a fool would recognize it. Option A was undoubtedly the better choice. The allure of a 100,000 yuan cash reward was simply irresistible. When averaged out, that equated to over 13,000 yuan per day, a daily income surpassing that of many jobs. All he had to do was run for 30 minutes each morning. It felt akin to receiving money for nothing. However, beyond the monetary incentive, Chen Zhibai found himself more intrigued by the second reward, the prospect of a height increase without any adverse effects. Frankly, his heart raced at the thought of this reward, for it hinted at something more profound. If height could be augmented without repercussions, could the same apply to one's appearance? Facial attractiveness and height were akin to a genetic lottery, immutable traits. Yet now, with the system's promise of height enhancement, it suggested the possibility of improving one's looks as well. This notion set Chen Zhibai's heart aflame with excitement. Could he, an ordinary-looking individual, have the chance to transform into a strikingly handsome figure? System, can my appearance be enhanced? Chen Zhibai asked, suppressing his exhilaration as he inquired of the system. In response to the host, yes, the system affirmed. Indeed, it could. Chen Zhibai felt a surge of elation. Even though he had previously speculated about this, the system's confirmation electrified him. The host's current character attribute panel has been generated. Would you like to view it? The system inquired once more. Attribute panel? Yes, show me. Chen Zhibai replied without hesitation. In an instant, a virtual three-dimensional screen materialized before him. Name, Chen Zhibai. Age, 18. Height, 175 centimeters. Weight, 127 pounds. Attractiveness, 69. Physique, 73. Special, 80. Current daily cash allowance, 1,000 renminbi. Already received today. As Chen Zhibai scanned his attribute panel, his expression remained unchanged upon noting that his attractiveness rated a mere 69. He acknowledged his appearance was indeed unremarkable. However, the future held promise. What does this special attribute signify? He pondered, noticing the score of 80. Raising an eyebrow, he directed his question at the system. Host, what does this special attribute entail? In response to the host, the system replied, it is a unique trait that the system can detect. Chen Zhibai's expression grew peculiar as he processed this revelation. Could this system truly be legitimate? System, how can my attractiveness be increased? He pressed, setting aside thoughts of the special attribute. Frankly, he harbored dreams of becoming handsome, envisioning a future where he possessed both looks and wealth. In response to the host, the system will periodically trigger tasks, some of which will offer rewards in the form of free attribute points. These points can be allocated to enhance attributes such as attractiveness, height, and physique. Additionally, rewards may include specific points that will directly boost your attractiveness. Outside of tasks, attributes can also be acquired through a lottery system, which grants a chance to earn attribute points. The system's explanations were straightforward and comprehensible. Certain tasks could yield attribute point rewards that could be applied to his attractiveness. Furthermore, the lottery system promised random acquisition of attribute points. What is this lottery system? Chen Zhibai inquired again. The system responded, rewards from tasks may include lottery draws. The prizes are random, ranging from mundane items like tissues and lighters to extravagant ones like aircraft carriers, albeit the likelihood of obtaining more valuable items diminishes with their cost. Upon hearing that the lottery could potentially yield an aircraft carrier, Chen Zhibai's heart raced anew. After posing a few more questions to the system, he resolved to retire for the night, setting an alarm for 7 o'clock in the morning. After all, he had to keep his commitment to running. If he maintained this routine for 7 consecutive days, running for over 30 minutes each day, he could secure a cash prize of 100,000 yuan and a height increase of 3 centimeters without any adverse effects. Currently standing at 175 centimeters. His height was neither particularly tall nor short, just average. However, with an additional 3 centimeters, he would reach 178 centimeters, a stature that would be considered tall among his peers. The only lament Chen Zhibai harbored was that this running task did not include a reward for enhancing his attractiveness. Yet, he remained unhurried, willing to take his time. Setting the alarm, Chen Zhibai tucked his phone back beneath his pillow, closing his eyes with an air of anticipation for the future, and soon drifted into slumber. However, after he fell asleep, Zhou Hao remained awake, posting a photo-laden moment on social media. The image featured a selfie of Li Yu, accompanied by a heartfelt caption, "I wish to be your eternal knight, always protecting you." After sharing this post, Zhou Hao felt a surge of contentment. Envisioning how moved Li Yu would be upon seeing it in the morning, he fancied that her emotional response might even lead her to consent to holding his hand. Chapter 18. The Beautiful Teacher. When Yutong at 7 in the morning, Chen Zhibai was roused by the alarm. He fished his phone from beneath the pillow to silence it, and as he rolled out of bed, his movements were sufficiently vigorous to awaken Wang Chao, who rubbed his eyes in confusion. "Old Chen, where are you off to? What time is it?" Upon recognizing Chen Zhibai, Wang Chao glanced at his phone, and upon realizing it was merely 7 o'clock, his eyes widened in astonishment. "What the heck? It's only 7. Why are you up so early?" His tone was laced with disbelief, which stirred Li Dong and Zhou Hao from their slumber as well. Zhou Hao, sporting heavy dark circles under his eyes, had remained exhilarated until late into the night after posting on social media. His mind swirling with thoughts of how delighted Li Yu would be. Lost in daydreams, he had succumbed to sleep only around 4 in the morning, rendering him utterly exhausted now. "Seriously, old Chun, what s with the early rise? I recall we have no classes this morning," Li Dong remarked, also perplexed after checking the time on his phone. "I'm going for a run. You all can keep sleeping," Chen Zhibai replied with a smile. "Oh, I see." Wang Chao nodded, about to drift back off, but suddenly became alert. "Wait, what did you just say? You're going for a run? What on earth has gotten into you? Are you okay?" His eyes widened in disbelief at the notion of Chen Zhibai wanting to run, especially at such an early hour when they could be enjoying a cozy lie-in. "Old Chen, have you encountered some issue? If something's up, just tell us. We'll certainly help," Li Dong added. Zhou Hao remained silent, yet his gaze towards Chen Zhibai was filled with confusion and exasperation. "Crazy. Who would forego sleep for a jog? I haven't encountered anything. I just suddenly felt like running. Anyway, you all can keep sleeping." Chen Zhibai waved dismissively as he made his way to the bathroom to wash his face and brush his teeth. He could sense the bewilderment and astonishment emanating from Wang Chao and Li Dong, yet he was resolute about his decision to run. After all, completing 7 days of running would earn him a reward of 100,000 yuan and could potentially increase his height by 3 centimeters without any side effects. "I still think old Chun has been influenced by something. He suddenly wants to go for a run," Wang Chao remarked to Li Dong as Chen Zhibai brushed his teeth. "I agree. Why on earth would you want to run?" Li Dong nodded. The two then lapsed into silence, their fatigue overtaking them as they turned over to resume their slumber. A few minutes later, Chen Zhibai emerged from the bathroom. Noticing Wang Chao and Li Dong had fallen back asleep, he tiptoed to his wardrobe, retrieved a short-sleeved shirt and a pair of shorts, changed, donned his running shoes, and quietly exited the dormitory, closing the door softly behind him. The track was naturally his destination for running. The distance from the boys' dormitory to the track was neither too far nor too close. At 7 o'clock, the campus was relatively devoid of people. After a brief 10-minute stroll, Chen Zhibai arrived at the track. At that moment, several individuals were jogging on the field. Although many had indulged in leisure since entering university, a few maintained their self-discipline. The track featured a rubber surface, and as Chen Zhibai stood at the edge, stretching his ankles, his gaze inadvertently fell upon a woman running on the track. Not only was Chen Zhibai captivated by this running figure, but others jogging nearby also glanced her way intermittently. The woman was strikingly beautiful. Her hair tied up in a high ponytail, her delicate features accentuated by a fair complexion and a graceful neck, clad in athletic wear that left nothing exposed. Her figure was unmistakably fit, with a slender waist and long legs exuding an alluring vitality. To be candid, Chen Zhibai was taken aback to see her here, for she was his counselor when Yutong. He still vividly remembered the day she entered the classroom for their first meeting. Her beauty had hushed the chatter of the class for a few moments. Although she was indeed a counselor, she was quite young, having just graduated from university and chosen to remain as a counselor. Calling her a senior would be more fitting. Retracting his gaze, Chen Zhibai devoted another minute to stretching his ankles before preparing to run. At that moment, a voice laced with surprise broke the stillness. "Oh, Chen Zhibai? You're here to run as well?" When Yutong halted her jog, her beautiful eyes wide with astonishment as she regarded Chen Zhibai. Naturally, she recognized him. Being a student in her class, as it was her first time serving as a counselor, she was quite attentive, familiarizing herself with her students to the extent that she could call them by name upon encountering them. However, her impression of Chen Zhibai was that of a quiet individual with a low profile in class, so she had not anticipated seeing him at the track. "Teacher Wen." Chen Zhibai looked up, acknowledging her before continuing. "Yes, I'm here to jog and get some exercise." "Oh, that's quite good. Running is certainly better than sleeping in the dormitory." When Yutong nodded, her gaze fixed on Chen Zhibai, her expression gradually shifting to one of increased intrigue. She noted that at this moment, Chen Zhibai exuded a calm and composed demeanor, a stark contrast to his previous reticence. After her brief surprise, she dismissed any further thoughts and said, "Well then, you go ahead and run. Good luck, the teacher is rooting for you." As she spoke, she offered Chen Zhibai a warm smile, two adorable dimples forming on her cheeks, rendering her appearance irresistibly sweet. "Okay, thank you, teacher." Chen Zhibai nodded and began his run. Wen Yutong remained in place, and after Chen Zhibai had covered a certain distance, she resumed her own jogging. Her arm movements and breathing were rhythmic, clearly indicative of someone accustomed to running. With each stride, her long legs created a pleasing sight, drawing the attention of several male students, though they dared not approach her. Meanwhile, some male teachers found their minds racing with thoughts. Chen Zhibai focused intently on his running. Initially, he believed that running for 30 minutes would not be particularly challenging. However, after more than 10 minutes, his breathing grew labored, beads of sweat trickled down his face, and his limbs felt as if they were weighed down by lead. "Slow down your pace, you are running too quickly. This is not the way to go about it. Reduce your speed." When Yutong unexpectedly appeared beside Chen Zhibai, her voice breaking the rhythm of his thoughts. Chapter 19. This is the gap. The sudden sound startled Chen Zhibai, prompting him to turn instinctively. Upon realizing it was Wen Yutong, he found himself momentarily taken aback. The proximity between them allowed him to observe the delicate and fair features of Wen Yutong with clarity. "Your breathing is also somewhat erratic. Come, follow my rhythm. Inhale, exhale. Inhale, exhale," she instructed. Chen Zhibai regained his composure and began to synchronize his breathing with hers. Remarkably, he found it effective. The constricting sensation around his heart eased considerably. "Thank you, Teacher Wen," he expressed his gratitude. "What are you thanking me for? Just keep quiet and maintain this rhythm as you run. You can do it." When Yutong shook her head, being a first-time counselor, she sincerely wished to fulfill her role well. When she noticed Chen Zhibai's labored breathing earlier, she felt compelled to offer assistance. Chen Zhibai continued to run, and after 30 minutes, the system's voice echoed in his mind. "Ding. Host has completed 30 minutes of running today. Daily check-in task accomplished. Current progress of running check-in task, 17. In 6 days, the host will receive a reward." Gradually, Chen Zhibai slowed to a halt, panting heavily. He seldom exercised, and thus, 30 minutes of running left him breathless. Thankfully, he had managed to complete it. "Is that it? Not running anymore?" When Yutong approached him, inquiring. "Yes, that's enough for now," Chen Zhibai replied, shaking his head. "You haven't run much before, have you? You should exercise more often," When Yutong remarked, glancing at Chen Zhibai, still catching his breath. "Indeed, I haven't run much in the past," he confirmed, nodding before expressing his gratitude once again for her guidance in regulating his breathing. "What is there to thank? As your counselor, this is merely my duty." When Yutong smiled lightly, choosing not to elaborate further. "After your run, take a moment to rest before having your meal. Don't skip meals. It could lead to low blood sugar." "All right, I must be off." With a wave, she departed from the playground. Chen Zhibai remained stationary for over 10 minutes, waiting for his heartbeat to steady before he left the field. Initially intending to head straight to the cafeteria for a meal, he reconsidered after sweating profusely during his run. His damp clothes were quite uncomfortable. Thus, he opted to return to the dormitory first to shower and change before dining. Upon entering his dorm, he found Wang Chao and Li Dong still asleep, while Zhou Hao was already awake, dressing himself. "You actually went for a run?" Zhou Hao exclaimed in surprise at the sight of Chen Zhibai, who was drenched in sweat. He had assumed Chen Zhibai was merely joking. "Yes, I did. Where are you headed?" Chen Zhibai nodded, noticing Zhou Hao seemed ready to go out. "I'm off to buy breakfast for my girlfriend. She mentioned wanting the pork chop pancake from the second cafeteria, so I'm going to get it," Zhou Hao said, his expression brimming with pride. Chen Zhibai glanced at him, perplexed by what there was to boast about. It seemed Li Yueming was merely using him as a messenger. After all, why wouldn't she go buy it herself instead of sending Zhou Hao? "Don't be envious of me, Lao Chun. Once you have a girlfriend, you'll realize how delightful it is to bring her breakfast," Zhou Hao assumed, misinterpreting Chen Zhibai's glance as envy, which only fueled his pride. As he spoke, he reached out to pat Chen Zhibai's shoulder, but withdrew his hand halfway upon noticing the sweat on Chen Zhibai's shirt. "All right, I won't keep you. My girlfriend is waiting for her breakfast," Zhou Hao said, exiting the dorm while humming a tune, feeling both happy and self-satisfied. Convinced that Chen Zhibai was envious of him for being able to buy breakfast for his girlfriend while Chen Zhibai had none. The disparity was evident. The more Zhou Hao thought about it, the happier he became. After Chen Zhibai finished his shower, he changed into clean clothes and made his way to the cafeteria for breakfast. On his way back to the dorm, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Taking it out, he saw a WeChat message from Lu Meng. "I just woke up. After I freshen up, shall we meet at the small garden beneath the girls' dormitory at 10:30? I tried turning on my laptop, but it still won't work. I'll need your help." Upon reading Lu Meng's message, Chen Zhibai typed a quick OK in response, and then saw a sticker sent by her. He tucked his phone away and returned to the dormitory. Zhou Hao had not yet returned, but Wang Chao was awake, engrossed in his phone. Upon seeing Chen Zhibai, Wang Chao extended an invitation to play a game. Lao Chen, want to play a game? Sure, Chen Zhibai replied, opening the game. In the girls' dormitory, Lu Ming lay on her bed, smiling at the OK message from Chen Zhibai. The reason for their meeting at 10:30 was deliberate. It was conveniently close to lunchtime. At that point, she could invite Chen Zhibai to dine together under the pretext of needing to fix her computer. Ultimately, she was determined to win Chen Zhibai's heart and become his girlfriend. Setting her intentions aside, Lu Ming put down her phone and proceeded to wash up. After brushing her teeth, she sat at her desk to apply makeup. Even without it, her natural beauty was striking, but she wanted to make an impression on Chen Zhibai. This way, she hoped to secure his affections. Just then, the dormitory door swung open, and Li Yu entered with a pork chop pancake, only to find Lu Ming at her desk, applying makeup. She paused for a moment. Ming, are you going out later? Li Yu asked, aware that makeup usually signified an outing. Yes, I am, Lu Ming nodded, continuing to shape her eyebrows with a pencil. With her willow leaf eyebrows, even a slight enhancement elevated her overall appearance, accentuating her bright and beautiful features. Where are you headed? Li Yu inquired again, stealing a glance at Lu Ming's face. Feeling a mix of envy and jealousy. If only she had Lu Ming's looks, she certainly wouldn't settle for Zhou Hao and would seek a wealthy boyfriend instead. I'm not going anywhere special, Lu Ming replied with a smile, continuing her makeup routine. Li Yu dismissed her thoughts and began eating the pork chop pancake Zhou Hao had brought her. While she was eating, her phone buzzed with a WeChat message from Zhou Hao. Yeah, is the pork chop pancake delicious? This is my love for you. If you want more, I can buy you another one. Yeah. After several messages, Li Yu grew impatient and, uninterested in replying, flipped her phone face down on the table, continuing to eat her pancake. Just as she finished, Lu Ming completed her makeup, achieving a natural look. As the name suggests, it appeared as if she were barefaced. Yet it was indeed a well-crafted makeup style that enhanced her features. Chapter 20, Curiosity and Pursuit. Gazing at her barefaced reflection in the mirror, Lu Ming's eyes sparkled with satisfaction. She then rose to open the cabinet door, retrieving a white short-sleeved top and a black pleated skirt, an ensemble she had meticulously planned the previous night. The aim was to be stunning yet not overly ostentatious. Hence, the combination of the white top with the skirt was ideal, complemented by a pair of white sneakers and high-waisted white socks. After changing into her outfit, which took her over 10 minutes, Lu Ming tucked the white shirt into the skirt, instantly accentuating her slender waist. Her hourglass figure was striking, and beneath the skirt lay a pair of long, straight legs that were undeniably eye-catching. She appeared increasingly radiant and lovely, yet approachable. After a brief inspection in the mirror, Lu Ming nodded in approval of her attire. Now, it was time to meet Chen Zhibai. Checking the time on her phone, she noted it was just 10 o'clock, leaving her with half an hour to spare. After a moment's contemplation, she took out her laptop. Meanwhile, Li Yu, having finished her pork pancake, had been observing Lu Ming closely. When she noticed Lu Ming applying her barefaced makeup, she was taken aback, as this particular look generally required more time than the others. However, Li Yu thought little of it until she saw Lu Ming donning the white top and black pleated skirt, followed by a brand new pair of white socks. It struck her that something was amiss. Although the outfit might appear simple to a male observer, Li Yu, as a fellow female, recognized the effort Lu Ming had put into her appearance. Curiosity piqued, Li Yu couldn't help but wonder where Lu Ming was headed, considering the considerable effort she had invested in her makeup and clothing. Instinctively furrowing her brows, Li Yu scrutinized Lu Ming for several moments. Arriving at a conclusion, Lu Ming was quite likely going to meet a boy. After all, it was hard to explain why she would go to such lengths for her outfit and makeup otherwise. But what kind of boy could possibly warrant such attention from Lu Ming? Li Yu was uncertain, yet she knew instinctively that he must possess exceptional qualities. Dream. You look so beautiful. Are you meeting a boy? Have you started dating? Li Yu casually inquired, feigning nonchalance. Not dating yet, but it's coming soon. Lu Ming replied with a smile. Really? So you have someone you like? Who is he? Is he from our school? Do I know him? Li Yu pressed eagerly, her excitement palpable. She was convinced her assumptions were correct. Lu Ming's elaborate preparations surely indicated something significant. Once we confirm our relationship, you'll know who he is. I'll introduce him to you and the girls in the dorm, Lu Ming stated, deliberately withholding Chen Zhibai's name for the moment, as she preferred to wait until it was official. Oh come on, just tell me now. I'm so curious. Who could make you put in so much effort? You're even wearing a skirt and white socks. That's definitely a boy-catching outfit. Li Yu was clearly dissatisfied with Lu Ming's answer, and she got up to stand beside her with an inquisitive expression, her tone laced with playful insistence. However, while such a tone might sway Zhou Hao, it held no sway over Lu Ming. I've said it before. You'll find out soon enough, Lu Ming replied, casting a quick glance at her phone. Noticing it was already 15 past 10, she packed her laptop into its bag. Well, I can't chat anymore. I'm heading out now. After ensuring her outfit and makeup were flawless in the mirror, she picked up her laptop bag and exited the dormitory. With a soft thud, the dormitory door closed behind her. Liu stood still, her curiosity piqued as if a cat's tail had brushed against her. Should she follow Lu Ming to secretly see which boy she was meeting? The thought took root in her mind, and she felt compelled to discover what kind of boy could inspire such meticulous preparation from Lu Ming. Suppressing her impulses, Liu grabbed her phone, opened the dormitory door, and ventured outside. As Lu Ming left the girls' dormitory, she attracted envious glances from many fellow students who admired her beauty, fine figure, and charming demeanor. Lu Ming, accustomed to the attention, walked directly to the small garden nearby, but paused at the entrance. I've arrived at the small garden, but I'm in no hurry. Take your time, she texted Chen Zhibai. I just left the dorm. I should be there in about 10 minutes, Lu Ming said. Chen Zhibai, having exited the boys' dormitory, quickly replied, okay, I'll wait for you at the garden entrance. Holding her phone, Lu Ming smiled as she read the message and prepared to wait for Chen Zhibai's arrival. Nearby, Liu, who had also just exited the girls' dormitory, hid behind a large tree. Peering cautiously around the trunk, her eyes widened as she saw Lu Ming waiting at the garden entrance. The sight clearly indicated that Lu Ming was in a position of vulnerability, waiting for someone. Otherwise, she wouldn't be there before the boy. Who could it be? Liu furrowed her brow, her curiosity intensifying about the boy Lu Ming was waiting for. During her encounters with Zhou Hao, it had always been the case that he waited for her, never the other way around, a clear indication of their differing positions. Pushing her thoughts aside, Liu peeked out again, prepared to steal a glance at Lu Ming, but quickly withdrew as Lu Ming glanced in her direction. She was certain Lu Ming hadn't spotted her, as her retreat was swift. Liu took a moment to calm her racing heart. At the garden entrance, Lu Ming furrowed her beautifully shaped brows, sensing someone observing her from a distance. However, upon looking, she found no one there. How peculiar. Shaking her head, she dismissed the thought. After a few more minutes, she finally spotted Chen Zhibai approaching, though his looks and height remained rather ordinary. His calm and composed demeanor exuded a confidence that was distinctly noticeable, setting him apart from the more impulsive boys in their class. Lu Ming mused on this contrast as she stepped forward to greet Chen Zhibai. You've arrived? I need your help with my laptop. I'm utterly clueless about computers, she said with a radiant smile, her charm and grace on full display. Polite as ever, but I can't guarantee I'll fix it. I can only take a look. If it's beyond my capabilities, you might still need to consult a professional repair service, Chen Zhibai replied, waving his hand dismissively as he glanced at Lu Ming's face. Her features were exquisite, and her complexion flawless. He had spotted her from afar while walking over. Given how striking she was, standing at a height of 171 centimeters, adorned in a white short-sleeved blouse paired with a pleated skirt, she exudes an aura of brightness and grace, complemented by a pair of legs that gleam with radiance beneath the skirt. She resembles the quintessential belle emerging from a youthful campus film. Even if it's not fixable, I'm already grateful that you've agreed to take a look for me. How about this? Regardless of whether it can be repaired or not, I'll treat you to a meal. What do you think? Am I generous? Lu Ming remarked with a smile. Well, that depends on what you were treating me to. If it's cold noodles, that hardly qualifies as generous, Chen Zhibai retorted. All right then. Cold noodles it is, Lu Ming playfully winked. In the blink of an eye, the two transformed into a playful rapport. Chen Zhibai glanced at Lu Ming, and, from the moment he approached her, he reaffirmed his inner suspicions. Lu Ming must have seen him driving the BMW X5. Otherwise, the current situation would be inexplicable. It can only be said that wealth is indeed alluring. Even a beauty like Lu Ming would take the initiative to engage upon witnessing him in his luxurious vehicle. He certainly had no objections, given Lu Ming's stunning looks and figure. Let us head to the small garden where there are benches. I will assist you with your computer there. Suppressing his thoughts, Chen Zhibai spoke. Okay, Lu Ming nodded and promptly followed him into the small garden. Not far off, behind a large tree, Liu had been standing there in a daze for several minutes. Initially, upon seeing Chen Zhibai approach Lu Ming, she hadn't thought much of it, dismissing it as mere coincidence. After all, it couldn't possibly be that the boy Lu Ming was waiting for was Chen Zhibai. That was simply inconceivable. However, as she observed Lu Ming conversing and laughing with Chen Zhibai for several moments before they strolled into the small garden together, her eyes widened in disbelief, rendering her speechless. The facts were glaringly evident. The boy Lu Ming had been waiting for was indeed Chen Zhibai. Although it was difficult to fathom and utterly astonishing, the reality remained unchanged. Lu Ming had adorned herself in subtle makeup, meticulously coordinated her attire, and had come here specifically to wait for Chen Zhibai. How could this be? Li Yu snapped back to reality, her mind a whirlpool of confusion. She simply could not comprehend why Lu Meng would be waiting for someone as ordinary as Chen Zhibai, whose looks and background she herself found unremarkable. It was utterly absurd, bordering on ridiculous. Rubbing her temples, Li Yu was no fool. She could surmise that Chen Zhibai possessed some undiscovered charm that had eluded her, but had evidently captivated Lu Meng. Perhaps Chen Zhibai's family background was not as ordinary as it seemed. Buzzing. Suddenly, her phone vibrated in her pocket, and instinctively, Li Yu pulled it out to find a message from Zhou Hao. Yeah, what are you busy with? Have you seen the moments I posted last night? Were you touched? Let us go for barbecue tonight. What time should we head out? Zhou Hao sent a flurry of messages, exacerbating Li Yu's irritation. She was solely focused on unraveling the mystery of Chen Zhibai's family circumstances, not engaging in a conversation with Zhou Hao. Thus, she chose to ignore him. Just as she was about to put her phone away, she reconsidered and typed, "Are you certain that Chen Zhibai's family background is quite ordinary?" "Absolutely. He claimed his family runs a convenience store. Didn't we discuss this just last night? Why are you asking about his family again?" Zhou Hao replied from the boys' dormitory, slightly taken aback by Li Yu's inquiry. "Think about it. It's improbable that his family is merely average." Li Yu typed back decisively. "Why is that impossible? He said so himself, and it's been nearly a month since school started. I think his spending habits reflect that," Zhou Hao countered. "Can an ordinary background inspire such initiative from Lu Meng?" She proactively added him on WeChat, chatted late into the night, and dressed up for their meeting today. Li Yu felt increasingly agitated, having lost faith in Chen Zhibai's ordinary family status. However, halfway through her message, she deleted everything. She realized it was futile to ask Zhou Hao. She would need to investigate Chen Zhibai's family background herself. Or perhaps, she wouldn't need to investigate at all. The truth would eventually surface. What was certain was that Chen Zhibai's family background was indeed impressive, given that even Lu Meng had taken the initiative. The only uncertainty was the extent of that affluence, but it was undoubtedly superior to Zhou Hao's. As these thoughts churned in her mind, Li Yu grew increasingly vexed. How had she failed to notice Chen Zhibai's merits? Had she recognized them earlier and pursued him, she would undoubtedly have captured his attention, for after all, she was a beauty. Yeah, let us stop discussing Chen Zhibai. Since we have no classes this afternoon, how about we catch a movie together? A new romantic film just premiered, and the reviews online are quite favorable. If you're interested, I'll go ahead and buy the tickets." Noticing Li Yu's lack of response, Zhou Hao shifted his focus and sent her an invitation to the movies. He envisioned a darkened theater where they could hold hands. It was touted as a perfect date spot. The thought brought him delight. "I can't. I have plans this afternoon," Li Yu typed back, firmly declining before putting her phone away. In the boys' dormitory, Zhou Hao was taken aback by her decisive rejection, hastily replying, "Don't. Let us go see the movie. It really is quite good." Yeah. He sent several more messages. Li Yu saw them, but chose not to respond. She glanced several times toward the small garden, tempted to sneak a look at what Lu Meng and Chen Zhibai were discussing. However, with the lack of any cover nearby, she knew she would surely be spotted if she approached. After a moment of hesitation, she decided against it, turning back toward the dormitory, yet in her heart, she resolved to uncover the truth about Chen Zhibai's abilities. In the small garden, Chen Zhibai and Lu Meng walked side by side to a bench. "Here is my laptop. I'm not sure what the issue is, but I've tried several times and it won't turn on," Lu Meng stated. Retrieving her notebook from her bag, "Let me take a look," Chen Zhibai nodded, accepting the laptop and placing it on the bench. It was a model from Huawei. "This is a new laptop, right? Typically, it shouldn't experience any startup issues." Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow upon noticing its newness. "I don't know, but I tried several times yesterday, and it wouldn't turn on." Lu Meng shook her head. "All right, I'll see what I can do." Without further ado, Chen Zhibai unfolded the laptop and pressed the power button. In the next moment, the previously dark screen illuminated. Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow and turned to Lu Meng. "It's starting up now? Oh, how did you manage to turn it on so easily?" Lu Meng responded, her exquisitely beautiful face now adorned with surprise, even exclaiming softly. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could observe her fair, luminous ears beginning to redden, for she was acutely aware of whether the laptop was functioning or not. Although she had resolved last night to approach Chen Zhibai in this manner, she still felt a tinge of shyness at this moment. After all, this was indeed her first time taking the initiative to connect with a boy. Suppressing her thoughts, Lu Meng continued to feign surprise, as if she were genuinely curious about why the computer was now functioning. To be candid, her acting was quite commendable. Chen Zhibai observed Lu Meng. He didn't find her actions particularly strange, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that it was too coincidental. The computer had failed to start multiple times yesterday, but now it was operational in his hands. What a remarkable stroke of luck. Under Chen Zhibai's scrutinizing gaze, Lu Meng felt her heart race, yet her expression remained unflinching. "It's nothing," Chen Zhibai reassured, shaking his head as he redirected his attention to the computer, which now displayed the desktop. He attempted to turn it off and on again several times, each time with the same successful outcome. It's truly remarkable. I couldn't get this computer to work yesterday, yet it functions perfectly for you, Lu Ming remarked, standing beside him, her long, fair legs gleaming. Chen Zhibai instinctively stole a glance before averting his gaze. It must be mere coincidence. In any case, it's functioning now, so you can use it. We can address any issues if it fails to start again, Chen Zhibai remarked as he closed the laptop and handed it over to Lu Ming. All right, I appreciate your help, Lu Ming replied as she accepted the computer with a grateful smile. There's no need to thank me. I haven't really done anything. Chen Zhibai waved his hand dismissively, preparing to leave. Don't rush off just yet. As I mentioned last night, regardless of whether you could fix it or not, I owe you a meal. Now that the computer is operational, I must honor my word. It happens to be lunchtime. Let us head to the cafeteria for a bite, Lu Ming said with a radiant smile, exuding confidence without a hint of hesitation. Chen Zhibai glanced at her, and without further pretense, agreed. To be frank, it would be disingenuous to assert that he harbored no feelings for Lu Ming. Her beauty, figure, and long legs were undeniable. No boy could resist such allure. Furthermore, regardless of whether Lu Ming had noticed him driving the BMW X5, her proactive demeanor was unmistakable. Therefore, there was no need for reluctance. Please wait a moment. I need to drop my computer off at the dormitory, and I'll be right down, Lu Ming said, and upon receiving Chen Zhibai's nod, she walked out of the garden with the laptop in hand. Her tall stature and poised silhouette, complemented by her slender waist, exuded a goddess-like aura. As Lu Ming entered the girls' dormitory, she exhaled a sigh of relief, her lovely lips curving into a smile. She felt her plan had been a resounding success. At the very least, through the act of repairing the laptop, she had successfully forged a connection with Chen Zhibai, and they were soon to share a meal together. The subsequent developments would naturally follow. With her looks, figure, and charm, she was confident that under her pursuit, Chen Zhibai would surely be captivated. Thus, she felt she had already secured a victory. With this thought in mind, Lu Ming's spirits lifted, and her smile widened. She quickly pushed open the door to her dormitory. A glance around revealed that only Li Yu was present, while Xin Qing and Wang Hui were absent. Lu Ming paid little mind, placing the laptop on her desk. She picked up a mirror to check her makeup, finding everything in order before preparing to leave for lunch with Chen Zhibai. Just then, Li Yu could no longer hold back and called out to her, Ming Ming, wait a moment. Is something the matter? Lu Ming halted, turning to face Li Yu. Li Yu, seated on a chair, hesitated momentarily as Lu Ming looked at her. She contemplated whether to reveal that she had seen the boy Lu Ming was meeting was indeed Chen Zhibai, casually mentioning that it was a coincidence. After pondering, Li Yu decided to inquire, curious to see Lu Ming's reaction, especially since Lu Ming had entered the dormitory with an unmistakably cheerful demeanor. Well, Ming Ming, it's nothing serious. But just before you went downstairs, Zhou Hao happened to come looking for me. After I went down, I noticed you waiting at the entrance of the small garden. And I was going to greet you, but then I saw Chen Zhibai approach and strike up a conversation with you. After a brief pause to mask her true intentions, Li Yu finally asked the question she was most eager to know. So, Ming Ming, the boy you were waiting for is Chen Zhibai? And he is the one who has caught your interest? Upon hearing this, Li Yu's eyes were fixed intently on Lu Ming, determined not to miss any subtle expression on her face. Yes, Lu Ming nodded affirmatively, her response direct and unequivocal. Is it really him? Why? Li Yu's eyes widened in surprise as she instinctively probed further. There's no particular reason, it's simply him, Lu Ming replied with a bright smile, her charming face radiating confidence. After a moment, she waved her hand dismissively. Is there anything else? If not, I'm leaving. Where are you off to? Li Yu asked, curiosity getting the better of her. I'm going to have lunch with him in the cafeteria, Lu Ming stated as she opened the dormitory door, stepping out before closing it behind her with a soft thud. Li Yu sat in her chair, momentarily stunned. She had several points of astonishment. First, Lu Ming's unhesitating admission of her feelings for Chen Zhibai. Second, the fact that Lu Ming was indeed going to have lunch with him. Suppressing her shock, Li Yu rubbed her face, reflecting on the conversation. To be candid, before questioning Lu Ming, she had briefly considered whether this could be a misunderstanding. Perhaps Lu Ming's meeting with Chen Zhibai was merely for a discussion and not necessarily romantic. But now, with a clear and straightforward answer, it was evident. Lu Ming liked him. There was no ambiguity. She had made her feelings clear, leaving no room for doubt. Even though Chen Zhibai came from a well-off family, what if there were someone even better? Had Lu Ming truly gone all in? Chapter 23, The Mysterious Reward. After closing the dormitory door, Lu Ming descended the stairs. She had noticed the shock and confusion in Li Yu's eyes and understood why her friend was perplexed. It was simply due to her lack of a fallback plan. But why should she leave a way out? Lu Ming smiled, though she sought a wealthy partner. She had never considered an older man, which limited her options significantly. Chen Zhibai was of the same age, attending the same university, and possessed a composed demeanor. He was her ideal choice. She was not one to look for alternatives. Suppressing her thoughts, Lu Ming glanced down at her long legs. Earlier in the small garden, she noticed that Chen Zhibai had looked at her legs several times. Feeling a surge of pride, she refocused her gaze. I've placed my computer down. Shall we go? Lu Ming announced as she entered the small garden, smiling at Chen Zhibai. Let us go? Chen Zhibai nodded, and the two stepped out of the garden. Are we heading to the first cafeteria or the second? Lu Ming inquired. With a considerable number of students and faculty on campus, 2 cafeterias were established for dining. Let us go to the first cafeteria. They serve excellent braised pork there, Chen Zhibai suggested. All right, the first cafeteria it is, Lu Ming replied with a cheerful smile. After a casual exchange of banter, the two found themselves comfortably conversing. Lu Ming, a gifted conversationalist, and Chen Zhibai were able to share jokes by the time they reached the cafeteria, creating a harmonious atmosphere. They collected their meals and settled into a vacant seat. Numerous male students in the cafeteria cast curious glances at Chen Zhibai, their eyes filled with bewilderment. They recognized Lu Ming, who had already gained a certain notoriety in school despite the fact that it had only been less than a month since the start of their freshman year. Her beauty and figure were undeniable. However, it was a novelty for them to see Lu Ming in the company of a male student, let alone dining together, which only deepened their intrigue regarding Chen Zhibai. I suppose I shall become famous for dining with you today, Chen Zhibai remarked with a smile, meeting the gazes of those around him while looking at Lu Ming. The confidence bestowed upon him by the system alleviated his nervousness. Do you enjoy this sort of notoriety? Lu Ming replied with a playful wink. Not too bad, Chen Zhibai answered just as his phone screen lit up with a message from Chen Zhibai, a sales representative at the BMW dealership. What time are we going out for dinner tonight? It suddenly dawned on Chen Zhibai that he had indeed made plans to dine with Chen Zhibai that evening. Of course, the meal was secondary. What truly mattered was how to secure Chen Zhibai's first kiss, a task that came with the enticing reward of a special license plate and a monetary prize of 100,000 yuan. This mission was not as straightforward as it seemed, for Chen Zhibai had graduated from university, yet still had not experienced her first kiss, indicating she had likely never been in a romantic relationship. Given her undeniable allure and figure, it was apparent that she had suitors, yet she remained unattached. Securing her first kiss would undoubtedly pose a challenge. With this in mind, Chen Zhibai glanced at Lu Ming sitting across from him, instinctively comparing her to Chen Zhibai. Each woman possessed her own unique charms. Lu Ming had a slight edge in terms of beauty, radiating a bright and elegant demeanor complemented by her strikingly long legs that captivated the gaze. In contrast, Chen Zhibai had delicate features, exuding a more refined and demure appearance, along with an expansive heart. So, how could he attain the elusive first kiss? The fact that she had agreed to dinner with him yesterday, albeit largely due to the allure of the BMW X5, still indicated a glimmer of opportunity. Perhaps he should purchase a few outfits and get a haircut to present himself in a more refreshed manner? Chen Zhibai contemplated, feeling a spark of determination. Even with wealth at his disposal, attracting women required more than just financial means. Two affluent individuals standing side by side would be perceived quite differently if one lacked style and appearance. Thus, he resolved to shop for a few new outfits and tidy himself up. Just as he decided to message Chen Zhibai, the system chimed with an alert. Ding. Host has triggered a random task. Transform personal image. Achievable through purchasing clothing or changing hairstyle. A. Accept the task and receive a dedicated budget of 100,000 yuan for image transformation. Note, this fund is exclusively for the host's personal image enhancement and cannot be used for other purposes. Note 2. Upon completion of the transformation, the system will conduct a score assessment. Higher scores will trigger hidden rewards. B. Decline the task, resulting in no rewards or penalties. The system's voice echoed in his mind. All right then, Chen Zhibai thought. The system has once again presented me with 2 choices. Wonderful. I choose option A and accept this task. It was clear to him that the system needn't bother providing 2 choices. Even a fool would know the answer. Accepting the task meant acquiring a budget of 100,000 yuan to spend on clothing and hairstyles, all at no personal cost. Furthermore, the prospect of receiving a mysterious reward for achieving a high score was tantalizing. Congratulations, host has chosen option A. Host has received a dedicated budget of 100,000 yuan for image transformation, the system announced. His phone vibrated with a notification from the bank confirming the arrival of the funds. Is something the matter? Lu Ming, noticing Chen Zhibai's silence and lack of food consumption, inquired with curiosity. Oh, it's nothing, Chen Zhibai replied, shaking his head as he set his phone down. Lu Ming continued eating, sharing amusing anecdotes from her high school days. Chen Zhibai's gaze lingered on her attire, A simple white t-shirt paired with a black pleated skirt, yet it radiated a sense of fashion and style. Perhaps he could invite her to assist him in selecting some clothes? The thought crossed his mind as he recalled the system's mention of a mysterious reward. The key to unlocking this reward lay in the system's evaluation after his shopping trip. The more suitable the clothing for enhancing his image, the higher the score. However, as a male, he found himself at a loss when it came to choosing outfits. His previous clothing was solely purchased by his mother. By the way, do you have any plans for this afternoon? Chen Zhibai asked after Lu Ming finished recounting her high school stories. Huh? Lu Ming blinked in surprise before shaking her head. No, not at all. Why? Are you asking me out for some fun? It's not exactly a leisure outing. Chen Zhibai waved his hand dismissively, noticing the puzzled look in Lu Ming's eyes. I intend to get a haircut and buy a few outfits, but I lack the skill to select clothing. So I was hoping you could advise me. Sure, but I can't help you without compensation. At the very least, I expect a cup of milk tea. It can't be any less, Lu Ming joked cheerfully. I'll buy you 2 cups of milk tea. You can drink one and toss the other. Chen Zhibai replied with a grand gesture. That is far too wasteful. Lu Ming shot him an incredulous look. After a moment, she laughed and added, but honestly, you really should get a haircut. Your hair is getting a bit long and lacks any style. In Lu Ming's discerning eyes, she believed that a suitable haircut would greatly enhance Chen Zhibai's overall appearance, making him appear much fresher, even if his face remained ordinary. At present, his hair was indeed too long and lacked any defined style. Moreover, his clothing was not suitable either. It lacked quality and coherence. Leave it to me, haircut and clothing shopping. I promise that by the end of the afternoon, you'll look like a new person, Lu Ming declared with enthusiasm, already envisioning several outfit combinations suitable for Chen Zhibai. All right then, I leave it in your capable hands, Chen Zhibai responded, relieved by Lu Ming's confidence, as he was intent on attaining the mysterious reward promised by the system. While conversing, he picked up his phone and sent a message to Chen Zhibai. Let us gather at 6 in the evening. By that time, you will have finished work, and I shall come to pick you up. As soon as the message was dispatched, a reply from Chen Zhibai swiftly followed. No need, today is Saturday. And it just so happens that I am on my day off, so I am at home. After this message arrived, there was a brief pause before another one came through. Where shall we dine? I can make my own way there. Please send me your address, and I will come to collect you. Chen Zhibai typed back, naturally unwilling to permit Chen Zhibai to venture to the restaurant alone, especially with the matter of their first kiss at hand. After exchanging a few more messages, Chen Zhibai sent her address, which belonged to an old residential complex. All right, I shall pick you up in the afternoon. I am still having my meal now. Let us converse more when we meet later. Chen Zhibai replied. Okay. You enjoy your meal, Chen Zhibai responded. Chen Zhibai set his phone down, and noticing this, Lu Ming refrained from inquiring about his conversation partner and instead shifted her focus to another topic. What is the budget for your haircut and clothing? This will assist me in coordinating your outfits. Lu Ming inquired, glancing at Chen Zhibai. Even though she had already discerned that Chen Zhibai was from a wealthy family, she still wished to gauge the extent of his affluence through his clothing expenditures. Purchasing clothes is the most commonplace of daily expenses, and it serves as an indicator of one's spending capacity. Around 100,000 yuan, as long as it does not exceed that amount, Chen Zhibai stated directly, pausing momentarily before adding, though exceeding it would not be an issue. Transforming one's image is a significant undertaking. Even if it requires spending beyond the system's allocated 100,000 yuan, it must be done. Personal appearance is of utmost importance. Lu Ming, seated in her chair, was momentarily taken aback by Chen Zhibai's mention of 100,000 yuan. 100,000? Is that a substantial sum? Unable to contain her surprise, she glanced at Chen Zhibai. She felt she had perhaps underestimated his financial standing. Someone capable of spending such an amount on clothing must possess a more substantial fortune than she had imagined. Moreover, she could tell from Chen Zhibai's calm and casual tone when he mentioned the figure that it was as if 100,000 yuan held little significance for him. Of course, Lu Ming was unaware that, for Chen Zhibai, this amount was indeed inconsequential, as it was essentially a gift from the system. Lu Ming remained in a daze for a while, and during her moment of contemplation, Chen Zhibai was observing her. Undeniably, witnessing Lu Ming's astonishment brought a sense of satisfaction to Chen Zhibai. Very well, I shall proceed with the transformation based on the 100,000 yuan budget, Lu Ming said, shaking off her astonishment and nodding in agreement. No problem, I shall entrust this to you this afternoon. Chen Zhibai smiled and returned to his meal. Lu Ming also began to eat, but she occasionally stole glances at Chen Zhibai as they dined. After finishing their meal, the time approached 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Let us first go for a haircut, and then we shall buy your clothes. Although it seems we have ample time, the afternoon is quite packed. Upon exiting the cafeteria, Lu Ming turned to Chen Zhibai and said, All right, let us proceed to the parking lot to fetch the car. Chen Zhibai had no objections to this. And after mentioning he would head to the parking lot, he glanced at Lu Meng. Frankly speaking, he was curious to see Lu Meng's reaction upon hearing that he would be driving. To his surprise, her response was remarkably composed. "You do not seem surprised that I am going to the parking lot," Chen Zhibai remarked. "Indeed, I am not surprised," Lu Meng chuckled lightly before confidently stating. "I saw you parking there yesterday afternoon while I was at the nearby supermarket." So that was it, Chen Zhibai thought. Realizing how Lu Meng could not have suddenly taken the initiative with him, he had suspected as much last night, believing Lu Meng had indeed witnessed him driving. What truly astonished him, however, was her willingness to candidly admit to it rather than feigning ignorance as he had anticipated. "You're pondering why I would openly acknowledge seeing you drive." Lu Meng blinked and smiled. "That is indeed what I was contemplating," Chen Zhibai nodded. "There is nothing to conceal, and, to be fair, I believe you also surmised that I was aware of you seeing me drive." Considering my rather proactive demeanor yesterday and today, Lu Meng's words were somewhat convoluted, yet their meaning was unmistakable. "Wealth and a privileged background are your advantages, just as my beauty and figure are mine." With this, Lu Meng raised her gaze to Chen Zhibai. She did not perceive anything inappropriate in being drawn to Chen Zhibai's affluent upbringing. It was simply one of his strengths. Just as her own beauty and physique were advantageous, she doubted Chen Zhibai would have invited her to go shopping if she were unattractive. Ultimately, this reflected the differing advantages possessed by men and women. A wealthy and handsome man holds an advantage, while a beautiful and well-shaped woman does as well. "You are remarkably candid," Chen Zhibai chuckled, surprised by Lu Meng's forthrightness. Yet, he acknowledged the truth in her statement. Wealth was indeed his advantage. "Is that so?" "I also believe I am quite forthright," Lu Meng replied, her smile growing even more radiant. In the midst of their conversation, they arrived at the school's parking lot. Chen Zhibai retrieved the key to his BMW, pressing it lightly. Instantly, the lights of the BMW X5 parked in the lot illuminated. Under the sunlight, its meteor gray hue exuded a sporty and fashionable allure. "Get in," Chen Zhibai instructed Lu Meng, opening the driver's side door and taking his seat. "All right," Lu Meng nodded. Entering the passenger seat, she was immediately taken aback by the car's interior. The airless red upholstery exuded an air of sophistication and luxury. "This interior is truly exquisite. It is my first time riding in such a fine vehicle," Lu Meng remarked, suppressing her astonishment, yet maintaining an air of grace and confidence. "To be honest, I had never ridden in such a luxurious car prior to purchasing this one," Chen Zhibai said, fastening his seatbelt. "I find that hard to believe," Lu Meng countered. "You drive such an impressive car right after starting university. Your family must be quite affluent, and you have undoubtedly experienced vehicles that surpass this one." Given that he was merely 18 and already driving a BMW X5, she was certain there existed even more extravagant automobiles within his family's collection. "Believe what you will," Chen Zhibai chuckled, stating the truth while recognizing Lu Meng's skepticism. "I read online that this model is the top-tier version, costing over 800,000 yuan?" Lu Meng inquired as she secured her seatbelt. "Indeed, if we account for everything, it amounts to 850,000, Chen Zhibai nodded, unable to resist glancing at Lu Meng. As she fastened her seatbelt, her figure became apparent. Two words came to mind: well endowed. Of course, she could not quite compare to Chen Zhihui, who was simply a natural beauty beyond comparison. 850,000? That's extraordinarily expensive, Lu Meng exclaimed, marveling not only at the figure but also at the calm demeanor with which Chen Zhibai mentioned it, as if 850,000 held no significance at all. It must be said, her intuition was spot on. After all, for Chen Zhibai, the 850,000 is indeed not a sum of money. It was a gift from the system. By the way, as Lu Meng suppressed her inner astonishment and was about to speak, she noticed Chen Zhibai's gaze and froze momentarily, a slight blush creeping onto her cheeks. Nevertheless, she feigned ignorance of his attention. "I found a hair salon for you. It's highly recommended online. Shall we go there?" Lu Meng suggested. "Sure," Chen Zhibai responded with a nod and promptly started the car. As they drove towards the school entrance, many students and teachers cast curious glances their way. Some knowledgeable individuals instinctively mentioned the car's price, eliciting gasps of astonishment from bystanders. Consequently, the gazes directed at the BMW X5 were tinged with envy. Naturally, there were also curious onlookers wondering who owned this luxurious vehicle, but due to the tinted windows, their identities remained concealed. Sitting in the passenger seat, Lu Meng had always considered herself devoid of vanity, yet, amidst the multitude of envious stares, an unusual feeling blossomed within her. This sensation was rather delightful. Liu and Zhou Hao were walking within the school grounds, having just returned from an outing for lunch. "Yeah, why do I feel like you're somewhat distracted? Is there something on your mind? You can share it with me. I may not be able to solve it, but at least I can listen," Zhou Hao remarked, echoing sentiments he had encountered online. He was eager to see a touched expression on Liu's face. However, upon hearing his words, Li Yu felt an overwhelming sense of exasperation. What good is listening if you can't provide a solution? Are you certain Chen Zhibai comes from an ordinary background? Li Yu suppressed her frustration and inquired. Absolutely certain, 100% sure. You've asked me this more than 10 times already. Zhou Hao was taken aback by the recurrence of this query, bewildered by Li Yu's fixation on it. Think carefully. In this past month since school started, has he made any significant expenditures? Li Yu pressed further. What significant expenditure could he possibly make? He hails from a small, impoverished county where his family runs a small convenience store, Zhou Hao scoffed. But soon recalled the new phone Chen Zhibai had acquired just yesterday. Well, he did get a new phone, but it wasn't overly expensive, only around 7,000 to 8,000 yuan. My phone cost over 10,000 yuan. Zhou Hao exclaimed, pulling out his latest model iPhone, which he had persuaded his family to buy after a month of pleading during the summer following his college entrance exams. 7,000 to 8,000? Li Yu frowned. If it were merely a phone in that price range, she doubted Lu Meng would be so proactive. Think again, she urged Zhou Hao, unwilling to relent. Just then, Chen Zhibai drove past them in the BMW X5. Although Li Yu was unfamiliar with cars, she recognized the BMW emblem, and the vehicle was undeniably stunning. Zhou Hao, on the other hand, was well aware of its significance. Wow, that's a BMW X5. The wheels and model indicate it's the top-tier version. This must cost over 800,000 yuan. My dream car. Zhou Hao exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with admiration as he watched the BMW X5 drive away. Over 800,000? Are you serious? Li Yu was momentarily stunned, her shock evident as she cast another glance at the departing BMW X5. For some reason, knowing its price made the car seem even more impressive. Yes, over 800,000. How wealthy must the owner be to drive that? Zhou Hao nodded in envy. While his family owned 2 houses in Jiangqing, purchasing such an expensive vehicle was out of the question. Thus, it remained a car of dreams. The vehicle still bore no license plates, indicating it was new, and the identity of its owner was unknown. Truly affluent, Zhou Hao mused, before letting the thought slide. Li Yu, however, turned to look again, her heart racing as she sighed inwardly. She couldn't bear to imagine how prestigious it would be if her boyfriend were the owner of such a car. The envy she would evoke from her peers, particularly those superficial friends from high school, would be immense. Unfortunately, she had no idea who the car belonged to. Yet, the mere presence of the car on campus implied its owner was a student. Should we find out who drives it? She pondered, her heart racing with excitement. Yeah. What is up? You seem suddenly exhilarated, Zhou Hao inquired curiously, having noticed the unmistakable spark of enthusiasm in her eyes. Oh, it's nothing, Li Yu quickly dismissed, shaking her head. Yet, deep down, this matter lingered in her thoughts. Chapter 26. Haircut, a transformation in appearance. After exiting the school, the BMW X5 seamlessly merged into the flow of traffic. The hair salon I found for you is quite renowned. Even some celebrities have their hair styled there. They can design a hairstyle that suits you perfectly, Lu Meng explained, inputting the salon's location into the car's navigation system. Of course, the price is steep, 888 yuan for a haircut and design. But for you, it's a mere trifle. Chen Zhibai nodded. At this moment, he truly did not concern himself with the cost, as all expenses were covered by the system. After your haircut, we'll go shopping for clothes. You have a budget in mind, right? We should definitely aim for some high-end brands. Do you have any preferred luxury clothing labels? Lu Meng asked. None. Chen Zhibai shook his head. To be honest, he barely knew of any luxury brands beyond Chanel, Gucci, and LV, those familiar names to the general populace. Shall we visit an Italian brand store then? This particular brand caters to the affordable luxury market. I've seen their clothing, and they strike a balance between fashionable, casual, and comfortable, all while maintaining quality. Lu Meng suggested, but was interrupted by Chen Zhibai. I'll defer to your judgment. Wherever you decide to go, I'm in your hands today. My only core requirement is that after the haircut and wardrobe change, I must undergo a significant transformation. Rest assured, with me around, everything will proceed smoothly. Lu Meng replied with a confident smile adorning her beautiful face. However, about the payment you promised for my services, a cup of milk tea seems like it should be fulfilled. I can't be expected to work for free, can I? Fear not. I won't let you toil for nothing. I'll buy it for you right away. Chen Zhibai chuckled, steering the car towards a nearby bubble tea shop in the university town. Soon after, they purchased 2 cups of milk tea and resumed their journey to the hair salon. The atmosphere in the car was harmonious, as Lu Meng proved to be exceptionally engaging in conversation, providing ample emotional value and feedback. Not to mention her appearance, figure, and poise added to the overall ambience. As they approached the hair salon, Lu Meng's phone chimed with a WeChat notification. Upon checking, she discovered a voice message from her younger sister. and her expression shifted to one of exasperation. Without a doubt, she must be asking for pocket money. She activated the voice message. Sure enough, sister. What are you up to? I need some gold coins. Is this your sister? Your biological sister? Chen Zhibai couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing the voice. Yes, my biological sister. Lu Ming sighed helplessly, yet she sent a red envelope of 50 yuan. The next moment, a voice message came through from the other side. Thank you. My dear sister, love you. Her voice was soft and endearing, exuding youthful charm. Your sister seems quite amusing. How old is she? Chen Zhibai inquired with curiosity. She's 16, just started her second year of high school. She never seeks me out, but when she does, it's always for gold coins. Sigh. Lu Ming let out a sigh. As they spoke, the car's navigation announced they had arrived at the hair salon. It was a quaint two-story building, with available parking spots at the entrance. Chen Zhibai parked the car directly. Let us go. Get out, he said, unbuckling his seatbelt and stepping out of the car. Lu Ming followed suit, and together, they entered the salon. The interior was quite stylish and elegant, with one wall adorned with photographs of various celebrities, clearly indicating that many stars frequented this establishment. Given that it was still noon, the salon was not overly crowded. Upon seeing Chen Zhibai and Lu Ming enter, a staff member promptly approached them. After inquiring about their purpose, to consult the salon manager for a hairstyle design and haircut, the staff member led Chen Zhibai to the shampoo area. However, it was not the same staff member who would wash his hair. Instead, a young lady took over. She was quite attractive, with a charming voice, and her technique while washing Chen Zhibai's hair was commendable. Yet, during the process, the girl cast several curious glances at Lu Ming. Pondering the contrast between Chen Zhibai's ordinary appearance and Lu Ming's striking beauty. As an employee of the salon, she had encountered numerous female celebrities, and by her standards, Lu Ming's beauty, figure, and poise were on par with some of them. After the shampoo, Chen Zhibai was taken to a chair where the manager, a man approaching 40, circled around him before finally picking up the scissors. An hour later, the manager spoke. All done. You may take a look and see if you're satisfied. Chen Zhibai, having drifted off during the lengthy haircut, snapped back to attention at the sound of the manager's voice and turned to the mirror. To his astonishment, the outcome exceeded his expectations. His formerly long, limp hair had been styled into a chic, layered cut that accentuated his facial features. Clean and refreshing, his overall appearance had significantly improved. Indeed, the saying that a good hairstyle can rival plastic surgery held true. This was money well spent. In fact, your facial proportions are quite good, and your skin is in excellent condition, free from blemishes. Thus, you are well suited to showcase your entire face, the manager remarked as he stood beside him. It does look quite good. Chen Zhibai nodded in agreement, realizing for the first time that his looks were not as mediocre as he had thought. At the very least, with this new hairstyle, he could confidently call himself somewhat handsome. Let me refine your eyebrows a bit more, the manager added, and upon receiving Chen Zhibai's nod, he took a brown knife and began to meticulously shape them. Eyebrow grooming was a simple task, and within a few minutes, the manager set the tool aside. Upon looking in the mirror after the eyebrow shaping, Chen Zhibai noticed that his features appeared more defined. The 1,888 yuan spent felt truly worthwhile. The haircut itself was not expensive. Rather, the value lay in the salon's ability to design a personalized hairstyle. Lu Ming, having approached at some point, gazed at Chen Zhibai. Her eyes filled with surprise. She hadn't anticipated that his new hairstyle would yield such impressive results. How do I look? Am I quite handsome? Chen Zhibai teased, noticing the astonishment in Lu Ming's eyes. You do look quite handsome, she affirmed earnestly, nodding her head. All right, where's the QR code? Chen Zhibai asked, retrieving his phone to complete the payment before he and Lu Ming exited the salon. Chapter 27. Reward, Patek Philippe Watch. System, what is my current attractiveness score? Once seated in the driver's seat of the BMW X5, Chen Zhibai inquired internally. After his hairstyle change, he had noticeably become more appealing, and he was eager to know. Host's current attractiveness score is 75 points, the system responded. Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow. He recalled that before the haircut, his score was 69, and now it had surged to 75. Thus, a good hairstyle indeed rivaled cosmetic surgery. A score of 75 was commendable. Next, he contemplated acquiring a few suitable outfits. People rely on their attire, just as Buddhas rely on gold adornments. This adage is no jest. Chen Zhibai glanced down at his current ensemble, a short-sleeved shirt and pants purchased from Taobao, which appeared rather ordinary and somewhat outdated. Where should I buy clothes? Suppressing his thoughts, Chen Zhibai fastened his seatbelt and turned to Lu Ming beside him. Let's head to Wanda Plaza. It houses various luxury brand stores, including that Italian light luxury brand, Lu Ming replied, casting a glance at Chen Zhibai. After his hairstyle change, he indeed looked quite handsome. However, his clothing felt mismatched, giving off an incongruous impression. Let us go. Chen Zhibai nodded, programming the navigation for Wanda Plaza before driving away from the salon. Half an hour later, Chen Zhibai arrived at Wanda Plaza, parked the car, and he and Lu Ming made their way to the elevator. The Italian light luxury clothing store is on the 3rd floor, Lu Ming mentioned while pressing the button for the 3rd floor. She had never been there before. She had merely looked up the store's location on her phone during their journey. This short-sleeved shirt, these pants, and these shoes seem perfect for you. Let us try them on and see how they look, Lu Ming suggested as she selected an outfit for Chen Zhibai in the store. Sounds good, he replied decisively. Heading to the fitting room. Soon after, he emerged in his new attire. Upon seeing him, Lu Ming's eyes instinctively lit up. The clothes she had chosen truly suited Chen Zhibai well. He wore a white short-sleeved shirt, black casual trousers, and white sneakers, embodying a simple yet relaxed style that fit him impeccably. Especially with his new hairstyle, he appeared fresh and clean, exuding a maturity and composure beyond his years. That aura was undeniably captivating. At the very least, Lu Ming admitted that her heart raced slightly upon seeing him. Sir, your girlfriend has an excellent eye for fashion. This outfit looks exceptionally fitting on you, the sales associate chimed in. As soon as the words left her lips, Lu Ming's charming face flushed slightly. But she refrained from retorting and instead cast a glance at Chen Zhibai. Naturally, Chen Zhibai also chose not to argue. The shop contained mirrors, and as he approached one, he observed his current ensemble, realizing that Lu Ming indeed possessed a keen eye for fashion. Although the outfit was simple, it suited him remarkably well. I'll take this one. Let's pick out a few more, he said, looking towards Lu Ming. Don't worry, leave it to me, she replied with a nod, subsequently selecting 3 more outfits for him. It must be said that each one was exceptionally fitting for Chen Zhibai. There was no need for further discussion. He proceeded to scan the payment code. Lu Ming had chosen a total of 4 outfits and 2 pairs of shoes, amounting to over 90,000 yuan. It was undeniably expensive, averaging over 20,000 per outfit. However, Chen Zhibai remained calm and composed as he scanned the payment code, for it was not his own money being spent. The entire expenditure was covered by the system. Considering the previous haircut cost of 888 yuan, the 100,000 yuan allocated for his image transformation had dwindled significantly. System. How much is left in the image transformation fund? Chen Zhibai inquired internally. Replying to the host, there remains 370 yuan, the system responded. Just as Chen Zhibai was about to speak again, the system's voice chimed in once more. Detection indicates the host has undergone an image transformation. Would the host like to proceed with the image rating now? Yes, Chen Zhibai thought for a moment before responding affirmatively, feeling a mix of anticipation and nervousness. Frankly speaking, he believed that his transformation had been quite successful. From his hairstyle to his attire, he had undergone a qualitative change, coupled with the confidence instilled by the system. If his former high school classmates were to see him now, they would scarcely recognize him due to the significant transformation. So, would he be able to claim the reward? Chen Zhibai did not dwell on it further, as the system's voice rang out. Ding! The host's image rating is 91. Congratulations, the host has successfully received a hidden reward. The hidden reward is a Patek Philippe Nautilus watch, model 5740. Note, this watch has been successfully purchased using the host's identification, and all procedures are legal and compliant. The host may collect it at the Patek Philippe Watch Center in Jiangxing, presenting their ID. Chen Zhibai was momentarily stunned. He had anticipated that the hidden reward would be impressive, but he had not expected it to be this extraordinary. A Patek Philippe Nautilus watch, model 5740. He had seen a blogger on Douyin discussing this watch, noting its exorbitant price. The retail price was over 135,000 yuan, and to actually acquire one, the cost would sort of 55 million yuan. Yet now, he had been granted one of these watches, a timepiece valued at 55 million yuan. What did this mean? His current BMW X5, the top model, cost 850,000 yuan. Thus, wearing this watch was akin to donning the equivalent of 2 fully equipped BMW X5s. The system was indeed generous. Chen Zhibai couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, then proceeded to search for the Patek Philippe Watch Center in Jiangxing on his phone. Not bad. It was not far away, approximately a 30-minute drive. Lu Ming stood beside Chen Zhibai, unaware of his momentary distraction, as she too was lost in thought. The reason for her daze lay in witnessing Chen Zhibai's calm demeanor as he scanned the payment code, effortlessly spending over 90,000 yuan. This left Lu Ming momentarily flabbergasted, almost in a daze. After all, this amount equated to her parents' hard-earned annual salary, yet for Chen Zhibai, it seemed merely the price of a few outfits. Even though she had known beforehand that Chen Zhibai's budget was 100,000 yuan, the reality of seeing him spend so much money with such tranquility was a shock that lingered within her. Lu Ming looked up at Chen Zhibai, now recognizing the advantages of wealth, not merely an abstract concept, but a vivid and tangible reality. Chapter 28. Lu Meng was flustered. Chen Zhibai tucked his phone away, feeling no urgency regarding the watch, as it wouldn't run away. What occupied his thoughts now was what gift he should buy for Lu Meng. Had it not been for her assistance in finding the barbershop and selecting suitable clothing, whether he could attain the system's hidden reward would have been questionable. In that case, the 155 million yuan watch would have slipped further from his grasp. Therefore, a gift was in order. But what kind of gift should he choose? As Chen Zhibai pondered, the system's voice resonated in his mind, triggering a random task. Ding! The host has triggered the task. Gift Lu Meng a present. The cost of the gift must not exceed 100,000 yuan and will be covered by the system. How fortunate! Just as he had been contemplating a gift for Lu Meng, a random task appeared, with a generous budget of up to 100,000 yuan. This opened up a vast array of possibilities. The LV store was nearby. Perhaps they could browse? Chen Zhibai suggested, looking at Lu Meng. Sure, Lu Meng nodded. And together they ventured into the adjacent LV boutique. Upon seeing Chen Zhibai laden with bags, all from the nearby Italian luxury store, the sales associate's smile became genuinely warm. In luxury boutiques, while every customer is treated with a smile, those with apparent means receive an even more sincere welcome, as it directly affects their commissions. Thus, upon encountering Chen Zhibai and Lu Meng, the sales associate's demeanor was enthusiastic, and her attitude was exemplary. Lu Meng noticed the sales associate's behavior, which stirred complex emotions within her. After all, her previous visits to the LV store had not been met with such warmth. But this was understandable. Lu Meng glanced down at the clothing bags in Chen Zhibai's hands, suppressing her mixed feelings. Do you like that bag? After browsing for a while, Chen Zhibai noticed Lu Meng's gaze frequently drifting towards a particular LV handbag. He inquired, I like it, but I can't afford it, Lu Meng replied candidly. Her eyes once again straying towards the handbag not far away. She truly admired this model, a new release from this summer, but her affection was futile, given that the handbag was priced at 68,888 yuan, outrageously expensive. Liking it is enough, Chen Zhibai smiled. Lu Meng, however, was somewhat taken aback, as she didn't grasp the meaning behind his words. The next moment, her surprise deepened. I'll take that bag. Where's the payment code? Chen Zhibai asked the sales associate directly. The associate was momentarily stunned but quickly regained her composure, her face lighting up with excitement and joy. Right here. She promptly produced the payment code. Chen Zhibai scanned it with his phone, completing the transaction. Afterward, he displayed the payment confirmation to the associate. Sir, I will wrap that bag for you right away, the associate said before proceeding to fetch the item. As she left, she cast an envious glance at Lu Meng, clearly recognizing that the bag was intended as a gift for her. How generous! How wealthy! The handbag, valued at 68,888, was purchased without a moment's hesitation. There was no unnecessary chatter. The transaction was executed with a brisk and serene demeanor, as though it were merely a matter of acquiring a bag worth a few hundred. No, I cannot accept this. It is far too expensive, she protested. It was only when the sales associate began to wrap the handbag that Lu Meng regained her composure. She gazed at Chen Zhibai, feeling a surge of panic. She had never expected Chen Zhibai to make such a lavish purchase, a Louis Vuitton bag costing over 60,000. And his tone was strikingly casual. All right, take it. If it weren't for your help in picking out clothes, I would never have such discerning taste myself. Chen Zhibai smiled, his words sincere. Without Lu Meng, he would hardly have the opportunity to acquire a Patek Philippe Nautilus watch worth 155 million. Moreover, the funds for Lu Meng's gift did not come from his own pocket. As the sales associate approached with the handbag neatly wrapped and placed in an LV-branded bag, she announced, Sir, here's your bag. Chen Zhibai took it and handed it directly to Lu Meng. Here, take it. It's already purchased. If you don't want it, you can simply discard it. He chuckled. How could I possibly throw it away? Such an expensive bag. Lu Meng exclaimed, her anxiety palpable. Then keep it, he waved dismissively. Lu Meng remained silent. Deep down, she still wished to refuse, but the words fell short at her lips. The truth was, this was indeed a bag she had long desired. The coveted item was now in her hands, rendering her unable to utter her rejection. If you feel awkward about it, just continue to help me select clothes in the future. Your taste is truly exceptional. From now on, you shall be my personal stylist, Chen Zhibai added. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Meng nodded. All right, I will assist you with your wardrobe henceforth. Good, now let us go. We have another place to visit, Chen Zhibai said as he led Lu Meng out of the LV store. Where are we going? Lu Meng inquired, her curiosity piqued. To the Patek Philippe Center in Jiangqing. He replied. What for? She asked instinctively, but realized even before finishing her question that of course, it was to purchase a watch. If it were anyone else, it might have been just a casual visit. But with Chen Zhibai, she had no doubt he was indeed going to buy a watch. Are you planning to buy a watch? Lu Meng pressed, suppressing her thoughts. Not exactly, Chen Zhibai shook his head, leaving Lu Ming puzzled until he continued. I have already made the purchase. We are merely going to collect it now. Lu Ming was momentarily speechless. By the time they reached the elevator, she was still contemplating. Once inside, she waited until they exited before asking, what watch did you buy? The Patek Philippe Nautilus, model 5740. Are you familiar with it? Chen Zhibai responded. Not really. Lu Ming admitted, though she was aware of the prestigious brand. Let us go? He said no more, heading towards his BMW X5. Once inside the vehicle, Chen Zhibai buckled his seatbelt and started the engine. Lu Ming, seated in the passenger seat, took out her phone and searched for the Patek Philippe Nautilus 5740. The price appeared before her eyes. 55 million. She gasped, her beautiful eyes widening in disbelief. Chapter 29, No More Delays. At the Jiangqing Patek Philippe Watch Center. After arriving and presenting his identification, Chen Zhibai was escorted by the manager to the VIP lounge. The manager, a man in his 30s, donned white gloves and, upon receiving Chen Zhibai's nod, opened a meticulously sealed watch box. Inside lay the Patek Philippe Nautilus 5740, quietly resting within its confines. Frankly, it was striking. The dial was a captivating hue of blue, not deep but slightly darker than a light blue, exuding a sense of quality and aesthetic appeal. The name Patek Philippe was elegantly inscribed on the dial, a subtle yet powerful declaration of its exorbitant worth to anyone in the know. It is a well-known adage that the affluent indulge in watches while the less fortunate invest in cars. This watch, priced at 55 million, equated to the cost of 2 fully equipped BMW X5 vehicles. Yet, those who could afford 2 BMWs would seldom part with such a sum for a mere watch, as the values ascribed to cars and watches differ vastly. Mr. Chen, this is the watch you ordered, the manager said, a middle-aged man impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, exuding an air of success. Despite the evident age difference, his demeanor was one of utmost respect, bowing slightly as he addressed Chen Zhibai. Lu Ming, seated on the sofa, observed the manager's deference towards Chen Zhibai, who appeared to be just a college student, and felt a wave of astonishment wash over her. Chen Zhibai responded without paying heed to the two, his focus entirely on the watch. He picked it up, examined it briefly, and then affixed it to his left wrist. It fits perfectly. What do you think of it on me? He asked Lu Ming. It looks wonderful, she replied earnestly. It was more than just wonderful, in her eyes. The watch enhanced Chen Zhibai's aura, imbuing him with an air of sophistication. Of course, she recognized that her perception was likely influenced by the knowledge of its staggering price. Good enough, Chen Zhibai nodded. He too found it appealing. I'll wear it directly. Please ensure the warranty card and other items are packed properly, he instructed the manager. Of course, Mr. Chen, the manager quickly affirmed, gathering the necessary paperwork and handing it to Chen Zhibai. Let us go, Chen Zhibai said as he took the items. Addressing Lu Ming. Once settled in the car, Lu Ming's gaze occasionally drifted to Chen Zhibai's wrist. 55 million, enough to purchase several apartments in her hometown. Yet now, it was merely a watch. I have dinner plans tonight, so I will drop you off at school first. We are not far, just about 10 minutes away. After fastening his seatbelt, Chen Zhibai noted the time was already past 5 in the afternoon and turned to Lu Ming, casually mentioning their dinner arrangement with Chen Zhibai at 6 o'clock. Upon hearing about his evening plans, Lu Ming instinctively wanted to inquire whether the person he was meeting was male or female, but she swallowed the words before they escaped her lips. Well, that complicates things, she remarked with a smile. What's complicated about it? Chen Zhibai replied with a chuckle, honestly feeling quite elated. After all, the afternoon had proven to be remarkably fruitful. He had a fresh haircut that enhanced his appearance, no longer blending into the ordinary. He had also acquired fashionable attire, elevating his style significantly, and most notably, he had obtained a Patek Philippe watch worth 55 million yuan, truly a bountiful outcome. Lu Ming returned a smile, but remained silent, her mind racing with thoughts. Indeed, after seeing Chen Zhibai driving a fully equipped BMW X5 yesterday, she had resolutely decided to become his girlfriend. However, in her envisioned scenario, this process would unfold naturally and gradually. Even upon becoming his girlfriend, she had imagined revealing herself to him bit by bit, fearing that if she were to gain his affection too easily, he might not cherish it. Yet today, in this very moment, Lu Ming felt compelled to overturn all those preconceived notions. The idea of a natural progression, gradual development, it was utterly unrealistic. With this revelation, she glanced up at the driving Chen Zhibai and then at the luxurious watch adorning his wrist. She was genuinely astonished to discover that he was wealthier than she had anticipated. A 55 million yuan watch, purchased without a second thought. Such extravagance exceeded the grasp of most wealthy heirs. A person of Chen Zhibai's caliber would undoubtedly attract countless admirers, particularly beautiful women, without effort. The stark reality was that, when it came to desirability, wealth far outweighed mere beauty. Moreover, aside from his affluence, Chen Zhibai's fresh haircut and stylish new clothes had transformed him into a dapper figure of taste. He possessed both wealth and looks, and at only 18 years of age, he was certainly not lacking in admirers. Thus, was it truly wise for her to take her time in becoming his girlfriend? Lu Ming shook her head. Despite her confidence in her own beauty and figure, she recognized the impracticality of her initial plan. If she hesitated even a moment longer, she feared that another girl might seize the opportunity first. There were indeed beautiful girls in her school, and none were oblivious to the allure of a wealthy and handsome peer like Chen Zhibai, especially one who was so generous. Lowering her gaze to the LV bag in her hand, containing a handbag priced at 888 yuan, she realized that her gradual approach was no longer viable. She needed to act decisively and secure her position as Chen Zhibai's girlfriend to establish their relationship. Only then could she deter other girls from harboring similar intentions. Of course, she knew she couldn't completely eliminate the competition. Some girls would inevitably continue to pursue him. However, that was a concern for another day, once she had solidified her status. What was she thinking so deeply about? As they halted at a red light, Chen Zhibai noticed Lu Ming's prolonged silence and, intrigued, glanced her way. Upon seeing her pensive expression, he chuckled and inquired, "What occupies your thoughts?" "Nothing much." Lu Ming snapped back to reality, shaking her head, acutely aware that her previous musings were not meant for sharing. "Very well," Chen Zhibai conceded, not pressing further. As the light turned green, he smoothly accelerated the car towards the school. "By the way, I have a question that piques my curiosity. Is it all right if I ask?" Lu Ming suddenly ventured, turning slightly to look at Chen Zhibai. This angle was one she had deemed most flattering when she had practiced in front of the mirror. "Not convenient." Chen Zhibai replied candidly, glancing at Lu Ming. Taken aback, Lu Ming found herself momentarily at a loss for words, surprised by his unexpected response. Typically, one would expect a more accommodating reply, but his straightforwardness was refreshingly disarming. "I'm just kidding. Feel free to ask whatever you wish," he added, noticing the bewildered expression on her charming face. With a newfound sense of determination, Lu Ming seized the moment. "All right then, I'm curious about the type of girls you prefer. Would you mind sharing?" "There's nothing inconvenient about that. First and foremost, she must be beautiful. This goes without saying. Secondly, a good figure is essential. But the most important aspect I haven't mentioned yet," Chen Zhibai elaborated. Upon hearing his emphasis on beauty and physique, Lu Ming felt a swell of pride, confident in her own appearance. Throughout her life, aside from Shen Qing in their dormitory, she had never encountered anyone she felt was her equal. However, she soon found herself intrigued by the latter part of his statement. "What is the most important aspect?" she prompted eagerly. "She must wear a white t-shirt paired with a black pleated skirt. I have a fondness for that outfit," Chen Zhibai stated after glancing at Lu Ming. Lu Ming was momentarily taken aback, recognizing this description as strikingly familiar. In the next instant, the realization dawned on her. It was precisely her outfit for the day. Looking down, she confirmed the white t-shirt on her upper half and the black pleated skirt adorning her lower half. Even though she understood that Chen Zhibai was teasing, a rush of happiness surged within her. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Ming decided to be forthright. "Really? You like my outfit? How about I become your girlfriend then?" she declared boldly, as this was the quickest avenue she could think of to solidify their relationship. Chen Zhibai, who had been driving, raised his eyebrows in surprise at Lu Ming's directness, turning to face her. "You are being quite forward, asking to be my girlfriend so outright," he noted, realizing that her sincerity was unmistakable. At that moment, Chen Zhibai's emotions were indeed complex. He understood that Lu Ming's assertiveness was likely influenced by his driving the BMW X5, along with the extravagant spending that had transpired that afternoon, especially the Patek Philippe Nautilus watch. Such was the advantage of wealth. "What do you think?" "This is my first time ever expressing such sentiments to a boy," Lu Ming added, her voice tinged with nervousness as she noticed Chen Zhibai's silence. "All right, let us embark on this romantic journey. To be honest, I have never been in a relationship before," Chen Zhibai stated candidly. In this day and age, possessing a system and wealth served as his advantages. So why not? Lu Ming, with her stunning beauty, enviable physique, and long legs, was indeed a captivating prospect. "Since you've agreed, allow me to reintroduce myself. Hello, my name is Lu Ming, and I am your girlfriend," she declared. A weight lifted from her heart as a radiant smile illuminated her delicate features. As she spoke, she extended her hand, which was graceful and fair, with slender fingers. "Hello, I am Chen Zhibai, your boyfriend," he replied with a smile, one hand deftly gripping the steering wheel while the other clasped hers momentarily. As he resumed driving, it was evident that Lu Ming, feeling a newfound sense of joy, appeared much more vibrant. She had secured her position. This was significant. The vehicle continued its journey, soon arriving at the school. Lu Ming, seated in the passenger seat, shared amusing anecdotes from the beginning of the semester. Chen Zhibai occasionally nodded, though his mind wandered elsewhere. After establishing their romantic connection, he felt a rush of excitement, especially given Lu Ming's exceptional looks. Prior to acquiring the system, he had never imagined dating someone like her. Yet, his exhilaration was tempered by the knowledge that he would not lack for female companionship in the future, even with beauties like Lu Ming. Thus, while he felt excited, it was not overwhelming. As Chen Zhibai drove, he chose not to dwell further on his thoughts, arriving at the girls' dormitory. "We've arrived," he announced. "Yes, I see it." Lu Ming responded, nodding as she unfastened her seatbelt but hesitated to exit the car, instead glancing at Chen Zhibai. "What's the matter?" Chen Zhibai inquired, noticing her gaze with a hint of confusion. "Lean in closer. I have something to whisper to you," she said. Her lovely face slightly flushed as she motioned him to come nearer. "What do you want to say?" Chen Zhibai asked, not giving it much thought, believing she genuinely wished to share something. Despite his confusion regarding her request to come closer, he complied. As he leaned in, Lu Ming's blush deepened, and in the next moment, she pressed her lips against his. "This is my first kiss. From now on, I entrust it to you. You are my first boyfriend and will also be my last," she stated earnestly, her radiant face tinged with a shy hue. She meant every word. She had no intention of seeking another partner. Her choice was singular. Admittedly, Chen Zhibai was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly regained his composure. He turned the steering wheel, driving away from the girls' dormitory. "Where are we going?" "I haven't even gotten out yet," Lu Ming exclaimed, momentarily bewildered. Without answering, he steered the car to a secluded corner within the campus before coming to a halt. Half an hour later, Chen Zhibai returned to the dormitory entrance. As Lu Ming exited the vehicle, her face was flushed, and even a cursory glance revealed that her lipstick had smudged. "Drive carefully on your way back," she advised, standing beside the car as she addressed him. Of course, he nodded, and without further ado, he drove away from the girls' dormitory. Only after the BMW X5 vanished from her view did Lu Ming retract her gaze. At the dormitory entrance, several girls were coming and going, and upon seeing Lu Ming emerge from the luxurious vehicle, they cast envious glances. However, upon recognizing her, they deemed it a normal occurrence. Throughout the first month of school, everyone in her dormitory had come to know of Lu Ming, the strikingly beautiful girl. Thus, her descent from a BMW was hardly surprising. Ignoring the envious stares, Lu Ming held her LV bag and strode into the dormitory with a lightness in her step. A significant burden had been lifted. She was now Chen Zhibai's girlfriend and was certain she was his first. That was sufficient. It was well known that a man's first girlfriend held a special significance. As she entered the dormitory, the flush on her cheeks had nearly faded, although a slight tint remained, hardly noticeable. "Welcome back, Ming Ming. Where did you go this afternoon?" Her roommates, Li Yu, Xin Qing, and Wang Hui, inquired upon her return. Li Yu, who had been reclining on her bed, immediately sat up upon hearing Lu Ming's arrival. She was unaware of Lu Ming's whereabouts, but suspected she had been with Chen Zhibai, having learned from Zhou Hao that he was not in the dormitory that afternoon. The conclusion was clear. She had been out with her boyfriend. "We just went shopping," Lu Ming replied with a smile. "What did you say, Ming Ming? Am I hearing things? You went shopping with your boyfriend? When did you get a boyfriend?" Wang Hui exclaimed, her surprise evident as she stood up in disbelief. Not only was she shocked, but Xin Qing, who had been engrossed in her phone, also looked up, her expression a mix of astonishment and curiosity. Clad in loose pajamas due to their dormitory setting, her figure remained striking, complemented by her cool demeanor and exquisite features. Li Yu was even more astonished, given her knowledge. Her instinctive reaction upon hearing Lu Ming mention her boyfriend was to wonder if it was indeed Chen Zhibai. Had they really established a relationship so quickly? "You heard correctly. I truly went out with my boyfriend. We just confirmed our relationship this afternoon," Lu Ming confirmed with a nod and a smile. "Is it really true?" Wang Hui was about to speak again, but Li Yu interjected. "Is your boyfriend Chen Zhibai?" Li Yu's eyes were fixed intently on Lu Ming, eager to discern the truth. "Chen Zhibai? Yeah, isn't he your boyfriend's roommate? There's no way he could be Meng Ming's boyfriend. How could that be? Didn't your boyfriend say Chen Zhibai is quite ordinary?" Wang Hui interjected. Li Yu remained silent, her gaze still fixed on Lu Ming. "Yes, it's him. He is my boyfriend now," Lu Ming affirmed, meeting Li Yu's gaze. "Indeed, it's really him. It's Chen Zhibai." Upon receiving a direct confession from Lu Ming, Li Yu felt a wave of disorientation wash over her. Just last night, Lu Ming had proactively requested her WeChat. They met at noon today, and then, by afternoon, they had established a romantic relationship? What on earth is the family background of this Chen Zhibai? Li Yu's mind was in turmoil. "Ming Ming, I can't fathom why you would choose to date him. Did you go shopping at LV?" Unable to contain her curiosity, Li Yu resolved to confront Lu Ming directly. She had initially intended to investigate gradually, but the urge was too strong to resist. However, before she could formulate her thoughts, Her eyes widened in shock upon noticing the LV bag that Lu Ming was carrying. This revelation left her utterly astounded. Even without knowing the contents of the bag, it was well understood that LV items were anything but affordable. They were luxury goods. The cheapest offerings were beyond the means of an average person. Yet here was Lu Ming, nonchalantly toting an LV bag. Did you actually visit the LV store, Ming Ming? At Li Yu's exclamation, Wang Hui also caught sight of the LV bag and couldn't help but inquire. As for Xinqing, she had actually noticed the bag before Li Yu, but chose to remain silent, her expression contemplative. It seemed she understood why Lu Ming had sought Chen Zhibai's WeChat yesterday and confirmed their relationship today. Clearly, this Chen Zhibai was not the ordinary young man that Li Yu's boyfriend, Zhou Hao, had described. Yes, I just took a stroll through the LV store. Lu Ming confirmed with a nod. Did Chen Zhibai buy you something from the LV store? Li Yu couldn't help but blurt out, her intellect not failing her. It was obvious that Chen Zhibai had purchased the item for Lu Ming. Given Lu Ming's spending habits, it was evident that as an ordinary university student, she could not possibly afford LV merchandise. Therefore, the conclusion was inescapable. It was indeed Chen Zhibai who had made the purchase. It became increasingly apparent that Chen Zhibai's family situation was far from what Zhou Hao had claimed to be ordinary. After all, he was buying LV items. Moreover, considering that Chen Zhibai had only added Lu Ming on WeChat yesterday, the fact that he could already afford to gift her an LV bag spoke volumes about his financial prowess. May I see what he bought you? Li Yu pressed down her inner thoughts and inquired of Lu Ming. Ming Ming, I would like to see it too. This is LV we're talking about. And I've yet to encounter such luxury in real life. Wang Hui chimed in, her curiosity piqued. However, it was clear that Wang Hui's interest differed markedly from Li Yu's. Li Yu was keen to ascertain just how substantial Chen Zhibai's wealth might be based on the item purchased. Behold, it's a handbag, Lu Ming remarked, glancing at Li Yu, fully aware of the other's unvoiced thoughts but choosing to disregard them. As she spoke, she extracted the LV handbag from the bag. This is indeed an LV bag. It exudes luxury. Wang Hui leaned in to inspect it closely. Li Yu, standing nearby, recognized the handbag the moment she laid eyes on it. It was the latest model released this summer. Although she could not afford it, she had kept abreast of its existence. The price tag on this handbag, an astounding 888 yuan, nearly 70,000. Chapter 32, The Allure of a Woman's Voice. Chen Zhibai is astonishingly affluent. A bag worth 70,000 yuan, and he simply gives it away. Li Yu clenched her fists, her gaze fixated on the LV handbag in Lu Ming's possession. At that moment, her envy reached a fever pitch. After all, this was a handbag priced at 70,000 yuan. Furthermore, pondering deeper, how wealthy must Chen Zhibai be to casually gift such a lavish item? How had she failed to recognize him as a wealthy heir? Jealousy filled Li Yu's eyes. Ming Ming, did Chen Zhibai buy this bag for you? How much did it cost? Wang Hui cautiously asked, reaching out to touch the LV bag. Yes, he bought it for me. As for the price, Lu Ming paused for a moment before revealing 888. How much? Wang Hui was completely taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief as she turned to Lu Ming. Frankly, at that moment, she even suspected her ears had betrayed her. 888. Wang Hui's astonished expression elicited a chuckle from Lu Ming, who then added, is this bag made of gold? It's so expensive. 7,000 yuan could cover my tuition and living expenses for 4 years. Wang Hui gasped inwardly, retracting her hand from the LV bag. I dare not touch it anymore. If I were to damage it, I couldn't afford the consequences. As she spoke, Wang Hui instinctively took several steps back. It's not that dramatic. The bag isn't made of paper. It won't break so easily. Lu Ming found Wang Hui's reaction amusing, and as she spoke, she handed the bag back to Wang Hui. Go ahead, it's fine. No, I can't touch it. Please take it back quickly. Wang Hui, clutching the handbag, appeared flustered and alarmed as she gazed at Lu Ming. Observing her reaction, Lu Ming retrieved the bag, allowing Wang Hui to breathe a sigh of relief. Ming Ming, is Chen Zhibai's family really that wealthy? To gift a 70,000 yuan bag so casually, how generous and affluent he must be. Wang Hui expressed her envy, acutely aware of the significance of wealth in today's world, and she certainly did not exempt herself from this understanding. Consequently, she felt a deep sense of admiration for Lu Ming. After all, Chen Zhibai had effortlessly gifted a handbag worth 70,000 yuan, a clear indicator of his wealth and generosity. I need to use the restroom, Lu Ming declared, placing the handbag back on her bed before heading to the bathroom. Yeah. Didn't your boyfriend say that Chen Zhibai's family background was quite ordinary? That seems clearly untrue. A 70,000 yuan bag given as a gift? He must be incredibly wealthy. Wang Hui approached Li Yu, curiosity evident in her voice. Li Yu remained silent, her teeth instinctively clenching. How could she possibly comprehend the situation? Had she known earlier about Chen Zhibai's wealth and generosity, she would have certainly pursued him instead of being with Zhou Hao. Yeah, what's wrong? Why are you so quiet? Don't you like to talk? Noticing Li Yu's silence, Wang Hui couldn't resist asking again. I'm tired. I want to take a nap, Li Yu replied through clenched teeth. Before lying back down on her bed, Wang Hui found her behavior peculiar but chose not to press further. The dormitory soon returned to a state of tranquility. Seated at her desk, Shen Qing lifted her delicate, refined face, casting a glance at the LV bag resting on Lu Meng's bed before diverting her gaze. She was aware that LV bags were notoriously expensive, yet she hadn't anticipated such a staggering price, 70,000 yuan for a single bag. How affluent, Shen Qing mused quietly, before dismissing the thought and redirecting her attention to her phone. Yesterday, she had stumbled upon a rather engaging female-oriented novel. Just as she began to read, a WeChat notification popped up at the top of her screen. It was a message from her mother. Dear, are there any boys at your school from well-off families? If so, feel free to pursue them. Sighing at her mother's message, Shen Qing opted not to reply. In the dormitory's restroom, Lu Meng stood before the mirror at the sink, her fair complexion tinged with a hint of red as she noticed her lipstick had become smudged. Instinctively, her mind wandered back to the events that had transpired in the car earlier. She initially intended only to share a brief kiss, but unexpectedly, Chen Zhibai drove them to a secluded spot, and as a result, her lipstick became smudged. Lu Meng picked up a wet wipe to remove the lipstick. Nevertheless, her spirits remained high, for she sensed that Chen Zhibai was experiencing his first kiss as well. Thus, everything felt quite delightful. My lipstick is all ruined, and it's all your fault, she mused, reaching for her phone. After a moment's contemplation, she sent Chen Zhibai a WeChat message. It turns out that a girl's lips are truly fragrant. As Chen Zhibai drove out of the school gates, this thought flashed through his mind, prompting a smile. He then inquired of the system, what is this romance fund all about? Just moments ago, while kissing Lu Meng, he had suddenly heard a system notification in his mind, announcing that he had successfully acquired a romance fund of 1 million. At that moment, he was too preoccupied to ponder its significance. The host has established a romantic relationship with Lu Meng, hence the allocation of 1 million in romance funds, which can only be utilized for Lu Meng. The system explained in a straightforward manner. This million must be spent solely on Lu Meng, as it pertains to romantic finances. To be candid, 1 million in romance funds is quite substantial. After all, even if one were to calculate based on the salary of a recent university graduate, accumulating a million would take at least 20 to 30 years. Shaking his head, Chen Zhibai chose not to dwell on this further. After parking the car by the roadside, he sent a WeChat message to Chen Zhibai. I'm on my way to pick you up. I should arrive in about 20 minutes. The moment he sent the message, Chen Zhibai replied instantaneously, clearly having been waiting by her phone. Okay, I'll come downstairs to wait for you, she responded, complete with a cute emoji. Chen Zhibai sent 2 messages, one text and another a DIY emoji of herself, with her hands on either side of her face, striking an adorable pose. Frankly speaking, it was quite charming. Additionally, one could see the allure of her upper body. Though nothing was revealed, the silhouette was undeniably enticing. Chen Zhibai couldn't help but glance a few extra times before responding with an okay, promptly saving Chen Zhihui's selfie emoji. Having completed these tasks, just as he intended to put his phone away, he noticed a WeChat message from Lu Meng. My lipstick is all ruined, and it's all your fault. Reading this message, Chen Zhibai instinctively recalled the events that transpired in the car. How sweet. Suppressing his thoughts, he replied with a playful emoji before stowing his phone away. Then, he let out a sigh, for he suddenly realized he was, in fact, quite the scoundrel. Just having confirmed his romantic relationship with Lu Meng and shared a kiss, he was now en route to dine with Chen Zhihui. Moreover, the system's task loomed before him, requiring him to take Chen Zhihui's first kiss. The troubling part was that he found himself unperturbed by it. After all, Chen Zhihui was stunning and possessed an enviable figure. Indeed, it seemed that wealth could alter one's mindset. Even he couldn't resist the temptation of indulging in the notion of embracing both sides. Chen Zhibai shook his head, choosing not to pursue those thoughts any longer, as he drove towards the residential community Chen Zhihui had sent him earlier that afternoon. So what if he was a scoundrel? With a system at his disposal, having multiple girlfriends seemed rather normal, didn't it? Chapter 33. The Deadly Waste Inquan community is an old residential area in Jiangxing, established in 2003, making it 20 years old now. Consequently, the entire complex appears rather worn down, with capable residents long having moved out, renting their vacant properties. The rent here is cheaper than in newer communities, attracting many recent graduates to reside in these apartments. Chen Zhihui and her friend, Li Xiran, rented a place in this very community. At this moment, in a 2-bedroom apartment, Chen Zhihui sat with her friend Li Xiran. He said he has driven over to pick me up. He'll arrive in 20 minutes. Xiran, do you really think this outfit looks good on me? Chen Zhihui placed her phone down, casting a nervous glance at her friend. Rest assured, he will undoubtedly find it appealing, without a shadow of a doubt, Li Shiran replied, nodding emphatically as she assessed Chen Zhibai. Dressed in a white floral dress, her slender waist and beautiful face were striking. However, the most crucial aspect was that it sparked a sense of inadequacy within Li Shiran, who couldn't fathom how her friend had grown up so splendidly. It was fair to say she was exceptionally gifted. Honestly, no matter what you wear, he will surely like it, Li Shiran pressed on, attempting to suppress her own feelings of envy. Huh, why? Chen Zhibai instinctively asked. Just look at your figure. Which man wouldn't adore it? And you're so beautiful, Li Shiran said, pointing with admiration. Stop saying such things, Chen Zhibai replied, her cheeks flushing as she playfully swatted her friend's hand away. I'm speaking the truth. I genuinely don't know how you grew up like this, Li Shiran remarked with envy, noticing Chen Zhibai's face redden further, prompting her to refrain from teasing her friend any longer. She understood that Chen Zhibai was somewhat bashful. Oui, I genuinely envy you. You have a wealthy heir pursuing you. Driving a fully loaded BMW X5 as a freshman, clearly from a well-off family, and he is even younger than us, Li Shiran stated, recalling how Chen Zhibai had shared news about Chen Zhibai the previous evening after work. To be frank, she felt a pang of envy, for it was only after graduating that one truly comprehended the significance of money. Now, her friend was being sought after by someone who, as a freshman, drove a top-tier BMW X5, while she herself had suitors at work, none of whom measured up. Well, they might just be asking me out for a meal, Chen Zhibai said somewhat bashfully. Uff, Li Shiran scoffed. Do you even believe what you just said? If he had no interest in you, would he invite you to dinner? Moreover, not only are you beautiful, but let me tell you, every man, provided they are physiologically and psychologically normal, will undoubtedly be drawn to someone like you. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhibai felt her cheeks heat up again. Li Shiran noticed her friend's embarrassment, but pressed on. When you have dinner with him tonight, I think you should take the initiative. Someone like him, a wealthy heir driving a BMW X5, is not lacking in female admirers. Yes, you're beautiful and have a great figure, but beauty alone cannot compete with wealth. I believe you should be a bit more proactive. If you secure him, you'll never have to worry about your future. Li Shiran spoke earnestly, truly believing her friend should seize the opportunity, considering Chen Zhibai was indeed quite exceptional. I don't know how to be proactive. You know, I've never been in a relationship throughout my entire university life, Chen Zhibai admitted, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Li Shiran was momentarily taken aback, for both she and Chen Zhibai had yet to experience romance. However, facing her friend's hopeful gaze, Li Shiran racked her brain, recalling the romantic novels she had read. Soon, she devised a plan. Being proactive is quite simple. Aren't you having dinner with him tonight? Then make sure to serve him more dishes and adopt a gentler tone. Oh, that goes without saying. Your tone is inherently gentle. After a couple of statements, Li Shiran became increasingly fluent in her speech. Yes, I understand. Chen Zhibai nodded earnestly, committing these insights to memory. This instilled a sense of accomplishment in Li Shiran, silently affirming that her indulgence in romance novels had not been in vain. Indeed, those sleepless nights bore fruit. Moreover, you mentioned last night that despite his recent entry into university, he seems quite composed and unflustered, lacking the usual impulsiveness typical of his age. Li Shiran pondered for a moment before inquiring further. Yes, he does appear quite steady and poised, Chen Zhibai confirmed with a nod. In that case, I believe you should simply showcase your own personality traits. A stable and composed young man would surely appreciate a more vivacious partner, Li Shiran suggested. Anything else? Chen Zhibai continued to nod, her gaze filled with anticipation. Li Shiran replied, For now, that should suffice. It's enough for you to work with. All right, Chen Zhibai affirmed. Oh, I truly envy you. I wonder when it will be my turn to be pursued by a wealthy young heir. I feel utterly disenchanted with my mundane class. Li Shiran sighed before continuing. 3,000 yuan can't even attract a migrant worker, yet it can secure a graduate from a second-tier university, always on standby. Don't fret. With your beauty, it's only a matter of time before a well-qualified gentleman comes your way. Chen Zhibai chuckled at Li Shiran's expression. This statement held a grain of truth. Li Shiran was indeed quite lovely. Even when compared to Chen Zhibai, she was hardly lacking. The sole area where she fell short was in upper body proportions, though she compensated with a remarkably slender waist. At that moment, being at home, Li Shiran wore a black tank top that revealed her navel, showcasing her delicate, almost fragile waistline. Her waist-to-hip ratio was also commendable. Let us hope your words bring me good fortune, Li Shiran remarked after glancing at the time on her phone. Noticing that over 10 minutes had passed, she nudged Chen Zhibai. You should head to the community entrance now. It's been quite a while, and we wouldn't want him waiting. All right, I'm off, Chen Zhibai nodded, placing her phone into her satchel before stepping out the door. The satchel was a modest affair, costing just over 200 yuan. Not particularly extravagant. With a resounding thud, the door closed behind her. Seated on the sofa, Li Shiran cast a glance at her own slender waist, running her hand along it. I wonder who is fortunate enough to enjoy such a fine waist, she mused. Even she couldn't deny the appeal of her own midsection, an enviable waist. Chapter 34. Brother's sincere intentions are here. 2 minutes later, Chen Zhibai arrived at the entrance of the community, scanning her surroundings, but failing to spot the sky-gray BMW X5. Clearly, Chen Zhibai had not yet arrived. Unperturbed, she began to wait for him. As it was now 6 in the evening, a steady stream of residents entered and exited the community. Several men couldn't help but steal glances at Chen Zhibai, captivated by her beauty. Dressed in a white sundress adorned with yellow daisies, she radiated charm. Her slender waist accentuated by the hem of the dress, revealing a glimpse of her lovely legs. She paired high-waisted white socks with white sneakers, evoking an indescribable sense of purity and beauty. Yet, the striking contrast of her upper body, which was equally well-proportioned, drew even more attention. Naturally, Chen Zhibai was accustomed to the stares, but at that moment, she felt a slight frown crease her brow. She was somewhat unaccustomed to the attention, having previously favored looser clothing that concealed her figure. Today, however, the fitted white dress left little to the imagination. Slightly raising her hand to play with her phone, she shielded her upper body, feeling a sense of relief. As she was engrossed in her phone, Chen Zhibai sensed a vehicle had pulled up in front of her. Initially, she thought it might be Chen Zhibai, but upon looking up, she was confronted not by the BMW X5, but a black Volkswagen Passat. Frowning at the sight, Chen Zhibai instinctively took a couple of steps back, eyeing the vehicle warily. "Zhibai, it's me. Are you heading out?" "Where to?" "I happen to have some time and can give you a ride." A man in his 30s emerged from the Passat. He was of average height and unremarkable in appearance, with a pockmarked face, yet his gaze toward Chen Zhibai bore an eager intensity. This man was Li Zhihao, residing just above Chen Zhihai's rented apartment. Unlike her, he owned his home. Originally from a local village, his family had received multiple apartments from the government after their old neighborhood was demolished in 2005. All situated within this community. "No, thank you, someone is picking me up," Chen Zhibai replied, growing more cautious upon recognizing Li Zhihao. She shook her head dismissively. She had a vivid recollection of their encounters since moving in with her friend. Li Zhihao had frequently attempted to engage her in conversation, which she found repugnant, especially knowing he was married. "There's no need for formality. Just tell me where you're headed, and I'll drop you off. It's merely a matter of stepping on the gas." "Really, there's no need for hesitation," Li Zhihao insisted, waving his hand with an air of camaraderie, even though his eyes lingered on Chen Zhibai with an intensity that made her uncomfortable. To be frank, he had harbored feelings for her for quite some time. Recently graduated from university, she was young, beautiful, and possessed an enviable figure. His own wife paled in comparison. Initially, Li Zhihao had thought it would be easy to win her over, believing his wealth and multiple rental properties would suffice. After all, how hard could it be to pursue a recent graduate? He was confident that mentioning his real estate portfolio would leave no woman impervious to his charms. He had successfully wooed several other university students with this tactic, although none were as striking as Chen Zhibai. However, his confidence waned when his attempts to invite her to dinner were met with rejection time and again. He assumed she was merely playing hard to get, which only fueled his interest further. "I've told you, there's no need. Someone is already coming for me." As Li Zhihao's eager gaze bore down on her, Chen Zhibai furrowed her brows, feeling a twinge of distaste within. She took a step back and replied, "Moreover, the person here to pick me up is my boyfriend." Although she spoke these words with a hint of guilt, after all, Chen Zhibai was not yet her boyfriend. She felt compelled to utter them in order to dissuade Li Zhihao from his incessant pursuit. "What did you say? You have a boyfriend now?" Li Zhihao's expression shifted dramatically, yet a sudden smile graced his face as he beheld Chen Zhihui's exquisite features. "Having a boyfriend is no obstacle. Breakups happen, right? Zhihui, we've known each other for quite some time, and you must be aware of my intentions. Let me speak candidly. If you were to be with me, I could offer you one of my several properties. How does that sound? It's a splendid deal. Wouldn't you agree? You are aware of the housing prices in Jiangxing. Even in the Yingquan community, the average price hovers around 13 or 14,000 per square meter. Any property will cost over $1 million. My sincerity is evident." Li Zhihao glanced around before lowering his voice to speak directly to Chen Zhihui. He no longer wished to engage in superficial banter and aimed to escalate his approach. While a property was indeed expensive, he believed he could accept such a sacrifice if it meant winning over Chen Zhihui. After all, she was undeniably beautiful and possessed a figure that captivated him profoundly. He had encountered many women, some of whom were quite attractive, but none could compare to Chen Zhihui. Moreover, her figure truly stirred his desires. The thought of flaunting her would certainly elevate his status in the eyes of others. As these thoughts raced through his mind, Li Jihao's gaze intensified towards Chen Zhibai, convinced she would acquiesce. After all, a fresh graduate would surely be overwhelmed by an offer as grand as a house worth over $1 million. Absolutely not. Don't even think about it. Chen Zhibai's expression turned furious as she glared at Li Jihao. How dare he presume to treat her in such a manner? Zhibai, don't be so adamant. Nothing is impossible. I advise you to consider this carefully. A house could occupy your attention for a significant part of your life. But if you were to be with me, I could provide you with one right now. Other girls aren't offered such favorable terms. Despite Chen Zhibai's anger, Li Jihao maintained a smile, feeling increasingly confident that she would eventually concede. Moreover, he began to contemplate further possibilities, including the potential of her close friends. He had seen them, equally beautiful, though perhaps not as well endowed as Chen Zhibai. Li Jihao instinctively swallowed hard. The thought of having both by his side was tantalizing. I refuse. Chen Zhibai's face remained cold, her small fists clenched tightly. Had her rationality not prevailed, she would have relished the opportunity to strike Li Jihao squarely in the face. Zhibai, you are simply too young to grasp the significance of money and the value of a house. You mentioned having a boyfriend? He is presumably a recent graduate as well, right? Even if he earns $10,000 a month, establishing a home in Jiangxing would require a decade of frugality. And now, if you were with me, you could secure a property immediately. Isn't that far superior to being with a penniless man? Li Jihao's tone shifted to one of irritation upon receiving another rejection from Chen Zhibai. Just then, his gaze fell upon a sleek, gray BMW X5 gliding toward them. Momentarily stunned, he watched with envy as the luxurious vehicle drew closer, recognizing it as a top-of-the-line model with a price tag exceeding $800,000. He knew he would never afford such an extravagance. His family's compensation from a recent demolition had provided several modest rental properties, but even combined, the annual income barely surpassed $100,000. The thought of owning a premium BMW X5 was far beyond his reach. As he shook his head, about to withdraw his envious stare, he was taken aback when the gray BMW X5 came to a halt right in front of him. The driver's side door swung open, revealing a remarkably youthful man. Is this your friend? Chen Zhibai stepped out, approaching Chen Zhibai and casting a glance at Li Jihao. He is not my friend. Upon seeing Chen Zhibai, Chen Zhibai momentarily froze, taken aback by the transformation in his appearance. His new hairstyle made him strikingly handsome, and his fashion sense had markedly improved. Had it not been for his unchanged face and the fact he arrived in a BMW X5, she might have thought she had mistaken him for someone else. However, she quickly regained her composure, shaking her head and asserting, "He is not a friend," before stepping forward to wrap her arms around Chen Zhibai's. She then turned her gaze to Li Jihao. "My boyfriend has arrived. Can you leave now?" Chen Zhibay's voice was laced with anger. She was thoroughly disgusted by Li Jihao's proposition, especially since he was already involved with someone else. What? He is your boyfriend? The moment Chen Zhibai approached, Li Jihao felt an ominous premonition. Hearing Chen Zhibai's words now sent him into a state of panic. He had never anticipated that the boyfriend she mentioned would be someone driving a top-tier BMW X5, and so young, at that. There is a stark contrast between a 40-year-old in a BMW and a 20-year-old behind the wheel. They represent entirely different worlds. Chen Zhibai, sensing her own slight unease under Chen Zhibai's gaze, nodded affirmatively despite the flutter of embarrassment in her cheeks. Yet, her determination to deter Li Jihao from further harassment prevailed. The realization that Chen Zhibai had indeed confirmed their relationship weighed heavily on Li Jihao's heart. "You're harassing my girlfriend?" Chen Zhibai's brow furrowed as he turned his attention to Li Jihao. As he spoke, he subtly raised his left hand, revealing a Patek Philippe Nautilus watch on his wrist, causing Li Jihao's eyes to widen in shock. Not only was he driving a top-of-the-line BMW X5, but he was also wearing a watch valued at nearly $1.6 million. Li Jihao's eyes bulged. He had a penchant for luxury goods, often studying them even if he could not afford them. Recognizing the watch only intensified his trepidation. He felt a wave of fear wash over him. He could not afford to cross paths with a wealthy second-generation heir sporting a $1.6 million watch. This was far more intimidating than merely owning a BMW X5. And what if he were not just a wealthy heir, but a politically connected one? The thought of incurring the ire of someone with such influence sent shivers down his spine. It's a misunderstanding. I had no idea she was your girlfriend. Had I known, I wouldn't have dared to harass her. Li Jihao stammered, his demeanor shifting to one of utter submission as he bent slightly at the waist. There was no escaping the fact that Li Jihao was genuinely terrified, fully aware that Chen Zhibai's background was likely beyond his comprehension. Chen Zhibai, still holding onto Chen Zhibai's arm, paused for a moment, taken aback by the sight of Li Jihao's abject display of humility. Because she had never anticipated that Li Jihao could exhibit such a submissive demeanor. Could it be due to the BMW X5? That shouldn't be the case. A BMW X5 could not possibly reduce Li Zhihao to this state. Chen Zhibai felt a profound sense of confusion, yet to be candid. Witnessing Li Zhihao in such a state brought her a peculiar delight. Rest assured, I will not trouble your girlfriend anymore. Well then, I shall take my leave and not disturb you further, Li Zhihao said cautiously. Upon seeing Chen Zhibai wave him off nonchalantly, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Subsequently, he did not even cast a glance at Chen Zhibai as he directly entered his Volkswagen Passat and drove into the community. Once he parked the car, a sense of security enveloped him. In that moment, he harbored a twinge of resentment towards Chen Zhibai. Why didn't you mention you had a wealthy boyfriend before? Had you done so, would I have dared to harass you? Li Zhihao thought, his mind drifting to Chen Zhihui's visage and figure. He sighed, aware that a relationship between him and Chen Zhihui was utterly unattainable. What could he possibly offer in competition with a rich heir sporting a 1.6 million wristwatch? Thus, he resolved to dismiss such thoughts. Shaking his head, Li Zhihao exited the vehicle, locked it, and as he stepped into the corridor, he encountered Li Shiran descending the stairs. Upon noticing Li Zhihao, Li Shiran instinctively furrowed her elegantly shaped brows, recalling that he had previously attempted to engage her in conversation. As she readied herself to disregard him, she was taken aback when Li Zhihao, this time, said nothing and simply ascended the stairs. This left her momentarily stunned, for he had always approached her previously, his gaze laden with an unmistakable interest. Yet now, he neither initiated conversation nor regarded her. What could this mean? Confounded, Li Shiran instinctively glanced up at the sun, which had yet to set. Indeed, the sun was descending in the west. By this time, Li Zhihao had reached his doorstep, and he sighed once more. He dared not instigate any further interactions with Chen Zhihui or Li Shiran. Should that wealthy heir take offense and report him, his modest background could hardly withstand such scrutiny. At the entrance of the community, observing Li Zhihao's hasty departure, Chen Zhihui felt an overwhelming sense of vindication. When she regained her composure, she realized she was still entwined with Chen Zhibai's arm, their posture undeniably intimate. Suddenly, her fair and exquisite countenance flushed a deep crimson, prompting her to hastily lower her arm. He resides in the unit above mine and has frequently harassed me. Hence, when you approached earlier, I claimed you were my boyfriend to deter him from bothering me in the future. I hope you don't mind, Chen Zhihui explained, her cheeks tinged with embarrassment. Oh, it's nothing, Chen Zhibai replied with a shake of his head, though he couldn't help but feel a sense of regret. The sensation of Chen Zhihui's arm around his was quite pleasant. He certainly won't dare to bother me again. This is the first time I've seen him so subservient. He always exuded an air of superiority around me, yet after seeing you, he appeared utterly intimidated. Chen Zhihui continued, her brow furrowing in contemplation. Is it because you drive a fully equipped BMW X5? That has nothing to do with it, Chen Zhibai replied, shaking his head with a smile. He then raised his left hand, showcasing the Patek Philippe Nautilus watch adorning his wrist. It pertains to this watch. Relating to that watch? Why? Chen Zhihui was momentarily taken aback, failing to grasp the meaning behind Chen Zhibai's statement. Instinctively, she glanced at the watch on his wrist. She did not recognize the Patek Philippe brand, but she found the watch to be remarkably beautiful. Perhaps she could consider acquiring one for herself, she mused. This watch is priced at 1.55 million, Chen Zhibai stated directly. His words caused Chen Zhihui, who had been admiring the watch and contemplating purchasing one herself, to widen her eyes in shock, her fair and beautiful face instantly reflecting her astonishment. How much? This watch costs 1.55 million. Indeed, Chen Zhihui was astounded by the watch's exorbitant price, unable to fathom such cost. Yes, 1.55 million. This is a Patek Philippe Nautilus. You can look it up online, Chen Zhibai remarked, charmed by Chen Zhihui's astonished expression, and he couldn't resist gently pinching her cheek. Her slightly plump cheeks exuded a certain cuteness. Caught off guard by the sudden pinch, Chen Zhihui, who had been contemplating the price of the watch, felt her face heat up. All right, let us get in the car, Chen Zhibai said, withdrawing his hand and feigning nonchalance. Chen Zhihui replied, her face still flushed as she nodded. Once seated in the car, she secured her seatbelt, her cheeks still slightly warm from the encounter. Having never experienced such an intimate gesture from the opposite sex, aside from family, she felt shy and flustered. However, once she fastened her seatbelt, she suppressed her bashfulness and couldn't resist stealing a glance at Chen Zhibai. She finally understood why Li Zhihao had reacted so humbly earlier. It was because Chen Zhibai wore a watch worth 1.55 million. The implications behind such a possession were profound. Unlike cars, many individuals drive vehicles worth 200,000 yet hesitate to invest in a luxury watch of the same price, for watches are the epitome of luxury. Is his family truly that wealthy? Not only does he drive a fully equipped BMW X5 as a freshman, but he also wears a 1.55 million watch, Chen Zhibai thought, her emotions swirling within her, though she did not reveal much of it. Have you fastened your seatbelt? Chen Zhibai inquired after securing his own seatbelt, turning to check on her, only to find she had already done so. He couldn't help but glance at her several times before averting his gaze. Yes, I've fastened it, Chen Zhibai replied, oblivious to Chen Zhibai's scrutiny as she had been lost in her own thoughts. All right, I'll start the engine now. How do you feel about going for hot pot tonight? Chen Zhibai asked. That sounds great. I really enjoy hot pot, especially spicy hot pot. Chen Zhibai's eyes brightened at the prospect of dining on hot pot that evening. You enjoy spicy hot pot? Chen Zhibai asked, surprised by her enthusiasm. As her eyes sparkled with eagerness, radiating a sense of vitality. Of course, I'm from Sichuan, and I can handle my spice. Chen Zhibai nodded vigorously, understanding her background. Chen Zhibai nodded in acknowledgement, realizing that being from Sichuan naturally meant she could withstand spicy food. Very well, then we'll have spicy hot pot tonight. I can handle a bit of spice myself, he replied, starting the car while curiously asking. I once encountered a post on Douyin, suggesting that the ladies from Sichuan are delicate and demure before marriage, yet transform into fierce matriarchs after tying the knot, often exclaiming, I am the ruler of the Shu roads. Is there any truth to this? Of course not. While I cannot speak for others, I am certainly not one to conform to such a stereotype. Chen Zhibai, fearing that Chen Zhibai might misconstrue her as one of those women, hastily refuted the claim. Chen Zhibai drove towards the hot pot restaurant, with soothing music playing softly in the background, allowing for a pleasant conversation. Seated in the passenger seat, Chen Zhibai occasionally stole glances at Chen Zhibai. She was taken aback by how much more handsome he appeared with his new hairstyle, his features strikingly pleasant to behold. His attire was equally fitting, embodying a relaxed yet refined aesthetic, clean, fresh, and exuding an air of composure. The transformation from the previous day, when they had gone car shopping, was nothing short of astonishing. Frankly, the current Chen Zhibai possessed the very charm and demeanor she found appealing. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. Chen Zhibai looked down to see a WeChat message from her best friend. Li Shiran, have you gotten into the car yet? Send me a picture of him. I want to see what he looks like. Li Shiran, I'm eagerly awaiting a meme. 2 messages in quick succession. I'm in the car, but I can't take a picture since he's driving. Chen Zhibai replied after glancing at Chen Zhibai, who seemed oblivious to her gaze. Why can't you take a picture? You can snap one while driving. Just discreetly capture a shot for me. I want to see what this wealthy second-generation heir looks like. Driving a fully equipped BMW X5 right out of university. Li Shiran responded almost instantaneously with 2 messages. Faced with her insistence, Chen Zhibai hesitated. She truly did not want to take a photo for fear of being caught by Chen Zhibai. Yet, knowing her friend's tenacity, she decided against prolonging the inevitable bombardment of messages. After a moment of contemplation, she typed, All right, I'll try to take one. Okay, I'll wait. Li Shiran replied promptly. Chen Zhibai did not respond further. Instead, she looked at Chen Zhibai again, finding him focused on driving. She then opened her camera app and, with utmost caution, captured a photo of him. However, she forgot that her phone was not muted, and the sound of the shutter clicked loudly. Panic surged through her. What are you taking a picture of? Chen Zhibai turned to her, his eyes wide with surprise. Oh, I'm just photographing the buildings by the roadside. She quickly concocted a lie. Chen Zhibai accepted her explanation, nodding before returning his attention to the road. With a sigh of relief, Chen Zhibai lifted her phone again, pretending to take pictures of the external scenery while actually capturing several images of Chen Zhibai. Afterward, she selected the best one to send to Li Shiran. It was a photo taken in front of the supermarket at the entrance of the Silver Spring community. At that moment, Li Shiran had just finished shopping. Hearing the notification sound from WeChat, she pulled out her phone and saw a message from Chen Zhibai. Upon opening it, she was greeted with an unexpected photo. The image featured a youthful-looking young man driving with one hand. Although it was a side profile, his features were undeniably pleasant and clean. He wore a simple white t-shirt paired with casual black trousers, an effortlessly stylish ensemble that exuded quality and fit him perfectly. The opulent interior of the BMW X5 served as a luxurious backdrop. Li Shiran was momentarily taken aback by the photo, for she had not anticipated such a striking image from her friend. The young man's hairstyle, fashion sense, and overall demeanor were all remarkably impressive. This was far from the ordinary description Chen Zhibai had previously offered. Are you certain this is the same guy you spoke of yesterday? He looks anything but ordinary. His hairstyle is sharp, his features attractive. While not conventionally handsome, he undeniably qualifies as a charming young man. Moreover, his fashion sense is commendable, and his composed demeanor adds significant allure. Li Shiran instinctively began typing and sent her thoughts. Indeed, it is him. He has changed his hairstyle and attire. And I was equally astonished by his transformation. Chen Zhibai replied from the passenger seat of the BMW X5. Oui. Honestly, you've struck gold this time. Wealthy, good-looking, and age-appropriate. I'm envious. Li Shiran exclaimed, punctuating her message with 3 exclamation marks. Despite their close friendship, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy towards Chen Zhibai, for the photo clearly showcased Chen Zhibai's appealing looks, physique, and demeanor. Hee, Chen Zhibai replied, expressing her own appreciation for Chen Zhibai. I won't chat with you any longer. After sending her message, Li Shiran tucked her phone back into her pocket and glanced at her own waist. She possessed an enviable figure, yet felt it lacked purpose. When would her destined partner arrive? As she exited the supermarket and began her journey home, Li Shiran recalled the peculiar reaction she had encountered from Li Zhihao earlier. He had not approached her, nor had he even glanced in her direction. Strange. With that thought lingering, she retrieved her phone once more. Oui, I must share something odd with you. I bumped into that lecherous Li Zhihao at the entrance of our building. I expected him to approach me and strike up a conversation, but instead, Li Shiran typed out her experience with Li Zhihao. After finishing her message, she added, Isn't this curious? I half expected the sun to rise from the west today, within the confines of the BMW X5. Chen Zhibai was about to put her phone away when she noticed 2 consecutive messages from her friend. A smile crept onto her face, as she could vividly imagine Li Shiran's bewildered expression even through the screen. Want to know why Li Zhihao acted that way? Chen Zhibai typed. You know the reason? Li Shiran's eyes widened at Chen Zhibai's message, and she quickly replied, Of course I know. Just tell me if you want to know. Naturally, I'm curious. Spill it. Chen Zhibai urged. Then you owe me a week's worth of milk tea, Li Shiran proposed. After a moment of consideration, Chen Zhibai accepted the deal. Deal. Li Shiran readily agreed. Her curiosity piqued about why Li Zhihao had suddenly altered his behavior. The truth is, it's all because of Chen Zhibai. Li Zhihao no longer dares to bother us, Chen Zhibai explained. Because of Chen Zhibai? What is the story? Hurry up, Li Shiran pressed, her intrigue growing. Chen Zhibai, not one to keep secrets, promptly recounted the events that had transpired at the entrance of the community. However, before she could elaborate further, Li Shiran interjected with another message. Are you saying Li Zhihao saw Chen Zhibai driving that top-tier BMW X5? If that is all it is, it seems a bit insufficient as a reason. Li Shiran frowned, sensing that there was more to the story. Of course, it's not just that. Please allow me to finish. Chen Zhibai felt a sense of helplessness and subsequently revealed the fact that Chen Zhibai wore a watch worth 1.55 million. Li Zhihao had noticed the watch, and his demeanor had changed in an instant, causing him to scurry away. I suspect that the reason he didn't approach you was due to this. He was afraid you would report him, prompting me to inform Chen Zhibai. After completing her last message, Chen Zhibai sent it to Li Shiran. This time, however, Li Shiran did not respond immediately. She was currently engulfed in disbelief. How could Chen Zhibai be so affluent? Not only did he drive a fully equipped BMW X5, but he also donned a Patek Philippe watch worth 1.55 million. Li Shiran stood frozen, her emotions suddenly becoming complex. Her best friend was indeed exceptionally fortunate to encounter such a wealthy second-generation heir. A watch worth over $1 million. Most second-generation heirs lacked such financial prowess. Moreover, he possessed good looks, impeccable fashion sense, and an unhurried, composed demeanor, exuding confidence. Despite being very close friends with Chen Zhibai since their university days, Li Shiran felt a pang of envy towards her friend's luck. It was more than mere envy. There was a hint of jealousy that startled her, though fortunately, this emotion dissipated quickly. Phew, Li Shiran sighed in relief. Chapter 38, The Advantages of Wealth. Ran. Where are you? Why aren't you speaking? Inside the BMW X5. Chen Zhibai was taken aback and puzzled when her best friend did not reply for several minutes after she sent a message. She typed, Oh, nothing much. I was just at the supermarket checking out, so I just saw your message. At that moment, Li Shiran had just regained her composure. Upon seeing Chen Zhihui's message, she typed back and continued, Anyway, I'm not going to chat with you anymore. You should hurry and have dinner with your boyfriend. He's not my boyfriend yet. Chen Zhihui blushed slightly and instinctively glanced at Chen Zhibai. To be frank, she was quite pleased with Chen Zhibai. He had a pleasant appearance, a great sense of style, and his demeanor was calm and collected, not to mention his wealth. If they could truly be together, she would be more than willing. Don't worry, Hui, with your charm. You will definitely be fine. What man wouldn't he be drawn to you? Li Shiran sent another WeChat message. I'm not chatting with you anymore. Chen Zhihui replied with several exclamation marks before putting her phone away, only to glance down at it again and then look up at Chen Zhibai. What's wrong? Noticing Chen Zhihui's gaze, Chen Zhibai turned to ask. Nothing. Chen Zhihui shook her head but could not resist asking, May I inquire what type of girl you like? As she spoke, a hint of tension and anticipation gleamed in her eyes. Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow, as the question seemed familiar. Oh, I remember. Lu Ming just asked me this. I like girls who are beautiful and have good figures. Most importantly, they should wear white dresses, Chen Zhibai stated directly. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhibai was momentarily taken aback, followed by a surge of delight within her. After all, she was wearing a white dress that day. Was he implying he liked her? Before she could ponder further, Chen Zhibai had already driven to the entrance of the hot pot restaurant. We've arrived. This is the hot pot place. I've seen good reviews about it on Douyin, Chen Zhibai remarked as he spotted a parking space and parked the car. Yep, sounds good. Chen Zhibai nodded, though her mind was still preoccupied with Chen Zhibai's earlier words. Let us get out. Without overthinking, Chen Zhibai unbuckled his seatbelt, turned off the engine, and addressed Chen Zhibai. Chen Zhibai nodded and opened the door to exit. The restaurant was beautifully decorated in a youthful style, adorned with many personalized phrases on the walls. Youth is dedicated to the little drinking table. To live is to drink. Happiness is yours. Unhappiness belongs to them. To hell with work. Today I'm having hot pot. If one hot pot doesn't resolve the issue, then have two. It was all quite quirky and trendy. This hot pot restaurant is rather interesting, Chen Zhibai commented as she stood beside Chen Zhibai, taking in the words on the wall. Indeed, Chen Zhibai agreed, scanning the interior filled with mostly young patrons. A waiter approached, and upon learning that only Chen Zhibai and Chen Zhibai were dining, he led them to a cozy booth. The seating was cushioned, providing a comfortable experience. Ordering was done via a QR code scan on their phones. Take a look and see what you'd like to eat. Don't hold back, Chen Zhibai encouraged Chen Zhibai, who nodded in response. I won't hold back, she affirmed, pulling out her phone to scan the code and place her order. After they finished ordering, the waiter swiftly brought over a pot of broth. Since both of them enjoyed spicy food, they opted for a spicy broth. Once the pot was set on the table, the ordered dishes arrived shortly thereafter. During their meal, they naturally engaged in conversation, and Chen Zhibai recalled her best friend's advice to be considerate and proactive, occasionally serving Chen Zhibai some food. Don't just serve me. You should eat too, Chen Zhibai chuckled as he noticed Chen Zhibai focusing solely on serving him while neglecting her own meal. He felt a profound sense of reflection. First, Lu Ming had made a bold confession followed by a kiss, and now Chen Zhibai was attentively serving him. Before he had acquired his newfound wealth, he would have never dared to imagine such scenarios, as both Lu Ming and Chen Zhibai were considered stunning beauties in the eyes of the world. Lu Ming was radiant and beautiful, possessing a pair of captivating legs unenhanced by any filters. Chen Zhibai had delicate features, exuding a refined grace. Yet she possessed an extraordinary allure. Yet now, both women were showing remarkable interest in him. This, indeed, was the advantage of wealth, Chen Zhibai mused. Fully aware that it wasn't merely his wealth, he had also changed his hairstyle and wardrobe, resulting in a complete transformation. With a handsome appearance, excellent fashion sense, and the confidence that came with his new lifestyle, he had no shortcomings. It's all right. I can serve you while also eating myself, Chen Zhibai smiled, her delicate charm becoming more pronounced when she grinned. She was indeed a remarkable beauty, creating a delightful contrast. By the way, your water glass is empty. Let me pour you some, Chen Zhibai said, noticing Chen Zhibai's glass. After filling it, she casually asked, you must have many girls pursuing you in university, right? Upon asking this question, Chen Zhibai appeared nonchalant, but inside, she felt a surge of anxiety. No one pursued me, Chen Zhibai replied, shaking his head. No one. How is that possible? Chen Zhibai pouted, clearly skeptical of Chen Zhibai's claim. She found it hard to believe, as even she considered Chen Zhibai quite exceptional, let alone the girls in their school. I really wasn't pursued by anyone. As Chen Zhibai was about to continue speaking, a waiter approached them. Excuse me for the interruption. May I inquire if you two are a couple? The waiter, a bespectacled young man, offered an apologetic smile as he addressed Chen Zhibai and Chen Zhibai. Today, our establishment is hosting a promotion. Couples dining together will receive a complimentary platter of freshly cut fruits. So, may I ask, are you two indeed a couple? Upon hearing this, both Chen Zhibai and Chen Zhibai fell silent, exchanging glances. Chen Zhibai's cheeks flushed slightly. Yes, we are a couple, she replied, nodding towards the waiter. Oh, splendid. However, we kindly ask that you share a brief kiss to qualify for the fruit platter. A simple peck will suffice to confirm your coupledom, the waiter explained. At this, Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow, and upon glancing at Chen Zhibai, he noticed her blushing face turned towards him, her eyes reflecting a mix of shyness and anticipation. No, it was indeed an unmistakable glimmer of expectation. Chen Zhibai initially thought he might have misread her expression, but a closer look confirmed the presence of that undeniable longing in her gaze. Did she truly wish for them to kiss? Before he could ponder further, Chen Zhibai broke the silence. That's fine. Just a quick kiss, right? Her lovely face was tinged with a rosy hue as she addressed the waiter. Indeed, just a quick kiss to affirm your relationship, the waiter nodded, casting a glance at Chen Zhibai, who couldn't help but feel a tinge of envy towards him. Having worked in this bustling hot pot restaurant for over a year, he had encountered many beautiful women, particularly in Jiangxing, a burgeoning metropolis teeming with stunning individuals. Yet, encountering someone as striking as Chen Zhibai was an unprecedented delight. As Chen Zhibai turned to face Chen Zhibai, a mixture of nervousness, shyness, and a hint of embarrassment washed over her. After all, her earlier words had been rather bold and forward. She had indeed nodded in agreement to the kiss. This was the most audacious action she had ever taken in her life. But she couldn't help but wonder how he would react. Would he kiss her or... All right, let's keep it simple, Chen Zhibai said, rising from his seat. He approached Chen Zhibai, surprised yet unfazed by her willingness to kiss. Since she had expressed her consent, there was no reason to hesitate. Little did he expect that the task assigned by the system would be accomplished so effortlessly. Initially, he had thought that securing Chen Zhibai's first kiss would be a formidable challenge. However, ever since he had acquired the luxurious system, his life had shifted into an uncomplicated mode, and this simplicity permeated various aspects, including his interactions with women. To speak frankly, in matters of romance, both genders often seek partners with advantageous qualities, which is entirely natural and understandable. In fact, he had already become quite the desirable gentleman, a top-tier BMW X5 as his first car and a luxury watch worth over $1 million. With a handsome appearance and a composed demeanor, it was no surprise that Chen Zhibai had agreed to the kiss. After all, Lu Meng had been equally forward. Such is the simplicity of life. Suppressing his thoughts, Chen Zhibai focused on Chen Zhibai, who remained seated, her exquisite features framed by a fair complexion, showcasing her strikingly beautiful porcelain skin. Her hair was styled in an adorable bun, accentuating her graceful neck. At that moment, however, her face was flushed, and despite her attempts to maintain composure, Chen Zhibai could clearly discern the shyness in her eyes. To be candid, he understood her bashfulness, knowing full well that this was indeed Chen Zhihui's first kiss. Without further contemplation, he leaned down and pressed his lips gently against hers. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully completed the task of securing Chen Zhihui's first kiss within 1 month. The following rewards have been granted. 1. A cash reward of 100,000 yuan, already credited to your bank account. Please check promptly. 2. A local vehicle license plate for Jiangxing. A 999N. The registration process is legal and compliant. Rest assured, someone will contact you during the registration at the vehicle management office. The system's voice echoed in his mind, while his phone buzzed in his pocket. Checking the screen, he saw a notification confirming the deposit of 100,000 yuan. Sir, here is your fruit platter, the waiter announced, placing a modest plate of sliced watermelon and apple on their table before moving on to the next customer. Chen Zhibai turned his gaze back to Chen Zhihui, who was now avoiding eye contact, her face still flushed. What's the matter? Feeling shy? You were the one who agreed to the kiss, he teased, a smile gracing his lips at her adorable demeanor. At his words, Chen Zhihui blushed even deeper. I only agreed because of the fruit platter. After all, who would refuse free fruit? She murmured softly. Oh really? So if you had come here with another guy, would you have let him kiss you too? Chen Zhibai asked directly. Absolutely not. Chen Zhihui replied without a second thought. How could she ever agree to let another guy kiss her? The only reason she had consented to Chen Zhibai was that she genuinely believed him to be exceptional in every aspect. This is my first kiss, she said, looking earnestly at Chen Zhibai, her lovely face tinged with sincerity and a hint of grievance. She feared that he might misinterpret her as someone frivolous. But this truly was her first kiss. She had never dated or had a boyfriend before. I know this is your first kiss, Chen Zhibai acknowledged, sensing her underlying distress. He smiled gently. Of course, he understood that this was a significant moment for Chen Zhihui. After all, he possessed the system. You know? Chen Zhihui was momentarily taken aback, her eyes sparkling with surprise. So, you believe me when I say it's my first kiss? Without a doubt, he affirmed, and seeing her eyes light up with joy made her even more endearing. Unable to resist, he playfully pinched her cheek, prompting a wave of bashfulness to wash over her. Though she was the older one, in Chen Zhibai's presence, she felt almost youthful. Stop it. My face is already a bit chubby, she protested. Chen Zhihui blushed as she spoke, yet she made no effort to remove Chen Zhibai's hand, which was playfully pinching her cheek. Baby fat is adorable, she remarked. Chen Zhibai replied with a teasing comment, withdrawing his hand and returning to his seat. The two continued their meal, but the atmosphere had shifted significantly from before. Chen Zhihui still offered Chen Zhibai dishes and meat, yet she appeared somewhat distracted, pondering whether their relationship could be classified as that of a couple. However, she hesitated to voice her inquiry. Surely, it must count, considering they had just shared a kiss, and he had also expressed his belief that she was his first kiss. As she secretly glanced up at Chen Zhibai, A sense of pride and joy swelled within her upon witnessing his handsome features. What are you grinning about? Chen Zhibai, having finished chewing on his lamb, lifted his gaze to find Chen Zhibai staring at him with an endearing smile. Though it might have been deemed silly, it was undeniably charming. Chapter 40. Acquiring another million in romantic funds. I'm not grinning. I'm smiling beautifully, Chen Zhibai protested after Chen Zhibai labeled her expression as foolish. Unable to resist, she asked, so, are we considered a couple now? Of course we are. What, do you intend to have another boy as your boyfriend? Chen Zhibai responded with a nod. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhibai felt an immense weight lift from her chest as she affirmed, I certainly do not plan on having another boy as my boyfriend. Then it's settled. Let's enjoy our meal. The lamb rolls here are quite delightful, Chen Zhibai suggested. Chen Zhibai nodded, then lowered her head to savor the lamb rolls. Perhaps due to her elevated spirits, she found them exceptionally delectable. As they continued their meal and conversation, the ambience transformed once more. Chen Zhibai proved to have a remarkable tolerance for spice, though her fair, delicate nose beaded with perspiration. Chen Zhibai glanced at her, intending to hand her a napkin, but just then, his phone vibrated, illuminating the screen. His eyes drifted to see a WeChat message from Lu Ming. Hello, 110? My boyfriend is missing. Can you help me find him? While the playful message should have been amusing, it left Chen Zhibai feeling somewhat guilty. After all, he had just established a romantic relationship with Lu Ming before confirming another with Chen Zhibai. Strangely, he felt no aversion to it. Thus, he mused. He was indeed a cad. Stealing a glance at Chen Zhibai, who was happily munching on some romaine, he quickly typed a reply to Lu Ming, still having dinner. Hello, 110? No need to help me find my boyfriend. He has returned, he sent back. Lu Ming's response came almost instantly, followed by another message. What are you eating? Hot pot. This place is quite good. I'll bring you here another day, Chen Zhibai replied, internally reflecting on how well suited he was to play the role of a rogue, calm and collected. Great. I want to try it. But it doesn't have to wait. Tomorrow is Sunday, and we have no classes, so we can go then. Lu Ming sent 2 messages in quick succession, and after a brief pause, she added an adorable bear emoji. All right, tomorrow it is, Chen Zhibai typed back, chatting a little longer before claiming he needed to eat and setting his phone down. However, he soon realized something. The hot pot restaurant was relatively small, and there were not many servers. If he brought Lu Ming there tomorrow, they might be seen. So what if they did? Who said one could only have one girlfriend? What are you chatting about? Chen Zhibai asked curiously after finishing a piece of watermelon and noticing Chen Zhibai, finally, putting his phone away. Nothing much, just a classmate, Chen Zhibai replied, maintaining a neutral expression. Oh, Chen Zhibai nodded, not thinking much of it, and reached for another piece of watermelon. Quite adorable, Chen Zhibai observed, unconsciously comparing her to Lu Ming, not in terms of looks or physique, but rather in terms of intelligence. Despite being 3 years older and a university graduate, Chen Zhibai exuded an adorable innocence, likely due to the protective nature of her upbringing. In contrast, Lu Ming appeared vibrant and composed, exuding a sense of maturity. After finishing their meal, the time was still early, just past 8 in the evening. Chen Zhibai completed the payment on his phone, took Chen Zhihui's hand, and prepared to leave the hot pot restaurant. Just then, he heard a chime from the system in his mind. Beep. Detected that the host and Chen Zhihui have confirmed a romantic relationship, issuing 1 million in romantic funds. Note, this romantic fund can only be spent on Chen Zhihui. Chen Zhibai halted in his tracks. Another million in romantic funds? After confirming a relationship with Lu Ming, he had received 100,000 designated for her. Now, with Chen Zhihui, he obtained another million exclusively for her use. So, does this mean that every time he entered a romantic relationship, he would receive 1 million in dedicated funds? His thoughts whirled, prompting him to directly question the system. Host, it is not as straightforward as that. The host can only obtain the exclusive 1 million in romantic funds when engaging in a relationship with a girl whose overall score exceeds 90. The system's voice echoed in his mind. An overall score above 90? Chen Zhibai inquired. Indeed, the overall score encompasses appearance, physique, and virtue. Only those with an overall score above 90 are eligible for the exclusive romantic funds. The system's explanation was clear, and Chen Zhibai understood it instantly. He glanced at Chen Zhihui, recognizing that her appearance and physique undoubtedly surpassed 90, and given that she was still a virgin, her virtue was guaranteed. Thus, her overall score must be above 90. Lu Ming was similarly qualified. What's wrong? Why did you suddenly stop? Chen Zhihui looked up. Her curiosity piqued as she gazed at Chen Zhibai. Nothing. Chen Zhibai shook his head, snapping back to reality as he led Chen Zhihui out of the hot pot restaurant. Are you heading back to school? It's already 8 o'clock, Chen Zhihui asked as they exited, glancing at their intertwined hands, her cheeks flushing with shyness. For this was her first time holding hands with a boy. No hurry, It won't be late to return around 9. Chen Zhibai contemplated before suggesting, there's a park nearby. Shall we take a stroll? It's perfect after a meal to help with digestion. Hearing that they would not return to school just yet, Chen Zhihui's eyes sparkled with delight and surprise. Naturally, she wished to spend more time with Chen Zhibai during her first romance. Let us go, Chen Zhibai nodded, taking her hand as they made their way toward the adjacent park. The park was bustling with people enjoying their evening walks. After a few minutes, Chen Zhihui sensed something amiss as she noticed Chen Zhibai leading her hand toward a secluded area devoid of others. Where are we going? Subconsciously, Chen Zhihui inquired. A kiss? Chen Zhibai replied straightforwardly, Chen Zhihui was initially taken aback, but soon realized the implication, her cheeks flushing a deep crimson. After a moment's hesitation, she gently tugged at Chen Zhibai's arm, suggesting, since we've just finished the hot pot, why not swing by the convenience store nearby to grab some gum? With a slight blush adorning her lovely face, she spoke with a hint of shyness, feeling relieved that she had refrained from indulging in garlic earlier in the evening for the sake of her appearance. All right, Chen Zhibai contemplated, finding her reasoning valid, and thus took her hand as they strolled to the convenience store beside the park. While purchasing the gum, Chen Zhihui's gaze inadvertently drifted to the counter, and upon spotting a particular item, her face instantly turned scarlet, prompting her to avert her eyes. She withdrew her gaze, but her heart raced nonetheless. Chapter 41. It's all your fault. 10 minutes later, in a secluded corner of a small garden, Chen Zhihui shyly urged, you should answer the phone. It's been ringing for quite some time. Her beautiful face was flushed, and under the moonlight, it was evident that her lipstick had smudged. Chen Zhibai sighed, pondering who could be incessantly calling him. He had dismissed the call multiple times, only for the phone to ring again shortly after. Please answer. It's still ringing. Chen Zhihui quietly insisted as she noticed Chen Zhibai's reluctance to pick up. I'm curious to see who is so inconsiderate, calling repeatedly even after being hung up on several times. Chen Zhibai wore an expression of helplessness mixed with irritation. Hearing his words only made Chen Zhihui blush even more. As he retrieved his phone from his pocket, Chen Zhibai noticed it was a voice message from Wang Chao. Hello? You better have a good reason, he answered, his tone somewhat curt. What is up, Lao Chen? Why are you so loud and fiery? Wang Chao responded, caught off guard but dismissing it quickly to continue. It's already past 9. Why aren't you back yet? The dormitory lights go out at 10, and they'll be checking rooms. Where have you been? His voice carried a note of curiosity, and then Li Dong's voice chimed in. Haha, Lao Chen, you're not out on a date with a girl, are you? Li Dong laughed as he spoke, though in his heart, he didn't genuinely believe Chen Zhibai was on a date. After all, how could that be possible? Come on, where would he find a girl to date? Unlike me, he isn't a local with 2 properties, easily attracting a girlfriend. Zhou Hao's voice could be faintly heard, dripping with condescension. Fine, I'll head back to the dormitory soon, Chen Zhibai replied, hearing Zhou Hao's arrogant remark, but feeling too indifferent to engage. It was akin to having $1 million while someone mocks you for being broke. You simply wouldn't care about their words. Those with self-assurance are genuinely unconcerned, much like Chen Zhibai at that moment, who was disinclined to prove to Zhou Hao that he indeed had a girlfriend. For in truth, he not only had 1 girlfriend, but 2. Lu Ming and Chen Zhihui, both stunning beauties with scores exceeding 90, each possessing their unique charm. Most importantly, both Lu Ming and Chen Zhihui were actively pursuing him. These were tangible realities, did not proving them to Zhou Hao negate their existence. Absolutely not. Lao Chen, hurry back. If you're not around during the room check, the counselor will definitely find out, Wang Chao added. Chen Zhibai responded with a simple before ending the call. Your roommate is calling for you to return to the dormitory? Chen Zhihui, having overheard the conversation, looked at Chen Zhibai and spoke softly. Yes, he nodded in agreement. It is indeed getting late. You should return to the dormitory as well. Chen Zhihui blushed as she spoke. She actually preferred if Chen Zhibai returned to school now, not for any particular reason, but because during their kiss earlier, Chen Zhibai's hands had been rather adventurous. Despite her vigilant defenses, she feared that lingering any longer might result in Chen Zhibai taking advantage of the situation. That simply wouldn't do. Just having established their romantic relationship today, the kiss had already been the maximum intimacy she could accept. So you want me to go back to the dormitory? Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow, gazing at Chen Zhihui. Not really. I just wish to spend a bit more time with you. But your hands are a bit too mischievous, Chen Zhihui admitted bashfully. That is not my fault, Chen Zhibai sighed, realizing Chen Zhihui was truly oblivious to the extent of her allure to boys. Whom can I blame if not you? It's all your fault, Chen Zhihui murmured, stepping back a couple of paces, perhaps fearing Chen Zhibai would continue to embrace her. All right, let us go. Chen Zhibai refrained from saying much more and stepped forward. Taking her hand, they exited the small park and climbed into the BMW X5 parked in front of the hot pot restaurant. As Chen Zhihui settled into the passenger seat and closed the door, she fastened her seatbelt. Chen Zhibai turned to glance at her, feeling a tinge of regret, but also understanding that a kiss was, for now, the utmost intimacy Chen Zhibai could accept. He knew that any further advances would require patience. Truth be told, he was in no rush. Since acquiring the system, he felt an immense sense of confidence within him. Chen Zhibai would undoubtedly be his. Retrieving his gaze, Chen Zhibai buckled his seatbelt before starting the car. "I'll drop you off first, then I'll head back to school," he stated, already merging onto the main road. "Honestly, I could take a cab back. You should return to school first to avoid missing the room check," Chen Zhibai instinctively remarked. "Why take a cab? It's a boyfriend's duty to see his girlfriend home," Chen Zhibai asserted. Upon hearing those words, Chen Zhihui's beautiful brows curved into a smile, her heart lightening. "All right, then, please take me home," she agreed, nodding her head. She then took out her phone, intending to inform her best friend about her plans to return home. However, upon retrieving her phone, she furrowed her lovely brows. She realized that her phone's memory was once again full. This was the phone she had purchased in her sophomore year, a Xiaomi brand, which had served her well, but she had opted for a smaller memory capacity. Initially, it hadn't seemed like an issue, but after a few years, the insufficient memory necessitated frequent cleaning. "Ugh, this wretched phone," Chen Zhihui sighed, softly lamenting as she began to adeptly clear her memory. "What is wrong with your phone?" Chen Zhibai, driving, inquired upon hearing her complaint. "My phone's memory is insufficient. I have to clear it often, and when I want to download an app, I frequently have to uninstall another first, which is quite bothersome. Had I known, I would have purchased a phone with larger memory. I genuinely thought this memory would suffice, but 3 years later, I find it inadequate. And I have to clean it daily," Chen Zhihui rambled, her strikingly fair face adorned with a mix of frustration and resignation. To be frank, her demeanor was somewhat endearing, infused with a sense of relatable everyday life. "When did you buy this phone?" Chen Zhibai glanced over at her, curious. In her sophomore year, she purchased the device. And now, after several years of usage, apart from insufficient memory, she finds herself quite satisfied with it. "I'm clearing out the memory," Chen Zhihui remarked, her gaze fixed downward. "So, when you decide to switch phones, what are you planning to get?" Chen Zhibai inquired further. "Perhaps an iPhone. I find them quite aesthetically pleasing, albeit rather expensive. Alas, even after clearing some memory, it's still insufficient. I must delete an app, yet all the remaining apps are treasures to me. I can't bear to part with any of them. What should I do?" As she spoke, her expression was one of deep inner conflict, her beautiful face illuminated by the glow of her phone. Chapter 42. This is too fast. Chen Zhibai chuckled at her predicament, observing her indecision and reluctance as she looked down. After some contemplation, he decided to change direction, intending to purchase an iPhone for her. Frankly, he felt quite pleased with Chen Zhihui. Her appearance and figure were to his liking, and she had yet to experience a romantic relationship. He would be her first boyfriend. He had just shared her first kiss, and, given his satisfaction in every regard, he resolved to buy her a phone. Moreover, with the system's generous allotment of 1 million yuan designated for romantic endeavors, he wouldn't need to spend a dime. "Finally, I've organized the memory. I uninstalled an app." Chen Zhihui sighed with relief after spending 5 or 6 minutes tidying up. She then opened WeChat and navigated to her chat with her best friend. Ran, "I'll be home shortly." You're coming back tonight," Li Shiran responded almost instantaneously. Upon reading her message, Chen Zhihui felt a flush creep across her cheeks, yet her fingers moved swiftly to reply. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Li Shiran retorted. "I'm not talking nonsense. I genuinely thought you wouldn't be back tonight. After all, he's quite an exceptional guy, handsome, composed, and stable. The fact that he drives a fully equipped BMW X5 as a freshman and wears a watch worth over $1 million is quite telling. Honestly, if I were you, I wouldn't return tonight." As Li Shiran sent 2 consecutive messages, Chen Zhihui's cheeks reddened even further. "I'm too lazy to argue with you. I'm heading home shortly." After sending this message, she set her phone aside, her fair and delicate face still slightly flushed. She thought her friend had an uncanny ability to speak so freely. They had only just established their romantic relationship today. How could she possibly consider surrendering her body so swiftly? That would be far too hasty. However, there was truth in what Ran said. He was indeed a remarkable young man. Glancing up at Chen Zhibai, who was driving, she realized that they were not heading back to her neighborhood. "This doesn't seem like the way back to the community," she instinctively remarked. "Indeed it does not," Chen Zhibai confirmed with a nod. "Huh, then where are we going?" Chen Zhihui asked, her curiosity piqued. Just as she posed the question, the car came to a stop in front of an Apple store. For a moment, she was taken aback. "Are you planning to buy a phone?" Upon regaining her composure, she asked, astonished that Chen Zhibai had considered purchasing a phone for her. "What phone am I buying? I just got my phone a couple of days ago." "This is for you. Didn't you say you wanted an iPhone? Let's go." Chen Zhibai parked the car and, as he spoke, unbuckled his seatbelt. Wait, you're buying me a phone? Chen Zhibao's eyes widened in disbelief, and she hurriedly waved her hands. No, I just mentioned it casually, and besides, I can buy it myself. Hurry up. After buying the phone, I still need to take you home, and I have to return to school. Time is of the essence. Get out of the car. Chen Zhibai interrupted her, stepping out before she could finish her sentence. Sitting in the passenger seat, Chen Zhibai hesitated, but upon seeing Chen Zhibai already outside, she reluctantly followed suit. The process of purchasing the phone was swift, taking less than 3 minutes. Chen Zhibai had already scanned and completed the payment. The iPhone 16 Pro Max, with 1 terabyte of memory and a sleek white exterior, cost 15,388 yuan. After securing the phone, Chen Zhibai took Chen Zhihui's hand and returned to the car. Starting the engine, he drove toward the Silver Spring community. Chen Zhihui sat in the passenger seat, her beautiful face displaying a dazed expression, as the entire phone-buying experience had transpired so rapidly, just a few minutes. And she hadn't even had the chance to express her reluctance before the payment was completed. This phone is far too expensive. I truly cannot accept it. It costs as much as 4 months' worth of my salary. Chen Zhihui turned to Chen Zhibai, her thoughts racing. Truth be told, she adored the phone. But its price was daunting. They had only just solidified their romantic relationship. Was it appropriate to receive such an extravagant gift so soon? If you don't want it, I might just gift it to another girl, Chen Zhibai teased with a smile. Absolutely not. Chen Zhihui exclaimed, her excitement momentarily overwhelming her, before she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Fine, if you insist on buying it, I'll accept it. Remember, if you refuse, I might just give it to another girl, Chen Zhibai continued, observing her reaction. Chen Zhihui gasped. Pouting, she clutched the bag containing the phone. This is my phone. You can't give it to someone else. Her tone was adorably petulant. Chen Zhibai chuckled once more, and as he drove, he couldn't help but think of another girlfriend, Lu Ming. Speaking of which, it seemed her phone wasn't new either. Should he buy her one as well? What are you thinking about? Chen Zhihui asked, her beautiful brows furrowing slightly in curiosity. For some reason, her sixth sense as a woman suggested that her boyfriend seemed to be contemplating another girl. Perhaps it was just her imagination. Shaking her head, she chose not to dwell on it. I wasn't thinking about anything, Chen Zhibai replied, then added, the phone hasn't been unwrapped yet. Once you get home, just follow the setup process. It's quite simple. I understand, Chen Zhihui nodded. My best friend has an iPhone too. She bought it in her junior year. I was right next to her when she powered it on. It was quite straightforward. Indeed, Chen Zhibai nodded. By the way, now that we have confirmed our relationship, when do you have time for us to have a meal together with my friend? Ran and I are quite close. We shared a bunk in college. And out of everyone in our dorm, we have the strongest bond. After graduation, we even rented the same apartment. Chen Zhihui looked at him with eager anticipation. Truthfully, she wanted Chen Zhibai to meet her best friend, as one was her boyfriend and the other had been her companion since college. She believed it was essential for them to become acquainted. After all, hadn't she read somewhere that once you enter a relationship, you should integrate your partner into your social circle? Chen Zhihui found this notion quite sensible. All right, but I have plans tomorrow. After tomorrow, it's Monday, and I'll have 5 consecutive days of classes. How about next Saturday? We can all have dinner together then. Chen Zhibai contemplated before responding. Upon receiving Chen Zhibai's consent, Chen Zhihui chuckled softly. Her curiosity piqued as she inquired, tomorrow is Sunday. What plans do you have? Chapter 43, not the least bit honest. Nothing of great significance, merely a desire to rest in the dormitory for the day, Chen Zhibai replied nonchalantly after glancing at her. In truth, he had made arrangements with Lu Ming to dine at a hot pot restaurant. Oh, I see. Well, make sure to rest well in the dormitory, Chen Zhihui nodded in understanding. 10 minutes later, Chen Zhibai drove into the Yingquan community, and under Chen Zhihui's guidance, he parked in front of a residential building. Is this the building? Chen Zhibai asked, gesturing towards the unit after securing the vehicle. Yes, indeed. It's this one, Chen Zhihui confirmed, unfastening her seatbelt. I'm getting out now. You should head back to school quickly. Drive safely and don't go too fast, she said, preparing to open the door. However, Chen Zhibai grasped her arm gently. What's wrong? Chen Zhihui's delicate, fair face reflected her confusion as she turned to him. Are you leaving just like that? Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow, questioning her. Taken aback for a moment, Chen Zhihui soon comprehended, a hint of blush creeping onto her cheeks. Nevertheless, she courageously leaned forward and pressed her lips against his. All right, I truly must go now. And you need to return to school as well, she stated after the kiss. Go on, Chen Zhibai nodded in affirmation. With that, Chen Zhihui exited the vehicle but lingered outside, waving her hand at him. You go ahead, I'll enter once you've left. All right, Chen Zhibai responded, turning the car around and driving towards the community entrance. Through the rearview mirror, he caught sight of Chen Zhihui standing still, her figure clad in a lovely white dress that accentuated her stunning physique. After stealing several glances in the mirror, he redirected his focus but could not help but instinctively compare Chen Zhibai to Lu Meng. In terms of beauty, they were truly on par. However, each possessed unique physical attributes. Lu Meng had particularly striking legs, while Chen Zhibai boasted an enviable figure. Both women's physical advantages were of top-tier caliber among their peers. For instance, Lu Meng's legs, devoid of any filters or enhancements, were far more appealing than many showcased on social media. As for Chen Zhibai, her natural allure was simply extraordinary. Now, both of these remarkable women were his girlfriends, a thought that seemed unfathomable before he obtained the system. With a smile at this realization, Chen Zhibai suppressed his thoughts and drove towards the university. In the Inquan community, Chen Zhibai stood at the entrance of the building, waiting until the BMW X5 disappeared from her view before reluctantly retracting her gaze. She then clutched a bag containing her iPhone and stepped into the dimly lit hallway. The corridor was enveloped in darkness, but she had grown accustomed to it since graduating university merely 3 months prior. After clearing her throat, the lights flickered on, not particularly bright, but rather a soft, yellow glow. As she ascended the stairs, her white dress revealed a glimpse of her lovely legs, complemented by white socks and sneakers, creating a beautifully harmonious ambience. Although her legs were not as long as Lu Meng's, they were still quite attractive. With a light step, Chen Zhibai climbed the stairs, her beautiful brows and eyes radiating joy. To be candid, she felt elated at the moment. Their relationship had progressed swiftly, yet she held no regrets, for she believed that Chen Zhibai met her inner standards in every respect. This conviction emboldened her to suggest a kiss when they were dining together, a memory that brought a blush to her cheeks. Her thoughts then drifted to the events that transpired in the small park. Not at all honest, she mused, her cheeks flushing with a mix of embarrassment and pride. Gazing down, her pride swelled even further. Lost in her thoughts, Chen Zhibai reached the 3rd floor, where she and her best friend had rented a room on the left side. The old building lacked an elevator, featuring only stairs with 2 units per floor. Standing at her door, she retrieved the house key from her adorable cartoon-themed bag and swiftly unlocked the door. The living room was illuminated, revealing Li Shiran seated on the sofa, her attention diverted by her phone. However, upon hearing the door unlock, she perked up, turning to see her best friend enter. "Oui, quickly tell me what happened tonight," Li Shiran exclaimed, rising from the sofa with an eager, gossip-seeking expression. Dressed casually due to being at home, she wore a white tank top and black shorts. Her figure striking, yet most captivating was her slender waist, an irresistible allure. "Why are you so nosy?" Chen Zhibai blushed at her friend's inquisitive demeanor. "Of course I'm curious. This is your first time going out to dinner with a boy. Tell me, how did things go tonight?" Li Shiran stepped closer and wrapped her arm around Chen Zhihui's. In the next moment, she released her hold with a look of defeat. "Oui. Honestly, every time I wrap my arms around you, I feel a sense of inadequacy. What on earth have you been eating since childhood? Truly a remarkable gift." Chen Zhihui remained silent, accustomed to her friend's remarks. "All right, let us return to the previous topic. How did things progress between you two tonight?" Li Shiran pressed on, abandoning her earlier despondency. "Well," Chen Zhihui blushed slightly, preparing to speak candidly, unwilling to keep secrets from her friend. However, considering her friend's personality, she felt compelled to offer a warning. "Just so you know, please don't overreact." "Relax, how could I possibly overreact? I've graduated from university. I'm a mature adult now," Li Shiran replied, clearly dissatisfied. Chen Zhihui eyed her skeptically. "Spill it, how did it go?" Li Shiran urged. "It went quite well. We confirmed our romantic relationship, and we even kissed," Chen Zhihui admitted, her cheeks flushed with shyness and embarrassment. "Well, just a moment ago, Li Shiran had vowed not to overreact, yet upon hearing Chen Zhihui's revelation of their confirmed relationship and kiss, she lost her composure. After several seconds of stunned silence, she exclaimed, "You promised not to overreact." Chen Zhihui looked at her friend. "I can't help but react. Just listen to what you said," Li Shiran retorted, exasperated. "Are you truly in a confirmed relationship and you kissed? You're not deceiving me, are you? If you are, you'll never make a dime in your life." "Uh-huh." Chen Zhihui nodded. Li Shiran fell silent for a moment before exclaiming, "Sister, I always thought you were quite reserved, but it seems I'm the one who is conservative. You've dared to kiss after just one day. What is going to happen tomorrow?" Chapter 44. What is the sensation of a kiss? What are you talking about? Chen Zhihui felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as she playfully slapped Li Shiran's arm. "What? Today you're daring to kiss, and tomorrow you'll be in bed? How can things progress so swiftly? Did I say anything absurd? What I stated is merely the truth. You've already established a romantic relationship and shared a kiss. This rapid progression is hard to believe," Li Shiran retorted, pursing her lips. She did not see any flaw in her words. "You met yesterday, and today you're a couple with a kiss. At this rate, won't you be in bed by tomorrow? Is there anything wrong with that? Also, if Chen Zhibai is in good health, you might even welcome a child by next year. Oui. To be honest, with the pace you two are moving, you could be a mother by next year. Just so you know, I expect to be the godmother, and no one can take that title from me, Li Shiran stated with a serious tone. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhihui's face turned an even deeper shade of red. I don't want to talk about this anymore. I'm heading back to my room. With that, Chen Zhihui prepared to retreat to her sanctuary, wishing to end the conversation with her friend. Wait, let us chat a bit longer. I'm curious about tonight's events. How did you two come to establish your relationship and share a kiss? Li Shiran quickly interjected, eager to learn the details. We can talk, but you must refrain from discussing beds and children. It's far too soon for that, Chen Zhihui warned, her expression filled with vigilance. Don't worry, go ahead. Li Shiran nodded vigorously, signaling for Chen Zhihui to continue. Seeing this, Chen Zhihui recounted the dinner at the hot pot restaurant. Wow, oui, I didn't realize you were so bold. After absorbing the entire story, Li Shiran wore a look of astonishment, as she hadn't expected Chen Zhihui to be so daring. Upon the server's inquiry about their relationship, she had readily affirmed it. And when asked for proof through a kiss, she had also agreed without hesitation. Such straightforwardness was astonishing. It was no wonder they had kissed and confirmed their relationship. Well, I've shared the events with you. Is that sufficient? I'm going back to my room now, Chen Zhihui said, feigning calmness. Having only mentioned the events at the hot pot restaurant and omitting what transpired in the small park, fearing her friend would overreact. Don't go yet. I have one more thing to ask. Li Shiran pulled Chen Zhihui's arm once more, her voice laced with a hint of bashfulness. What is it? You're actually feeling shy? Chen Zhihui found herself intrigued by Li Shiran's uncharacteristic demeanor. Their personalities were indeed quite different. Chen Zhihui was rather introverted and often shy, while Li Shiran was extroverted and carefree. Throughout their 4 years in university, Chen Zhihui had never witnessed such shyness in her friend, piquing her curiosity. It's nothing really, just, Li Shiran fidgeted, her natural boldness momentarily faltering. After a brief moment of hesitation, she finally asked, what does kissing feel like? Li Shiran's cheeks flushed slightly as she posed her question, her beautiful eyes sparkling with anticipation as they turned to Chen Zhihui. Oh, so that's what you wanted to know. Chen Zhihui was momentarily taken aback, not having expected such a question from her friend. Quickly tell me. Li Shiran feigned a fierce expression, though her strikingly pretty features rendered her attempts at intimidation utterly ineffective. Chen Zhihui, instead of feeling threatened, found herself wanting to laugh. She recognized the shyness masked by Li Shiran's fierce demeanor. Honestly, it's hard to describe, it's a bit dizzying. I can't quite put it into words. You'll understand once you have a boyfriend, Chen Zhihui stammered, her face flushing as she struggled to articulate her feelings. Dizzying? What does that even mean? Li Shiran furrowed her attractive brows, perplexed by the description. Overall, kissing is quite nice. You'll understand once you have a boyfriend, Chen Zhihui concluded, choosing not to delve deeper into the subject. Shiran, let us change the topic. My phone needs memory cleared often. Chen Zhibai saw it and bought me an Apple phone. Could you help me set it up? Chen Zhihui suggested. He bought you an Apple phone? Which model? Li Shiran snapped back to attention. Glancing at the bag in Chen Zhihui's hands, her curiosity piqued. The latest Apple 16 Pro Max, with 1 terabyte of storage, Chen Zhihui replied. 16 Pro Max. The one that costs 15,000. Li Shiran exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Yes, Chen Zhihui nodded. Li Shiran fell silent, feeling a twinge of envy. She had longed for that phone, but found it too expensive to consider. The price equated to several months' worth of her salary. Now, her friend was casually returning with such an extravagant gift. Her emotions were undeniably complex. She was aware that a 15,000 phone was merely a normal expense for Chen Zhibai, perhaps even trivial. After all, he drove an 800,000 car and wore a watch worth over $1 million. For him, 15,000 might hardly be perceived as money. However, while it was inconsequential to Chen Zhibai, it was significant to her. Shiran, what's wrong? Why the silence? Chen Zhihui stood still, noticing Li Shiran's sudden quietness and couldn't help but inquire. I'm just envious of you. Sigh, when will I meet a wealthy boyfriend? Li Shiran sighed, casting a wistful glance at Chen Zhihui. Her envy was palpable. She had known Chen Zhibai was wealthy, but the full extent of it had eluded her until now. The extravagant gifts, once abstract, now became vivid reality. Let us unbox the phone and set it up together. It's quite simple. Just follow the steps, Li Shiran said, suppressing her envy and smiling. Okay. Chen Zhihui nodded, unboxing the phone, revealing the sleek, stylish white Apple design. All set. The Apple ID is successfully registered, Li Shiran announced a few moments later, stretching her arms as she spoke. her slender waist becoming evident in the process, showcasing her lovely pear-shaped figure. Chen Zhibai agreed, nodding in affirmation. I still want to watch the web series. So I won't chat with you anymore. I'm heading back to my room, Li Shiran remarked. Recently, she had been engrossed in a web drama. And although the plot was rather cliché, it was undeniably captivating. Had it not been for her intention to inquire about Chen Zhibai's progress that evening, she would have already returned to her binge-watching. Wait, I have something to discuss, Chen Zhibai interjected, setting her phone aside as she tugged at Li Shiran's arm. What is it? Li Shiran inquired. Is your company hiring at the moment? I am contemplating resigning from the 4S dealership, and it would be ideal if I could join your company. If there are no openings, I will have to seek other employment, Chen Zhibai explained. Resign? Why? Li Shiran paused, momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped the reason behind it. Are you worried about Chen Zhibai overthinking? Yes, Chen Zhibai replied bashfully, nodding her head. I'm concerned he might be displeased, and aside from that, I'm not earning much at the dealership. You know I'm somewhat introverted and struggle to engage with customers. Some clients often gaze at me inappropriately, and others, after adding me on WeChat, say things that are quite inappropriate. Hence, I no longer wish to remain at the 4S dealership. You are right to consider this. You can't stay there any longer. Men can be rather petty. Don't give Chen Zhibai a reason to hold anything against you. Li Shiran concurred, nodding. She felt her dear friend was making a prudent choice. Our company is indeed hiring. Let me ask around to see if you can join us, Li Shiran said with determination, already retrieving her phone to contact an HR representative at her company. The HR officer was a woman in her 30s, and Li Shiran had cultivated a good rapport with her. Hey, are you there? I have a question. A very close friend of mine wishes to join the company. We were university roommates, Li Shiran typed out and sent. Sure, we are currently short-staffed. Can she start next Monday? Came the prompt reply. I can. Chen Zhibai exclaimed eagerly. Li Shiran typed back, suggesting they celebrate with a meal, before finally putting her phone down. Now, tell me, how do you intend to express your gratitude? Li Shiran adopted a haughty demeanor. Should I treat you to a meal? Chen Zhibai pondered before suggesting. How about you accompany me for a night? Li Shiran shook her head with a chuckle, before playfully tackling Chen Zhibai onto the sofa. Hey, what are you doing? Keep your hands to yourself. Chen Zhihui's flustered voice rang out. Li Shiran laughed mischievously, reminiscent of a villain. But soon, Chen Zhihui retaliated fiercely, leading to a playful scuffle on the sofa. At that moment, Chen Zhibai had already driven onto campus, parked his car, and unbuckled his seatbelt, glancing at his phone to check the time. It was still early, only 9:30, leaving him half an hour before the dormitory lights would extinguish. After locking the car, he strolled towards the dorm, contemplating the prospect of renting a place off campus. Renting outside would certainly offer convenience, sparing him the daily trek back to the dormitory. Additionally, there were other benefits to consider, such as having a private space when spending time with Lu Ming or Chen Zhihui, rather than always seeking secluded spots. However, this would necessitate renting 2 apartments, one for Lu Ming and another for Chen Zhihui. The expenses could be covered by their designated romantic budget, right? Chen Zhibai queried the system. Receiving an affirmative response, the romantic fund could indeed be utilized for rental purposes. Just then, Chen Zhibai felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. Pulling it out, he saw a WeChat message from Lu Ming, inquiring if he was still dining at the hot pot restaurant. No, I've returned to campus and just parked. I'm heading back to the dorm now, he replied, then paused to snap a photo showcasing the campus backdrop. In the girls' dormitory, Lu Ming had already completed her evening routine and was lying on her bed. Upon receiving Chen Zhibai's message and photo, she contemplated for a moment. Then instead of typing back, picked up a mirror to check her appearance. Although she was barefaced, her skin looked radiant. Satisfied, she set the mirror aside and initiated a video call with Chen Zhibai, adjusting the angle of her face to the camera as she awaited connection. Ming. So late at night, who are you video calling? Wang Hui asked. Her curiosity piqued upon hearing the notification sound for the call. My boyfriend. Lu Ming replied with a smile, just as the call connected, revealing Chen Zhibai's face on the screen. Just checking in, Lu Ming teased, her face glowing with charm and confidence. Go ahead and check, Chen Zhibai chuckled, admiring Lu Ming's natural beauty, even without makeup. He couldn't help but compare her to Chen Zhihui. Each had their unique allure, but in terms of sheer looks, Lu Ming's beauty slightly surpassed that of Chen Zhihui. Have you finished your routine? Suppressing his thoughts, Chen Zhibai asked, noticing Lu Ming reclining on her bed. Yes, I just washed up and lay down. I thought you might feel lonely returning to the dorm alone, so I decided to call you. How is that for being a worthy girlfriend? Lu Ming boasted playfully. Honestly, I D-rate you an 82, with the remaining 18 points given in the form of 666, Chen Zhibai replied. Humph. Lu Ming's face lit up with delight, and she playfully huffed, engaging in lively banter with Chen Zhibai. Meanwhile, on the adjacent bunk, Liu occasionally cast glances at Lu Ming. Her eyes filled with regret and envy. How had she not realized that Chen Zhibai was a wealthy second generation? Had she discovered this before Lu Ming, then she would be the one enjoying the status of his girlfriend. Furthermore, that LV bag, worth 68,888, would have been hers. The fact that Chen Zhibai could gift such an extravagant item indicated he was no ordinary rich kid. Chapter 46. The Stingy Zhou Hao. Why didn't I notice that Chen Zhibai was a rich heir? Li Yu lamented, filled with regret. Previously, she had been quite satisfied with Zhou Hao's circumstances. Considering he owned 2 properties in Jiangxing and was willing to spend money on her, having spent over 500 on clothes just yesterday. Before today, she had been content with Zhou Hao, but after witnessing Chen Zhibai gifting Lu Ming an LV bag, her satisfaction had evaporated, as there was simply no comparison. With this thought, Li Yu glanced once more at Lu Ming, who was engaged in a video call, then turned her eyes towards Lu Ming's cupboard in the dormitory. She had seen Lu Ming place the LV bag inside it earlier that night. A 68,888 LV bag, one she could scarcely dream of owning. Suddenly, her phone buzzed repeatedly. Li Yu regained her senses and glanced down at her phone, instinctively furrowing her brow upon seeing a WeChat message from Zhou Hao. He inquired about her current activities, expressed that he missed her, and wished to initiate a video call. Not going to. I'm tired and wish to sleep, Li Yu typed back, her frown deepening. The thought of engaging in a video chat with Zhou Hao was utterly unappealing to her. In fact, she had no desire to see him at all. This evening, she had even opted not to dine out with Zhou Hao due to her vexation and a sense of imbalance in her heart. Feeling tired so early? Fine. Then rest well and good night. Zhou Hao typed with a reluctant sigh from his dormitory. He sensed that something had been amiss with Li Yu since that afternoon, as she had been rather reticent in their conversations. What is bothering you, Zhou Hao? Why the sigh? Share your troubles so we can have a laugh, Wang Chao, lounging on the bed nearby, interjected upon noticing Zhou Hao's sigh. Li Dong, overhearing this, also looked up. To put it mildly, Zhou Hao was not particularly well liked in the dormitory. Both Wang Chao and Li Dong held grievances against him. The root of their discontent lay in Zhou Hao's air of superiority, often boasting of being a local and owning 2 houses. While this was indeed a fact and his circumstances were enviable, it nonetheless irked others. Thus, upon seeing Zhou Hao sigh, both Li Dong and Wang Chao perked up. What is the point of sharing my woes with you two? My girlfriend seems troubled tonight. Telling you would be futile since neither of you has a girlfriend. Zhou Hao retorted, his tone replete with superiority. Right? You're the only one with a girlfriend, aren't you? Wang Chao snapped back, irritation evident in his voice. Zhou Hao noticed, but was unfazed. Of course, having a girlfriend is impressive. There's no need for you to envy me. Perhaps over the 4 years of university, you might find someone who fancies you, Zhou Hao remarked. What do you mean by that? Wang Chao could no longer contain himself and sat up. I'm done talking to you, Zhou Hao replied dismissively, although internally, his sense of superiority only swelled. He believed that apart from himself, it would be quite a challenge for Chen Zhibai, Li Dong, and Wang Chao to secure girlfriends during their university years. Even if they did, he was convinced that many relationships would dissolve by graduation due to the harsh realities of life. But he need not worry about that. His family possessed 2 houses in Jiangxing, albeit they were relocation housing, but still, they were houses. Zhou Hao envisioned a future with Li Yu, dreaming of their marriage. He had even resolved to invite Chen Zhibai and the others to witness his happiness when he and Li Yu tied the knot. The mere thought of this intensified his feelings of superiority. Seeing his smug expression infuriates me. What is so great about being a local from Jiangxing? What is so impressive about owning 2 houses? Wang Chao seethed, opening WeChat to send a message to Li Dong. Even though I don't admire him, being a local with 2 houses is indeed quite remarkable, Li Dong quickly replied. You've got to be kidding me. I wanted you to join me in berating Zhou Hao, not to side with him. Wang Chao typed back. It's infuriating to see that arrogant expression of his. And ever since he got a girlfriend, he flaunts it every day. Why on earth did that fool end up with a girlfriend? Wang Chao continued, his fingers flying over the keyboard. Honestly, I'm praying for one thing. What is it? Li Dong, intrigued, asked. I hope that fool's girlfriend dumps him and even gives him a green hat. Let him flaunt his superiority then. Wang Chao's face contorted with malice. After a series of ellipses, Li Dong typed back. Enough. Don't let someone like him get under your skin. You've known his character for a month now. Just steer clear of him. Shall we go smoke a cigarette on the balcony? Wang Chao suggested, feeling somewhat soothed but still craving a smoke. He had picked up the habit from his family members who smoked. Let us go, Li Dong replied, forgoing a text and simply telling Wang Chao to follow him. They jumped down from their upper bunks and headed to the balcony, where the dormitory layout featured beds above desks. Zhou Hao, lying in bed, felt a sudden urge to smoke upon seeing Wang Chao and Li Dong head to the balcony. It wasn't he that he craved nicotine. He merely thought smoking looked cool. However, after some contemplation, he decided against it, considering that his cigarettes were expensive, priced at 28 yuan a pack, while Wang Chao and Li Dong's were only 12 yuan. Zhou Hao worried that if he joined them, they might ask him for a cigarette, which would put him in a dilemma, whether to share and feel the pinch or to refuse and risk being labeled stingy. After a moment's hesitation, Zhou Hao chose to remain in bed and wait until Wang Chao and Li Dong finished their cigarettes before he would venture out to smoke. With this decision made, he cast a glance toward the balcony and smirked, thinking, of course they wouldn't smoke anything decent, typical of someone from out of town. Yeah, tomorrow is Sunday. And there are no classes. Shall we go for barbecue? We didn't get to eat it today, Zhou Hao typed in the chat box with Li Yu, hoping that she would see his message first thing in the morning. In the girls' dormitory, Li Yu, still awake, picked up her phone upon feeling it vibrate. Seeing that it was a message from Zhou Hao, she immediately flipped her phone over, disinterested in responding. After this, she glanced up at Lu Meng, who was still engaged in a video call with Chen Zhibai. Upon witnessing Lu Meng's radiant smile, Li Yu couldn't help but pout, feeling a twinge of jealousy. Chapter 47. Lu Meng. Humph. Alright, I'm back at the dormitory. I'll wash up and chat later, Chen Zhibai said as he reached the entrance of the boys' dormitory. Okay, you go wash up first, Lu Meng nodded in agreement. Just as Chen Zhibai was about to end the call, he noticed Lu Meng's camera suddenly dipped downward. For a brief moment, a pair of long, fair legs appeared on screen, but just as quickly, the camera shifted back up to reveal Lu Meng's beautiful face. Do you think it looks good? Lu Meng asked, her cheeks slightly flushed, yet she spoke with poise. She had intentionally lowered the camera, fully aware of her physical advantages and unashamed to showcase them to Chen Zhibai. After all, she had already set her sights on him. Didn't he catch that? Can I see again? Chen Zhibai blinked and, upon collecting his thoughts, spoke, although he had indeed seen it earlier and merely wished to gaze once more. All right, you head back to your dorm. I'll hang up now, Lu Meng said, her cheeks still tinged with pink. She didn't believe for a moment that Chen Zhibai hadn't noticed, especially after seeing his eyes widen in surprise. After she uttered those words, she abruptly ended the video call. Once she set her phone aside, Lu Meng reached up to touch her face. Even without a mirror, she could ascertain that her cheeks were undoubtedly flushed, for her fingertips felt somewhat warm to the touch. This was, after all, her first initiative in allowing a boy to gaze at her legs. This was a markedly different experience from simply walking down the street and being observed by male passers-by. This time, it was she who had invited the scrutiny. Consequently, a hint of bashfulness lingered in her heart. No matter how radiant and poised she might be, she felt a tinge of shyness. Nevertheless, the outcome was quite gratifying. A proud glimmer sparkled in Lu Meng's eyes as she recalled the moment when Chen Zhibai's eyes widened in surprise, prompting her to emit a soft, triumphant hum. At that moment, Shen Qing emerged from the bathroom, having just completed her grooming, and instinctively turned her gaze toward Lu Meng upon hearing that gentle sound. She was greeted by the sight of Lu Meng's bright, beaming face, brimming with pride. Shen Qing shook her head, not pondering too deeply, as she prepared to return to her own bed. Qing, you look stunning after your shower, Wang Hui exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration, glancing enviously at Shen Qing. She truly believed that Shen Qing appeared exceptionally beautiful, exuding an ethereal and cool elegance. Moreover, her figure was remarkable. She had not anticipated such allure. Lu Meng lay on her bed, and upon hearing Wang Hui's compliment, she instinctively cast a glance at Shen Qing, subsequently tempering the pride on her face. Even she had to concede that Shen Qing's beauty was on par with her own. At that moment, Shen Qing, fresh from her shower, had her hair styled in a bun, revealing a strikingly beautiful and serene face, complemented by her long and fair neck. Dressed in a nightgown, her figure was commendable, and her cool demeanor was particularly striking. You look beautiful too, Shen Qing said with a smile, looking at Wang Hui. Oh no, I'm not beautiful at all. Qing, you don't need to comfort me. I know exactly how I look, Wang Hui replied with a sigh, choosing not to pursue the topic further but instead asked curiously. Qing, may I ask you a question that piques my curiosity? Go ahead, but whether I answer depends on my discretion. If your inquiry encroaches upon personal matters, I shall refrain from responding. Shen Qing nodded in acknowledgement. Rest assured, I won't delve into personal matters. I'm merely curious, what kind of boyfriend do you seek? It's been a month since school started, and many boys have pursued you, yet you seem uninterested in any of them. So, what qualities do you find appealing in a man? Wang Hui inquired with genuine curiosity. At this, Lu Meng also turned her attention toward Shen Qing, equally intrigued by her standards for a potential boyfriend. After all, in her eyes, Shen Qing was a beauty on par with herself, thus sparking her curiosity. Li Yu remained silent on her bed, but directed her gaze toward them as well. I don't have any specific criteria, but I hope he is mature and reliable. Shen Qing pondered for a moment before responding. This was indeed her ideal type, as she yearned for a sense of security. However, The boys who had pursued her over the past month had all seemed rather impulsive. A few appeared mature on the surface, yet internally, they lacked maturity. Mature and reliable? I see, so you prefer the older man type, huh? Older men are typically mature and dependable, Wang Hui remarked, her expression lighting up with realization. Shen Qing remained silent. As she did not favor older men, rather, she was drawn to boys of her own age, provided they possessed maturity and reliability. However, she chose not to elaborate, merely smiling in response. It's getting late. We should head to bed, Shen Qing suggested to Wang Hui before returning to her own bed. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the boys' dormitory, Chen Zhibai felt a pang of disappointment as he hung up the video call. As he had genuinely wished to steal another glance at Lu Meng's long legs, he wondered when he might have the opportunity to touch them. Shaking his head to dispel such thoughts, he stepped through the doorway and ascended the stairs to the third floor. Suddenly recalling Lu Meng's slightly flushed face at the moment the video call ended, it was evident that she too had felt a hint of shyness. With this thought, Chen Zhibai couldn't help but smile. Buzz. His phone vibrated. Glancing at the screen, he saw a WeChat message from Chen Zhibai inquiring if he had returned to school. I've just entered the dormitory, he replied, attaching a photo. Wow, you're back in the dorm so soon. I thought you might still be arriving at school. I was going to suggest a video call so you wouldn't feel lonely on your way back, Chen Zhibai responded with a pouty expression. Chen Zhibai's heart skipped a beat, and he silently breathed a sigh of relief. It was fortunate he and T engaged in a video call, otherwise, Chen Zhibai would have discovered he was on a call with someone else. Shall we have a video call after you return to the dorm? Chen Zhibai sent a message, her mood seemingly brightening. I still need to freshen up after returning to the dorm, and by the time I finish, it will be quite late. My roommates will likely be going to bed, and a video call might disturb them. Let's stick to chatting via text, Chen Zhibai typed back. Oh really? That's fine. Chen Zhibai replied, sounding a bit disappointed yet understanding. Seeing her message, Chen Zhibai felt a sense of relief, but the next moment, he noticed Lu Meng had also sent a message, suggesting they continue their video chat after he finished grooming. Chen Zhibai could only repeat to Lu Meng what he had told Chen Zhibai. Lu Meng, of course, understood and replied affirmatively. Chen Zhibai did not respond further, as he had now reached the door of the dormitory. Chapter 48. Handsome men are useless. The dormitory door was ajar, so Chen Zhibai gently pushed it open. On the balcony of the dormitory, Wang Chao and Li Dong had finished smoking. Can't sleep? Want to play a couple of games? Wang Chao proposed. Sure, but old Chen isn't back yet. It's tough to win with just the two of us. Li Dong hesitated, recalling their gaming skills. After all, no one enjoys losing. That's true, but where is old Chen? It's almost 10 o'clock. Where could he possibly be? Wang Chao pondered, his curiosity piqued. Just then, he heard the dormitory door creak open as someone walked in. Instinctively, he turned to look at the entrance. Who are you? Which dorm are you from? Wait, is that old Chen? Wang Chao exclaimed in shock, as he initially failed to recognize Chen Zhibai. With his refreshed hairstyle and stylish attire, Chen Zhibai appeared utterly transformed, making it difficult for Wang Chao to recognize him. However, it soon dawned on him that it was indeed Chen Zhibai. He stood there, momentarily dumbfounded, staring at Chen Zhibai in disbelief. He had never anticipated such a drastic change in Chen Zhibai after just one afternoon out. He looked like an entirely different person, exuding an undeniable charm. Why are you so astonished by old Chen's return? What a fuss, you are old Chen. Li Dong, standing nearby, initially didn't pay attention to the dormitory entrance. He only heard Wang Chao exclaiming in disbelief at the sight of old Chen, and he found Wang Chao's reaction rather excessive. So what if old Chen came back? Was it really necessary to make such a big deal? However, as he turned to look at the dormitory door, his eyes widened in shock upon seeing Chen Zhibai, who had just entered. He too exclaimed in astonishment. After all, a roommate he had seen day in and day out had suddenly transformed with a refreshing new hairstyle, a change of clothes, and an overall qualitative shift in demeanor. Anyone would be taken aback by such a sight. Wang Chao and Li Dong stood there, bewildered. Zhou Hao, lounging on his bed, furrowed his brow at the astonished tones of Wang Chao and Li Dong. Yet, he instinctively sat up to take a look. His eyes widened in disbelief. Is this really Chen Zhibai? Did you undergo plastic surgery? No, that can't be right. He hadn't undergone any surgery, merely changed his hairstyle and wardrobe. Yet, the transformation was astounding. Zhou Hao gazed incredulously at Chen Zhibai, and within moments, he felt a pang of unease and jealousy. He had always prided himself on being the most handsome in the dormitory, but now he had to confront the undeniable truth. Chen Zhibai was indeed more attractive than he. Moreover, his aura was far more compelling, calm, self-assured, and poised. Why should this be? Zhou Hao thought defiantly. Upon entering the dormitory, Chen Zhibai closed the door behind him and returned to his senses, noticing Wang Chao, Li Dong, and Zhou Hao all staring at him with incredulous expressions. Clearly, they were shocked by his transformation. What's the matter? Do you not recognize me? Chen Zhibai smiled and addressed Wang Chao and Li Dong. Goodness, what is going on? You merely changed your hairstyle, yet you look significantly more handsome, and your outfit complements you splendidly. It's clean and comfortable, Wang Chao exclaimed, coming to his senses as he stepped onto the balcony, circling around Chen Zhibai, increasingly unable to believe his own eyes. Li Dong followed suit, stepping out onto the balcony as well, his gaze fixed on Chen Zhibai, speechless. Honestly, old Chen, if it weren't for your face still being the same, I would think you had gone to Korea for plastic surgery. But your transformation exceeds that of any surgery. I'm envious, Wang Chao remarked, his tone filled with admiration. Old Chen, trust me, with your current appearance, you are bound to find a girlfriend. Absolutely, believe me. Li Dong, standing beside him, nodded in agreement, filled with envy. There's an old saying, if a man finds another man handsome, then that man is truly handsome, and Chen Zhibai fit this description perfectly. In truth, if one were to assess purely on looks, Chen Zhibai would not be categorized as a breathtakingly handsome man. He was merely moderately attractive. However, his charisma was undeniably magnetic, calm, confident, and gracious. Frankly speaking, such charisma could even eclipse physical beauty. Old Chen, where did you get your haircut? Tell me and Dongzi, we also want to change our hairstyles. A suitable haircut can be as transformative as plastic surgery. Your previous hairstyle made you appear so ordinary, but this new one is fresh and clean, Wang Chao said excitedly. Suddenly, he felt inspired to change his own hairstyle. Yes, where did you get it cut? I want a complete makeover too. Li Dong chimed in, equally eager. Both of them looked at Chen Zhibai with anticipation. Chen Zhibai thought to himself that Wang Chao and Li Dong were overestimating the significance of a haircut. His transformation was due to his already decent features and good skin condition, combined with the fact that his previous long hair had obscured his forehead and eyes. With the new style, the change was substantial. However, Wang Chao and Li Dong, unfortunately, did not share the same fortune. Wang Chao's skin was less than ideal, while Li Dong had prominent facial flaws. Under such circumstances, relying solely on a haircut for improvement was unrealistic. Yet, he knew he couldn't voice this truth. Moreover, the salon he visited was beyond the means of Wang Chao and Li Dong. The cost for a haircut was 1,888 yuan, more than their monthly allowance combined. You can try the barbershop at the school gate, he suggested, suppressing his thoughts. This was a benevolent fib. The barbershop at the school charged merely 20 yuan per haircut, which was within their budget. The barbershop at the school gate? I'm going there tomorrow. Damn it, I want to look handsome too, Wang Chao exclaimed, visibly excited. Li Dong stood next to him, clenching his fists, clearly sharing the same intention to visit the barbershop the following day. The transformation of Chen Zhibai was a significant stimulus for both of them. In fact, it wasn't just Wang Chao and Li Dong. Even Zhou Hao, who was currently lying on his bed, couldn't help but glance at Chen Zhibai, contemplating whether he should also visit the barbershop at the school gate tomorrow. Yes, he resolved. There was no reason Chen Zhibai should become handsome through a haircut, while he could not. After all, he considered himself far more attractive than Chen Zhibai. Once he got his haircut, he would undoubtedly look even better. Then, perhaps he would agree to hold his hand. With this thought, Zhou Hao felt a surge of excitement and cast a condescending glance at Chen Zhibai. Even if Chen Zhibai had become more attractive, Zhou Hao remained confident that he would still win over a beautiful girlfriend, unlike Chen Zhibai. Ultimately, a man's looks meant little without wealth. Chapter 49. Games are more satisfying than girlfriends. Yes, go ahead, Chen Zhibai nodded at Wang Chao and Li Dong, saying little more as he prepared to head to the bathroom to wash up. With the lights still on in the dormitory, it was convenient to freshen up now. Otherwise, once the lights were out, it would be inconvenient in the darkness. Though one could use their phone flashlight for illumination, it was still a hassle. As he contemplated this, the thought of renting a place outside the school resurfaced in his mind. From any perspective, renting an apartment would offer convenience. No need to worry about curfews or lights out. And it would allow for a closer relationship with Lu Ming and Qin Jiahui. Having a private space would be incredibly beneficial. The school did not oppose students renting outside. They merely needed to inform their counselor and sign a liability waiver stating that any incidents occurring off campus were not the school's responsibility. Chen Zhibai knew this because he had seen a new student on the school forum who had successfully rented an apartment and shared their experience. However, the primary challenge for university students looking to rent was the cost of rent, which deterred most from proceeding. Suppressing his thoughts, Chen Zhibai picked up a towel, preparing to head to the restroom, but his arm was suddenly grabbed by Wang Chao. Whoa, old Chen, that watch on your wrist is stunning. What brand is it? It looks so high-end, exuding an indescribable air of luxury, Wang Chao exclaimed, his eyes wide with astonishment as he gazed at the Patek Philippe Nautilus watch adorning Chen Zhibai's wrist. He was, in fact, unfamiliar with the Patek Philippe logo. a situation that mirrors that of many in his country. While they might recognize the brand name, they are often oblivious to the specific letters of the logo. Nevertheless, the inability to identify the logo did not deter Wang Chao from admiring the watch's aesthetic appeal, for it truly was exquisite. The sky blue dial exuded a sense of elegance, while subtly radiating an understated opulence. This admiration is entirely understandable, considering the watch's staggering value of over $1 million, equivalent to several houses in a small county. Indeed, it is beautiful, but what brand is it? Why can't I recognize it? He mused. Li Dong leaned in, curious to catch a glimpse, then glanced up at Chen Zhibai, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. What other brand could it be but a lesser-known one? Zhou Hao, reclining on his bed, remarked dismissively. Given the distance, he had not seen the Patek Philippe logo, and even if he had, he would have been unable to recognize it. However, this did not stop him from concluding that it must be a generic watch. In his mind, Chen Zhibai was undeniably an impoverished individual. Really? A generic watch? Yet it looks remarkably fine. What brand is it, old Chen? I would like to buy one too, Wang Chao exclaimed, his interest piqued. He genuinely found the watch appealing, discreetly stylish, and evidently of high quality. It was a gift from my family, but I'm not sure about the brand. Chen Zhibai replied with a smile, then waved his hand dismissively. All right, enough about that. I need to wash up, otherwise it will be inconvenient when the lights go out in the dorm. With that, he took a towel and headed to the restroom, closing the door with a click. His nature was not one of ostentation. Thus, he refrained from disclosing the name Patek Philippe or the watch's price. Had he been more flamboyant, he would have certainly mentioned it, but Chen Zhibai preferred to avoid altering the dynamics within the dormitory. If Wang Chao and Li Dong were to discover the exorbitant price of his watch, their interactions would undoubtedly change. This was something Chen Zhibai wished to avoid, which is why he kept silent. After turning on the faucet and washing his face, he began brushing his teeth. Outside the dorm, Wang Chao and Li Dong continued their discussion about the watch. Old Chen's watch looks genuinely impressive. If I get the chance, I want to buy one too, Wang Chao stated enthusiastically, his interest ignited. However, Zhou Hao, still lying on his bed, cast a glance at him and scoffed. What's the point of buying a generic watch? If you're going to buy one, make it a branded one. It's more respectable. If you wear a generic watch, it's fine if you encounter someone who knows nothing about watches, but if you meet someone knowledgeable, well, that would be quite embarrassing, Zhou Hao commented. He then looked at Wang Chao, his expression brimming with pride. My family said that once I graduate from university, they'll buy me a Longines watch, worth over 10,000. It's respectable to wear that, so take my advice, buy a branded watch. Who can compare to you, young Master Zhou? You're a native of Jiangcheng and own 2 houses, Wang Chao retorted, his face darkening with displeasure. He delivered his comment with a hint of sarcasm, but Zhou Hao, oblivious to the underlying tone, merely nodded with satisfaction. It was true, a watch costing over 10,000 is not something just anyone can afford. Well, you can stick to your generic watch, at least it's still a watch, and you can wear it out, Zhou Hao said smugly. This attitude only served to infuriate Wang Chao, as he had not anticipated Zhou Hao's failure to detect his sarcasm. What a fool, Wang Chao thought to himself. But he decided not to pursue the matter of Chen Zhibai's watch any further. He had come to believe that wearing a generic watch was unattractive. Once I graduate and start earning, I'll buy a branded watch, he resolved internally. Chen Zhibai finished his grooming quickly. As he exited the restroom and put his belongings away, the lights in the dormitory were turned off. Instantly, the corridors echoed with a chorus of discontented wails. What? The lights are out already? I haven't finished drying my hair. Someone bring in a phone to shine some light, came the cries. If I had the money, I would definitely rent a place outside. It would be so much easier for dating, another voice lamented. These exclamations were rather amusing, especially the one from someone still in the restroom, presumably with suds in their hair. Chen Zhibai shook his head, turned on his phone's flashlight, and climbed into bed. Old Chen, want to play a couple of games? We're waiting for you to carry us through, Wang Chao called from the adjacent bed as soon as he saw Chen Zhibai settled. Just as Chen Zhibai was about to agree, he noticed multiple messages from both Lu Ming and Chen Zhihui on WeChat, inquiring if he had finished washing up and suggesting a chat if he had. Realizing this, he abandoned the idea of gaming. For nothing could compare to the allure of conversing with a girlfriend, especially two. Not tonight. You and Dongzi go ahead. I have other matters to attend to. Chen Zhibai declined firmly. Come on, just a couple of games, Wang Chao pressed, unwilling to give up. Yes, let us play a few rounds. It's too early to sleep. The night is long, Li Dong added in encouragement. However, Chen Zhibai remained resolute in his refusal. With a sigh, Wang Chao and Li Dong commenced their game without him. Chapter 50. Li Yu takes the initiative to add Chen Zhibai on WeChat. As Zhou Hao lay in bed, he had been waiting for Wang Chao and Li Dong to invite him to join their game. After all, with Li Yu already asleep, he had no one to converse with. However, when Wang Chao and Li Dong began their game without extending an invitation, Zhou Hao's expression soured. He pursed his lips, glanced at their beds, and opened the game himself, not particularly interested in playing with them. Without a girlfriend and being an outsider, he felt a hint of disdain. Meanwhile, Chen Zhibai was engaged in lively conversation with Lu Ming and Chen Zhibai. Both girls offered him a wealth of emotional support, yet their styles differed significantly. Lu Ming was direct and charming, often referring to her boyfriend and making playful banter. In contrast, Chen Zhibai was more inclined towards cuteness and shyness. Chen Zhibai had just sent both girls a slightly risky joke. While Lu Ming blushed in her dormitory, her response was bold, challenging him to be bolder. Chen Zhibai, on the other hand, inundated him with adorable emojis before finally replying with text. In essence, the two girls were distinctly different. Logically, among Lu Ming and Chen Zhibai should have a preference for one over the other. Yet, truth be told, he found it difficult to choose, for both possessed their unique charms. What time do you wake up tomorrow morning? If you rise early, let us have breakfast together, Lu Ming messaged, extending a straightforward invitation. As bright and open as her personality. I'll definitely be up early. I have to run on the school playground at 7 in the morning. After my run, we can go for breakfast together, Chen Zhibai replied. Running? In the girls' dormitory, Lu Ming, with her radiant and beautiful visage, was somewhat taken aback, for she had not anticipated that Chen Zhibai would indulge in a morning run. Despite her surprise, she quickly composed herself and replied, I have nothing planned tomorrow morning. Shall I accompany you for a run? Sure, Chen Zhibai typed in response. Just as the message was dispatched, his phone vibrated. It was a message from Chen Zhibai, inquiring why he had not replied for several minutes, and whether he had dozed off. Observing this, Chen Zhibai sighed. This was the downside of having two girlfriends. Engaging in conversation with one often inadvertently led to neglecting the other. Not dozing off, Chen Zhibai typed, followed by, I was preoccupied with something. Oh, I see. Chen Zhibai replied, seemingly not overthinking the matter, believing Chen Zhibai truly had something to attend to. Are you done now? She inquired. Yes, I'm finished, he typed back. I have something to tell you, Chen Zhibai messaged. Go ahead, he encouraged. It's not a significant matter. I plan to resign from the 4S store. Coincidentally, my best friend's company is hiring, and I can secure a position there. In her apartment at Inquan Community. After sending this message, Chen Zhibai felt a tinge of shyness. Ultimately, she was resigning out of concern that Chen Zhibai might misinterpret her intentions. Is that so? Well, that's a good thing. I never wanted you to work at the 4S store as a salesperson, Chen Zhibai remarked after raising an eyebrow at her message. Why? Chen Zhibai instinctively queried. Because you would attract attention, Chen Zhibai replied candidly. This statement held a grain of truth. Given Chen Zhihui's looks and figure, it was inevitable that admirers would take notice. Chen Zhihui blushed slightly, yet her heart brimmed with joy, interpreting this as a manifestation of Chen Zhibai's care for her. It's not as exaggerated as you suggest, she typed back, her face still flushed. Besides, I am already your girlfriend, so it doesn't matter if others take notice. Frankly, this statement wielded considerable impact. At the very least, Chen Zhibai felt a stir within upon reading it, especially when he envisioned Chen Zhihui's face and figure. Just as he was momentarily affected, his phone vibrated again with a message from Lu Ming. Hello, is this 110? My boyfriend hasn't replied in several minutes. He might be missing. Chen Zhibai found himself multitasking, juggling conversations with both Lu Ming and Chen Zhihui. Soon, the clock struck 11. Feeling fatigued, Chen Zhihui bid him good night. After responding in kind, Chen Zhibai felt a weight lift from his shoulders, realizing he only had to converse with Lu Ming now. Having multiple girlfriends was, after all, not without its drawbacks, he mused. Suddenly, he noticed a friend request from someone. The profile picture belonged to a girl, likely a stock image, and her name was represented by a moon emoji. The accompanying message read, Chen Zhibai, please accept my friend request? Puzzled, Chen Zhibai furrowed his brow. How did she know his name? Who could this be? As he contemplated this, he clicked to accept the request and sent a question mark in response. He followed up with, Who are you? In the girls' dormitory, Liu lay on her bed, feeling a rush of excitement upon seeing that Chen Zhibai had accepted her friend request. Yes, she was the one who had just added him on WeChat. As for her motivation, it was simple. She felt a sense of imbalance. Why did her boyfriend, Zhou Hao, gift her clothes worth only 5 or 600 yuan, while Lu Ming's boyfriend, Chen Zhibai, presented her with a luxurious LV bag valued at 68,888 yuan? This was the crux of her discontent. Therefore, Liu decided to add Chen Zhibai on WeChat. After all, Zhou Hao had messaged her the previous night, and she had forwarded it to Lu Ming, thus obtaining his WeChat contact. First, she would add him, then perhaps there would be an opportunity to encroach upon another's territory. This was Liu's most genuine thought. She believed that although she might not be as beautiful as Lu Ming, she was still attractive enough to garner attention from boys, and during the past month of school, Several boys and seniors had expressed interest in her. So what if Chen Zhibai preferred her type? In that case, wouldn't she also receive a luxurious LV bag? Thus, Liu felt compelled to pursue this chance. With that determination, she had resolved to add Chen Zhibai on WeChat, and now that he had accepted her request, she felt a flutter of excitement. She instinctively turned her head to glance at Lu Meng, who was engrossed in a chat on her phone. Forgive me, but I have to make a move on your boyfriend. Don't blame me. Rich second-generation heirs are indeed highly sought after. Speak, who are you? If not, I will delete you. In the boys' dormitory, Chen Zhibai frowned, observing the lack of response to his message. He typed, "Don't delete me." Upon receiving Chen Zhibai's message, Liu instantly returned to her senses and hurriedly replied, fearing that if she typed too slowly, he might delete her, which would spell disaster for her plans. That was absolutely unacceptable. She was intent on obtaining that LV bag. Moreover, beyond the bag, Liu yearned to witness the look of defeat on Lu Meng's face. If she successfully encroached upon another's territory, Lu Meng would undoubtedly wear an expression of dismay. Just the thought of such a scenario sent waves of exhilaration through Liu. Yes, she might not possess Lu Meng's beauty, but what did that matter? As long as Chen Zhibai favored her type, she would surpass Lu Meng. Tell me, who are you? As Liu was lost in her fervent thoughts, Chen Zhibai had already sent another message. I am Liu. Accompanying her text was a cute cat emoji covering its mouth. Liu suppressed her inner thoughts and first sent a text message, followed by the adorable cat emoji. She then awaited Chen Zhibai's reply with eager anticipation. In the boys' dormitory, Chen Zhibai furrowed his brow again. Liu? Zhou Hao's girlfriend? Why is she adding me? He turned to glance at Zhou Hao, who was sprawled on his bed playing a game, his mouth spouting off insults. What is wrong with being bad at games? I have a girlfriend, do you? You, a single dog, and my girlfriend is beautiful. Do you even know what a campus belle is? That is my girlfriend. Plus, I'm a local from Jiangqing, a new first-tier city. My family owns 2 apartments. You'll never reach my level no matter how hard you work. Zhou Hao's words dripped with superiority as the glow from his phone illuminated his face. Chen Zhibai shot him a glance before averting his gaze. Why the silence? Have you forgotten who I am? In the girls' dormitory, after sending her message, Liu noticed that Chen Zhibai had yet to respond. Even though only a few seconds had passed, she felt a twinge of anxiety and quickly typed another message. After a moment of contemplation, she opened her phone's photo gallery and selected a selfie that she was particularly pleased with, subsequently sending it to Chen Zhibai. In the photograph, she was playfully flashing a peace sign at the camera. Her visage, while not as striking as Lu Meng or Chen Zhihui, undeniably possessed the allure of a class beauty, an assertion that Zhou Hao had not exaggerated. On a scoring scale, she would undoubtedly rate around 80 points. Additionally, her figure was commendable. By adjusting the filters, Liu had imbued the entire image with an aura of beauty. Now, do you remember who I am? Accompanied by a cute, mouth-covered laughing emoji. After sending the photo, Liu typed a message, followed by another emoji, her tone laced with playful petulance. Is there something you need? Chen Zhibai, though slightly perplexed by Liu's sudden addition to his contacts, did not dwell on it. Assuming she had a matter to discuss, he then pondered for a moment before typing again. If you have something, you might as well ask your boyfriend, Zhou Hao. Just as he was finishing his thought, he saw Liu's reply. Oh, it's nothing serious. I just wanted to chat with you for a bit. I find you quite intriguing, and I thought it would be nice to converse. At this, Chen Zhibai's expression turned peculiar. For her message exuded a clear intent of flirtation and friendliness. However, he pondered, was it truly appropriate for someone with a boyfriend to convey such sentiments to him? After a moment's reflection, he chose not to respond. Although he was rather promiscuous, having already been involved with 2 girlfriends and possibly more in the future, he had a steadfast principle of not encroaching upon another's relationship. Even though he held a disdain for Zhou Hao's character, his aversion did not extend to pursuing Zhou Hao's girlfriend, even if Liu was the one making the advances. Suppressing his thoughts, Chen Zhibai opened the chat with Lu Meng and typed, "Did your roommates see you carrying that LV bag back this afternoon?" Initially, he intended to inquire whether Liu had noticed it, but reconsidered and phrased it differently. Yes, they did. When I returned to the dorm, all 3 of them were there, so they all saw it. Lu Meng replied almost instantly, before asking, "Why do you want to know?" As anticipated, Chen Zhibai mused. He had suspected that Liu would not have added him for no reason, particularly with her overtly flirtatious tone. It was already 11 at night. Yet she expressed a desire to chat. Such behavior was undeniably suggestive. He had guessed correctly that Liu must have seen the LV bag. "Did you tell your roommates that I bought it for you?" Chen Zhibai typed again. "Yeah, after they asked, I told them. And I also mentioned that we are now in a relationship," Lu Meng responded, followed by another inquiry. "What is up?" "Nothing much, just checking," Chen Zhibai replied. Then shifted the conversation to other topics, discussing plans to rent a house off campus. "I'm planning to rent a place outside the campus. Shall we go look for suitable houses tomorrow?" Why the sudden desire to rent a house off campus? Are you uncomfortable in the dorm? Lu Ming asked, pausing for a moment. Not exactly. I just think it would be more convenient to live off campus, without the restriction of lights out at 10 every night. Plus it offers greater freedom. Of course. There is something even more important that I haven't mentioned. Chen Zhibai smiled as he typed. What is that? Lu Ming inquired. The most important reason is that if we rent a place, we'll have our own secret hideaway for dates, Chen Zhibai replied. At this, Lu Ming's fair complexion flushed slightly. Although she had never been in a relationship before, the pervasive influence of the internet had made her far from naive. Conversely, many girls in her hometown had entered relationships early, especially those in vocational colleges. She had heard enough about such matters to understand Chen Zhibai's intentions behind renting a house, which made her cheeks warm with a mix of embarrassment and hesitation. To be candid, she was quite pleased with Chen Zhibai. He was of suitable age, possessed an appealing appearance, exuded a stable demeanor, and attended the same university. Financially, he was well off, boasting a high-end BMW X5 and a watch worth over $1 million. He had no discernible shortcomings. Therefore, she was not averse to the idea of becoming intimate with him. However, they had only recently established their relationship, and she feared that moving too quickly would lead him to take her for granted. Well then, let us go rent a place, she decided, resolving to maintain control over the pace of their relationship. All right, let us check out some houses off campus tomorrow, Lu Ming typed back, already contemplating allowing Chen Zhibai some leeway without compromising her own boundaries, at least for now. Chapter 52. A 10 million yuan housing fund. All right. Let us check out some houses off campus tomorrow. Chen Zhibai's brows relaxed as he read Lu Ming's response. He had intentionally suggested renting a house, emphasizing their secretive space, to gauge Lu Ming's feelings, whether she was resistant or agreeable. Her consent indicated that she was indeed open to the idea of having a private sanctuary together, and it further implied that she was not opposed to him. Great. Let us plan for tomorrow, Chen Zhibai typed, but at that moment, a notification chimed in his mind. The system's voice echoed. Ding. Detected that the host intends to rent a house off campus with one of his girlfriends, Lu Ming. As a wealthy individual, how can you resort to renting? A random task is now being issued. Please select one of the following options. A. The host may purchase a property within the university town, receiving a dedicated housing fund of 10 million yuan. Note, this fund may only be used for purchasing real estate and is restricted to one property within the university town. Multiple purchases are not permitted. B. The host may choose not to purchase a property and continue renting, receiving the title of renting expert. Note, this title holds no practical value. The system's voice continued to resonate in his mind. Chen Zhibai's expression turned exasperated, for the two options presented by the system were, as always, utterly straightforward. Even a fool would know which to choose. Naturally, option A was the clear choice. Selecting A would grant him a dedicated housing fund of 10 million yuan, a sum that ordinary individuals could scarcely amass in a lifetime. Given that the average housing price in Jiangcheng hovered around 20,000 per square meter, 10 million could secure 5 properties of 100 square meters each. While the system imposed a restriction that the 10 million could only be used to buy one property, procuring a spacious residence would suffice. As for the limitation of purchasing solely within the university town, that was easily manageable. The university town merely serves as a collective term for this particular area. In reality, it encompasses not only several universities but also numerous residential communities, with a significant number of newly constructed complexes. Ultimately, the choice is undoubtedly option A. The reward for the adept rental agent in option B is clearly of no practical value. System, I choose option A, Chen Zhibai declared internally. Ding. Congratulations, host. For selecting option A, you have successfully acquired a sum of 10 million for purchasing property. Note, the 10 million has been promptly deposited into your agricultural bank account. Please check it at your earliest convenience. Note 2. Following the acquisition of real estate, any remaining funds will be automatically reclaimed by the system. For instance, if the host spends 5 million on property, the remaining 5 million will be reclaimed. Please make prudent arrangements for your property purchases, echoed the system's voice in his mind. Suddenly, his phone vibrated twice. Chen Zhibai glanced down, noticing a bank notification. The 10 million had arrived. To be candid, as he stared at the message, he felt somewhat dazed, for a string of zeros like that is something that most ordinary individuals, indeed, 99 of people, will never hope to encounter in their lifetimes. Yet now, it was his. Moreover, he was to wager it all on purchasing a home. Why the silence? Have you dozed off? In the girls' dormitory, Lu Ming, having observed that Chen Zhibai had not replied for 5 or 6 minutes, could not help but inquire. As she typed, she stifled a yawn, feeling a bit drowsy. To maintain her health and skin, she adhered to an early bedtime, knowing that her only assets were her looks and figure. Were it not for her conversation with Chen Zhibai, she would have been asleep long ago. Though she could still manage to stay awake, fatigue was rapidly overcoming her. Yes, I am indeed feeling a bit sleepy, Chen Zhibai finally replied, suppressing his excitement. Then sleep well. Good night, Lu Meng typed back. Good night, Chen Zhibai responded. Only for Lu Meng to send another message. Shall we gather on the playground tomorrow morning? I have yet to see you run. All right, let's meet at the playground. Great. Then good night again. May you have sweet dreams. Lu Meng lay in bed, sending off the message before yawning once more. Even in her fatigue, she exuded an undeniable grace. After stifling her yawn, she turned off her phone, placing it beneath her pillow, and closed her eyes, ready to succumb to slumber. Indeed, she was quite tired. Before long, Lu Meng fell into a deep sleep, while her dorm mate Li Yu, however, found herself wide awake. Up until now, Chen Zhibai had not responded to her messages, which left her feeling quite discontent. She had been closely observing Lu Meng, who was clearly engaged in a lively chat with Chen Zhibai. This realization deepened Li Yu's displeasure, as it implied that Chen Zhibai was ignoring her while conversing with Lu Meng. What did that signify? Was it a reflection of her own lack of charm? While she might not possess Lu Meng's striking beauty, she was certainly attractive in her own right, and the disparity between them was not so vast. Yet now, she found herself neglected by Chen Zhibai. Gritting her teeth, she suppressed her thoughts and glanced once more at her phone, where the chat interface with Chen Zhibai lingered. She had not logged out. With Lu Meng asleep, surely he would respond to me now? Are you still there? Li Yu typed, sending the message. Contemplating her next move, she decided to seize the moment, opening the camera app and snapping a photo of her leg. Due to the dormitory lights being off, the flash illuminated the scene at the moment of the shot. Yeah, what are you doing? Why are you taking pictures at this hour? From the adjacent bed, Wang Hui, still awake, peeked over with curiosity. Oh, it's nothing. I thought a mosquito had bitten my leg, so I was just checking. Li Yu quickly fabricated a response, surprised by Wang Hui's inquiry. A mosquito? Really? But we have the air conditioning on. There shouldn't be any, Wang Hui replied incredulously. Whenever I have the AC on at home, the mosquitoes stay away because they dislike the cold. Wang Hui mused aloud, but after speaking, she didn't dwell on it further. Perhaps a window was opened for ventilation, allowing one to slip in. Do you want me to help you catch it? No, I can manage. You should get some sleep, Hui. Li Yu waved her hand dismissively. All right then, just let me know if you need assistance. Wang Hui nodded. Continuing to focus on her phone, Li Yu sighed in relief as Wang Hui returned to her own matters. She scrutinized the photo she had just taken, furrowing her brow in dissatisfaction. Adjusting her leg into a more flattering position, she snapped several more pictures before selecting one she found pleasing. After applying a filter, she sent it directly to Chen Zhibai. Chapter 53. There are no men who don't stray. After sending the photo, Li Yu held her phone, eagerly awaiting Chen Zhibai's response. She was confident that he would reply upon seeing the image, as her legs were quite captivating. Even if Chen Zhibai was in a relationship with Lu Meng, the implication of her sending a leg photo was unmistakable, and she found it hard to believe he could resist. In this world, there are no men who don't stray. With this thought, a glimmer of triumph flickered in Li Yu's eyes. Meanwhile, in the boys' dormitory, Chen Zhibai was in the restroom, preparing to relieve himself before heading to bed, as he needed to rise early for a morning run. This was crucial for his goal of increasing his height by 3 centimeters. Though he now had a system and 2 girlfriends, he aspired to better himself. Wealthy, handsome, and tall. Having finished in the restroom and washed his hands, Chen Zhibai sensed his phone vibrating in his pocket multiple times. He retrieved it, discovering messages and a photo from Li Yu. Instinctively, he tapped on the image. To be honest, Li Yu's legs were indeed attractive. In comparison to the average girl, they certainly stood out. However, when juxtaposed with Lu Meng's, they fell short. After a brief assessment, Chen Zhibai intended to put his phone away. Even though Li Yu had sent a leg photo, clearly laden with flirtation, he had no intention of engaging in conversation with her. The fact remained, Li Yu had a boyfriend. Moreover, even if she didn't, Chen Zhibai doubted he would chat with her, as both Lu Meng and Chen Zhihui were significantly more appealing. Just as he was about to stow his phone, he heard Zhou Hao's voice from outside the restroom. Old Chen, are you done in there? I really need to go. I can't hold it much longer. I'm finished, Chen Zhibai replied as he stepped forward to open the restroom door. Zhou Hao entered without a word, hastily unbuckling his pants. However, he paused momentarily, for he caught sight of the photo displayed on Chen Zhibai's phone. A girl's leg, while not revealing her face, was undeniably well-shaped. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Zhou Hao felt a strange sense of familiarity with the image. Nonetheless, he brushed it off and continued on his way. Well, Lao Chun, I can't believe you were secretly searching for pictures of girls' legs online. However, I must admit, the girls' legs are quite appealing, Zhou Hao remarked. It was only then that Chen Zhibai realized his phone had not been locked when he opened the door for Zhou Hao, revealing a photo sent by Li Yu on the screen. Honestly, you should consider getting a girlfriend. Look at me. I just started the semester, and I'm already in a relationship. You've met my girlfriend. She's a stunning beauty and treats me exceptionally well, Zhou Hao continued to boast, even suppressing his urge to relieve himself for the sake of bragging. Chen Zhibai remained silent, casting a disapproving glance at Zhou Hao. Liu treats you well? Do you know that this leg photo was sent to me by your girlfriend? And if I were to merely beckon with my finger, I reckon your girlfriend would come running to me. Disinterested in further conversation, Chen Zhibai exited the restroom and returned to his bed. He silenced his phone and tucked it under his pillow, attempting to cultivate a sense of drowsiness. Hey, I'm talking to you, Zhou Hao exclaimed, visibly displeased by Chen Zhibai's abrupt departure without a word. He instinctively wanted to respond, but the urgency of his bodily needs took precedence, so he hurried to the restroom, feeling a growing discomfort within. However, it didn't take long for Zhou Hao to rationalize the situation. He convinced himself that Chen Zhibai's silence stemmed from a sense of inferiority in the face of his own relationship achievements. After all, he had found a girlfriend right at the start of the semester, while Chen Zhibai, even with his new hairstyle making him more attractive, who could say if he would find a girlfriend anytime soon? Thus, it must be a feeling of inadequacy. As this thought pervaded his mind, Zhou Hao's sense of superiority resurfaced, and he instinctively recalled the photo that had flashed on Chen Zhibai's phone moments ago. Strange, why did it seem somewhat familiar? Shaking his head, Zhou Hao chose not to dwell on it. In the girls' dormitory, Liu lay on her bed, frowning after waiting 10 minutes without a message from Chen Zhibai. Has he fallen asleep and missed it? Or did he see it but choose to ignore me? She pondered, convinced that Chen Zhibai must have simply dozed off, given her confidence in the leg photo she had sent. Yet, after a moment's thought, Liu opened the chat with Zhou Hao on her phone. Is he asleep? She typed. Nope. Yeah, didn't you just fall asleep? Why are you suddenly messaging me? Did you wake up? Zhou Hao, now dressed, felt a surge of joy upon seeing her message and quickly replied. Yeah, I just woke up. Liu replied perfunctorily before directly asking. Has Chen Zhibai fallen asleep? Why are you asking about him? Zhou Hao was taken aback, confused as to why Liu would inquire about Chen Zhibai. Just tell me, is he asleep? Liu insisted. Oh, let me check. He probably isn't. He just went to the restroom, Zhou Hao responded while exiting the bathroom. Although Liu was asking about Chen Zhibai, Zhou Hao felt no doubt because he still held a considerable amount of confidence. After all, he was a local in Jiangcheng, owning 2 properties, and certainly not someone as impoverished as Chen Zhibai could compare to. He is asleep. Zhou Hao glanced at Chen Zhibai's bed and, upon seeing him with closed eyes, typed his response. Curiosity piqued, he added, Yeah, what exactly do you want from Lao Chen? It's pointless. He doesn't know as many people at school as I do. Liu read Zhou Hao's message but chose not to reply, feeling a sense of calm wash over her. So, he really is asleep, she thought, reassured by her assumption. By the way, yeah, let me tell you something about Lao Chen. Just a few minutes ago, while I was in the restroom, I caught him looking at a photo of a girl's legs. He must have searched for it online. Honestly, it seems like he is desperate for a girlfriend. But that girl's legs are definitely not as nice as yours, Zhou Hao typed, sharing what he had witnessed. However, in the girls' dormitory, upon reading his message, Liu froze momentarily, her expression darkening. She was certain that the leg photo Chen Zhibai saw was indeed hers. So, he had seen the photo. Yet why had he not replied? Feeling agitated, Liu instinctively glanced down at her own legs. They were undeniably attractive. So why had he not responded? Did he perhaps prefer Lu Ming? Yeah, why are you suddenly silent? Zhou Hao, noticing her lack of response, quickly typed another question. Liu chose not to reply and flipped her phone over. Chapter 54. Having a beautiful girlfriend is quite impressive. The night passed without a word. The following morning at 6:40 a.m., Chen Zhibai was awakened by his phone's alarm. After silencing it, he rolled out of bed and headed to the restroom. While brushing his teeth and washing his face, he received a message from Lu Ming. Are you awake? I am, Chen Zhibai replied. Great. Shall we gather shortly? I'll wait for you downstairs at the boys' dormitory, and then we can head to the playground together? Lu Ming's message arrived almost instantaneously. Sure, Chen Zhibai responded, noticing Lu Ming sent an OK emoji before he tucked his phone away to continue brushing his teeth. After finishing, he stepped out of the bathroom to find Wang Chao, Li Dong, and Zhou Hao still asleep. As he changed clothes, Wang Chao groggily opened his eyes. Upon noticing Chen Zhibai getting dressed, he was instantly alert. Wait, Lao Chen, why are you up so early? Wang Chao asked, perplexed. Going for a run, Chen Zhibai replied with a smile. You went for a run yesterday morning, and now you're doing it again? Are you serious? Wang Chao exclaimed in astonishment. Yesterday, when Chen Zhibai mentioned running, Wang Chao thought it was just a fleeting whim. Yet here he was, actually committed. Of course I'm serious, Chen Zhibai affirmed with a nod. Impressive. Wang Chao genuinely praised, giving a thumbs up. Even in college, you're getting up for morning runs instead of sleeping in. I'm quite impressed. Afterward, Wang Chao rubbed his eyes. He had played video games with Li Dong until 2 in the morning, and with only 4 hours of sleep, he felt utterly exhausted. You go ahead. I'm going back to sleep. With that, Wang Chao turned over, facing the wall, and closed his eyes once more. Chen Zhibai shook his head. Just as he was about to check if Lu Ming had reached the dormitory, he noticed a message from her saying she had just arrived downstairs. I'm coming down now, he typed while exiting the dormitory. Upon stepping out, he gently closed the door behind him and made his way down the stairs. No need to rush. He took his time. As he descended, another message from Lu Ming popped up. Chen Zhibai glanced at it, but chose not to respond, as he had already reached the first floor and could see the entrance to the boys' dormitory, rendering a reply unnecessary. Before long, he stepped outside and immediately spotted Lu Ming standing under a willow tree in front of the dormitory. She was hard to miss, perhaps for the sake of convenience while running. Lu Ming had tied her hair into a high ponytail today, revealing her bright and exquisite face, complemented by her fair and elongated neck. She was dressed in summer athletic wear, short sleeves paired with casual long pants, and on her feet, a pair of sneakers. In a remarkably striking casual sports outfit, Lu Ming exudes an aura that captivates attention, embodying a goddess-like presence. Notably, although she is clad in relaxed trousers that conceal her legs, the allure of her shapely legs remains subtly apparent. With an impressive height of 171 centimeters and a perfect 9-headed body proportion, Lu Ming's figure is simply exquisite. Chen Zhibai observes that several male students, who are early risers leaving the dormitory, are discreetly stealing glances at Lu Ming. However, none muster the courage to approach her. The sheer beauty of Lu Ming instills a sense of intimidation among the onlookers, compelling them to admire her from afar without daring to initiate a conversation. In a sense, when faced with a stunningly attractive woman possessing a remarkable figure, many men may experience feelings of inferiority, leading them to abandon any pursuit. Upon Chen Zhibai's arrival, Lu Ming's gaze meets his. After all, she has been watching the individuals emerging from the dormitory since her arrival. Here I am, she smiles, raising her fair arm and playfully waving it. Her radiant smile and poised demeanor are truly flattering to Chen Zhibai. Following Lu Ming's greeting, several male students in the vicinity turn their heads in unison to regard Chen Zhibai, their eyes reflecting envy. After all, it is a privilege to have such a stunning beauty waiting for him. I see you, Lu Ming says, and undeterred by the attention surrounding them, Chen Zhibai confidently strides to her side. After exchanging a few words, he decisively takes her hand. Lu Ming is momentarily taken aback, and her fair, delicate face flushes slightly. Although they shared a kiss the previous day, this is their first time holding hands. Furthermore, it is her first time holding hands with a male outside her family. There's a hint of shyness and nervousness, but Lu Ming's spirited personality prevails. Her blush does not diminish her grace. Shall we go for a run at the playground now? Lu Ming allows Chen Zhibai to hold her hand, initiating the conversation. Yes, let's run first, Chen Zhibai replies, nodding, and together they head towards the playground, drawing the envious gazes of the surrounding boys. No wonder successful men are often accompanied by beautiful women. It certainly enhances one's stature. Chen Zhibai muses inwardly as he glances at Lu Ming, whose fair and exquisite features, combined with her radiant charm and well-proportioned figure, indeed grant him a sense of pride. What are you thinking about? Lu Ming, noticing Chen Zhibai's silence, tilts her head curiously. I wasn't thinking about anything in particular, he shakes his head, then adds. It's just that having a beautiful girlfriend is truly a matter of prestige and confidence. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming smiles brightly, her eyes sparkling with pride, delighted by Chen Zhibai's compliment. The distance from the boys' dormitory to the school playground is not considerable, and within 7 or 8 minutes, Chen Zhibai and Lu Ming arrive at the playground. To Lu Ming's surprise, there are quite a number of people jogging in the early morning. I didn't expect so many people out for a morning run, she remarks, astonished. Chen Zhibai nods, about to continue speaking when he spots their instructor, Wen Yutong, also jogging on the track. Today, she is dressed in athletic attire, a white ensemble with a fitted white tank top and loose white pants. Her physique exuding a vibrant sense of health, likely a result of her consistent exercise. The rhythm of her arms swinging as she runs is both comfortable and pleasing to the eye. Do you know her? As Chen Zhibai gazes at Wen Yutong, Lu Ming stands beside him, casually following his glance before inquiring. Internally, she feels a twinge of caution, realizing that the woman Chen Zhibai is observing is nearly as attractive as she is, with a well-proportioned figure and striking presence. Of course I know her. She is our class instructor, Chen Zhibai replies, redirecting his gaze to Lu Ming. Instantly, Lu Ming feels a wave of relief. Oh, she's just the instructor. Then there's no issue. After all, teachers are not a problem, regardless of their beauty. Your instructor is quite beautiful, and she seems young, unlike ours, who is nearly 40 and has a rather unpleasant temperament, Lu Ming remarks with a smile, casting another glance at Wen Yutong. Unpleasant temperament? Chen Zhibai raises an eyebrow, intrigued. Yes, she has a rather short fuse, Lu Ming confirms, nodding. Her tone is often impatient, and we've heard she has had a troubled marriage. She remains unmarried and without a boyfriend even at nearly 40. Not married at nearly 40? No wonder she has a bad temper, Chen Zhibai reflects, understanding the implications. The significance of marriage for women is profound, as men can help balance their hormonal levels. He recalls a comment he saw on Douyin, where a user mentioned that a cousin who was ill-tempered before marriage transformed into a gentle and pleasant person after just a month of marriage, her complexion clearing as well. Our classmates have quite a few grievances against her, Lu Ming adds, choosing not to delve further into the topic as she and Chen Zhibai stretch their ankles at the edge of the playground. Several boys instinctively glance at Lu Ming, their eyes lighting up. Shall we prepare to run? After a few minutes of stretching, Chen Zhibai turns to Lu Ming. Yes, let's do it, she replies enthusiastically, her smile radiant. Chen Zhibai looks at her before retracting his gaze, just as when Yutong finishes her lap and approaches their position. Instructor, Chen Zhibai greets her. As he acknowledges her, his gaze inadvertently drifts to Wen Yutong's neck, long and fair, glistening subtly with perspiration from her exertion. Moreover, her posture is upright, arms swinging naturally, and her breathing is relaxed, showcasing an overall impressive physique. Chen Zhibai instinctively compares her to Lu Ming. Both possess their unique charms. Lu Ming shines with her radiant beauty, while Wen Yutong exudes an air of intellectual grace. Though much has been said, reality shifts in the blink of an eye, as someone calls her instructor. Wen Yutong instinctively turns her head, her expression shifting to one of curiosity upon seeing Chen Zhibai. Who is this young man? Is he one of my students? How come I don't recall him? This is Wen Yutong's initial reaction. She fails to recognize Chen Zhibai due to his significant transformation in hairstyle and attire, making him seem almost unrecognizable. From an ordinary appearance to a refined and stylish young man, he has undergone a remarkable metamorphosis. However, it doesn't take long for her to recognize him, as despite the substantial changes, his face remains familiar. You are Chen Zhibai? Wen Yutong came to a halt, her fair and exquisite visage now adorned with an expression of astonishment. She gazed at Chen Zhibai, her tone betraying her incredulity. Teacher, we only met yesterday morning. Have you truly forgotten me in just one day? Chen Zhibai wore a look of helplessness, yet he understood the source of Wen Yutong's bewilderment. Given his current appearance, even his parents would take a moment to register the change upon his return home. I genuinely did not recognize you. The transformation is quite remarkable. With that new hairstyle, you have become strikingly handsome, and the attire you wear suits you splendidly, he remarked, his admiration evident. Wen Yutong sighed in appreciation, about to inquire where he had his hair styled, when she noticed Lu Ming standing beside Chen Zhibai. Instantly, her eyebrows arched slightly. She held a strong confidence in her own looks and figure, seldom encountering another girl in her daily life who could rival her. Yet, the girl before her was indeed a contender. With a beautiful visage, an impeccable figure, and an overall demeanor that exuded brightness and grace, Lu Ming was captivating, even in long trousers that accentuated her long, slender legs. Who is this girl? Wen Yutong pondered, observing the apparent intimacy between Lu Ming and Chen Zhibai. She subsequently glanced at Lu Ming and directly inquired, and who might this be? This is my girlfriend, Lu Ming, a freshman at our university, studying in the School of International Business, Chen Zhibai replied. At this revelation, Wen Yutong was taken aback, for she had not anticipated that Lu Ming was Chen Zhibai's girlfriend. Given her remarkable beauty and poise, initially, she had assumed they were merely friends. Hello, teacher, Lu Ming stepped forward, politely greeting Wen Yutong. Hello, Wen Yutong responded, regaining her composure and nodding at Lu Ming before turning her attention back to Chen Zhibai. You started dating so soon after entering university. Aren't you worried I might tell your parents? She teased, her tone lighthearted. Not at all. If you were to inform my family, my mother would probably be delighted. Just the other day, she called me, urging me to pursue suitable girls at school. Chen Zhibai chuckled, not taking the comment seriously. You rascal, Wen Yutong laughed lightly, then waved her hand dismissively. I must continue my run. You both should as well. All right, Chen Zhibai nodded, with Lu Ming echoing the sentiment beside him. With that, Wen Yutong resumed her run, offering a brief nod to Chen Zhibai and Lu Ming as she departed. Come on, let us run, but at a slower pace. I'm just starting my morning runs, and today is only my second day, she called out as she distanced herself. Once Wen Yutong had covered some ground, Chen Zhibai turned to Lu Ming. Yes, that sounds good, Lu Ming replied, and the two then fell into a comfortable silence, running side by side. Having received guidance from Wen Yutong during their run yesterday, Chen Zhibai adjusted his breathing and slowed his pace, opting for a speed slightly faster than a leisurely jog. Consequently, he did not feel as fatigued. Beside him, Lu Ming exhibited a superior physical condition, her long legs moving gracefully in a manner that was visually pleasing. When Wen Yutong concluded her run and halted, she glanced over at Chen Zhibai and Lu Ming, noting their focused strides, and chose not to interrupt as she exited the field. As she left, a sense of reflection washed over her. Initially, she marveled at the significant transformation Chen Zhibai had undergone due to his new hairstyle and clothing. Then, she found herself surprised by the beauty of his girlfriend, which exceeded her expectations. Shaking her head, Wen Yutong dismissed further contemplation, deciding to return to her dormitory for a shower before heading to the cafeteria. Having graduated and remained at the school as a counselor, she was afforded dormitory accommodations, albeit shared with another student. Fortunately, her roommate had a boyfriend off campus, thus rarely residing in the dormitory, which provided her some convenience. Chapter 56. The lipstick has smudged. On the track, after 30 minutes of running, Chen Zhibai heard the system's notification. Ding! The host has completed today's running check-in. Current check-in progress is 27. Running task for today is complete. Chen Zhibai mused to himself, yet his feet did not cease their movement. He felt he could continue running for a while longer. Although his motivation to jog was primarily driven by the system's reward of an increase in height by 3 centimeters, he acknowledged the physical benefits of running, relishing the refreshing breeze that brushed against him. Thus, he resolved to extend his run. After another 10 minutes or so, he finally slowed to a stop. Upon his cessation, Lu Ming also came to a halt, her heart racing from the exertion, and the two began to stroll slowly around the track. Your physical fitness is impressive, Chen Zhibai remarked, observing Lu Ming as her breath came in quick gasps, her neck and face glistening with a light sheen of perspiration, yet her overall condition remained commendable. Not bad. I often exercise in my dormitory, following fitness influencers on Douyin, Lu Ming responded with a smile, confirming her regular workout routine aimed at enhancing her posture and physique. I see, Chen Zhibai nodded, choosing to remain silent as he focused on regulating his breathing. After a few minutes of walking, their heart rates gradually returned to normal. I should head back to the dormitory for a shower before we eat, Chen Zhibai stated. Yes. Sounds good, Lu Ming agreed, and after speaking, she retrieved a pack of tissues from her pocket, tearing it open to offer him one. Wipe your sweat. You brought tissues? Chen Zhibai asked, surprised. Of course, Lu Ming replied with a light laugh. She had brought the tissues specifically for wiping away sweat. Then, please help me, Chen Zhibai said. At his words, Lu Ming's face flushed slightly, yet she did not hesitate, using the tissue to dab at the perspiration on his face. Chen Zhibai noticed a subtle fragrance emanating from her, a delicate blend of shower gel and shampoo that was quite pleasant. Moreover, as he slightly lowered his gaze, he found himself captivated by Lu Ming's exquisite and fair features, her beautiful eyes and brows. All done, Lu Ming declared, tucking the used tissue away as she looked up at him. Thanks, Chen Zhibai nodded, and as he took Lu Ming's hand, he did not head toward the dormitory, but instead led her toward a secluded corner. Lu Ming quickly realized the intent behind his actions, her fair cheeks flushing with warmth as they turned into a hidden alcove, invisible from the outside. Emerging from that corner a good 10 minutes later, Lu Ming's meticulously applied lipstick had become somewhat smudged. Let us return to the dormitory for a shower and then grab a bite. Finding a place now is quite inconvenient, Chen Zhibai remarked, sensing the undeniable truth of the situation. In the pursuit of a kiss, one must seek a secluded spot. If even the faintest sound of footsteps were to be heard, Lu Ming would gently nudge him away. How much more convenient it would be if they had a house. With a home, their rendezvous would transcend mere kisses. Contemplating this, Chen Zhibai cast a glance at Lu Ming, his gaze lingering momentarily on her legs. Lu Ming remained silent. Yet she playfully tapped him before conceding to the idea of searching for a place. After all, she had already resolved last night that, aside from that final step, she would allow Chen Zhibai to have some advantages. Before long, the pair arrived at the base of the boys' dormitory. I'll head back now. I shower quickly. And you girls take your time. I'll wait for you downstairs at your dorm after I'm done, Chen Zhibai stated. How do you know we girls take longer to shower? Lu Ming teased with a smile before nodding in agreement. All right, I understand. After Chen Zhibai released her hand, he entered the boys' dormitory. Lu Ming waited until his figure disappeared from view before she turned back towards the girls' dormitory. Upon returning and pushing the door open, the clock had yet to strike 8 in the morning. Lu Ming noticed Wang Hui and Li Yu still asleep, while Xin Qing was already up. Did you go for a run? Xin Qing, seated at her desk and combing her hair, observed Lu Ming's athletic attire glistening with a hint of sweat, her expression tinged with surprise. Yes, I went for a run, Lu Ming nodded, unable to resist stealing a glance at Xin Qing. She genuinely admired Xin Qing's graceful demeanor, a beauty radiating an aura of coolness. I went running with my boyfriend, Lu Ming added, averting her gaze and contemplating once more. That sounds nice. Xin Qing responded with a nod. I'll go shower now. Lu Ming picked up a towel and a change of clothes, and after speaking, she entered the bathroom within the dormitory. When Chen Zhibai returned to his dorm, Wang Chao, Li Dong, and Zhou Hao were still asleep. He paid them no mind and headed straight for the bathroom to shower. After finishing, 5 minutes had passed. Due to washing his hair, Chen Zhibai utilized a hairdryer in the bathroom. Once he had tidied himself up, he took out his phone and sent Lu Ming a WeChat message, informing her that he had finished showering and was preparing to head to the girls' dormitory. Just as he was about to put his phone away, he pondered for a moment and opened the chat interface with Chen Zhibai, sending her a morning greeting. As both were his girlfriends, they deserved equal treatment. After waiting a few minutes without a reply from Chen Zhibai, he realized she was still asleep. Chen Zhibai then tucked his phone away, retrieved his BMW keys from beneath his pillow, and prepared to leave the dormitory. "Old Chen, have you finished your run? Where are you off to now?" Wang Chao mumbled, blinking groggily at Chen Zhibai with a puzzled expression. "Off to a date," Chen Zhibai replied, glancing at him. "Yeah right, do you think I believe that?" Wang Chao scoffed, clearly skeptical of Chen Zhibai's words. "I'll admit you look quite handsome with your new hairstyle, but finding a girlfriend that quickly? I don't buy it," he continued, wearing an expression that suggested he was too clever to be deceived. "Believe it or not," Chen Zhibai retorted and, having said that, exited the dormitory. "I certainly don't believe it," Wang Chao muttered before attempting to return to slumber, though he soon felt the urge to relieve himself. After using the restroom and returning to his bed, he noticed Zhou Hao still in deep sleep. After a moment's thought, Wang Chao stealthily approached and playfully slapped Zhou Hao's thigh. "Whoa!" Zhou Hao jolted awake. "Don't worry, young Master Zhou. I just saw a mosquito on your leg, so I gave it a little smack." "No need to thank me," Wang Chao replied nonchalantly. "Is that so?" Zhou Hao questioned, his face a mixture of confusion and disbelief. It certainly felt more like a deliberate hit than a mere mosquito swat, yet he had no evidence to prove it. "Absolutely." Wang Chao nodded earnestly and then hummed a tune as he returned to his bed. Chapter 57. Efforts are futile. "I finished my shower as well, but I need to dry my hair. It might take a bit longer," Chen Zhibai texted as he stepped out of the boys' dormitory. Lu Ming responded promptly with a text and a cute emoji. "No rush. Take your time drying," Chen Zhibai replied. "Uh-huh." Lu Ming's message came back immediately, followed by another text. "My boyfriend is so considerate, sending hearts." Chen Zhibai chuckled softly, choosing not to reply further and instead pocketed his phone. Inside the girls' dormitory, Lu Ming, noticing Chen Zhibai had not replied, placed her phone beside the sink and picked up the hairdryer to dry her hair. After finishing her hair, which took 5 to 6 minutes, she glanced in the mirror and applied a light touch of makeup, merely a hint of powder and a swipe of lipstick. Though simple, her beauty shone through, accentuated by her striking features. After putting away the hairdryer, Lu Ming exited the restroom, finding Li Yu and Wang Hui still lost in slumber. Shen Qing had already styled her hair and was now quietly reciting English vocabulary in preparation for her upcoming Level 4 English exam. Upon hearing the restroom door open, Shen Qing instinctively turned her head, catching sight of Lu Ming stepping out. "Are you heading out?" Shen Qing inquired, having noticed Lu Ming's light makeup and styled hair. "Yes. I'm going out for breakfast with my boyfriend," Lu Ming replied with a cheerful nod, and the two fell into a comfortable silence. Shen Qing continued her study, while Lu Ming rummaged through her wardrobe for an outfit. Though they were dorm mates, their relationship was somewhat distant. They engaged in casual conversation, but rarely delved into deeper topics. Perhaps it was their shared beauty that caused an unspoken distance, as if two striking figures were at odds. Before long, Lu Ming selected her attire, a white short-sleeve top paired with a black skirt. Once dressed, she meticulously tucked the hem of her white top into the waistband of her skirt, accentuating her slender waist and the long, graceful legs beneath the skirt, creating an astonishing silhouette. There was a half-length mirror in the dormitory, a purchase of Lu Ming's, and after admiring her reflection, satisfaction graced her fair and lovely face. This look had been deliberately chosen to showcase her legs, for in terms of leg beauty, she had never felt overshadowed by anyone. With this thought, Lu Ming glanced over at Shen Qing. While she acknowledged Shen Qing's beauty, particularly her unique, cool demeanor, she felt a sense of pride regarding her own legs. Having shared the same dormitory for a month, she had seen Shen Qing in lighter attire post-shower, and while Shen Qing's legs were indeed lovely, they clearly paled in comparison to her own, reclaiming her focus. Lu Ming felt buoyant as she stepped out of the dormitory and sent a WeChat message to Chen Zhibai. "I'm all set, heading out now." "Okay, I'll be waiting downstairs at your dorm," Chen Zhibai replied. Lu Ming tucked her phone away and descended the stairs. Within the dormitory, as the door clicked shut, Shen Qing paused her vocabulary recitation and glanced at the door before returning to her studies. "Hey, Qing, are you still memorizing English words? You're so diligent. What time is it?" Wang Hui mumbled as she blinked awake, looking at Shen Qing with admiration before inquiring about the time. "At 8 o'clock in the morning." The hour was still early, allowing for a few more moments of slumber. Chen Qing glanced at her phone, noting the time, and remarked, "It's only 8. Indeed. It is still early. I shall sleep a little longer." Wang Hui nodded in agreement, yet instead of succumbing to sleep immediately, she turned to Chen Qing and said, "Qing Qing, to be honest, I truly believe you are exceptional. You possess both beauty and grace, and what's more, your diligence is commendable. I am certain that whoever becomes your boyfriend in the future will be immensely fortunate." Wang Hui spoke with utmost sincerity. Throughout the month since the semester began, she had witnessed Chen Qing diligently memorizing English vocabulary each morning. It was remarkable that someone so beautiful could also be so industrious. "Go ahead and sleep." Chen Qing chuckled lightly, her smile radiant and enchanting, complimenting her cool demeanor with an aura reminiscent of a daffodil. "Hey, I mean it. I genuinely think whoever gets to be your boyfriend will be very lucky," Wang Hui replied with a playful grin, but soon fell silent, her weariness overtaking her as she turned over and closed her eyes. Chen Qing sat at her desk, but did not immediately resume her English studies. Instead, she found herself lost in thought and a sense of helplessness. In her youth, she had always believed that hard work was paramount, that with enough effort, one could attain the desired life. However, growing older had revealed to her the sobering truth. Effort often seems inconsequential. Just observe the elderly gentleman sweeping the streets at dawn, the laborers toiling at construction sites, and the delivery workers racing against time. Are they not exerting themselves? Yet, have they achieved the lives they aspire to? The answer is no. Thus, she concluded that effort, in many ways, is futile. Nevertheless, she had grown accustomed to striving. Shaking her head, Chen Qing chose not to linger on such thoughts, directing her gaze back to her English words. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a unique radiance upon her cool and lovely face, imbuing her with an exquisite charm. Upon exiting the girls' dormitory, Lu Ming spotted Chen Zhibai standing a short distance from the entrance, engrossed in his phone. Initially intending to greet him, she decided instead to tease Chen Zhibai. Hence, she slowed her pace, approached him stealthily from behind, and on tiptoe, covered his eyes with her hands. "Ahem, guess who I am. If you can't guess correctly, you must keep guessing." Lu Ming deliberately deepened her voice, hoping to obscure her identity. However, it was rather improbable that Chen Zhibai would be fooled. Setting aside the fact that Lu Ming's shampoo and body wash had a uniquely delightful fragrance at that moment, who else but Lu Ming would engage in such playful antics? Furthermore, despite her attempt to alter her voice, it was unmistakably hers. Thus, Chen Zhibai instantly deduced it was Lu Ming. Yet, he pondered for a moment and decided to play along. "Is it Su Miao Miao?" He fabricated a girl's name. "Nope," Lu Ming replied, momentarily taken aback, before raising her voice slightly. "Not that. Let me guess again. Is it?" Chen Zhibai conjured another name. "No," Lu Ming exclaimed, lowering her hands and stepping out from behind him to stand before him. "It's me. Now tell me, who are Su Miao Miao and Wanya?" Lu Ming inquired, her tone laced with suspicion. Chen Zhibai, however, couldn't finish his thought as he was captivated by Lu Ming's appearance. Her porcelain skin and striking beauty radiated a vibrant elegance, her long hair cascading over her shoulders, revealing her graceful neck. The white short-sleeved top tucked into a black skirt accentuated her slender waist and remarkable leg proportions. She exuded the aura of a goddess, akin to a campus belle stepping out from a cinematic portrayal. "How do I look? Pretty, right?" Noticing Chen Zhibai's admiring gaze, Lu Ming felt a swell of pride. As she spoke, she twirled before him, showcasing her exquisite figure. "Indeed, you look lovely," Chen Zhibai affirmed, reaching out to take Lu Ming's hand. "Let us head to the cafeteria for a meal, and afterward, we can go house hunting." "All right," Lu Ming nodded, recalling their prior agreement. Yet, her curiosity about Su Miao Miao and Wanya lingered, prompting her to ask directly, "Who could they be? Who else? I was merely teasing you. Did you truly think I wouldn't guess it was you? You mentioned you were ready to come out, and then my eyes were covered," Chen Zhibai replied, a hint of exasperation in his voice. Instantly, Lu Ming felt her cheeks flush, yet she also experienced a profound sense of relief. Truthfully, since establishing their romantic relationship, she had felt a tinge of anxiety. Chen Zhibai's qualities were undeniably outstanding. His age, appearance, demeanor, and wealth combined created a sense of intimidation within her. This sentiment may seem incredulous, especially given her own beauty, which positioned her among the ranks of goddesses. Yet, she recognized that beauty could not compete with wealth, particularly considering Chen Zhibai's age, which inevitably attracted many beautiful girls. Lu Ming was acutely aware that this was an absolute certainty. It was something she had prepared herself for, as she had actively pursued Chen Zhibai, hadn't she? Fortunately, she had seized the opportunity first, but what lay ahead? "What are you pondering so intently?" Noticing Lu Ming's silence, Chen Zhibai turned to her and inquired. "I was just thinking about what to eat." The soup dumplings and steamed buns from the second cafeteria are delicious, and I'm torn between the two, Lu Ming responded, shaking off her thoughts with a smile. The future could be addressed when the time came. For now, she was Chen Zhibai's girlfriend, and even if other girls sought to win his affection, they would merely be rivals. She was the rightful partner. Let us order both. After all, we can share and surely finish it together, Chen Zhibai suggested without much thought. Sounds good. Lu Ming agreed, and the two of them strolled hand in hand toward the cafeteria. Inside, after ordering a portion of soup dumplings and steamed buns, along with 2 bowls of porridge, Chen Zhibai and Lu Ming found a window-side table to sit down. Just as they took their first bites, a voice from nearby suddenly called out, "Lu Ming? What a coincidence. You're also here at the second cafeteria for a meal." The voice was filled with surprise. Chen Zhibai looked up to see a fairly handsome boy, dressed in Nike shoes, suggesting he came from a well-off family. Accompanying him were 3 other boys, likely from the same dormitory. "By the way, who is this?" Fu Xiaojia casually asked Lu Ming, feigning indifference while glancing at Chen Zhibai. However, beneath his facade of casualness, his gaze was rife with vigilance and wariness. Having been in the same class as Lu Ming since the first day of school, he had resolved to win her heart. Yet, a month into the semester, not only had he failed to win her over, but he hadn't even succeeded in inviting her to dinner. What offered him some solace was that Lu Ming had not only rejected his overtures, but had also turned down other boys, providing him a sense of comfort in shared misfortune. However, he was now confronted with a disconcerting sight. His goddess, Lu Ming, was having breakfast with another boy, sharing laughter and appearing intimately close. This realization stirred a sense of alarm and discomfort within him. Thus, he approached directly, feigning casualness as he inquired about the identity of Chen Zhibai. While speaking, he cast a brief but scrutinizing glance at Chen Zhibai, becoming increasingly vigilant. He noted that although Chen Zhibai did not possess the striking handsomeness of a traditional heartthrob, his features were pleasing and comfortable to behold, exuding an overall aura of freshness and cleanliness. Moreover, his attire was evidently of high quality. Coincidentally, he recognized that Chen Zhibai's clothing was from an Italian mid-range luxury brand. Such an outfit would certainly cost several thousand yuan. While Fu Xiaojia felt a sense of caution, he was not overly pressured, as his family's financial standing allowed him the luxury of purchasing such clothing without hesitation. Behind Fu Xiaojia, his 3 roommates remained silent. Being his roommates, they were well aware of Fu Xiaojia's affection for Lu Ming. In truth, they too admired Lu Ming, for it was impossible not to appreciate her beauty. However, they dared not pursue her, as they came from ordinary families, unlike Fu Xiaojia, who enjoyed a more favorable financial background. "This is my boyfriend," Lu Ming declared, her words barely having time to settle before she instinctively frowned at the sight of Fu Xiaojia. Then, without hesitation, continued, "Is this your boyfriend? You have a boyfriend now?" Upon hearing Lu Ming's words, Fu Xiaojia's composure finally faltered, and he could no longer maintain his facade of calmness, his face reflecting a mix of disbelief. "Yes, this is my boyfriend," Lu Ming affirmed with a nod. Then, fixing her gaze upon Fu Xiaojia, she issued a clear dismissal. "Although we are classmates, we are not familiar. So could you please leave? I wish to have dinner with my boyfriend without any interruptions." Lu Ming spoke plainly and directly, her words also serving to convey a message to Chen Zhibai that her relationship with Fu Xiaojia was indeed distant. She was somewhat apprehensive that Chen Zhibai might misconstrue the situation. "What do you mean you are not familiar? After all, we are classmates." Fu Xiaojia's expression soured, having clearly picked up on Lu Ming's dismissal. Yet, he was reluctant to depart, for his affection for Lu Ming was genuine. Consequently, after uttering his thoughts, he turned directly to Chen Zhibai. "Brother, are you also from our school? You appear to be a freshman as well. Let us be friends. Come, let us shake hands. I am part of the student council, so if you need anything, feel free to reach out to me. I can assist with minor matters, saving you the trouble of searching for help." As he spoke, Fu Xiaojia extended his hand, eager to glean more about Chen Zhibai's background. He was determined not to relinquish his pursuit of Lu Ming. By claiming to be part of the student council, he aimed to showcase his status, a source of pride for him. Lu Ming, seated at her table, observed with a cold demeanor as Fu Xiaojia not only disregarded her dismissal, but also brazenly attempted to engage with Chen Zhibai, prompting her to cool her expression further. Chapter 59. Bewildered. "You wear a watch worth over 1 million? Lu Ming's icy demeanor persisted as she prepared to speak, but at that moment, Chen Zhibai raised a hand to gesture her to wait, then grasped Fu Xiaojia's hand in greeting. "Come, let us shake hands. That's the spirit, brother. I have a decent network at school. As the saying goes, the more friends, the more paths open up." As Chen Zhibai extended his hand, a flicker of pride crossed Fu Xiaojia's face, as he interpreted this gesture as a sign of submission from Chen Zhibai. However, The words he was about to utter caught in his throat the instant he noticed the luxurious Patek Philippe Nautilus watch adorning Chen Zhibai's wrist. This revelation rendered him momentarily speechless, a look of shock spreading across his face. The Patek Philippe Nautilus, model 5740, retailed for an astounding 1.55 million yuan. To be candid, Fu Xiaojia was at a loss. His passion for watches, particularly the Patek Philippe brand, meant he was intimately familiar with its details, and this only deepened his astonishment. He could assert with absolute certainty that the watch on Chen Zhibai's wrist was genuine, as its quality was unmistakable. While replicas might fool others, they could never deceive him, given his genuine appreciation for Patek Philippe timepieces. What's wrong, brother? Why the silence? Are you not fond of conversation? Chen Zhibai, seated comfortably, noticed Fu Xiaojia's dazed gaze fixed on his wristwatch and smiled, maintaining his usual tone. Fu Xiaojia snapped back to reality, struggling to articulate his thoughts. He merely stared at Chen Zhibai, swallowing hard. He had not anticipated that Chen Zhibai would possess a watch valued at over 1 million yuan. He understood all too well what that implied. Typically, even wealthy heirs did not indulge in such extravagance, let alone a fellow freshman like Chen Zhibai. Thus, Fu Xiaojia's resolve began to wane. He finally comprehended why Lu Meng had chosen Chen Zhibai as her boyfriend. Such stature was undeniably impressive. Ahem, it's nothing. My apologies for interrupting your dinner with your girlfriend. You enjoy your meal. My roommates and I will find another place to eat. Goodbye. Fu Xiaojia chuckled awkwardly, lowering his stance considerably, no longer insisting that Chen Zhibai could seek his assistance with matters at school. What was there to say? A person who could afford 1 million yuan watch could surely handle any situation. The student council? What good was that? Lu Meng, observing Fu Xiaojia's sudden change in demeanor from her seat, was momentarily taken aback by his newfound humility. But in the next moment, she noticed Fu Xiaojia's gaze occasionally darting toward Chen Zhibai's watch, accompanied by quiet gulps. What was there to misunderstand? Lu Meng sighed in relief. She had been concerned that Fu Xiaojia might linger and provoke Chen Zhibai's displeasure. She understood that men often possess strong possessiveness. Despite her limited interactions with Fu Xiaojia since the semester began, she couldn't help but worry that Chen Zhibai might misinterpret things. She had no intention of creating any rift between herself and Chen Zhibai. With Fu Xiaojia retreating, it was indeed a fortuitous turn of events. Meanwhile, Fu Xiaojia's 3 roommates exchanged bewildered glances, taken aback by his abrupt shift in attitude. They were well acquainted with Fu Xiaojia's pride and sense of superiority, often boasting about being Lu Meng's boyfriend. Yet, in a matter of moments, he had gone from assertive to submissive. What on earth had transpired? Are you really leaving? Not going to chat for a bit? Why not sit down and share a meal? Did you not just say that having more friends opens more doors? Chen Zhibai, however, did not let Fu Xiaojia depart, holding on to his hand with a relaxed demeanor, even tinged with playful teasing. No, I want to intrude on your meal. You enjoy yourselves. My roommates and I will just find somewhere else to eat. Fu Xiaojia chuckled nervously, quickly responding. He had certainly caught the teasing tone in Chen Zhibai's voice. Had anyone else dared to jest with him, he would have been infuriated. Yet, Chen Zhibai's demeanor left him feeling unable to express his anger. He was reluctant to offend Chen Zhibai, as his family was engaged in business, albeit on a modest scale. He understood that he could not afford to provoke someone who, despite just entering university, adorned a watch worth millions. A wealthy second-generation heir was one thing, but a child of officials was an entirely different matter. While he harbored a profound affection for Lu Meng, he recognized the necessity of maintaining composure. Not eating? Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow, countering with a question. No, you all eat. I won't disturb you any longer, bro. Fu Xiaojia forced a laugh. All right then. You all go ahead and eat. Only then did Chen Zhibai release his grip. Fu Xiaojia felt a wave of relief wash over him. Okay, bro. We'll take our leave now. Bye. He waved at Chen Zhibai, and upon receiving a nod in return, he turned and hurriedly pulled his roommates away, not engaging in any conversation with Lu Meng. In truth, he did not even glance at her again. Having relinquished his hopes, he resolved to do so entirely. Although a tinge of reluctance lingered in his heart, Fu Xiaojia understood that there could be no relationship between him and Lu Meng. He suppressed his feelings as he led his roommates out of the cafeteria, having no intention of continuing their meal in the second cafeteria. Jiegu, what's going on? One roommate could no longer contain his curiosity and tugged at Fu Xiaojia's arm, asking, why do I get the impression that you respect Lu Meng's boyfriend? Are you not planning to compete for Lu Meng anymore? After stepping outside, another roommate chimed in. Yeah, Jiegu, this doesn't seem like your style. Go for it. I think you stand a good chance. I agree, echoed 2 others. Although Fu Xiaojia had a sense of superiority, he was quite generous, frequently treating his 3 roommates to meals throughout the first month of school, thus maintaining a good rapport in their dormitory. This was one aspect where Fu Xiaojie surpassed Zhou Hao. Compete? What do I have to compete with a wealthy heir of his caliber? Fu Xiaojie scoffed at his roommate's remarks, a look of exasperation crossing his face. A second-generation heir? Jiego, you think he's a second-generation heir? So what? You're also a second-generation heir. Go ahead and compete. Lu Ming is the goddess in the hearts of the boys in our class. She shouldn't be taken by boys from other classes. Exactly, his roommates chimed in enthusiastically. All right, enough. Fu Xiaojie quickly interjected before continuing. While my family may have some means, in comparison to him, I am hardly a second-generation heir. To put it plainly, my family status is not remotely comparable to his. I lack even the qualifications to compete. Is that for real? Jiegu, you must be joking. His roommates exclaimed in disbelief. Jiegu, your family runs a clothing factory. You mentioned that your family's factory can yield over $1 million in profit annually. With that much money, you don't even have the qualifications to compare with him? One roommate remarked, feeling that Fu Xiaojie was being overly modest. In his eyes, Fu Xiaojie was undoubtedly a second-generation heir, and a family profit exceeding $1 million was the very definition of such. Who's being modest? I'm speaking the truth. Fu Xiaojie replied, observing the incredulous expressions on his roommates' faces. Do you know why my attitude shifted so dramatically just now, resorting to calling him bro? No, why, Jiego? One roommate inquired, shaking his head. Because the watch on his wrist is a Patek Philippe Nautilus, model 5740. Seeing his roommates look puzzled, he paused before revealing the price. You may not grasp the model, but let me tell you, that watch retails for $1.55 million. What? No way. His roommates were taken aback, their eyes widening. Did you just say that watch costs how much? How many tens of thousands? As soon as the figure of $1.55 million was spoken, his roommates were momentarily stunned, only to instinctively respond. Don't question your hearing. You heard correctly, it's $1.55 million, Fu Xiaojie stated firmly. So now you understand why I suddenly changed my demeanor, calling him bro and pulling you all out, right? Got it. One roommate gulped, but then added, Jiego, is he really wearing such an expensive watch? It can't be a counterfeit, right? Fu Xiaojie shot him a look, honestly not wanting to engage with such a question. Do you think I wouldn't be able to distinguish between genuine and counterfeit? He replied directly. Once those words left his mouth, the roommate fell silent, feeling a mix of emotions. A watch worth $1.55 million. He wondered if he would ever earn that much in his lifetime. Yet for Chen Zhibai, it was merely a watch. Even if he wears a watch worth over $1 million, I think you could still compete with him, right? After all, your family's factory also profits over $1 million annually. Another roommate curiously asked. Compete? My family's factory works tirelessly to make just over $1 million a year. And then I should go buy a watch? Do you think my dad would agree? Let me put it this way. If I even dared to present such a request to my dad, he'd surely contemplate if he should start a new account, because my current one would be rendered useless. Fu Xiaojie continued, contemplating how to explain to his roommates the nuances between different types of wealthy heirs. On one hand, he aimed to educate them. On the other, he sought to regain some dignity. Although he addressed Chen Zhibai with a respectful tone, there was a rationale behind it. Let me enlighten you about the distinctions among second-generation heirs. While they are all classified as such, the disparity between some second-generation heirs can be greater than that between a beggar and a wealthy heir. As he spoke, Fu Xiaojie retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, soft pack Zhonghua. He pulled out 4 cigarettes, sticking one in his mouth and handing one to each of his 3 roommates. After lighting up, he took a puff before continuing. Take my family, for instance. Our factory isn't small. We can achieve sales of 20 to 30 million a year. However, after deducting costs, electricity, rent, and employee salaries, we're left with just over $1 million in profit. Yet, when my family is mentioned, we are considered a genuine millionaire family because assets are one thing and profits are another. Our assets indeed exceed $1 million. But let me tell you this, even if I wanted to buy a watch worth over $1 million, my dad would never agree. If I said I wanted a car worth $50,000, he might consider it. You see, cars are essential for daily life, whereas watches are categorized as luxury goods. To put it simply, after I graduate from university, my dad will certainly buy me a car worth over $50,000. But he would absolutely refuse to buy me a watch of that value. And him? He just entered university, yet he is already donning a $1.55 million watch. I can assure you, his family's assets must exceed $100 million, and not just by a small margin. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so willing to spend, partly due to the watch's exorbitance and partly due to his age. My dad, even if he were to buy me a car, would surely wait until after I graduated. Therefore, for him, a watch worth over $1 million might not even be considered a significant expenditure. So you see, now you understand why I say I lack the qualifications to compare with him. After Fu Xiaojie finished speaking, he took a deep drag from his cigarette. There was another thought lingering unspoken. Chen Zhibai's overall aura, marked by calm confidence and composure. He had previously attended a banquet with his father, where where he encountered a prominent tycoon whose son exuded a similar presence. Such an aura can only be possessed by those who are truly self-assured. It is rather easy to discern whether a person possesses this confidence. Understood. So his family is extraordinarily wealthy. No wonder Goddess Lu would choose to be his girlfriend. The three roommates nodded in a state of daze. Under Fu Xiaojie's enlightening discourse, they finally grasped the significance of $1 million watch. Only individuals with immense wealth would splurge over $1 million on an item utterly useless in daily life. Fu Xiaojie glanced at his three roommates, remaining silent as he took another puff of his cigarette. Brother Jia, now that Goddess Lu has a boyfriend, what will you do? One roommate remarked. I think Xinxing from our class is quite beautiful too, and she has a cool demeanor, not inferior to Lu Meng. Upon hearing this, Fu Xiaojie, though silent, felt a stir of thoughts. A month ago, at the start of the semester, he had wavered between pursuing Lu Meng and Xinxing, ultimately deciding on Lu Meng due to his preference for long legs. But now, with Lu Meng out of the picture, Xinxing. The thought of Xinxing's beauty, which rivaled Lu Meng's, combined with her ethereal poise, awakened Fu Xiaojie's interest. Perhaps he could pursue her? Yet, he needed to proceed with caution since everyone was aware of his pursuit of Lu Meng. He ought to allow some time to cool down before approaching Xinxing. With this in mind, Fu Xiaojie formulated a plan. Let us go out for barbecue, it's on me. Suppressing his inner thoughts, he declared. Brother Jia, how generous. Brother Jia, you're amazing. The three roommates cheered with delight. Observing their reactions, Fu Xiaojie felt a sense of pride. Although he wasn't as affluent as Chen Zhibai, he was undoubtedly part of the upper echelons among ordinary folks. Though he hadn't won Lu Meng's heart, the circumstances were exceptional. Who could have predicted that Lu Meng would end up with such a wealthy second-generation heir adorned with $1 million watch? Such luck was remarkable. But surely, Xinxing couldn't possess such extraordinary fortune. Did one really stumble upon wealthy heirs so easily? Chapter 61. Calm and collected. In the cafeteria, after watching Fu Xiaojie leave with his three roommates, Chen Zhibai averted his gaze only to find Lu Meng looking at him, visibly anxious. What's wrong? Chen Zhibai inquired. It's nothing. Lu Meng initially shook her head, then hesitated, unable to suppress her curiosity. You're not angry, are you? Angry? Why would I be angry? Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow, puzzled by her question. But soon he understood. Are you worried that I might be upset because of Fu Xiaojie? He asked. Lu Meng, quite candidly, nodded in agreement, her beautiful eyes fixating on him. I really don't know him well, although we're classmates. I haven't spoken to him much this past month. He invited me to dinner, but I've never accepted, so Lu Meng began to explain, genuinely concerned that Chen Zhibai might harbor resentment. You're overestimating my pettiness. I'm not so easily upset, Chen Zhibai replied with a bemused expression, interrupting her explanation. It's perfectly normal for boys to pursue you. Conversely, it would be strange if no one did. I trust you're not close with him, so there is no need for you to worry about my feelings. He truly wasn't angry. He wasn't so small-minded as to feel jealousy over Lu Meng's admirers. Given her beauty, figure, and grace, it was entirely expected for her to attract attention. To be angered by such a thing would reflect a lack of confidence. A genuinely self-assured man wouldn't feel perturbed by his girlfriend's popularity. Instead, he would take pride in it, knowing that while others could only gaze, he was the one who possessed her. Would a man of substantial means feel anger if other men pursued his girlfriend? Frankly, he would not. That is the confidence derived from true self-assurance. You really aren't upset? Lu Meng observed Chen Zhibai, and upon seeing him nod, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. It was evident to her that he genuinely bore no ill feelings. Good, then let us eat. Didn't you say you like the soup dumplings here? Chen Zhibai picked up a dumpling with his chopsticks and placed it in Lu Meng's bowl. Lu Meng nodded, but instead of eating immediately, she took a small hair tie from her bag and casually tied her hair up before finally lowering her head to eat. As she did so, Lu Meng came to a realization about Chen Zhibai's calm demeanor. Indeed, how could someone with such confidence feel anger over another's pursuit? Although Fu Xiaojie seemed decent, he likely didn't hold a candle to Chen Zhibai in his eyes. With this thought, Lu Meng looked up and couldn't help but admire Chen Zhibai. His pleasant appearance, coupled with his steady and self-assured aura, was far more significant than mere looks. Lu Meng returned her gaze to her dumplings, her heart brimming with clarity. The more exceptional Chen Zhibai was, the happier she felt. Chen Zhibai finished his meal quickly, while Lu Meng still had half a bowl of porridge left. His gaze fell upon Lu Meng, whose hair was casually tied up, revealing her exquisite features and elongating her graceful neck. The overall effect was one of brightness and elegance. What's wrong? Sensing Chen Zhibai's gaze upon her, Lu Meng instinctively looked up, curiosity piqued. Nothing. Chen Zhibai shook his head, signaling her to continue her meal. Oh. Lu Meng shrugged it off and resumed eating. Buzz. Chen Zhibai's phone on the table vibrated. He picked it up and glanced at Lu Ming before checking the message from Chen Zhibai. Noting that Lu Ming was still focused on her meal, he opened the chat. Awake so early? I just got up. A cute cat yawning emoji followed the text from Chen Zhibai. She sent 2 messages in quick succession, 1 text and 1 emoji. Shortly after, she sent another message, inquiring about what Chen Zhibai was doing. Chen Zhibai pondered a moment, then snapped a photo of the table before him. The photo captured the empty bowl and the 2 empty bamboo steamers, of course, without Lu Ming in the frame. After taking the picture, he sent it to Chen Zhibai along with a text, eating with my roommates. I'm a bit hungry too, but I don't want to move right now. I just want to lie in bed. In the Inquan community, Chen Zhibai, sprawled on her bed, replied without suspicion. Dressed casually in a white tank top and black shorts. Her figure was nothing short of spectacular. Then just lie there. It's not like you're doing anything, Chen Zhibai chuckled in response. Honestly, he could easily imagine Chen Zhibai lounging on her bed, exuding a lazy demeanor, reluctant to rise. Hee. Chen Zhibai turned around with a mischievous smile, and then engaged in a lively exchange with Chen Zhibai. I've finished eating. Shall we depart? Lu Ming remarked after wiping her mouth with a tissue. Glancing at Chen Zhibai. Yes, let us go, Chen Zhibai nodded, sending a quick message to Chen Zhibai in the meantime. Let us pause our conversation. I have something to attend to. All right, you go ahead. I'll check in on my best friend in the adjacent bedroom to see if she is awake and whether she is hungry, Chen Zhibai promptly replied. Chen Zhibai did not respond, locking his phone and placing it in his pocket. Let us head to the school parking lot to get the car, Chen Zhibai suggested to Lu Ming. Sure, Lu Ming nodded, appearing completely unfazed. Yet her beautiful eyes could not help but glance at the phone that Chen Zhibai had just stowed away. Curiosity stirred within her. She wanted to inquire whom he had been chatting with, for she had noticed a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. By the way, who were you chatting with just now? You seemed quite engrossed, she casually asked, linking her arm through Chen Zhibai's as they exited the cafeteria. Oh, just a childhood friend of mine. A guy? Chen Zhibai replied nonchalantly, maintaining his composure. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming felt a wave of relief wash over her, prompting her to shift the conversation. Are we going straight to look for a rental? No. Chen Zhibai shook his head, noticing her puzzled expression. First, we need to get the license plate sorted out. Right now, the car still has a temporary plate. After we finalize that, we'll look for a house. But not a rental. Rather, we'll purchase a property outright. Chen Zhibai elaborated. The license plate was obtained after unlocking Chen Zhihui's first kiss task, resulting in a sequential number plate, 999. With time on his hands today, he planned to handle the registration and then proceed with the house purchase. Chapter 62. How fortunate it is to encounter you. Buy a house? Chen Zhibai's casual demeanor took Lu Ming by surprise, her lovely features betraying a momentary shock. Didn't we discuss renting a place last night? She couldn't help but ask. Naturally, this change of plans stemmed from the fact that he had recently acquired sufficient funds for purchasing a house. Chen Zhibai thought to himself, of course. He couldn't divulge that to Lu Ming. Fortunately, he had already devised a reasonable explanation. Last night, I did consider renting, but upon reflection, it seemed wiser to buy a house. Living in a property that one owns brings a sense of security and comfort, and the experience is inherently different. Chen Zhibai stated confidently. His tone was light and carefree, reflecting his genuine ease. After all, the funds for the house were provided by the system, sparing him any personal expenditure. However, while Chen Zhibai's demeanor remained relaxed, Lu Ming's emotions grew increasingly complex. She was well aware of the real estate prices in Jiangxing, averaging around 20,000 per square meter, with prime locations commanding even higher rates. A 100 square meter apartment would, at the very least, cost 2 million. 2 million. Yet, for him, that amount might equate to merely the price of a watch. This realization led Lu Ming to accept the prospect of buying a house with surprising ease. For many, acquiring a property in Jiangxing would require years of toil, but for him, it was merely a matter of convenience. By the way, I'll drive to the vehicle registration office for the license plate, and while I'm occupied, could you look for suitable neighborhoods in the university town? If we find something fitting, we can purchase it right after, Chen Zhibai suggested. Huh, I'm to look for neighborhoods? Lu Ming blinked, momentarily taken aback by his request. She hadn't anticipated that Chen Zhibai would entrust her with this task. Of course, this house is intended for both of us. You are the lady of the house, and if you don't take a look, who will? Chen Zhibai smiled. And as he spoke, he couldn't resist gently pinching her cheek, noticing the joyous surprise lighting up her fair and beautiful face. Lu Ming was indeed thrilled. The implication of his words resonated with her. This house was meant for them, and she would be the mistress of it. All right then. I'll look at neighborhoods while in the car, and we're buying in the university town, correct? She inquired, suppressing her excitement. Yes, purchasing in the university town is convenient, since we will be here for the next 4 years. Please keep an eye out for new developments. Preferably ones that are fully furnished so we can move in with minimal additional purchases, Chen Zhibai affirmed, nodding. Understood, Lu Ming replied, and as they conversed, they arrived at the school parking lot. Soon, they approached the sleek, gray BMW X5. Under the sunlight, the color exuded a particularly stylish and sporty flair. Get in, Chen Zhibai instructed after unlocking the car, taking his seat in the driver's position. Once Lu Ming settled in, he started the engine. As they drove towards the school entrance, Lu Ming retrieved her phone, eagerly preparing to search for new neighborhoods within the university town. Truth be told, she felt a delightful anticipation. Drive safely. I'm about to start my search for neighborhoods, Lu Ming said, looking up at Chen Zhibai. Sure, he nodded. But his gaze inadvertently drifted towards her. Beneath her black skirt, her legs appeared long and fair. Lu Ming was oblivious to Chen Zhibai's scrutiny, as she was focused on her search for prospective neighborhoods. Ignoring her, Chen Zhibai picked up his phone to make a call. Upon unlocking Chen Zhihui's first kiss task and obtaining the license plate, the system provided him with a phone number to expedite the registration process. 20 minutes later, Chen Zhibai parked the car at the entrance of the Jiangxing Vehicle Registration Office. Hello, I'm Wang Hai, the person who called you earlier regarding the license plate. I'm here to assist with the registration. A young man in his mid-20s approached as soon as the car came to a halt, greeting Chen Zhibai. As he spoke, a hint of envy flickered in his gaze. Just days prior, the office's leadership had informed him to expect a call about a license plate registration, specifically one reserved for a significant duration, a 999N. He had been waiting at the entrance, but never anticipated that the individual arriving would be such a youthful male, seemingly just entering university. It could only be said that he was fortunate indeed to drive a fully equipped BMW X5 at such a young age, and to be personally greeted by the office head for a 999 license plate. Wang Hai felt a twinge of envy but kept his expression neutral, as befits an adult. Thank you for your assistance, Chen Zhibai replied courteously. Not at all. It's no trouble whatsoever, Wang Hai quickly reassured him, continuing, please hand me your car keys. I'll need to inspect the vehicle for the registration. Rest assured, the entire process will be swift. Everything can be completed within half an hour. Very well, Chen Zhibai nodded, calling Lu Ming out of the car before handing over the keys to Wang Hai. I'll take care of everything from here. Let us step inside for a moment, Wang Hai suggested, stealing a glance at Lu Ming, his eyes betraying a flicker of astonishment. However, after merely a fleeting glance, he withdrew his gaze, choosing not to linger further. Shortly thereafter, Chen Zhibai and Lu Ming were ushered into a room by Wang Hai, who then departed with the car keys in hand. Seated on the sofa within the room, Chen Zhibai observed Wang Hai's receding figure, his mind involuntarily drifting into contemplation. It appeared that this was indeed the power of the system. Yet, he remained perplexed as to how the system had acquired such a license plate. Shaking his head, Chen Zhibai refrained from pursuing the thought any further, for, to be frank, the stronger the system, the more formidable he became. Lu Ming, perched on the adjacent sofa, felt a tumult of emotions within her. She had always believed that obtaining a license plate was a cumbersome process, as a relative of hers had once complained about the hassle following their car purchase. Yet now, where was the inconvenience? The staff at the Vehicle Administration Office had taken care of everything, and despite his considerable age, they had maintained a remarkably cordial demeanor towards Chen Zhibai. Moreover, the license plate was a coveted 999 series. Lu Ming's emotions were intricate, yet she recognized that this preferential treatment was entirely due to Chen Zhibai. Was this what one referred to as privilege? What was she even thinking? Chen Zhibai waved his hand in front of Lu Ming's eyes, playfully inquiring. Nothing much, Lu Ming responded, snapping back to reality with a smile before wrapping her arm around Chen Zhibai's. I just feel fortunate to have met you. Chapter 63. The disparity between individuals. Although it was said that the license plate would take half an hour to obtain, a mere 20 minutes had elapsed before all formalities were completed, and the plate was affixed to the vehicle. The trio of nines proudly displayed on the front of the sky gray BMW X5 transformed the car's very essence. As Chen Zhibai drove away from the Vehicle Administration Office, Wang Hai accompanied him to the entrance. Hey, may I ask, what is his background? It's quite remarkable that the director personally requested your presence to attend to him, and even provided him with the coveted 999 plate. A young employee, recently hired, inquired with a curious expression. Some questions are best left unasked, Wang Hai replied, furrowing his brow. While his demeanor towards Chen Zhibai had been amiable, he adopted a more senior tone when addressing the younger man. With that, he turned and re-entered the office. The young man, suppressing a pout, couldn't help but glance longingly at the departing BMW X5, his eyes filled with envy. Even without Wang Hai's words, he sensed that Chen Zhibai's status was anything but ordinary. After all, to be so young and driving a top-spec BMW X5, while possessing a 999 license plate, was an indication of something special. Jiangcheng, as a new first-tier city, had a straightforward process for obtaining a license plate. Yet securing a desirable one was a daunting task, given the vast population and the keen interest from those in the know. Yet, Chen Zhibai had managed to acquire one. The thought intensified the young man's envy. Not only did he admire Chen Zhibai's wealth, but he also envied his girlfriend. He had caught a glimpse of Lu Ming. Though he quickly averted his gaze, her beauty, figure, and strikingly long legs left him in awe of Chen Zhibai. Sighing, the young man dismissed the thoughts and turned back into the office. "What are you thinking about?" Chen Zhibai asked as he drove, noticing Lu Ming's silence and deep contemplation. "Nothing in particular," she replied, returning to the present with a smile. Yet, her mind was still occupied with thoughts of the license plate. That was fast. And to think it was a 999 plate. How did the search for a neighborhood go? "It's still early. It's not yet 10 in the morning. If there's a neighborhood you like, we could head over and take a look." Chen Zhibai, not dwelling on anything further, parked the car in a temporary spot along the road and inquired. As he spoke, his gaze swept across Lu Ming's fair and radiant features. The necessity of a home was paramount, as it provided a sanctuary for solitude. "I've looked at a few neighborhoods. They are all newly developed in recent years. I found some unsold properties online," Lu Ming began. "Oh really? Which neighborhoods?" Chen Zhibai asked with interest. Lu Ming took out her phone and presented it to him, detailing each option. Overall, they were all new developments, yet even among them, there were significant disparities in geographical location, internal amenities, as well as greenery and property management. Consequently, this led to a noticeable difference in property prices. The most affordable neighborhood had a price of exactly 20,000 per square meter, reflecting the average price in Jiangcheng. Meanwhile, the priciest neighborhood commanded a staggering 50,000 per square meter, situated in the prime area of the university town, renowned for its superior environment, and dubbed the high-end neighborhood within the university town. While the difference between 50,000 and 20,000 might seem slight, it translated to a staggering 300,000 for a 100 square meter apartment. The majority of people would struggle to earn 300,000 in a lifetime, thus illustrating the vast disparity between these two neighborhoods. However, the high price came with its rationale. The neighborhood known as Jinhu Garden, with its prime location, excellent amenities, and lush surroundings, was truly eye-catching. Furthermore, all units were fully furnished in collaboration with a well-established design and renovation company in Jiangcheng. The contrast with the 200,000 per square meter neighborhood was glaringly apparent. "Which neighborhood should we check out?" Lu Ming inquired from the passenger seat, her seatbelt accentuating her graceful figure. Yet, it was her long legs that captured the most attention, their proportions so remarkable that even those indifferent to legs would find it hard to look away. Moreover, these were not the artificially elongated legs often seen on social media. Lu Ming's legs were genuinely exquisite, making them all the more precious. After speaking, Lu Ming couldn't resist glancing over at Chen Zhibai. Naturally, she preferred the Jinhu Garden neighborhood, as its environment was truly splendid. She had been captivated by its promotional video online, leaving her momentarily spellbound due to its beauty. Jinhu Garden was highly regarded within the university town. Everyone knew it offered the finest properties, with its residents being affluent individuals. However, the price of 50,000 per square meter was exorbitant. A 100 square meter apartment would cost a staggering 5 million. In contrast, the neighborhood averaging 20,000 would allow one to purchase a similar apartment for merely 2 million. That was a difference of 300,000, not 30 or 300. "Is there still unsold property in Jinhu Garden?" Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow, inquiring further. He was well aware of the high-end reputation of Jinhu Garden within the university town. Yes. There is a real estate agent on Douyin promoting Jinhu Garden," I inquired. "And she mentioned there are still units available," Lu Ming replied, her heart racing slightly, as she sensed Chen Zhibai's inclination towards a specific neighborhood. Sure enough, the next moment, she saw him nodding. "Let us go to the sales office at Jinhu Garden now," Chen Zhibai declared. For him, choosing a neighborhood was a straightforward decision, especially since it wouldn't require him to spend his own money. Naturally, he would opt for the best. Moreover, he had just laid eyes upon the exquisite residences within the Jinhu Garden community and could not help but concede their undeniable beauty. Thus, it was indeed a commendable choice. Was he truly considering purchasing a property in Jinhu Garden? Although he had already surmised this in his heart. Witnessing Chen Zhibai genuinely express his intention to acquire a home there prompted Lu Ming to instinctively inquire. Of course, one ought to invest in quality. Chen Zhibai affirmed with a nod, subsequently starting the vehicle and activating the navigation system, driving directly towards the sales office of Jinhu Garden. In the passenger seat, Lu Ming felt her heart racing uncontrollably. Was she truly going to reside in a home within Jinhu Garden? As she reflected on the images of the community from the recent video, she found herself in a daze. Her own home was situated in an older apartment building with a modest layout of merely 2 bedrooms and a living room, one bedroom for her parents and the other for herself and her sister. Consequently, throughout her life, she had never experienced a space of her own. The stark contrast between her humble surroundings and the splendid Jinhu Garden community was, without question, a chasm of difference. Chapter 64. Purchasing a Home. The sales office of Jinhu Garden was conveniently located adjacent to the community, facilitating potential buyers in viewing the properties. By the time Chen Zhibai arrived at the entrance of the sales office, nearly 20 minutes had elapsed. "We've arrived, let's disembark," Chen Zhibai remarked while unfastening his seatbelt and turning to Lu Ming. Lu Ming nodded, promptly loosening her own seatbelt. As Chen Zhibai clasped her delicate hand and led her into the sales office, they were met with a spacious interior that was surprisingly devoid of customers, save for a few sales representatives in uniforms, rendering the atmosphere somewhat desolate. Chen Zhibai was taken aback momentarily, but soon grasped the reason for such an emptiness. While the average property prices in the university town hovered around 20 to 30,000, Jinhu Garden commanded a staggering average of 50,000, naturally deterring many from considering a visit. To put it plainly, was Jinhu Garden a desirable location? Certainly, but the price was undeniably steep. Although many admired Jinhu Garden, the reality of their financial capabilities likely left them without the courage even to step into the sales office. Hence, the ambience here felt rather subdued. Nevertheless, the sales office itself was impeccably designed. Chen Zhibai's gaze wandered through the elegantly appointed space, characterized by its bright and clean windows and stylish decor. The sales representatives, both male and female, were impeccably attired, men in suits with ties and women in standard-issue professional dresses. Furthermore, regardless of gender, all exhibited commendable looks. While they may not rival Lu Ming's beauty, they were certainly regarded as attractive in the eyes of the average observer, likely earning a score of 70 or 80. Chen Zhibai surveyed the sales office with a hint of curiosity, as it was his first encounter with such a high-end property sales environment. Yet, despite his intrigue, he felt no anxiety or discomfort, for he was genuinely capable of affording a residence here. With a budget of 10 million at his disposal, he felt a sense of assurance. After all, confidence is the foundation of self-reliance. Thus, even though this was Chen Zhibai's inaugural visit to a luxury real estate sales office, he remained unperturbed. In contrast, Lu Ming, whose hand he held, felt a flutter of nervousness. However, she concealed her apprehension effectively, preventing anyone from perceiving her inner turmoil. "Good day, sir. How may I assist you?" Zhao Xiaoli approached briskly, halting before Chen Zhibai and inquiring with a congenial tone. The warmth in her voice stemmed from the fact that she had observed him alight from a BMW X5, an emblem of affluence. Indeed, the service industry has evolved beyond superficial judgments. However, when it comes to genuinely wealthy clients, a more sincere demeanor is naturally adopted. This is entirely understandable and beyond reproach. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Zhao Xiaoli, and I am a sales representative for Jinhu Garden. It is a pleasure to serve you," she continued, addressing Chen Zhibai directly. After years in sales, she was adept at discerning who held the purchasing power, and it was evident to her that Chen Zhibai was genuinely interested in buying a property, given his immediate inquiry about available units. Moreover, she could perceive the confidence radiating from him, an assurance that could not be feigned. She had encountered numerous clients who feigned interest but lacked the necessary conviction, a sentiment that was palpable. "Please follow me to the VIP lounge, where I can provide you with further information," Zhao Xiaoli suggested, suppressing her thoughts and leading the way. Although she noted Chen Zhibai's youth, it mattered little. Capability was what truly counted. "Very well," Chen Zhibai affirmed, taking Lu Ming's hand as they followed Zhao Xiaoli into the VIP lounge. "Please, have a seat," Zhao Xiaoli gestured, guiding them to a plush white sofa. After they settled in, she refrained from immediately discussing the available property types, opting instead to inquire about their beverage preferences. Both Chen Zhibai and Lu Ming requested mineral water. Zhao Xiaoli nodded in acknowledgement and turned to fetch 2 bottles of Evian. Subsequently, she retrieved a tablet, but chose to remain crouched beside them rather than sitting, as she began to outline the various property types within the community. In essence, Jinhu Garden did not offer smaller units. The smallest available was a spacious 112 square meters. Following that were options of 130, 150, 180, and the largest at 220 square meters. "What specific floors are available for the 180 square meter units?" Chen Zhibai inquired directly. Based on the average price of 50,000 per square meter, his budget of 10 million would afford him a property under 200 square meters. Ideally, he would select a 200 square meter residence. However, given the absence of such a unit, he could only pursue the 180 square meter option. Thus, he sought information regarding the current availability of that specific unit size. As Zhao Xiaoli crouched, Her professional attire accentuated her figure, exuding an air of allure. Upon hearing Chen Zhibai's inquiry about the 180 square meter units, her eyes brightened, and her heart raced with excitement. The mere fact that he was interested in this unit type indicated his financial capability to make such a purchase. A 180 square meter residence, given the average price of $50,000, amounted to a staggering $9 million. Her commission stands at 0.5, which may seem modest at first glance. Yet should she sell a 180 square meter apartment, her earnings would amount to an impressive 45,000 yuan. Quite substantial indeed. Consequently, Zhao Xiaoli felt her heart race, a dryness creeping into her mouth, as if she could hear the rhythmic thumping of her own heart echoing within her. Fortunately, she swiftly regained her composure. We currently have 15 units of the 180 square meter layout available, located on various floors, Zhao Xiaoli introduced, her voice slightly quivering with excitement. It was impossible for her to remain indifferent, for since the launch of Jinhu Home Community, the sale of such spacious units had proven challenging. A property priced at 9 million yuan was not something easily acquired, even in a burgeoning city like Jiangqing, which, despite being classified as a new first-tier city, still bore the characteristics of a second-tier city, significantly lagging behind the likes of Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen. Thus, a 9 million yuan residence was undeniably a hefty investment. Chapter 65. A quickening heartbeat. Lu Ming sat upon the expansive and plush sofa, and upon hearing Chen Zhibai request Zhao Xiaoli to present the 180 square meter apartment, her heart instinctively began to race. Thump, thump. The cadence was both urgent and fervent. She endeavored to maintain an air of calmness, yet within her strikingly beautiful eyes, anticipation and anxiety shimmered. Would it unfold as she envisioned? At that moment, Zhao Xiaoli had concluded her presentation of the available 180 square meter units, detailing their respective floors. Is it convenient to view the unit on the 16th floor? Chen Zhibai pondered, casting a glance at Zhao Xiaoli. Generally speaking, the 180 square meter units were not easy to sell, resulting in many floors remaining unsold. His choice of the 16th floor stemmed from a simple preference for the number, as his birthday fell on August 16th, and the height was quite agreeable. Then, let us go with the 16th floor, he decided. Convenient? Absolutely, Zhao Xiaoli promptly affirmed, adding, please wait here a moment while I retrieve the keys. I shall guide you to the apartment. Upon receiving Chen Zhibai's nod, she gracefully rose from her crouched position, revealing a commendable figure. Admittedly, while she may not rival Lu Ming or Chen Zhihui, her physique was nonetheless impressive. Chen Zhibai stole a glance, only to quickly avert his gaze. Zhao Xiaoli sensed his scrutiny, but feigned ignorance. In truth, had Chen Zhibai not been accompanied by Lu Ming, she might have entertained thoughts of making a more intimate advance. Chen Zhibai exuded confidence and poise, qualities that instinctively suggested to Zhao Xiaoli that he was indeed a prospective buyer. Turning to fetch the keys, Zhao Xiaoli made her way to the front desk where the keys were centrally stored. Clients needing to view properties could conveniently collect them from there. Chen Zhibai, seated on the sofa, caught a glimpse of Zhao Xiaoli's retreating figure. Perhaps it was an illusion, but he felt that her hips swayed a touch more than necessary while walking, which was undeniably captivating. Shaking his head, he redirected his attention, only to find Lu Ming gazing at him with bright, expectant eyes, brimming with anticipation and apprehension. What is the matter? Chen Zhibai inquired, noticing her expression. Are you considering purchasing the 180 square meter unit? Lu Ming hesitated before voicing her curiosity. Her eagerness was palpable, for the prospect of residing in such a property, valued at 9 million yuan, was an exhilarating thought. Let us first inspect the apartment. If it meets our expectations, we shall proceed with the purchase, Chen Zhibai asserted. His words sent Lu Ming's heart racing once more, echoing in her mind. If it meets our expectations, we shall proceed. For a fleeting moment, her gaze became unfocused, lost in reverie. Sir, I have obtained the keys. We may proceed to view the apartment now. Zhao Xiaoli returned briskly, approaching Chen Zhibai with a smile. All right, let us go. Chen Zhibai nodded, rising from the sofa. Although the community was adjacent to the sales office, he opted to drive, as the building housing the 180 square meter units was situated deeper within the complex, a considerable distance on foot. After informing the security guard at the entrance, the electric barrier lifted, allowing Chen Zhibai to smoothly navigate his vehicle into the community. The complex implemented a vehicle-pedestrian separation system, featuring underground parking. Should you decide to purchase the 180 square meter unit, we will provide you with 2 parking spaces at no additional cost, which is quite a savings, Zhao Xiaoli explained from the back seat, her entire body leaning forward. Chen Zhibai nodded, choosing to remain silent. His focus was on viewing the property. Discussions about other matters could wait. To be candid, while a 9 million yuan apartment was indeed a significant expenditure, Chen Zhibai felt little concern, as it was the system's expenditure, not his own. Once money was not coming directly from his pocket, the weight of the price diminished considerably. As the vehicle smoothly traversed the community, Zhao Xiaoli continued her introduction from the back seat. Lu Meng, seated in the passenger seat, gazed out the window with her stunning eyes. Although she had previously seen promotional videos of Jinhu Home Community on social media, witnessing it in person was an entirely different experience. It was exquisitely designed and visually appealing. If only I could reside here, Lu Meng inhaled deeply, attempting to quell her racing heart. A few minutes later, under Zhao Xiaoli's guidance, Chen Zhibai parked the car at the foot of a building. This structure exclusively housed 180 square meter units. Although each floor contained 2 apartments, each unit boasted a private elevator, employing an offset design that ensured residents need not encounter their neighbors. After disembarking, Zhao Xiaoli remarked, "The first floor is entirely unoccupied, designed solely as a recreational area." Noticing Chen Zhibai's lack of interest in further details, she refrained from elaborating and pressed the elevator button instead. When the elevator doors opened, Zhao Xiaoli did not enter immediately, but rather held the door for Chen Zhibai and Lu Meng to step in first before following suit. She then produced her exclusive elevator card, swiped it, and pressed the button for the 16th floor. "This is my exclusive elevator card, distinct from what the homeowners possess. There's only grants access to their respective floors, so you can rest assured," she assured them as the elevator ascended. Chen Zhibai nodded, responding with a soft acknowledgement. Soon, the elevator reached the 16th floor, and with a cheerful chime, the door slid open. Zhao Xiaoli stepped out first, holding the elevator door open until Chen Zhibai and Lu Meng exited before retracting her hand. The elevator door faced the apartment door, yet between them lay a space of approximately 20 square meters. "This area is entirely yours, measuring 23 square meters. Thus, while the apartment is 180 square meters, including this space, it effectively amounts to 200 square meters," Zhao Xiaoli explained. Zhao Xiaoli smiled as she produced a card key, gently swiping it across the electronic lock on the door, which promptly clicked open. She pushed the door ajar but did not step inside. Instead, she gestured for Chen Zhibai and Lu Meng to enter first. Chen Zhibai, taking Lu Meng's hand, stepped into the residence. Upon entering, he was taken aback by the exquisite interior design, which embraced a modern aesthetic, both refined and contemporary. The living room, spanning around 60 to 70 square meters, appeared particularly spacious, with an entire wall comprised of floor-to-ceiling windows that offered a view of the bustling street outside. Chapter 66. Lu Meng hesitated, her uncertainty palpable. Zhao Xiaoli led Chen Zhibai on a brief tour of the apartment. With 4 bedrooms and 2 bathrooms, one would expect that a 180 square meter residence could accommodate 5 bedrooms, even after accounting for shared space, yet this one only offered 4. Each bedroom, however, was generously proportioned, ensuring a more comfortable living experience. It was evident that the Jinhui community catered to affluent residents, as comfort is a hallmark of wealth. In all honesty, Chen Zhibai found himself thoroughly satisfied with the property. Ample space, impeccable decor, and even air conditioning installed. With the addition of a sofa, bed, and some bedding, he could move in at once. "What do you think of this place?" he inquired, turning to Lu Meng, who had been standing beside him. "It's wonderful," Lu Meng replied, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Unconsciously, she had spoken, for this apartment was the most beautiful she had ever encountered in real life. From its size to its design, she found no faults whatsoever. "Agreed," Chen Zhibai nodded, then turned his attention back to Zhao Xiaoli. "Madam, this property is indeed remarkable. If you could," Zhao Xiaoli interjected, eager to finalize the sale. However, before she could finish her thought, Chen Zhibai raised his hand to interrupt her. "I'll take this one. Please calculate the total. I will purchase it in full." Zhao Xiaoli was momentarily stunned. Disbelief etched across her face as she gazed at Chen Zhibai, unsure if she had misheard. She had anticipated that he would consider buying the apartment, but she expected it would require some negotiation. She never imagined he would be so direct in expressing his intent to purchase. The nonchalance with which he approached the idea was astonishing, as if he were buying a trivial item worth $9 rather than a property valued at $9 million. "Sir, are you saying you wish to buy this apartment?" Zhao Xiaoli asked after swallowing hard. "Yes," Chen Zhibai affirmed with a nod. As he did so, Zhao Xiaoli swallowed again, her eyes shimmering with excitement and anticipation. Since the purchase was to be made in full, a discount of 200,000 was applied to the total price of $9 million, along with the inclusion of 2 parking spaces, which were not inexpensive. Additionally, the first 3 years of property management fees were waived. Given that the Jinhui community was a high-end establishment, the annual property fee could exceed 20,000 for an apartment of this size. "Sir, this is indeed the maximum discount we can offer. Previous owners have not received such generous terms," Zhao Xiaoli explained, her expression a mix of anxiety and hope as she looked at Chen Zhibai. Completing this sale would yield her a commission of 45,000, a significant sum that heightened her nervousness, fearing he might find the offer unsatisfactory. Yet, this was truly the best deal possible. Very well, I will proceed with the purchase. Please take my card, Chen Zhibai stated, meeting Zhao Xiaoli's anxious gaze with composure as he withdrew his bank card and handed it to her. For a moment, Zhao Xiaoli was taken aback, but she quickly regained her composure, accepting the card with both hands, her earlier anxiety dissipating, replaced by exhilaration. With the card processed and the purchase agreement signed, as Chen Zhibai took the pen from Zhao Xiaoli's outstretched hands, Lu Meng sat nearby. Although she maintained an upright posture and exuded grace, her mind was in a state of bewilderment. They had truly made a purchase. Despite knowing Chen Zhibai was affluent and capable, witnessing him swipe his card for a 9 million yuan property left her in awe and shock. This was not a matter of 9 or 90 or even 900. It was a staggering 9 million. What does 9 million signify? Calculating based on the monthly salary of an ordinary university graduate at 5,000 yuan. It would take a staggering 1,800 months of frugality to amass such wealth, equivalent to 150 years. One would need to have been working since the Qing dynasty to save that much. Taking a deep breath, Lu Meng attempted to quell her inner turmoil as she glanced at Chen Zhibai, who remained focused on signing the purchase contract. From her perspective, despite the monumental expenditure, his demeanor remained unchanged, calm, composed, and effortlessly confident, as if 9 million were merely a trifling sum to him. Indeed, for him, it likely was a negligible amount. Contemplating this, Lu Meng adjusted her breath yet again, feeling a flicker of hesitation. She had initially envisioned a gradual progression in their relationship, preferring to take their time and develop a deeper connection before reaching a decisive moment. She worried that if Chen Zhibai acquired what he desired too swiftly, he might not cherish it as he should. But now, she found herself wavering. Should she adhere to her original plan? Would Chen Zhibai be displeased? If so, would he seek companionship elsewhere? With uncertainty etched on her face, Lu Meng was acutely aware that Chen Zhibai represented the most exceptional partner she could ever hope to find, perfectly suited in every regard: age, appearance, charisma, wealth, and temperament. He exuded a maturity and steadiness far beyond that of his peers, lacking any discernible flaws. Yet, this raised a question. If she felt this way, what would other women think? Should she truly follow her initial course of action? All right, Chen Zhibai declared, oblivious to Lu Meng's inner conflict. He completed the signing process under Zhao Xiaoli's guidance, ensuring his signature graced every page of the contract. When can I expect to receive the property deed? He inquired, directing his gaze towards Zhao Xiaoli. It will take approximately 1 week. Once the deed is ready, I will contact you immediately, Zhao Xiaoli replied, half squatting on the floor, a posture she had maintained while Chen Zhibai signed the documents. The fatigue was palpable, yet the prospect of earning a 45,000 yuan commission invigorated her, allowing her to push through the weariness. As she spoke, her gaze flickered towards Lu Meng, and a sigh escaped her lips. Frankly, had any woman of lesser beauty been seated beside Chen Zhibai, she would have considered abandoning her ethics to pursue him. At 26 years old, years past her university graduation, she was no naive young girl. Thus, she was acutely aware of the significance of securing a wealthy boyfriend for women. It was akin to a stroke of fortune. Undoubtedly, Chen Zhibai possessed wealth. What was more, he was not only affluent but also remarkably young, with an appealing visage and demeanor. Such qualities are indeed rare among the scions of the affluent. However, it was precisely this rarity that deepened Zhao Xiaoli's sense of melancholy. Though she had always considered herself to be quite beautiful, a standout in the sales office, she could not help but feel a tinge of inadequacy when compared to Lu Meng. Chapter 67. Wealth is the finest adornment for a man. Please take your time. Should you have any further inquiries, feel free to approach me. As Chen Zhibai clasped Lu Meng's hand and exited the sales office, Zhao Xiaoli accompanied them to the door, her face adorned with a warm and enthusiastic smile. Very well, Chen Zhibai nodded in acknowledgement, casting a brief glance her way, which stirred a reflection within him. Indeed, wealth serves as the most splendid ornament for a man. What prompted such contemplation? It was because, during their time in the sales office, Zhao Xiaoli had seized a moment when Lu Meng was distracted to discreetly pinch his arm. Instinctively, he glanced over, and rather than retreating, Zhao Xiaoli met his gaze and boldly pinched his arm again. This was intriguing. He was confident that if he were to pursue further contact with Zhao Xiaoli, a narrative would undoubtedly unfold. This was the advantage of affluence. Women often express their affections with remarkable eagerness and surprising initiative. Take Zhao Xiaoli, for instance. Was she not attractive? To be frank, she was indeed appealing. Although she may not rival Lu Meng in beauty, the disparity was minimal. After all, being employed in a high-end sales office like Jinhu Home was a testament to her looks. Moreover, at approximately 26 or 27 years of age, She had shed the youthful naivete typical of younger women, embodying the essence of an urban sophisticate, a definite advantage. In society, women of Zhao Xiaoli's caliber undoubtedly attracted suitors, and many at that. This was the privilege and benefit conferred by her looks. Yet, she had just boldly pinched his arm, and when he turned to her, she had not shied away but rather engaged him further. This was undeniably flirtatious, and the implications of her overture were unmistakable. Suppressing his thoughts, Chen Zhibai remained silent, guiding Lu Ming directly to the vehicle parked at the entrance of the sales office. The entire process of viewing properties, purchasing, and signing contracts had consumed over 2 hours. And now it was nearly noon. Chen Zhibai intended to treat Lu Ming to a meal before heading to the furniture market to procure essentials like a bed and sofa. Although Jinhu home was fully furnished, they still needed to purchase bedding and linens. As Chen Zhibai drove away from the sales office, Zhao Xiaoli stood at the entrance, waiting for the BMW X5 to vanish from her sight before she withdrew her gaze, her heart fluttering with a blend of anxiety and anticipation. She had sent out signals. It was now up to Chen Zhibai to respond. Taking a deep breath, she instinctively revisited the earlier encounter. Initially, she had intended to give up, given Lu Ming's radiant beauty beside him. Yet, in the heat of the moment, she had succumbed to temptation and sent out a signal. After all, what if Chen Zhibai preferred her type? She was attractive in her own right, with an appealing physique. If he truly favored her, her future could transform entirely. It was this very thought that spurred her to act. Frankly, this was the first time she had been so proactive, even suppressing her moral reservations. She had encountered wealthy men before, yet they were invariably older, portly figures. Wealthy, yes, but exuding an unsettling aura. In stark contrast, Chen Zhibai was youthful, with a refreshing and clean appearance, exuding a calm demeanor, especially when he casually revealed his capacity to spend 9 million on a property. Once again inhaling deeply, Zhao Xiaoli quelled her spiraling thoughts. The signal had been sent, and it remained to be seen whether Chen Zhibai would respond. Surely he would, for she considered herself a beauty, possessing a captivating allure. After the car had traveled a short distance, Lu Ming, still in the passenger seat, suddenly inquired, "Where are we headed?" Her long legs, accentuated by her black mini-skirt, were striking. "Let's grab a bite. It's nearly noon. Aren't you hungry?" Chen Zhibai replied with a smile, glancing at her. "Not too bad. Not really hungry." Lu Ming shook her head, then, unable to restrain herself, asked, "Do you have a lot of pocket money?" As she spoke, her eyes instinctively darted toward Chen Zhibai. She had never intended to ask such a question, evidenced by her previous reluctance to broach the topic. After all, it was an undeniable fact that Chen Zhibai was affluent. Yet at that moment, her curiosity got the better of her, as she sensed that his wealth exceeded her expectations. His top-tier BMW X5, the exquisite Patek Philippe watch worth over $1 million. These were already astonishing, and now, the effortless purchase of a $9 million home left her in awe. "Well, it's adequate," Chen Zhibai responded, meeting Lu Ming's gaze thoughtfully. "Just adequate? If that's the case, then no one else could possibly compare," Lu Ming remarked, her expression laced with incredulity, yet she opted not to pursue the topic further. "Let's eat first, then we can head to the furniture market for a bed and sofa, and pick up some linens to furnish the place simply." Chen Zhibai outlined his plans for the afternoon. "Sounds good. I'm in," Lu Ming nodded, her heart racing at the thought of the 180-square-meter flat in Jinhu home. Witnessing it in person versus through a screen was an entirely different experience. As they approached a traffic light that shifted from green to red, Chen Zhibai halted the vehicle and was about to change the music when his phone vibrated. An incoming WeChat message from Chen Zhibai, depicting a crying emoji. Noticing Lu Ming was preoccupied, he prepared to inquire about her distress, but was interrupted as Chen Zhibai sent another message. "The washing machine in the rented apartment just broke, and I'm not happy about it. I still have clothes to wash. If only I had rented a better place with my friend. This current one is always breaking down, and the landlord is utterly indifferent." At the Silver Spring community, Chen Zhibai sat on the sofa, pouting as she typed. The apartment she shared with her friend was affordable but fraught with issues. After tossing her clothes into the washing machine, she discovered it was inexplicably out of order, leaving her in a vexing predicament, especially since the landlord responded with little concern and even less tact. Inside the BMW, upon reading Chen Zhibai's messages, Chen Zhibai felt a sense of alarm resonate in his mind. Ding. As a wealthy individual, it is imperative to maintain equity in the treatment of one's girlfriend. The host has triggered a random task to purchase a residence as a love nest for Chen Zhibai. Should the host accept this task, a sum of 10 million will be allocated for the purchase of the property. Should the host decline, no rewards will be given, nor will there be any penalties. Chapter 68, Maintaining Equilibrium. Upon hearing the system's voice echo in his mind, Chen Zhibai's eyes sparkled with delight. Indeed, A pillow appears when one is in need of rest. Originally, he intended to rent 2 apartments, one for solitude with Lu Ming and another for Chen Zhibai. However, due to the system's task, he opted to purchase a home outright for his time with Lu Ming, eliminating the need for a rental. He had anticipated renting a place for Chen Zhibai, but unexpectedly, another system task emerged. Maintaining equilibrium? This was a task he welcomed. I accept this task, Chen Zhibai silently affirmed, and in the next moment, the system's voice resonated once more. The host has accepted this task. 10 million has been transferred to the system bank account. Please check promptly. Note, this 10 million may only be utilized for the purchase of property and cannot be allocated for other purposes. Buzz. As the system's announcement concluded, his phone vibrated. A bank notification confirmed the arrival of 10 million. What is going on? Are you happy about something? Lu Ming inquired from the passenger seat. Her curiosity piqued by Chen Zhibai's evident elation. Indeed, I am, Chen Zhibai replied with a smile, discreetly tucking his phone away as he spoke. What is it? Lu Ming's radiant and charming face displayed an inquisitive expression. Simply put, with the purchase of a house, we will have a space for ourselves, Chen Zhibai stated candidly. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming instinctively blushed, her thoughts momentarily adrift. Redirecting her gaze to the window, she appeared as composed as ever. Yet a closer inspection revealed a faint pink hue on her delicate earlobe. Observing her reaction, Chen Zhibai remained silent, instead opting to send a WeChat message to Chen Zhibai. Do you have a preferred neighborhood in Jiangxing? He typed. At Inquan Community, Chen Zhibai paused upon receiving Chen Zhibai's message, puzzled as to why he would inquire about such a matter. Nevertheless, she brushed off her confusion. Of course, Jiangnan Spring City is truly beautiful. Though the prices are steep, over 40,000 per square meter, nearing 50, she typed back, her delicate face momentarily reflecting yearning before she suppressed it. She knew the property was beyond her financial reach. I have no classes tomorrow afternoon. I will come to pick you up and we can purchase a house in that neighborhood for you, Chen Zhibai replied. Swish. At Inquan Community, Chen Zhibao's eyes widened in disbelief upon reading the message. A dazed expression spread across her fair and lovely face. What's wrong, Hui? Why the dazed look? Li Shiran asked as she emerged from her room, carrying a cup of water. She noticed her friend's astonished demeanor on the couch and smiled at her cuteness. Then, she approached and gently pinched Chen Zhibao's cheek. Such a delightful texture, Li Shiran mused inwardly, before instinctively glancing down, feeling a twinge of frustration. Oh, the eternal question, what on earth did my friend consume to grow up? Ran. Chen Zhibai snapped back to reality, raising her gaze to meet Li Shiran's, though her eyes still bore a hint of bewilderment. What is it? Li Shiran laughed again, unable to resist another playful pinch at her friend's adorable expression. Meanwhile, she glanced down once more. That Chen Zhibai is quite fortunate, she thought, marveling at his fortune. He. Chen Zhibai finally managed to articulate. Swallowing hard before continuing, he said he wants to buy a house for me. Who? Li Shiran was momentarily taken aback, but quickly pieced it together. Who else could it be but Chen Zhibai? Is that true? He wants to buy you a house. Why? Li Shiran questioned instinctively, not doubting Chen Zhibai's financial capabilities, especially given the extravagant watch he wore. Earlier, I mentioned wanting to do laundry, but the washing machine inexplicably broke down. I merely complained that our current rental wasn't satisfactory, and then, he said he would come to take me to buy a house the day after tomorrow. Chen Zhibao's expression remained somewhat dazed as she recounted the events. She had merely voiced a lighthearted complaint, yet she hadn't anticipated Chen Zhibai's straightforward and lavish response, purchasing a home for her, and in Jiangnan Spring City no less. While she had always known Chen Zhibai was affluent, the reality of it had never truly resonated until now. Was it not extravagant to buy a house simply because she had commented on the inadequacies of their current living situation? With this thought, she found herself swallowing hard once more. Beside her, Li Shiran was equally stunned, taken aback by Chen Zhibai's bold and extravagant gesture. Is it really that extravagant? Just because my friend made a light remark about their rental, he intends to buy her a house. This. Li Shiran stood frozen, her emotions suddenly becoming complex as she glanced at her friend, feelings of envy swelling within her. She understood well the exorbitant prices of real estate in Jiangxing. Even the most modest apartments hovered around 2 million. More importantly, would Chen Zhibai settle for anything less than extraordinary? Surely not. Hui, did he mention which neighborhood? Li Shiran inquired, suppressing her thoughts. Her attire, a white tank top and black shorts, showcasing her slender waist and long legs, epitomizing the classic beauty of a pear-shaped figure. He did. Chen Zhibai nodded before revealing the name of the neighborhood. Jiangnan Spring City. Jiangnan Spring City? Li Shiran was momentarily stunned again. The complex emotions she had tried to suppress surged forth once more. Jiangnan Spring City. She was familiar with it, having seen it on Douyin before. even urging her friend to look at it. They had both dreamt of living there, but had laughed it off, knowing the prices were astronomical. Yet now, complex, envious. Chapter 69, inviting my friend to live with me. Although the flicker of envy had barely surfaced, it was swiftly quelled by Li Shiran, leaving her feeling somewhat guilty and out of sorts. After all, there was indeed a fleeting moment when she felt a twinge of envy. This was something she could not deceive herself about. Oui, this is a good thing. He cares about your performance. You have encountered the right person. How wonderful. Li Shiran suppressed her inner turmoil and gazed earnestly at Chen Zhibai, stating, of course, you have met the right person. Yet, merely because you commented on the inadequacies of a rented apartment, he insists on purchasing a property outright. Moreover, it is in a prestigious community like Jiangnan Spring City. Although the primary reason is undoubtedly that Chen Zhibai possesses considerable wealth and can afford it, for him, the cost of a residence in Jiangnan Spring City, despite its exorbitance, is likely a mere trifle. It is evident that his intentions are sincere, and it is apparent that Chen Zhibai genuinely cares for his dear friend. To be affluent while also possessing genuine affection is truly rare. Contemplating this, Li Shiran couldn't help but glance at Chen Zhibai again, marveling at her friend's extraordinary fortune. He truly treats me well, Chen Zhibai confessed, a blush creeping onto her cheeks, her eyes glimmering with happiness, though she soon fell into a state of hesitation and conflict. But a property in Jiangnan Spring City is far too expensive, costing several million. I could never earn such an amount in my lifetime. Spending so much on a single residence seems excessively extravagant. Dear Hui, a few million may indeed seem steep for us. Indeed, for 99 of people, but for him, it is likely just a minor expense, Li Shiran replied, a hint of helplessness in her voice, before continuing. Hui, you must shift your mindset from now on. You cannot assess him by your own income. He is not an ordinary person like us. Just as Chen Zhibai was about to respond, her phone buzzed, an incoming WeChat message from Chen Zhibai. It's settled then. We will go to purchase the property the day after tomorrow. I will pick you up. I have some matters to attend to now, so we will discuss this further tonight. Chen Zhibai instinctively replied. Li Shiran, standing nearby, had already seen the chat history between Chen Zhibai and Chen Zhibai, observing the straightforward manner in which he proposed buying a house. His words calm and devoid of superfluous detail, a complex mix of emotions surged within her once more, though she quickly quelled it. Oui, let me be frank. Do not forget the rich once you achieve wealth. You are already a wealthy woman. And soon you will be residing in a high-end community like Jiangnan Spring City. Shouldn't you treat me to a meal today? Li Shiran jested with a smile. To be candid, she was genuinely happy for her friend. After all, she had found a partner who was both affluent and sincere, and their ages and circumstances were fitting. What wealthy woman? I am no wealthy woman, Chen Zhibai said, a touch of bashfulness in her voice, before adding, what do you want for lunch? I will treat you. Suddenly, she recalled a crucial concern. The day after tomorrow, Chen Zhibai would take her to Jiangnan Spring City to buy the house, which would be fully furnished and ready for immediate occupancy. She realized that she would likely need to move in right away. But what about her dear friend? The apartment they rented together, though not overly expensive, was manageable when split between them. If she moved out, her friend would be left to bear the entire rent alone. Though finding another roommate was possible, it would be akin to a lottery. One could encounter a pleasant individual, or conversely, a rather unpleasant one. Moreover, she felt a pang of reluctance to part ways with Li Shiran, for they had been roommates since university and had continued to share an apartment post-graduation. Growing accustomed to one another's presence. What are you thinking about? As Chen Zhibai pondered these matters, Li Shiran gently tapped her shoulder, her fair and lovely face brimming with curiosity. I was speaking to you. Why did you not respond? Li Shiran inquired. I wasn't thinking of anything. Chen Zhibai replied, shaking her head to momentarily suppress her thoughts, before asking, what were you saying? I suggested we simply order takeout for lunch. Perhaps some spicy hot pot would suffice. It is midday now, and the weather outside is quite warm. I do not wish to venture out. Li Shiran reiterated her previous suggestion without a second thought. Sounds good. Chen Zhibai nodded in agreement. All right then, I shall order the spicy hot pot, correct? You prefer it extra spicy, don't you? Li Shiran said, taking out her phone. Yes, that's right, Chen Zhibai confirmed. Okay, after Li Shiran made her statement, she mused aloud. I truly do not understand why you enjoy spicy food so much. I cannot handle even the mildest spice. It is quite peculiar that we have managed to become such close friends. As they conversed, Li Shiran located her favorite hot pot place, priced at 15 yuan per bowl. The restaurant allowed for a generous selection of ingredients, and the flavors were undeniably delectable. It was a place she frequented often. All right, the order has been placed. Li Shiran quickly finalized the order and set her phone down with a satisfied, okay, I will transfer the money to you. After all, I promised to treat you. Chen Zhibai said. Enough, I was merely teasing you. With our relationship, does it truly matter who treats whom? Li Shiran laughed, then stood up, declaring, I won't keep you any longer. I still have some work to finish up, but I will wrap it up shortly. Go ahead and take care of it. Chen Zhibai nodded. Li Shiran remained silent, pouring herself a glass of water before retreating to her bedroom. As she moved, her graceful figure was fully revealed, with a slender waist complementing her long legs, a strikingly perfect proportion. Chen Zhibai sat on the sofa, hesitating for a moment before she picked up her phone and opened the chat window with Chen Zhibai. Can we discuss something? What is it? At that moment, Chen Zhibai had just arrived at the hot pot restaurant and parked his car. Upon seeing the message from Chen Zhibai, he paused. After we purchased the house, would it be possible for my friend to move in with us? Chen Zhibai typed. This was a sudden thought that had crossed her mind. She wanted her dear friend to be able to live with her, ensuring they could remain together. However, she feared that Chen Zhibai might be displeased. Thus, after sending the message, she felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. After a moment of contemplation, she continued typing. My bond with my friend is very strong. We shared a bunk bed throughout our 4 years in university, and after graduation, we rented the same apartment. If I move out, her salary alone would not suffice to cover the rent, and I cannot bear to leave her. Please, please. She sent 3 messages in total, the last one accompanied by a cute cat pleading emoji. In the BMW, Chen Zhibai perused her messages. Allowing your friend to move in? That could work. It would be nice to have company. Given the 10 million budget for the property, we will certainly be purchasing a spacious flat with ample rooms. Very well. Let her come live with us. It will be perfect for you both to keep each other company. Chen Zhibai typed back. Chapter 70. All in. After sending the message, Chen Zhibai tucked his phone away, refraining from continuing the conversation with Chen Zhibai, as Lu Ming was seated in the passenger seat beside him. Is this the hot pot restaurant you visited with friends last night? Lu Ming unbuckled her seatbelt and glanced out the window at the hot pot restaurant. Her curiosity piqued. Indeed, this establishment has quite a delightful flavor. Chen Zhibai nodded, then stepped out of the car alongside Lu Ming. As Chen Zhibai grasped Lu Ming's hand and entered the hot pot restaurant, he observed that a considerable number of patrons had already gathered inside, as it was mealtime. The establishment boasted a novel ambience, with trendy slogans adorning the walls. Lu Ming surveyed the interior decor and remarked with a smile, Indeed, I think so too. Chen Zhibai nodded in agreement, leading her to a vacant table by the window where they settled down. After scanning the menu with their phones, the dishes arrived promptly, brought over by a server who happened to be the same individual that had inquired yesterday whether Chen Zhibai and Chen Zhibai were a couple. As the server approached with the food, he initially overlooked Chen Zhibai, his gaze drawn first to Lu Ming, and he couldn't help but marvel inwardly at her beauty and height. After a brief glance, he dared not linger and, upon placing the assorted dishes on the table, finally turned his attention to Chen Zhibai. Upon recognizing him, he momentarily froze, for Chen Zhibai had left a profound impression on him, particularly because he had accompanied the stunning Chen Zhibai the previous day. After work, he had even shared this observation with colleagues, filled with envy for Chen Zhibai. Thus, seeing him again now left him momentarily speechless. Instinctively, he turned back to take another look at Lu Ming. Chen Zhibai noticed the server's momentary daze and understood its cause. Hello, your order is ready. Please enjoy. The server managed to regain his composure, swallowing hard as he looked at Chen Zhibai with a mix of admiration and envy. What a model of masculinity. Just yesterday, he had brought one beautiful woman, and today he had another, each more stunning than the last. If only he could date one of them, he would wake up smiling from such a dream. The thought of two was simply unfathomable. How impressive. Thank you. Chen Zhibai replied, catching the glimmer of admiration in the server's eyes, which brought a smile to his own face. Once the server departed, Lu Ming voiced her confusion. I couldn't shake the feeling that his gaze toward me was somewhat strange. Sitting at the table, she glanced back at the server, unsure of why she felt that way. Perhaps it's simply because you are exceptionally beautiful, warranting a few extra glances, Chen Zhibai suggested. No way, Lu Ming retorted playfully, though her heart swelled with delight at the compliment. After finishing their meal, it was nearly 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Let us head to the furniture store to purchase the bed and sofa. We can gradually acquire the rest of the items later, Chen Zhibai stated as they walked back to the car, fastening his seatbelt. Sounds good, Lu Ming nodded, her anticipation growing as Chen Zhibai had invited her to select the bed and sofa. To her, this was a clear indication of his regard for her. Suppressing her excitement, Lu Ming buckled her seatbelt and turned to Chen Zhibai, her mind already set on several decisions. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the furniture store. And after 2 hours of selecting the sofa and bed, they also purchased matching sheets and summer quilts, arranging for delivery. Upon returning to Jinhu home, after setting up the bed and sofa, the clock approached 4 in the afternoon. Lu Ming stood on the spacious tiled floor of the living room, her bright eyes surveying their new home. Jinhu home, a 9 million yuan flat, where she would be the lady of the house. How wonderful. After seeing off the delivery workers and pressing the elevator button for them, Chen Zhibai stepped inside and immediately spotted Lu Ming standing in the living room. Her back was turned, obscuring her face, yet her graceful figure was unmistakably alluring, with a straight posture and a slender waist. Her long legs beneath her short skirt were strikingly proportionate. She was captivating in every way. You're back? Lu Ming turned at the sound of footsteps, and upon seeing Chen Zhibai, she hurried over, linking her arm through his, her smile radiant and generous. What were you thinking about? Chen Zhibai replied, wrapping his arm around her delicate waist and pulling her close. I was contemplating how I never dreamed I would live in such a beautiful house, Lu Ming admitted, her cheeks flushing slightly as she nestled against him, though she did not shy away. Instead, she wrapped her arms around his neck and, without waiting for his response, stood on her tiptoes and planted a gentle kiss on his lips. Just a peck? Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow, then lowered his head, tightening his hold on Lu Ming's slender waist, and engaged her in a passionate kiss. As their breathing grew more fervent, Chen Zhibai instinctively thought to release her, only to find Lu Ming holding onto him tighter. Huh. Chen Zhibai was taken aback, glancing down at Lu Ming nestled in his arms. Carry me to the master bedroom. I've already made the bed, she said, her cheeks flushed, yet her gaze held an unwavering determination known only to her. She had resolved to surrender herself completely to Chen Zhibai, having relinquished any hesitations. The reason was simple. Chen Zhibai exceeded her expectations in every regard. There was no need for doubt or restraint. She trusted her judgment. He was not the type to abandon her after taking what he wanted. Furthermore, she had confidence in her beauty and figure. Thus, she decided to go all in. She wanted to be Chen Zhibai's first woman. Are you certain you want me to carry you to the master bedroom? Chen Zhibai asked, holding her waist. He was no fool. He understood the implications of her words and merely wished to confirm once more. Yes, I'm certain, Lu Ming replied, suppressing her inner thoughts and meeting his gaze with a resolute nod. Chen Zhibai said nothing more. He simply lifted her into his arms and strode toward the master bedroom. Chapter 71, 1 million yuan in startup capital. Half an hour later, in the master bedroom, Chen Zhibai lay on the bed, feeling invigorated. Lu Ming nestled in his embrace, her radiant face marred by traces of tears, yet her expression was brighter than ever. Observing Chen Zhibai's refreshed demeanor, Lu Ming playfully swatted at him, her cheeks flushed. Chen Zhibai, unfazed, pulled her closer and pressed a kiss on her smooth forehead. Truth be told, even Chen Zhibai was somewhat dazed by how quickly they had reached this point. Given Lu Ming's beauty, figure, and charm, it was unexpected for things to progress so rapidly. After all, they had only just established their romantic relationship the day before. During their kiss, he had been unable to contain his urges, but Lu Ming had pushed him away, indicating her desire not to rush. Yet here they were, having crossed that threshold. Was it fast? Indeed it was. Upon deeper reflection, it is indeed within the realm of reason, for he is now affluent. Whether it be the top-tier BMW X5, the exquisite Patek Philippe Nautilus watch worth over $1 million, or the 180-square-meter luxury flat in Jinhu home valued at $9 million. Each of these possessions stands as a testament to his wealth. Anyone who laid eyes upon him would undoubtedly perceive him as a quintessential scion of the super-rich. After all, he has only just commenced his freshman year in university. Even though Lu Ming possesses unparalleled beauty, physique, and grace, she finds herself unable to resist the allure of his newfound wealth. After all, beauty cannot truly compete with riches. Thus, what seems to unfold quickly is, in fact, a natural progression. What are you thinking? Lu Ming inquired, wrapping her arms around Chen Zhibai's. Her lovely, radiant face bore a curious expression as she gazed at him. Her tone was affectionate, for they had already shared their truths, instilling a newfound confidence within her heart. I was not thinking of anything, Chen Zhibai replied, shaking his head, preparing to take a shower as he felt sticky from perspiration. Shall I go first? He asked suddenly, casting a glance at Lu Ming's legs. I'll go later. You go ahead, Lu Ming responded, hastily covering her legs with a summer blanket upon noticing his gaze. She was not bold enough to join him for fear that he might lose control. Very well, Chen Zhibai acquiesced, rising to head to the bathroom connected to the master bedroom. Fortunately, during the afternoon purchase of the bed and sofa, he had also procured some toiletries, such as shampoo, body wash, and towels, which would now come in handy. After turning on the shower and allowing the water to run for a moment, the hot water soon emerged. As he poured the warm water over himself, images from earlier flooded his mind. To be candid, her legs were indeed long, an experience to be savored. Shaking his head, he refrained from dwelling further on it. Ding! The system has detected progress in the relationship between the host and his girlfriend Lu Meng, and the following rewards have been granted. 1. Host's attractiveness 3. Note: this has been added to the host's attractiveness attribute in real time. 2. A monthly allowance of 1 million for romantic expenditures. Note: this allowance may only be spent on Lu Meng. Any unspent amount will vanish at the end of the month, with a tally on the 31st. 3. 10 million in entrepreneurial capital. Note 1. As a wealthy individual, how could one not have their own venture? Please strive, host. Note 2. This 10 million may only be utilized for business endeavors, not for leisurely consumption. The voice of the system echoed in his mind, momentarily startling the bathing Chen Zhibai, for he had never anticipated that the mere advancement of his relationship with Lu Meng would trigger such generous rewards. Moreover, the rewards were remarkably plentiful. Firstly, the 3 to his attractiveness was something he had long desired. Indeed, wealth attracts women. Yet being both handsome and wealthy is undoubtedly the pinnacle. Now, with his attractiveness heightened by 3 points, he felt a genetic enhancement. The second reward was also commendable, 1 million monthly for romantic expenditures. While it could only be spent on Lu Meng, she was now undeniably his partner, and there was nothing inappropriate about spending on one's beloved. The final reward, a staggering 10 million in entrepreneurial funds, was truly significant. With this capital, he could explore promising opportunities in life. Even if he incurred losses, it would merely be an experience gained, considering this 10 million was essentially a windfall. In summary, all 3 rewards were splendid, a delightful surprise. Suppressing his thoughts, Chen Zhibai was eager to see how he appeared with his attractiveness elevated by 3 points. After hastily completing his shower, he stood before the bathroom mirror. Upon glancing at his reflection, he was taken aback. While his face remained unchanged, his skin appeared in better condition, and his features seemed more agreeable and pleasing to the eye. This subtle transformation indicated an enhancement in his attractiveness. He gazed at his reflection for a considerable time before retracting his gaze, unable to resist marveling at the magic of attribute points. As he exited the bathroom, he noticed Lu Meng had already dressed and was tidying the sheets that had adorned the bed. "What are you doing with the sheets?" Chen Zhibai inquired as he approached her from behind, enveloping her in his embrace. Lu Meng, having heard his footsteps, was not startled. "I wish to keep them as a memento. After all, this was my first time," she stated, her cheeks tinged with a delicate blush, yet she spoke with poise. "A keepsake?" Chen Zhibai's gaze instinctively fell upon the sheet she held, where a conspicuous dark red plum blossom mark stood out against the blue fabric. He immediately understood. "Well, keep it as a memento," he affirmed, nodding as he leaned down to place a kiss on her fair, elongated neck. Ticklish, Lu Meng instinctively recoiled, for she was quite sensitive to tickling, though only her family knew this fact. "How ticklish?" In response to her remark, Chen Zhibai leaned down again to kiss her neck, playfully stating, "Very ticklish indeed." As Lu Meng turned to face him, she paused, momentarily entranced by his visage. Though his face was still the same, it inexplicably appeared cleaner and more attractive, leaving her momentarily dazed. "Why do I feel that you look even more handsome after your shower?" Lu Meng remarked, her beautiful face adorned with surprise, before concluding that perhaps it was merely the eyes of a lover perceiving beauty. After all, his face was unchanged. Lu Meng did not dwell on this thought. After tidying the sheets, she headed to the bathroom for a shower, feeling slightly sticky herself. Upon emerging, she walked with a hint of discomfort, not quite limping but certainly moving with a noticeable awkwardness. Yet this was to be expected, given the recent experience. Chapter 72. Restoring Lu Meng's vitality. Does it still hurt? Observing Lu Meng's graceful brows furrow slightly as she walked slowly, Chen Zhibai approached her, wrapping her in his arms and inquiring gently. "Yes, a little," Lu Meng nodded, her hands encircling his neck, her brows knitting again as she spoke. "It's all your fault. You never consider my well-being." She lightly tapped his shoulder, but her touch was so gentle it felt more like a massage. Chen Zhibai coughed slightly, feeling a twinge of guilt, and shifted the topic awkwardly. "It's nearly 6. What would you like for dinner?" "I don't know, but let us not go out. I'm not comfortable walking right now," Lu Meng replied, having recognized his attempt to divert the conversation. With a playful glance at him, she continued, "I truly don't want to go out to eat." Standing still was manageable, but moving about proved quite inconvenient. "Very well, let us order takeout. What do you feel like eating?" "Perhaps some red date porridge would suffice. It's good for replenishing blood." Chen Zhibai nodded, and then spoke. "I will follow your lead." Lu Meng wrapped her arms around Chen Zhibai's neck, and after uttering her words, she tiptoed to plant a gentle kiss on his lips, subsequently burying her head against his chest. In the next moment, she heard the rhythmic beating of his heart. Although it was indeed racing, having just established their romantic relationship the day before and now laying their feelings bare, she held no regrets about her all-indecision. Chen Zhibai's exceptional qualities compelled her to take this leap of faith. Fortunately, she had confidence in her discerning eye for character, as well as in her own appearance and figure. The takeout for dinner comprised millet and red date porridge, accompanied by scallion pancakes and 2 dishes that were relatively light. After finishing their meal, the time had crept past 8 in the evening. We should head back to school. It's already past 8, Lu Ming remarked, still linked to Chen Zhibai's arm. How are you feeling now? Is there still pain? Chen Zhibai nodded affirmatively before turning to look at Lu Ming. Much better. I can walk slowly without any issues, but I must refrain from strenuous activity for the next few days. So I want to be able to join you for the morning run tomorrow. Lu Ming assessed the situation and replied, that's all right. Chen Zhibai shook his head, then took Lu Ming's hand as they stepped out of the house. On their drive back to school, they passed by an apple store. Chen Zhibai, upon seeing it, pulled the car to a stop at the entrance. Why have we stopped? We haven't reached school yet. Lu Ming initially thought they had arrived at their destination. But as she looked up, she froze for a moment, her beautiful face displaying a hint of curiosity as she gazed at Chen Zhibai. I'm buying you a phone, Chen Zhibai said with a smile, gesturing towards the Apple store outside the window. Lu Ming finally noticed the store. There's no need for a new phone. My current one is still functional, she responded instinctively. Enough of that. I'm getting you a new phone. Let us go, Chen Zhibai insisted, unbuckling his seatbelt and signaling for Lu Ming to exit the car. After more than 10 minutes, Chen Zhibai and Lu Ming emerged from the Apple store. Returning to the car, in Lu Ming's hand was the latest iPhone Pro Max, boasting a storage capacity of 1 terabyte. This new phone is incredibly smooth. It's my first iPhone, she exclaimed, marveling at her new device. Coming from an average household with a younger sister, her family would never splurge on a phone costing over 10,000. Thus, this was indeed her first iPhone. As long as you like it, Chen Zhibai smiled. Just as he finished speaking, his phone vibrated. Upon checking, he saw a WeChat message from Chen Zhibai inquiring whether he had eaten dinner. Whose message is that? Lu Ming asked from the passenger seat, curious as she noticed him looking at his phone. Oh, just a friend checking if I've had dinner, Chen Zhibai replied nonchalantly. Got it. Lu Ming nodded, not suspecting anything further, and continued to explore her new phone. Seeing this, Chen Zhibai responded to Chen Zhihui's message before putting his phone away. Soon, they returned to school, but instead of heading to the parking lot, Chen Zhibai directed the car towards the girls' dormitory. Aren't you parking? Lu Ming inquired. I'll drop you off at the dorm first. It's more convenient for you right now, he replied. Lu Ming glanced up at him and smiled, sensing a shift in Chen Zhibai's demeanor towards her. Indeed, her all-in choice was proving to be the right one. She was also aware that this transformation in his attitude was significantly influenced by their newfound intimacy. Men are often possessive. Before long, the BMW X5 came to a halt outside the girls' dormitory. Since it was not yet 9 o'clock, many girls were coming and going, and a few boys waited outside for their girlfriends. Upon noticing the brand new BMW X5 with the distinctive 999 license plate parked below the dormitory, their eyes were irresistibly drawn to it. Even if some girls could not recognize it as the top-tier BMW X5, they certainly knew the brand BMW. The names Mercedes, BMW, and Audi were familiar to nearly all Chinese people. Even those who were not car enthusiasts would recognize these logos. Consequently, the gaze of both boys and girls around the dormitory was fixated on the vehicle. Boys who recognized it as the top-tier BMW X5, valued at over 80,000, exhibited envy in their expressions. I've arrived at the entrance. I'll get out now, Lu Ming said, unfastening her seatbelt and smiling at Chen Zhibai as they reached the dormitory. Although she had always been radiant, she now exuded an added allure, embodying a distinct femininity. Undoubtedly a result of Chen Zhibai's influence. You're just going to leave like that? Chen Zhibai countered, playfully indicating his face with his finger. Lu Ming understood his implication and leaned in to plant a kiss on his cheek. All right, I'm getting out. Go ahead, Chen Zhibai nodded. And after Lu Ming opened the door and stepped out, she did not immediately enter the dormitory, but lingered beside the car, waving goodbye to him. Go on ahead. I'll wait until you're gone before I head inside, Lu Ming said. Chen Zhibai nodded, then turned the car around and drove away from the girls' dormitory towards the school parking lot. Only after Lu Ming had watched the car disappear from view did she turn, entering the dormitory amidst the envious gazes of her peers. She walked slowly, and as she ascended the steps to the dormitory, her brow would occasionally furrow slightly. Chapter 73, Xin Qing. That seems unlikely. Ming Ming, you're back. Where did you and your boyfriend go today? You've been out on a date all day? Wang Hui, noticing Lu Ming's return, inquired curiously. We didn't go anywhere special. We just strolled around, Lu Ming replied with a smile. Naturally, she would not divulge the intimate details of her relationship with Chen Zhibai, as it was a private matter. Is that so? Wang Hui nodded, about to continue speaking when she suddenly froze, looking at Lu Ming with a mixture of surprise and intrigue. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Lu Ming asked, smiling at Wang Hui, whose lively personality she appreciated. Unlike Li Yueming, who subtly tried to compete with her, or Xinqing, who was strikingly beautiful and thus posed an unspoken rivalry, Lu Ming found her rapport with Wang Hui to be much more pleasant. Strange, Ming. I feel like you've become even more beautiful than before, Wang Hui remarked as she approached Lu Ming, her eyes wide with astonishment. She couldn't quite articulate what had changed, but it was an undeniable aura that surrounded Lu Ming. Wang Hui was unaware that this allure was what one might call femininity. Really? Lu Ming responded, slightly taken aback. Lu Ming, maintaining an air of nonchalance, casually inquired. Of course, she has become considerably more beautiful. Wang Hui nodded affirmatively, and then called out to Xinqing. Xinqing, take a look. Isn't Ming more beautiful than before? At that moment, Xinqing was engrossed in scrolling through Douyin. Upon hearing Wang Hui's words, she instinctively lifted her gaze towards Lu Ming. In her clear, captivating eyes, a hint of surprise flickered. She noticed that Lu Ming was indeed different from the morning. Not only was she more beautiful, but there was also an indescribable allure about her. This feeling was quite captivating. How peculiar. What could be the reason? Xinqing observed Lu Ming with curiosity and nodded, affirming, she is indeed more beautiful than this morning, right? I told you she looks better. Is it due to makeup? After receiving Xinqing's agreement, Wang Hui immediately remarked. Perhaps. Lu Ming continued to maintain her composure, though a closer look would reveal her pearly white earlobes tinged with a hint of red. Despite her bright and open personality, she always felt a tinge of shyness in situations like this. Fortunately, Wang Hui thought nothing of it, attributing it solely to makeup. She had never considered the true reason. After all, being fresh into college, such thoughts hadn't crossed her mind. If half a year passed into her freshman year, she might understand better. I'm going to freshen up, Lu Ming said, relieved that Wang Hui had not pursued the topic further, and she sought an excuse to leave. Ming, wait a moment, Wang Hui said, tugging at Lu Ming's arm. What's the matter? Lu Ming looked down at her, standing tall at 171 centimeters. She had to slightly lower her gaze to meet Wang Hui's, who stood at 160 centimeters. It's nothing really. It's just that since you're in a relationship and have a boyfriend, shouldn't Chen Zhibai treat us to a meal? Wang Hui stated, continuing. This was a rule we established at the beginning of the semester. Anyone who starts dating must treat us to a meal. When Ye confirmed her relationship with Zhou Hao, he treated us too. Upon hearing this, Lu Ming chuckled lightly. Sure, no problem. I'll treat you to a meal. But I need to check with my boyfriend first to see when he is available. Once we have the time confirmed, I'll invite you both. This rule was Wang Hui's suggestion at the onset of the semester, and Lu Ming had agreed to it. Great. I'll be in for a treat. Wang Hui chuckled, her ordinary looks overshadowed by her lively personality. And Ming, I'm particularly curious about your Chen Zhibai, gifting a 70,000 yuan LV bag, just like that? My parents can only earn that in a year combined. He must be incredibly wealthy. I've never encountered a rich second generation like him in my life, Wang Hui remarked with a tone of awe. All right, I'll let you meet him then. Lu Ming smiled and headed towards the bathroom. However, this time, she took a slightly larger step, causing her beautiful brows to furrow momentarily. And she let out a slight hiss. What's wrong, Ming? Wang Hui immediately looked over, her face etched with concern. Xinqing, who had resumed her attention to her phone, turned back upon hearing Lu Ming's sound. Being in the dormitory, Xinqing wore a light sleep dress, which was black, accentuating her fair skin. With delicate collarbones and a slender waist, paired with her cool demeanor, she exuded an ethereal presence. It's nothing. I just took a bigger step than intended, Lu Ming replied, shaking her head as she met Wang Hui's gaze and slowly made her way to the bathroom. Took a bigger step? Be careful then, Wang Hui said, slightly taken aback but not dwelling on it. She turned her attention back to Xinqing. Xinqing, do you want to play some games? I'm feeling a bit bored, Wang Hui inquired, but Xinqing remained silent. Captivated by Lu Ming's slow strides towards the bathroom, the way she walked sparked a guess in Xinqing's mind. However, in the next moment, she dismissed it, thinking she had been reading too many novels. It couldn't be. After all, they had only confirmed their relationship the previous day. How could anything happen so swiftly? Shaking her head, she suppressed her burgeoning speculation. Xinqing, what are you thinking about? Why aren't you responding when I'm talking to you? Wang Hui noticed Xinqing's silence and approached, waving her hand in front of Xinqing's eyes, curiously asking, Oh, nothing really. I was just lost in thought. What did you say? I suggested we play a game together. I'm a bit bored, Wang Hui reiterated. All right. Xinqing pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Wonderful, Wang Hui exclaimed, her excitement palpable. Xinqing's gaming prowess was formidable, particularly in jungle roles, making her an unbeatable partner. As long as they played together, they hardly ever lost. Chapter 74. Chen Zhihui's face turned red. In the school parking lot, Chen Zhibai parked his car and stepped out, the moonlight casting a serene glow, uplifting his mood. After all, he had transitioned from being a boy to a man, with Lu Meng as his initiation. Undoubtedly, Lu Meng was a paragon of beauty, with her looks, figure, poise, and those long legs. Reflecting on the events that transpired in the master bedroom at Jinhu home that afternoon, Chen Zhibai found himself savoring the memory. Buzz. His phone vibrated, pulling him back to reality. He took it out to find a message from Chen Zhibai, expressing that she missed him and inquiring if they could video call. Seeing this, Chen Zhibai didn't respond, but directly initiated a video call. As soon as the call connected, Chen Zhibai appeared on the screen. Her strikingly fair and beautiful features were accentuated by a white spaghetti strap top that hung delicately on her shoulders, exuding a unique charm that ignited the imagination. Chen Zhibai's gaze momentarily lingered on her face before instinctively drifting downwards. Wow. In the Yingquan community, Chen Zhibai lay on her bed, momentarily stunned upon seeing Chen Zhibai. She realized her boyfriend seemed to have become a bit more handsome. What else with the wow? Noticing Chen Zhibai's astonished gaze upon his face, Chen Zhibai couldn't help but smile inwardly. Clearly, the effects of his enhanced looks were quite significant. Why do I feel like you've become more handsome? Chen Zhibai asked, glancing at his face again. Really? Chen Zhibai replied with a hint of disbelief. Absolutely. Chen Zhibai was about to nod in agreement. But before she could finish her sentence, she noticed Chen Zhibai's gaze, and her fair, lovely face flushed a deeper shade of red. She quickly grabbed a cushion from beside her, placing it in front of her chest, yet her cheeks remained rosy. Don't look around, she said, her voice tinged with bashfulness. Witnessing the fleeting moment, Chen Zhibai sighed, inwardly lamenting the loss of the captivating view. He couldn't help but compare her to Lu Meng. And naturally, there was no contest. One cannot help but wonder what has nurtured such extraordinary talent. To some extent, it is akin to Lu Meng's legs, unparalleled. Where are you at the moment? You seem to be outdoors. Observing the glint of regret on Chen Zhibai's face, Chen Zhibai felt her cheeks flush even more. She hastily redirected the conversation. In truth, she had intended to ask this question all along. At school. I just stepped out for a moment and have returned to park my car, preparing to head back to my dormitory, Chen Zhibai replied, turning his phone's camera around to capture his surroundings. Given that it was not yet 9 o'clock, the campus was bustling with students, including several couples strolling hand in hand. After a brief snapshot, Chen Zhibai refocused the camera on himself. Where did you go? Chen Zhibai inquired curiously, reclining on her bed, her fair legs raised. I just took a brief stroll outside, Chen Zhibai responded nonchalantly. Oh, I see. A little outing can be quite refreshing, Chen Zhibai nodded, choosing not to pursue that topic further and instead broached the subject of purchasing a home. Are you really going to buy a house in Jiangnan Spring City the day after tomorrow? Chen Zhibai asked. Of course I am. Do you think I would jest about such a matter? Chen Zhibai replied with a hint of exasperation. Not that. I just feel that the houses in Jiangnan Spring City are rather expensive. I did a search this afternoon, and it costs around 45,000 per square meter. A 100 square meter apartment will set you back 4,500,000. Exorbitant. After pausing for a moment, Chen Zhibai continued. I believe we need not purchase such an expensive property. There are many neighborhoods in Jiangxing with an average price of around 20,000, and we could consider such areas. Moreover, if we don't buy, I can still comfortably reside in my rented apartment. Before she could finish her thought, Chen Zhibai interrupted her decisively. The decision to buy a house in Jiangnan Spring City is settled. His tone was direct and unequivocal. With $1 million in funding allocated for purchasing a property, it is only sensible to opt for the more expensive option. Oh, Chen Zhibai pouted her lovely, rosy lips, casting a glance at Chen Zhibai. How domineering. Oui. Do you want an apple? If you do, I can wash one for you. Li Shiran's voice rang from the living room outside. No, thank you. I've already brushed my teeth, Chen Zhibai quickly replied, as eating an apple would necessitate brushing again. Fine, then I want to wash it for you, Li Shiran responded. Don't wash it, Chen Zhibai nodded in agreement. Was that your close friend speaking just now? Chen Zhibai inquired. Having naturally heard the woman's voice during the video call, judging solely by her voice, it was quite pleasant. Yes, indeed, she is my best friend. Our bond is incredibly strong. We were roommates in university and practically inseparable. After graduation, we rented the same apartment, and we still often share a bed, Chen Zhihui said, her beautiful eyes sparkling at the mention of her friend. That certainly indicates a close relationship. It's no wonder you wish for her to move in with you after purchasing the house, Chen Zhibai remarked. Hee, Chen Zhihui giggled, her eyes narrowing into crescent shapes when she smiled, rendering her both beautiful and endearing. However, while sharing a bed was acceptable before, it cannot continue now, Chen Zhibai suddenly stated. Why not? Chen Zhihui was taken aback, quickly asking. It is because you now have a boyfriend. Once one is in a relationship, Sharing a bed with anyone else, even a close friend, is out of the question. What if you end up in a compromising situation? That would be intolerable. I am quite possessive, Chen Zhibai explained. Initially, Chen Zhibai did not grasp his meaning, but soon enough, she understood, her face turning a deep crimson. Everything is yours. I haven't agreed to anything yet, she stammered, blushing, before shifting the conversation to her upcoming job at her friend's company. As Chen Zhibai strolled and chatted with Chen Zhibai, he soon arrived at the entrance of the boys' dormitory. I've reached the dormitory entrance. I will head in first and wash up before we continue our chat, Chen Zhibai stated. All right, Chen Zhibai nodded. Once Chen Zhibai hung up, he was about to tuck his phone into his pocket when he noticed Lu Ming had messaged him a few minutes prior, inquiring whether he had reached the dormitory. Just arrived at the dormitory building, Chen Zhibai snapped a photo and sent it. Lu Ming replied with a nodding bear emoji and subsequently asked when he would be free. What is up? Chen Zhibai typed back. Oh, nothing much. At the beginning of the semester, we agreed that whoever starts dating must treat the dorm mates to a meal. And now it's my turn, Lu Ming responded. Chapter 75, Alarm lifted, back to enjoyment. Then let us plan for tomorrow evening. After my classes in the afternoon, we can go out for dinner. You should first ask your roommates if they are free tomorrow evening, and if they are, find out what they would like to eat. Chen Zhibai replied. Sounds good. I'll ask my roommates shortly, Lu Ming's reply came. All right, I'll head back to my dorm to wash up, Chen Zhibai responded before putting his phone away. Soon, he arrived at the entrance of the dormitory on the 3rd floor, only to find the door firmly shut. Noticing this, Chen Zhibai found it peculiar, as the dormitory doors were typically left ajar. However, he paid it no mind and reached for the doorknob, only to find it locked. Has it been locked from the inside? Who is it? Wang Chao's voice emerged from within the dorm, tinged with a hint of panic. It's me. Why have you locked the door? Chen Zhibai replied with mild exasperation. He had assumed no one was home, thinking Wang Chao and Li Dong had gone out. But it was evident there were indeed people inside, yet the door was locked. You scared me to death, Lao Chun. I thought it was the dorm supervisor checking on us. You nearly frightened my soul away. The door quickly opened, revealing Wang Chao, who wiped the sweat from his brow as he spoke. What is the issue with checking? Chen Zhibai glanced at Wang Chao's glistening forehead, and, just as he was about to speak, he caught sight of the scene inside the dormitory. Li Dong and Zhou Hao were present, and before them lay a laptop. What is going on? We are earnestly studying, Wang Chao said, pulling Chen Zhibai into the dorm and promptly locking the door again, raising his eyebrows knowingly. So, are you considering joining us in our studies? Wang Chao winked, conveying a message that only men could comprehend. Instantly, Chen Zhibai understood why the dormitory door had been locked. It was for the sake of their clandestine activities. Study away. I'm heading to the restroom. Chen Zhibai waved his hand, stating his intentions clearly. He had already engaged in practical exercises and, to be frank, was not particularly interested in theoretical lessons. What restroom? Let me tell you, Lao Chun, if you don't watch this, you'll absolutely regret it. Just as Chen Zhibai turned to head to the restroom, Wang Chao tugged at his arm and, with a mischievous glint in his eye, spoke. Chen Zhibai was about to refuse again when the mention of a flight attendant piqued his interest. Is it really a flight attendant? He asked Wang Chao. Of course. Wang Chao nodded vigorously, and then, noticing Chen Zhibai's evident hesitation, he chuckled and pulled Chen Zhibai's arm to lead him over. With the alarm lifted, they resumed their viewing. Wang Chao exchanged a few words with Li Dong, who nodded in response and reopened his laptop. However, Chen Zhibai lost interest after just a few seconds, finding the subject not particularly attractive and seemingly a tad older than he preferred. You all enjoy. I'm off to the restroom, he declared, turning away. His gaze had long been spoiled by the likes of Lu Ming and Chen Zhibai, both of whom possessed exceptional beauty, grace, and figures. Thus, he genuinely felt disinterested in Wang Chao and company's pursuits. Seriously, Lao Chun, have your standards become so refined? Wang Chao called out, but before he could continue, Zhou Hao interjected from his seat. All right then, if he doesn't want to watch, let us just enjoy it ourselves. Zhou Hao wore a disgruntled expression, especially since Wang Chao had hit the pause button. Young Master Zhou, care for a smoke? Wang Chao glanced at Zhou Hao, initially intending to retort. But after a moment's consideration, he simply asked, don't you have cigarettes? Reluctantly, Zhou Hao, despite his desire to withhold, remembered that the laptop belonged to Wang Chao. He hesitated before producing a cigarette from his pack and handing it over. Is it just for me? Doesn't T Dongzi smoke? Wang Chao remarked as he accepted the cigarette. Didn't T say I wouldn't give you any? You're just too quick with your mouth, Zhou Hao retorted, rolling his eyes before pulling out another cigarette and offering it to Li Dong. Though he complied, a hint of reluctance lingered in his heart. Wang Chao, observing the look of discomfort in Zhou Hao's eyes, couldn't help but scoff. He found Zhou Hao's demeanor unappealing, despite boasting of being a local from Jiangqing with 2 houses. He struck Wang Chao as rather petty and stingy. What harm is there in sharing a smoke? Come on, I've already given you one. Zhou Hao nudged Wang Chao's arm. Wang Chao replied curtly, uninterested in further banter, as he too wished to watch. Thus he tapped the spacebar on the laptop. After relieving himself in the restroom, Chen Zhibai washed up, and by the time he emerged, it was nearly 9:30. Wang Chao Li Dong and Zhou Hao remained seated before the laptop, which was now shut. Clearly, their study session had concluded. Honestly, it wasn't that intriguing. Had it not been for Chaozi insisting, I wouldn't have bothered watching at all, Zhou Hao remarked from his chair. Can't you refrain from being such a show-off? Wang Chao shot a bemused glance at Zhou Hao. It's like having money but opting not to buy a radio, just to listen to your boasting. Who is showing off? I genuinely didn't want to watch, Zhou Hao snapped back, feeling defensive after Wang Chao's comment. He glanced at Wang Chao before continuing. After all, I'm different from you all. You're all single, while I have a girlfriend, so you can merely watch, but I can actually experience it. With that, Zhou Hao's expression turned smug, genuinely believing he stood apart from Chen Zhibai, Wang Chao, and Li Dong. Despite not having even held Li Yu's hand yet, he was confident they would soon be intimate, given his advantageous family background, 2 houses in Jiangxing. This is reality, he thought. To be honest, I've already progressed to kissing with my girlfriend, Zhou Hao boasted, suppressing his pride as he exaggeratedly claimed to have kissed Li Yu. So what if you did? Wang Chao replied, a tinge of jealousy in his voice, before turning to Li Dong. Want to step out for a smoke? Sure, Li Dong nodded. And the two made their way to the dormitory balcony. How can he have a girlfriend? And they've even kissed. Damn, Wang Chao exclaimed as he lit his cigarette. His frustration palpable. He truly held Zhou Hao in disdain. Let it go. Why bother getting worked up over him? Li Dong advised, embodying the role of the peacemaker. Although he too was not fond of Zhou Hao's arrogance, he felt it best to maintain harmony in their shared living space. Sigh, Wang Chao sighed deeply, taking a long drag of his cigarette before adding, just wait and see. With his attitude, his girlfriend will surely leave him eventually. Chapter 76. No man is immune to infidelity. In the girls' dormitory, Lu Ming sat on a chair, meticulously applying lotion to her legs, her focus unwavering. She understood that her legs were her assets, an attribute that garnered attention. This was confirmed earlier that afternoon at Jinyu home, where Chen Zhibai had been unable to take his eyes off her. Remembering the incident, Lu Ming felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks, her delicate earlobes flushing slightly. Taking a deep breath, she tried to suppress thoughts of that moment. Ming, your legs are truly long and beautiful. I've never seen legs more stunning in real life. Wang Hui exclaimed, her expression one of genuine admiration. She spoke heartfelt words, for she had indeed never encountered legs as exquisite as Lu Ming's. Long and straight. Hee, ching. Don't be upset. Your legs are lovely too, Wang Hui added, noticing Shen Qing and offering a conciliatory smile. Shen Qing remained silent, her cool, beautiful face betraying a hint of exasperation. She had not objected, acknowledging Lu Ming's beauty. From the moment she had first seen Lu Ming at the start of the semester, she recognized the truth in Wang Hui's statements. Thus, she felt no resentment toward Wang Hui's words. Ming, ching. Did you know our dorm has quite the reputation on the school forum? Some have dubbed it the beauty dormitory, thanks primarily to the two of you. I merely ride on your coattails, Wang Hui continued. Actually, Yaya is also quite beautiful. Even more so than I am. But compared to you two, she falls short. By the way, where is she? Lu Ming inquired. She mentioned she was going out for dinner with the Student Union's External Affairs Department tonight, Wang Hui replied. Lu Ming nodded, choosing not to elaborate further as she returned her attention to applying lotion to her legs. She had no interest in joining the student union. If she had wanted to, she would have done so long ago, especially since someone from the student union had approached her previously, asking if she wished to join, only to be met with her polite refusal. After 10 minutes, Lu Ming had finished applying lotion to both legs. When she stood up, she felt a slight discomfort and furrowed her brow momentarily, but it was bearable. By tomorrow, it should feel better. By the way, are you two free tomorrow night? Lu Ming looked up, first glancing at Wang Hui, then at Shen Qing, and asked. As she turned her gaze to Shen Qing, a flicker of admiration crossed her beautiful eyes. She truly appreciated Shen Qing's cool demeanor and beauty. I'm free, what is up? Wang Hui readily agreed, her curiosity piqued. Shen Qing, instead of confirming her availability, simply glanced at Lu Ming. It's nothing urgent. My boyfriend mentioned he'd like to take you both out for dinner tomorrow night, so I wanted to check your availability and see what you'd like to eat. Lu Ming explained. Lu Ming smiled as she spoke, her already radiant and beautiful features becoming even more enchanting with her transformation into womanhood. I have time. And Qing also has time, Wang Hui remarked. Observing Wang Hui's assertion of her own availability, Shen Qing's fair and cool countenance displayed a hint of resignation. Yet she nodded in agreement, affirming that she too had time. Such communal activities in the dormitory were not something she intended to miss. When Liu had invited Zhou Hao for a meal, she had attended as well. Well, we can wait for Liu to return and ask her. She should also be free. Lu Ming nodded before inquiring about their culinary preferences. I'm open to anything, really. It's up to you all, Xinqing replied. So am I. Anything is fine, but a grand feast would certainly be delightful, Wang Hui added with a hint of bashfulness. All right, I'll take note of that. Lu Ming nodded, preparing to message Chen Zhibai. Just then, the dormitory door swung open, and in walked Liu. Yeah, you're back. Wang Hui greeted her. Yes, I've returned. Liu nodded, but her gaze shifted towards Lu Ming, internally grappling with feelings of inequity. Throughout the day, she had sent multiple WeChat messages to Chen Zhibai, yet not a single reply had graced her screen. This left her feeling frustrated. Despite her own beauty and physique, which attracted numerous admirers at school, Chen Zhibai's silence stung. What did this signify? Was her disparity with Lu Ming truly so vast that it rendered her invisible to him? Lu Ming furrowed her brow, sensing the discontent emanating from Liu's gaze. I'm going to take a shower, Liu declared, suppressing her emotions at the sight of Lu Ming's frown. As she turned to head to the bathroom, Wang Hui reached out and grasped her arm, revealing that Chen Zhibai would be treating them tomorrow night. So, yeah, do you have time tomorrow evening? Wang Hui inquired. I'm free, Liu responded without hesitation. However, unbeknownst to them, she had originally planned to attend a meeting for the student union's external relations department, which was preparing for an upcoming sports event. Yet, at that moment, her desire to see Chen Zhibai eclipsed her previous commitments. Liu resolved to dress up splendidly for the occasion. After all, she was a beauty in her own right. She was determined to captivate Chen Zhibai's attention. She believed wholeheartedly that there was no man who could remain faithful without temptation. Ming, I'll be crashing your dinner tomorrow, Liu suddenly announced, suppressing her inner thoughts. All right, Lu Ming replied with a nod. Liu then entered the restroom, her heart brimming with anticipation for the following evening. She sought not merely a meal, but also to win Chen Zhibai's affections. In doing so, she would not only secure a high-caliber boyfriend, but also surpass Lu Ming. The mere thought exhilarated her. With this mindset, Liu closed the bathroom door and was about to undress when her phone buzzed. Picking it up, she frowned at the sight of a WeChat message from Zhou Hao. She chose not to reply, flipping the phone face down as she proceeded to shower. After half an hour, she emerged, dried herself, and picked up her phone to see several messages from Zhou Hao. Chapter 77, Free Lunch? While lying on his bed, Chen Zhibai noticed a WeChat message from Lu Ming. I just asked my roommates, and they all said they are free tomorrow evening. Do your roommates have any particular cravings? Chen Zhibai typed back. They mentioned that they're fine with anything. So how about dining at the Good Flavor restaurant near the school? The food there is quite good. It's where Liu and Zhou Hao took me out before. Lu Ming's message followed. The Good Flavor restaurant, located not far from the school entrance, offered a pleasant dining atmosphere and decent prices, making it a popular choice for student gatherings and celebrations. Thus, Lu Ming suggested it as their dining venue. However, upon reading her message, Chen Zhibai promptly rejected the idea. Let us not dine there. I'll find a restaurant. Chen Zhibai typed decisively. While Good Flavor restaurant had its merits, he wished to choose a more upscale venue to ensure Lu Ming could shine in front of her roommates. In simpler terms, he wanted to enhance her social standing. To be more candid, although he was currently involved with both Lu Ming and Chen Zhihui, and would undoubtedly have other relationships in the future, Lu Ming held a unique significance as his first romantic partner. Furthermore, her beauty, physique, and grace warranted a certain level of respect. Consequently, they could not settle for a mere casual dining spot. As Chen Zhibai contemplated this, a notification chimed in his mind, announcing, Ding! The host has triggered a random hidden task. As the host's girlfriend, she must be envied by her roommates. The cost of this meal will be covered by the system, amounting to 20,000. This was a stroke of luck. Hearing the system's voice, Chen Zhibai's eyes lit up. He anticipated this unexpected boon. A random hidden task. Although he currently possessed sufficient funds, totaling around 400,000 from various task rewards, having the system foot the bill was undeniably preferable. Freebies were always delightful. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, revealing a bank notification confirming a deposit of 20,000. Where should we eat? I think Good Flavor restaurant would be quite good. It's a popular spot for gatherings. Lu Ming's message arrived. I'll handle the arrangements. You needn't worry about it, Chen Zhibai typed back, then opened Douyin, searching for high-end restaurants in Jiangxing. After half an hour of browsing, he decided on a venue, Bayun Impression. This restaurant, established a few years ago, catered to an affluent clientele with its uniquely decorated interior and a focus on stir-fried dishes. Of course, the prices were steep, averaging around 700 per person. Once he settled on Bayun Impression, he noted that they had an account on Douyin. So he sent a private message to reserve a private room. After completing these tasks, Chen Zhibai exited Douyin and resumed chatting with Lu Ming, not forgetting about Chen Zhibai in the process. There is still some pain. It's all your fault. This was a WeChat message from Lu Ming. Tomorrow marks the return to work, and I feel somewhat anxious. This was a message from Chen Zhibai. Chen Zhibai, distracted, continued to chat well past 11 o'clock at night. Chen Zhibai, mindful of her work commitments, bid him good night and retired to bed. Seeing her drift off, Chen Zhibai contemplated sleep as well. For an early morning run awaited him. After 5 more morning runs, he would receive the reward of growing 3 centimeters without any side effects. Preparing for sleep, he sent a message to Lu Ming. Yes, sleep well. I'm feeling a bit drowsy myself. Lu Ming responded almost instantly. After exchanging goodnights, Chen Zhibai tucked his phone beneath his pillow and closed his eyes, ready to cultivate a sense of sleepiness. In the girl's dormitory, after sending her goodnight message, Lu Ming refrained from sending another, allowing her to finally set aside her phone. She had been fatigued for some time, yet had persevered in conversing with Chen Zhibai. However, now that the conversation had ceased, her sleepiness seemed to evaporate. Holding her phone, Lu Ming felt a rush of warmth to her cheeks. She was no longer a girl, but a woman. Suppressing her thoughts, she lightly stretched her right leg, still feeling some discomfort. Beast, Lu Ming thought, her face flushed, as the term crossed her mind, for he certainly knew how to wear her out. The following morning, Chen Zhibai was awakened by the sound of his alarm. After silencing it, he rolled out of bed. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he glanced at Wang Chao and Li Dong, who were still lost in slumber. This was to be expected, as he had noticed the two engrossed in video games the night before. As for Zhou Hao, after observing him still asleep, Chen Zhibai's mind wandered back to the photo of Legs Liu had sent him 2 nights prior, along with those suggestive words. Thus, he found himself stealing glances at Zhou Hao, feeling as though he were donning a conspicuously green hat. Just as he was about to look away, Zhou Hao, bleary-eyed, opened his eyes and met Chen Zhibai's gaze. What are you staring at, old Chen? Is there something on my head? Zhou Hao asked, his brow furrowed, displaying a look of irritation. He found Chen Zhibai's gaze peculiar, tinged with a hint of sympathy. Am I supposed to feel sorry for you? I am a local of Jiansheng, with 2 properties and a girlfriend. And you? An outsider with an ordinary family background and no girlfriend, Zhou Hao grumbled to himself. Feeling quite disgruntled. Nothing else there, Chen Zhibai replied with a glance before stepping out of the dormitory. Crazy, Zhou Hao scoffed, muttering as he prepared to return to sleep. However, after a moment's hesitation, he felt his head, ensuring there was indeed nothing amiss. Relieved, he closed his eyes again, drifting back into slumber. Arriving at the playground, Chen Zhibai began his routine of stretching his ankles, just as he had done for the past few days. Oh, why are you here alone for your morning run today? Where's that beautiful girlfriend of yours? A melodious voice, filled with curiosity and surprise, came from behind him. Turning, he was met by Wen Yutong, who was dressed in casual athletic attire. Her figure was undeniably fit, and her high ponytail accentuated her delicate, fair complexion and long neck. High ponytails can be quite revealing of one's facial structure and neck, yet without a doubt, Wen Yutong suited this hairstyle perfectly, as her face and neck were exceptionally lovely. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Chen Zhibai had gazed for too long, causing Wen Yutong to instinctively reach for her face. Indeed, there is something, Chen Zhibai nodded, glancing at Wen Yutong's hand. Her long, fair fingers were captivating. Even though he wasn't particularly drawn to hands, he found it hard to look away. What is it? Wen Yutong queried, pulling out her phone to check her reflection, puzzled as to why anything would mar her freshly washed face before her run. Beauty, Chen Zhibai responded. Wen Yutong raised an eyebrow, flatterer. I used to think you were the most honest and obedient boy in class. She rolled her eyes at him, not genuinely upset. Nor did she adopt the authoritative demeanor of a teacher. Although she was indeed a teacher, at merely 4 years his senior, they were nearly contemporaries. And her recent graduation made her less inclined to assume a lofty teacher's stance. I'm asking you, why did you come alone today? Where's your gorgeous girlfriend? Wen Yutong shifted the conversation, intrigued. She remembered thinking about Chen Zhibai's girlfriend after returning to her dormitory post-run yesterday. The girl's looks, figure, and demeanor were certainly commendable, and those long legs had evoked a sense of admiration and envy in her. Thus, upon noticing Chen Zhibai alone today, her curiosity piqued. She wasn't feeling well today, so she stayed back in the dormitory, Chen Zhibai explained, fabricating a reason. Oh, I see. Wen Yutong nodded, not pressing further. Well, you silently secured such a beautiful girlfriend. Good job, she exclaimed with a smile, then couldn't help but glance at Chen Zhibai again, her expression turning slightly skeptical. She felt that her student appeared somewhat more handsome than the previous day. Although the change was subtle, he exuded an overall more pleasant aura. By the way, where did you get your hair cut? I wanted to ask yesterday, but your girlfriend was with you, and I didn't want to interrupt, when Yutong inquired. having wanted to ask this since their last encounter but refrained out of courtesy. Now that Lu Ming was absent, she felt free to ask. Being a woman, she understood well how rare it was to find a good hairstylist. I got it done at Dreamstyle Studio, Chen Zhibai replied. You went to Dreamstyle Studio? When Yutong exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. She had not expected him to mention such a prestigious name, knowing it was a place frequented by many celebrities. Getting a haircut there was quite costly, often exceeding 1,000 yuan. This revelation left Wen Yutong both amazed and curious, her gaze filled with disbelief. As a counselor, she was aware of her students' family backgrounds and recalled that Chen Zhibai had filled out a form indicating a modest upbringing. Yes, that's out the place. Chen Zhibai confirmed with a nod. Upon hearing this, Wen Yutong suppressed her surprise, her fair and delicate face revealing a hint of exasperation. I cannot afford to get my hair cut there. My monthly salary barely covers anything. Wen Yutong declared that she had abandoned the notion of getting a haircut, as her monthly salary was nearly 5,000 yuan, which rendered such indulgences unaffordable. Haircuts, after all, are not a one-time expense, but rather a recurring monthly commitment. The prices there must be exorbitant, right? Many celebrities frequent that place for their haircuts. Wen Yutong inquired with curiosity. It's manageable. I spent 888 yuan on my last haircut. Chen Zhibai replied nonchalantly. Manageable? Is that your definition of manageable? Wen Yutong shot him a sidelong glance, followed by a look of surprise. I never expected that you were from a wealthy family, spending 888 yuan on a haircut and deeming it reasonable. She teased, a playful smile gracing her lips. While she did not genuinely believe that Chen Zhibai was a rich heir, she was aware that his family's circumstances were likely quite favorable. All right, enough of this chatter. Let's go for a run. I need to continue my workout. I've already spent a considerable amount of time talking to you. Wen Yutong waved her hand dismissively. After stating this, she ceased her conversation with Chen Zhibai and began to jog. As she ran, her form was remarkably pleasing to the eye. Though her legs were not as long as Lu Ming's, they were still longer than those of most girls, and their shape was quite attractive. It was no surprise that numerous boys on the track instinctively turned their gazes towards her. Many of them were merely strolling, yet their eyes remained fixed on Wen Yutong. Chen Zhibai sensed that their leisurely walks were merely a pretext. They were truly there to admire Wen Yutong. The previous 2 days, after she had departed the track, these boys had promptly left without lingering. It was evident that their intentions were not as innocent as they seemed, even among the boys strolling about. Chen Zhibai noticed a few male teachers in their 20s, nearing 30, who also regarded Wen Yutong with interest. This was entirely natural, given that her beauty and figure were undeniable. Contemplating this, Chen Zhibai glanced up at Wen Yutong as she jogged, subconsciously comparing her to Lu Ming and Chen Zhihui. Although all three were undeniably beautiful, their respective strengths were distinct. Lu Ming excelled in her radiant and graceful demeanor, complemented by her long legs. Chen Zhihui, on the other hand, was distinguished by her extraordinary talent, a significant advantage in its own right. As for Wen Yutong, she was strikingly beautiful, with a well-proportioned figure. And perhaps due to her role as a teacher, she exuded an indescribable aura of dignity and poise in her every movement. Shaking his head, Chen Zhibai decided not to dwell further on these thoughts, as he had completed his ankle exercises. He circled the track and began to run. Having run for 2 consecutive days, he was beginning to adapt and found today's run considerably easier than the previous 2. Before he knew it, 30 minutes had elapsed. Ding! The host has completed 30 minutes of morning jogging today. Progress check, 37. Perseverance is one of the highest virtues, and the host has begun to embody this quality. Please continue to exert effort. Upon successfully logging 7 days of running, an additional opportunity for a spinning wheel draw will be awarded. The system's voice echoed in his mind suddenly. Initially, Chen Zhibai paid little mind, as he had grown accustomed to the system's notifications upon reaching the 30-minute mark. However, when he heard about the spinning wheel draw, he was momentarily taken aback, and then his eyes sparkled with excitement. Had he triggered a reward? Chapter 79, The Shield. The spinning wheel draw. Chen Zhibai had previously inquired about the spinning wheel draw and learned that it was quite remarkable, as it offered a chance to win attribute points. And even advanced technologies. Though the odds were minuscule, only 0.0000000012. If fortune smiled upon him, he might just strike it lucky. Thus, he had been pondering when he would activate the spinning wheel draw in the past couple of days. He never anticipated it would come so suddenly. This was excellent. After 5 more days of morning runs, not only would he gain the benefit of growing 3 centimeters taller without side effects, but he would also receive an additional spinning wheel draw opportunity. This was an enticing bonus. With this thought, Chen Zhibai's spirits lifted considerably, and he refocused on his running. He continued for another 10 minutes, only stopping when his breathing grew labored. Checking the time on his phone, he noted it was nearly 8 o'clock. After tucking his phone back into his pocket, Chen Zhibai prepared to return to his dormitory for a shower before heading to breakfast, followed by his classes. It was Monday, and he had classes scheduled for both the morning and afternoon. Although he now possessed the system and would never face financial woes again, making it theoretically possible to drop out. Since the ultimate goal of education is often to secure a good job and provide for oneself, Chen Zhibai had never considered leaving school. The reason was simple. He could not face his family with such a decision. He could not disclose the existence of the system to them, and even if he did, his parents would likely dismiss it as fanciful nonsense. In the eyes of the older generation, the path to success lay in diligent study followed by employment. The idea of dropping out was utterly inconceivable. Even as their only child, Chun Jiangwo and Li Xiaomei had always doted on him. But the prospect of quitting would surely provoke their ire. Thus, Chen Zhibai resolved to remain in school. Fortunately, university life offered a great deal of freedom. As he pondered these matters on his way back to the dorm, he noticed Wen Yutong engaged in a conversation with a man who appeared to be in his 30s, wearing glasses and possessing a reasonably pleasant appearance. Chen Zhibai recognized him as a fellow teacher from the school. After a cursory glance, he averted his gaze, discerning that the male teacher was pursuing Wen Yutong. While she seemed entirely uninterested, her expression betraying a palpable sense of exasperation. It remained unclear whether the teacher was feigning ignorance as he continued to speak with her. Nevertheless, it was of no concern to Chen Zhibai. He redirected his attention and resumed his walk back to the dormitory, only to have Wen Yutong spot him, her enchanting eyes lighting up with recognition. "Zhibai, come here," she called, raising her hand in a beckoning gesture. Chen Zhibai paused, momentarily perplexed as to why she wanted him to approach. Though he was somewhat bewildered, he nonetheless stepped forward. As he neared Wen Yutong, he overheard her speaking. "I'm sorry, Teacher Zhang, but I need to discuss something with a student in my class, so I must take my leave." Upon hearing this, Chen Zhibai realized that she had summoned him to act as a shield. He remained silent, moving to stand beside her. Noticing his tacit agreement, Wen Yutong shot him a look that conveyed appreciation for his understanding. "Teacher Zhang," he said, glancing at Chen Zhibai before retracting his gaze. Were it any other male teacher, he might have felt wary and anxious. However, Chen Zhibai was clearly a student, and thus he dismissed him as inconsequential. "Let us go, Zhibai. We can chat as we walk," Wen Yutong said, preparing to leave. Yet, Teacher Zhang raised a hand to halt her. "Hold on a moment, Yutong. It's not every day we get a chance to catch up. Why don't we all go to the cafeteria together? You can discuss matters with your student anytime. There's no rush." Zhang Xuabin spoke these words with a smile, exuding an air of sophistication. Yet, even without scrutinizing too closely, one could discern a flicker of fervor and possessiveness in his gaze directed at Wen Yutong. Naturally, Wen Yutong noticed this and promptly furrowed her brows. "Teacher Zhang, our relationship has not yet reached the level where you may address me as Yutong. Therefore, please refer to me as Teacher Wen," she stated directly. Zhang Xuabin's smile faltered momentarily. He had not anticipated such a blatant dismissal from Wen Yutong. Nevertheless, as he beheld her exquisite, fair visage and the figure that her casual athletic wear could not conceal, he suppressed the discomfort rising within him. To win Wen Yutong's affection, he deemed all his efforts worthwhile. Internally, he was confident he could indeed pursue her successfully, considering his own advantageous circumstances. At 30 years old, a university lecturer, he possessed a respectable age and occupation. He owned both a house and a car, and his appearance was not lacking either. Among unmarried male teachers at the institution, his qualifications were notably superior, with no apparent shortcomings. Thus, he radiated self-assurance. "Teacher Wen, you are being rather distant." Zhang Xuabin lightly brushed aside his earlier thoughts and continued. "We should share a meal together. One cannot be perpetually consumed by work. It is essential to balance labor and leisure. After all, the meager salary provided by the school should afford us some personal time." "Not at all. I harbor no interest in dining with you," Wen Yutong replied, casting a glance at Zhang Xuabin as she firmly declined. Initially, she had contemplated allowing him some dignity, given that they were colleagues at the same school. However, she quickly realized that extending such courtesy would only encourage Zhang Xuabin's persistent advances. Thus, she deemed it unnecessary to maintain any semblance of politeness. "Yutong, you," Zhang Xuabin began, only to be interrupted by Wen Yutong's interjection. "Call me Teacher Wen." With that, she turned her gaze away from Zhang Xuabin and towards Chen Zhibai. "Let us go?" "All right." Chen Zhibai nodded in agreement, and together they exited the playground side by side. Behind them, Zhang Xuabin remained rooted in place, his countenance darkening as he watched Wen Yutong stride away. He felt a swell of displeasure, convinced that she had shown him a distinct lack of respect. "Yes, you indeed possess beauty and an admirable physique. However, my circumstances are not lacking. I have a house, a car, and a stable job. If you were to marry me, you could at least settle in Jiangxing. Otherwise, given your salary, how long would it take for you to afford a home?" Zhang Xuabin inhaled deeply, suppressing his growing irritation. He had no intention of relinquishing his pursuit of Wen Yutong, for her appearance and physique aligned perfectly with his aesthetic preferences. In fact, he had ended his relationship with his girlfriend, with whom he was on the verge of discussing marriage, solely to chase after Wen Yutong. To abandon this pursuit would be to throw away his chance entirely. That was simply unacceptable. Zhang Xuebin stood still, refraining from dwelling further on his thoughts. Upon glancing around the playground, he noted several male teachers observing him, and with a dismissive smirk, he departed the area. He regarded these teachers as inconsequential, believing there was no comparison between them and himself. Chapter 80. Not a good person. After exiting the playground, Wen Yutong suddenly spoke. Zhang Xuebin is not a good person. Huh? Chen Zhibai responded, looking over at her. That teacher who just spoke to me, Zhang Xuebin. At first glance, one might think he appears rather decent and polite with that smile of his, Wen Yutong remarked, glancing at Chen Zhibai. Isn't that so? Chen Zhibai asked instinctively, as he genuinely believed that, based solely on appearances, Zhang Xuebin seemed acceptable. Absolutely not. Wen Yutong retorted without hesitation, before continuing, you are new to the school, so you may not know this, but Zhang Xuebin has a notorious reputation here. He has been involved with several female students, and a few years ago, he even caused one of them to become pregnant. As she spoke, a sense of disbelief washed over her. How could Zhang Xuebin have the audacity to pursue her? As if she were unaware of his sordid history? Of course, she was well aware. She was a student from this very institution. Is that true? A teacher having relationships with female students and causing a pregnancy? Chen Zhibai asked, momentarily taken aback. Absolutely true. If you search the school forum, you'll find records of these incidents. Wen Yutong affirmed with a nod. What happened in the end? What did they do about the pregnancy? Chen Zhibai inquired. What could they do? The girl had an abortion. It caused quite a stir at the time. Her parents came to confront Zhang Xuebin, demanding he take responsibility. However, he merely claimed it was a consensual relationship, and after compensating her a small sum, the matter was quietly resolved. Unfortunately, the girl soon withdrew from school. Sigh. Wen Yutong sighed, her voice tinged with sorrow. Did the school not intervene? After all, he is a teacher. Chen Zhibai frowned. How could the school intervene? There is nothing illegal about a teacher dating a student, and after Zhang Xuebin compensated her, the girl did not pursue the matter further. Thus, the school had no grounds to act. It's a shame for that girl. She had to undergo an abortion at such a young age and ended up dropping out. Her future prospects are likely bleak. Wen Yutong lamented once more. So now you understand why I have no desire to engage with him? If he were truly a decent person, I might not mind getting to know him a little, especially at the age of 25, when I should begin considering relationships in preparation for marriage. However, with his character, I have zero interest, Wen Yutong stated firmly. Understood. Chen Zhibai nodded in agreement. He had always perceived Wen Yutong as possessing a gentle demeanor, never adopting a condescending attitude as a teacher, and exuding kindness. Yet, when confronted with Zhang Xuebin, her expression turned icy. Clearly, there was more beneath the surface. How could he still have the audacity to pursue you? Chen Zhibai questioned. Who knows? He probably thinks his own attributes are sufficient to justify my tolerance for his past misdeeds. Not a chance. If it were merely a matter of dating, it wouldn't be a problem. Although I have never been in a relationship, I could accept a boyfriend who has had previous partners. That's quite normal. But engaging with students and causing a pregnancy, only to abandon responsibility and encourage an abortion? That I cannot accept, Wen Yutong replied resolutely. That is indeed unacceptable. Chen Zhibai nodded. After this, Wen Yutong refrained from further discussing the matter, as even a mention of Zhang Xuebin made her feel physically ill. As silence enveloped them, Chen Zhibai broke it by asking, Teacher Wen, you've never been in a relationship? Is that so hard to believe? Wen Yutong replied, meeting his gaze. I simply have never been in a relationship. It is not a matter of shame. During my university years, I had many suitors, among whom were several who were quite exceptional in various respects. Then why have you never dated anyone? Chen Zhibai inquired, intrigued. As I reminisced about that time, a rare blush of embarrassment graced Wen Yutong's fair and lovely visage. At that moment, I was rather oblivious to such matters. The attention from suitors only served to vex me, for my thoughts were wholly consumed by my studies. Alas, reflecting on it now, it is indeed a pity that throughout the most beautiful 4 years of university, I never experienced the sweetness of romance. Sighing, Wen Yutong's enchanting eyes shimmered with a sense of regret. The absence of a romantic relationship during her university years was something she lamented upon introspection. As she strolled through the campus, witnessing couples hand in hand, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Such is the essence of love within the school grounds. Chen Zhibai remained silent, yet he could not suppress a smile as he glanced at Wen Yutong. It was amusing to think that her lack of romantic experience stemmed from her ignorance. No wonder she felt awkward and shy. Are you laughing at me? Wen Yutong, having gathered her composure, raised her gaze only to find the mirth in Chen Zhibai's eyes, which instantly transformed her expression into one of danger. No, how could that be? Don't speak nonsense. In response to Wen Yutong's piercing look, Chen Zhibai shook his head, firmly denying her accusation. Do you think I can't see the amusement in your eyes? If you want to laugh, then laugh. Wen Yutong cast a sidelong glance at Chen Zhibai. Her initial intention to treat him to a meal as a token of gratitude for his unwarranted defense now forgotten. Forget it, she declared, waving her hand dismissively. I'm off to my dormitory. I remember we have class today, so focus on your studies. With that, Wen Yutong strode purposefully towards the teacher's dormitory, her posture remarkably elegant. Her back straight as she walked. Chen Zhibai observed her for a while, reminded of certain female celebrities who garnered a following simply for their graceful gait. After learning of this term, he had even searched for some graceful walking actresses and found them undeniably captivating. Yet now, he mused that those celebrities would pale in comparison to Wen Yutong's poise. Should a video of her walking be shared online, it would surely attract a multitude of admirers. Furthermore, her delicate hands would undoubtedly captivate many hand enthusiasts. Contemplating these thoughts, Chen Zhibai shook his head as Wen Yutong's figure faded from view and made his way back to the boys' dormitory. Upon returning to his dorm, Chen Zhibai took a shower. When he emerged from the bathroom, Wang Chao, Li Dong, and Zhou Hao had already awakened, their eyes fluttering open as the clock approached 8 in the morning. With class looming at 9. I'm so tired, I want to sleep. I played games until past 3 last night, and now I can barely keep my eyes open. I really don't want to go to class, Wang Chao grumbled, his irritation palpable despite being awake. I told you to sleep earlier last night, but you wouldn't listen. Now look at me. I'm exhausted, Li Dong yawned in agreement, his face betraying his fatigue. I simply forgot we had class today, Wang Chao sighed, pulling on his trousers. Old Chen, I truly admire you. You've managed to run for 3 consecutive mornings now, right? Wang Chao remarked with a hint of respect as he glanced at Chen Zhibai. Indeed, it's been 3 days, Chen Zhibai nodded. That's impressive, Wang Chao praised, giving a thumbs up before heading toward the bathroom. I need to relieve myself. I've been holding it in all night. As Wang Chao entered the restroom, Zhou Hao's impatience surged. But I said I needed to go first. He protested, his expression darkening. Chen Zhibai shot him a glance, but remained silent. If you wanted to go, why didn't you go earlier? You had to wait until Wang Chao was in the bathroom to say something? When Wang Chao emerged from the restroom, he disregarded Zhou Hao's disgruntled expression. Old Chen, I swear you look even more handsome today, Wang Chao remarked, confusion etched across his face. Really? Chen Zhibai feigned ignorance. Though he was well aware that it was a result of his recent increase in attractiveness. 3 points may seem trivial, but the impact was substantial. Both Lu Ming and Chen Jiahui, as well as his current roommates, had noticed his newfound allure. There's definitely a change. I think you look quite a bit more handsome, Wang Chao insisted, turning to Li Dong. Come see, it's true. What is happening here? Li Dong leaned in, astonished by Chen Zhibai's transformed appearance. All right, it's already past 8. Let's head to the cafeteria for breakfast before class, Chen Zhibai interjected, steering the conversation away from his looks. Sure, Wang Chao and Li Dong nodded, not dwelling on the topic further as they began to dress. With a larger number of girls than boys in their class, both Wang Chao and Li Dong were eager to find partners, and thus, they always groomed themselves before lectures. Yet, nearly a month into the semester, neither had made any progress in their romantic pursuits. I'm quite handsome myself, standing tall at 1.8 meters. Why isn't anyone in our class interested in me? Li Dong sighed after finishing his preparations. Chen Zhibai glanced at him. While his height was indeed impressive, his overly mature appearance, complete with a beard and a robust physique, made him look more like a guardian than a student. I'm handsome too. Sigh. It seems we brothers are suffering in solidarity, Wang Chao lamented, sharing a brief embrace with Li Dong. Just then, Zhou Hao exited the restroom and overheard their exchange, rolling his eyes. You two really know how to flatter yourselves. You think you're handsome? Zhou Hao scoffed, pointing to himself. This is what true handsomeness looks like. Zhou Hao wore a smug expression. For among the boys in their class, he genuinely stood out in terms of looks. Coupled with his self-proclaimed status as a local with 2 properties, several girls had shown him interest. However, he dismissed them, feeling they were too ordinary for his taste, and thus found himself superior to Wang Chao and Li Dong. You're not handsome at all. The real charm lies with old Chen. In his presence, you're nothing, Wang Chao retorted sharply. Zhou Hao's demeanor darkened, and he instinctively opened his mouth to defend himself, only to pause as he caught sight of Chen Zhibai, though he was loath to admit it. Chen Zhibai was indeed more attractive than him at that moment. Not only was he handsome, but his sense of style was impeccable, making him a delight to behold. Being handsome is all well and good, but in today's world, wealth is what truly matters. At the very least, I own 2 properties, Zhou Hao remarked. Yes. We know you have 2 properties. You don't need to keep repeating that. Who doesn't he know about your 2 properties now? Wang Chao interjected, rolling his eyes at Zhou Hao's incessant bragging. Come on, old Chun, Dongzi, let us head to the cafeteria for breakfast. Sure, Chen Zhibai nodded, feeling a twinge of hunger after his morning run that lasted nearly 40 minutes. Soon, the three of them stepped out of the dormitory, leaving Zhou Hao behind. TCH, Zhou Hao scoffed, pulling out his phone to check WeChat, locating his chat with Li Yu. Lulu, have you woken up yet? Yeah. What would you like to eat this morning? Zhou Hao sent several messages in succession, glancing at the already closed dormitory door with a slight pout. He had no interest in dining with Chen Zhibai and the others. After all, he was a man in a relationship. In the school cafeteria, Wang Chao wore an expression of indignation during mealtime. At the beginning of the semester, during self-introductions, Zhou Hao had boasted about being a local of Jiangxing with 2 properties, and he never failed to mention this whenever he spoke. While possessing 2 houses is indeed impressive, the incessant reiteration became rather irksome. Wang Chao remarked, I suspect even the ants at our school know he has 2 houses. Upon hearing this, Chen Zhibai couldn't help but chuckle, though slightly exaggerated. It held a grain of truth. Zhou Hao would invariably mention his local status and his 2 houses within 3 sentences. This incessant boasting was undeniably bothersome. Initially, a few girls in the class had shown interest in Zhou Hao, but that interest had since waned. While good conditions may initially captivate the hearts of girls, if the person is lacking, it becomes rather intolerable. Zhou Hao's superiority complex, coupled with his constant display of it, was off-putting. Buzzing, Chen Zhibai felt his phone vibrate, and upon checking, he found a WeChat message from Chen Zhibai, stating she was about to leave for work. Alongside the message was a mirror selfie. In the photo, she wore a delicate white floral dress, her slender waist and long legs accentuated, and although modestly posed, her innate beauty still shone through. The picture exuded a certain ambience. Old Chen, who is this? She's stunningly beautiful. Wang Chao casually glanced at Chen Zhibai's phone, and upon seeing Chen Zhihui's photo, he was momentarily taken aback. Excitement coursing through him. He found the girl in the picture exceedingly attractive, her figure breathtakingly alluring. Who is it? Who's so beautiful? Let me have a look. Li Dong chimed in, curious to join the fray. All right, off to work you go. Chen Zhibai ignored the two, sending a quick reply before putting his phone away. Although there was nothing inappropriate about Chen Zhihui's selfie, Chen Zhibai preferred not to let Wang Chao and Li Dong see it. Perhaps this was a manifestation of a man's possessiveness? Come on, tell me, who is this girl? She's truly beautiful, and she's even chatting with you. Is she your sister? Wang Chao, feeling somewhat disappointed by Chen Zhibai's withdrawal, pressed on with his questioning. Chen Zhibai shot him a glance and replied, this is my girlfriend. Humph, I don't believe it. The girl in this photo is so gorgeous and has such a great figure. How could she possibly be your girlfriend? Wang Chao retorted skeptically. Old Chen, while I admit you've become handsome and have good taste in clothes, I still think there's a gap between you and her. Believe it or not. Chen Zhibai chuckled, choosing not to clarify further. He was not the type to explain himself just to gain Wang Chao's belief. The fact that Chen Zhihui was indeed his girlfriend was simply a truth that required no justification. After finishing their meal, the clock struck 8:30. When Chen Zhibai, along with Wang Chao and Li Dong, arrived at the classroom, most of their classmates had already gathered. The gender ratio leaned heavily towards females, as it was a teacher training institute. Initially, the girls in the class had not paid much attention to Chen Zhibai, preferring to huddle together in groups based on their dormitories. Although nearly a month had passed since the semester began, there remained a certain awkwardness among them, leading to activities such as classes and meals being organized by dormitory units. As Chen Zhibai entered the classroom and walked towards the back row by the window with Wang Chao and Li Dong, a girl noticed him and momentarily froze before hurriedly nudging her roommate. What is it? Her roommate blinked, a look of confusion on her face. Is that a boy from our class? I never realized there was such a handsome guy in our class. One girl whispered to her companion while gazing at Chen Zhibai. Who is he? The roommate inquired, instinctively turning her gaze towards Chen Zhibai, also taken aback upon seeing him, having changed his hairstyle and donned more suitable attire. Chen Zhibai now exuded a remarkable sense of style and charm, appearing refreshingly clean-cut. Moreover, the confidence bestowed upon him by his newfound demeanor lent him an air of composure and self-assuredness that stood out among his peers. Consequently, the roommate was visibly taken aback. I have some recollection of him. He is indeed one of our male classmates. I believe his name is Chen Zhibai. However, he used to blend in quite ordinarily, and I didn't think much of him. I never expected such a drastic change after he altered his hairstyle and wardrobe. Another roommate glanced at Chen Zhibai and quietly remarked. Such conversations resonated throughout the classroom as the girls observed Chen Zhibai, whispering amongst themselves. Men are naturally drawn to beauty, and women, too, are fond of handsome men. This inclination is an unchangeable aspect of human genetics, an innate attraction to aesthetically pleasing beings. Without a doubt, Chen Zhibai had now earned the title of handsome guy. Coupled with his sense of style and charisma, the girls in the class found themselves instinctively drawn to him. In the front row, 4 girls sat together, all from the same dormitory. Yu, I never expected there would be such good-looking boys in our class. Zhang Fangfang remarked after observing Chen Zhibai for a while, turning to speak softly to her nearby friend. The girl beside her was strikingly beautiful, possessing a well-proportioned visage and an overall graceful demeanor, exuding an air of refinement typical of well-cared-for only children from Jiangsu and Zhejiang provinces. Indeed, she was one of those only children, named Zhou Yu, recognized among the boys in the class as one of the prettiest girls, and also the class monitor. Zhou Yu merely replied softly to her friend's comment, though her captivating eyes remained fixed on Chen Zhibai. She, too, was taken aback to discover such a hidden gem among the boys in her class. While her roommate expressed admiration for Chen Zhibai's looks, Zhou Yu found herself more captivated by the calm confidence radiating from him. This air of composure and self-assurance signified much more than mere looks. Of course, this does not imply that she disregarded a boy's appearance. She valued that as well, but she placed even greater importance on a boy's demeanor. Moreover, she recognized the brand of clothing Chen Zhibai wore. It was from a light luxury Italian label, a brand her cousin was fond of. Yu, I feel like the boys in our class seem rather juvenile next to him, Zhang Fangfang commented again, glancing between Chen Zhibai and the other boys in the class. It's truly evident. The difference is striking. This time, Zhou Yu remained silent, yet her gaze lingered on Chen Zhibai until he settled into his seat, intending to retract her attention. However, at that moment, she perceived that Chen Zhibai seemed to have caught her gaze and raised his head to look at her. Zhou Yu, without uttering a word, smiled and nodded, her expression both charming and poised. If one were to encapsulate her smile in a single phrase, it might be described as a visage of tranquility and prosperity. Chen Zhibai sat in his seat, acutely aware that the girls in his class were covertly glancing at him. Initially indifferent, he soon felt a gaze that stood out among the others, one that was particularly captivating. Instinctively, he lifted his head and found that it was the class monitor, Zhou Yu, who was observing him. Naturally, he was no stranger to Zhou Yu, for on the very first day of school, she had been unanimously recognized by the boys as the most attractive girl in the class. During military training, boys from other classes would flock daily to catch a glimpse of her. Chen Zhibai intended to divert his gaze, but then he noticed Zhou Yu nodding and smiling at him. This unexpected gesture left him momentarily stunned and perplexed. Despite nearly a month having passed since the start of the school year, he and she had yet to exchange a single word. Though they were classmates, their relationship felt akin to that of strangers. Yet now, she had taken the initiative to acknowledge him with a nod and a smile. Surprised, Chen Zhibai returned a polite smile before averting his gaze. Zhou Yu, seated at her desk, watched as Chen Zhibai looked away and ceased to regard her. After he turned his attention elsewhere, she too redirected her gaze, appearing as composed as usual. However, upon closer inspection, one might notice her delicate, fair earlobes subtly flushed with a hint of crimson, a hue that bore a thrilling allure. You, why are your ears so red? Zhang Fangfang casually remarked upon noticing Zhou Yu's flushed ears, momentarily taken aback. Her comment piqued the curiosity of the 2 roommates beside her, who turned to look with intrigue. Oh, they really are red. What is going on? It's nothing, Zhou Yu replied with a smile, effortlessly steering the conversation towards a different topic. The 3 roommates, unfazed, followed suit and engaged in light chatter. Yet, as the conversation ensued, Zhou Yu spoke less frequently, her gaze drifting back to Chen Zhibai once more. In the back of the classroom, Wang Chao was brimming with excitement. The class monitor just looked at me and even smiled. Can you believe it? His voice was laced with exhilaration, his face slightly flushed from the thrill. How could she possibly look at you? Stop being so self-absorbed, Li Dong retorted, exasperated by Wang Chao's enthusiasm. Think about it. The class monitor would never smile at you. I know you don't believe me, but it's true. She definitely nodded and smiled at me, Wang Chao insisted, feeling increasingly anxious as Li Dong remained skeptical. Really? Li Dong, initially unconvinced, began to reconsider as he observed Wang Chao's earnest expression. After living together as roommates for nearly a month, he understood Wang Chao as character well enough to know he wouldn't exaggerate. So, could it be that the class monitor truly acknowledged him? Absolutely, Wang Chao affirmed with fervor. Dongzi, Lao Chun, do you think the class monitor might have a crush on me? How else could she have smiled and nodded at me? Even though she is friendly and talks to everyone, she hardly ever smiles at boys. Wang Chao could no longer contain his excitement. I think there might be some truth to that. Wow, looks like you've struck gold, Li Dong replied, his tone tinged with envy. Being in the same class, he too recognized Zhou Yu's affable nature, yet her demeanor often seemed distant. And now, she had smiled at Wang Chao? Hee hee, Wang Chao chuckled, unable to suppress his delight. I don't care. If you end up with the class monitor, you must treat us. I want a grand feast, Li Dong declared, His teeth gritted in mock seriousness. Of course, that's a minor detail. If it really comes to that, I'd even call you Dad. Wang Chao jovially replied, stealing a glance at Zhou Yu. From his vantage point, all he could see was her graceful back and her lovely bun hairstyle. She was truly a sight to behold. Hee. Wang Chao chuckled again, just as he was about to look away when he noticed Zhou Yu turn her head and glance in his direction once more. Swiftly, he nodded and flashed a smile at her. Zhou Yu, seated at her desk, furrowed her exquisitely shaped brows. She had originally been looking at Chen Zhibai, but now she wondered about the boy sitting nearby. Why did he appear somewhat foolish, grinning at her in a rather peculiar manner? What was his name again? She had forgotten. It was inconsequential. After casting one last look at Chen Zhibai, she returned her attention elsewhere. You, what were you looking at back there? Zhang Fangfang inquired curiously from her side. Oh, nothing. By the way, what shall we have for lunch? Zhou Yu replied, subtly shifting the topic. How about some hot and sour noodles? I crave that, Fangfang suggested. Sure, Zhou Yu nodded, and the conversation ceased as the sound of the class bell rang, signaling the teacher's entrance. Stand up, Zhou Yu, as the class monitor called out, prompting her classmates to rise and greet the teacher. Hello, students. Please take your seats. The teacher, a woman in her early 40s with an unremarkable appearance, responded while gesturing for them to sit. Once they were seated, Wang Chao elbowed Li Dong, his voice low yet brimming with excitement. Did you see that? The class monitor just looked at me again. I saw. I never imagined you would have such luck, Li Dong replied, his tone tinged with jealousy. He had indeed witnessed Zhou Yu turning her head in Wang Chao's direction, and under the prevailing assumptions, he too thought she was focused on Wang Chao. Thus, his heart ached with envy. Don't be envious. This is a happy occasion for a brother. You should be celebrating. Wang Chao chuckled, glancing at the teacher to ensure she wasn't watching. When he saw she wasn't, he playfully patted Li Dong on the shoulder, grinning widely. You might be thrilled, but what about me? I don't even have a girlfriend. And this is the class monitor, the goddess in the hearts of all the boys in our class. Many boys from other classes fancy her too, yet she keeps looking at you. Li Dong sighed, his expression one of wistfulness, accompanied by a hint of envy. At this point, he felt indifferent to the appearance of a potential girlfriend, wishing only for someone alive and breathing. Don't worry, your happiness will come soon enough. Wang Chao offered dismissively before posing a question. Dongzi, do you think I, as a guy, should take the initiative and add the class monitor's WeChat from the class group? I can't just wait for her to add me. That wouldn't be right. Girls are typically more reserved. Absolutely. You should definitely take the initiative to add her. You must show your intentions, Li Dong replied earnestly. I think so too. All right, I'll add her on WeChat from the class group right now. I never imagined I would catch the class monitor's attention, Wang Chao exclaimed, brimming with anticipation. Wang Chao chuckled mischievously, falling silent thereafter. He cast another glance at the teacher, and upon noticing the teacher's lack of attention, discreetly retrieved his phone from his pocket. He swiftly opened the WeChat group for their university class and soon located Zhou Yu's contact information. Hello, class monitor, this is Wang Chao. After composing a friend request message, he felt a twinge of unease and showed it to Li Dong for reassurance before finally sending it off. Once the request was dispatched, he did not retract his phone, fearing that if Zhou Yu accepted his request, he might miss the notification. Thus, he held it in his hands. Old Chen, my brother. I might be shedding my single status soon. Don't be envious, it's all fate. Wang Chao exclaimed, turning to slap Chen Zhibai on the shoulder. His pride evident, Chen Zhibai remained silent, casting several incredulous glances at Wang Chao, utterly bewildered by his friend's fanciful musings. Seriously? How could you entertain such thoughts? You believe Zhou Yu has feelings for you? Chen Zhibai shook his head in disbelief. He was certain that Zhou Yu had been looking at him, their gazes having genuinely met. Yet, despite this, he could not fathom that Zhou Yu harbored any affection towards him. One must possess an extraordinary level of confidence to think so. As long as you're happy, Chen Zhibai remarked, his expression one of bemusement. Old Chen, you're not feeling a twinge of jealousy, are you? Don't be like that. We're brothers. Rest assured, once I'm with the class monitor, I'll treat you and Dongzi to a lavish feast. Order whatever you fancy. Wang Chao continued, launching into another fit of silly laughter without waiting for Chen Zhibai or Li Dong to respond. In the front row of the classroom, Zhou Yu sat attentively in her chair, fully engaged in the lecture. Although it was university and attendance was not strictly enforced, she held herself to high standards. Thus, she not only listened intently, but also occasionally jotted down notes. Sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her fair and lovely face, creating a captivating ambience. Zhou Yu is truly beautiful, Zhang Fangfang murmured to her roommate after casting a glance at Zhou Yu. Indeed, her roommate nodded in agreement, though the semester had barely commenced. They both held great admiration for Zhou Yu. She was stunning, possessed a graceful figure, exuded charm, conducted herself with poise, and was always willing to assist others, earning an outstanding reputation among the girls in their class. Sometimes, they would privately speculate on the type of boy Zhou might be interested in. As her roommates chatted quietly, Zhou remained focused on the lecture. However, she soon felt her phone, nestled in the pocket of her jeans, vibrate unexpectedly. She had deliberately set it to silent mode before class. Furrowing her beautifully shaped brows, Zhou hesitated, torn between ignoring it and fearing it might be a message from her family. After a moment's deliberation, she glanced at the teacher at the podium, confirming the teacher was not watching her, before retrieving her phone. Unlocking it, she opened WeChat. Wang Chao? Who is Wang Chao? She pondered, frowning again at the friend request notification. She brushed it off, assuming it was yet another boy who had somehow obtained her WeChat ID. This occurrence had become almost a daily ritual since the start of the semester, with around 30 such requests already received. Did you give my WeChat ID to another boy? Zhou directed her question at Zhang Fangfang. Absolutely not. I swear, after you told me not to share your WeChat with other boys. I haven't given it to anyone. I promise. Zhang Fangfang replied, momentarily taken aback before defensively asserting her innocence. While she had indeed shared Zhou's WeChat ID with a few boys previously, she had ceased to do so after Zhou's request. Even when a couple of boys offered her snacks in exchange for the ID, she had refused. Didn't he give it to anyone? Zhou was puzzled but chose to disregard the friend request, preparing to put her phone away. However, her hand paused mid-motion as she noticed the WeChat University class group. Instinctively, she turned to glance at Chen Zhibai, then entered the class group to find his contact. I'm Zhou. Let us connect on WeChat. I have a few questions for you. As she typed the message, a faint blush crept onto her fair and lovely face. Truth be told, this was her first time proactively adding a boy on WeChat. Despite her usually outgoing nature, she couldn't help but feel a hint of shyness. Fortunately, she quickly suppressed the bashful feeling. After sending the request, Zhou returned her phone to her pocket and resumed her attention to the lecture. However, she soon realized she was somewhat distracted and absent-minded, frequently checking her phone. What is the matter, Yu? Is there some important message? Zhang Fangfang inquired, having initially overlooked Zhou's unusual behavior. But upon noticing her fifth phone check, curiosity sparked within her, prompting the question. As she spoke, the intrigue in Zhang Fangfang's eyes deepened. She prided herself on understanding Zhou well. The latter was usually completely focused during class, rarely swayed by distractions. Yet now, it was clear she was preoccupied and frequently checking her phone, clearly waiting for a message. Who could she be waiting for? Is it family? Zhang Fangfang speculated, nodding to herself in affirmation. After all, it was improbable that she was expecting a message from a boy. Zhang Fangfang was well aware of Zhou's high standards. Throughout the month since the semester began, several suitors had approached her, all of whom had been turned down. As the conversation unfolded, Zhou's thoughts were momentarily interrupted by Zhang Fangfang's keen observation. Initially taken aback, Zhou prepared to deflect the topic, but before she could speak, Zhang Fangfang chimed in. Yu, are you chatting with your mom? Huh. Zhou looked up at Zhang Fangfang and subtly nodded, murmuring a soft hum. I knew it. Zhang Fangfang beamed with pride at her deduction, falling silent as the teacher's gaze shifted toward her. Realizing the teacher was watching, Zhang Fangfang felt a surge of anxiety and immediately adopted a serious demeanor, feigning attentiveness. The teacher, however, merely moved on after a brief glance at her, continuing with the lecture. University professors do not micromanage students like those in primary or secondary education. If a student is willing to learn, the professor will teach diligently. If not, they remain unperturbed. This is the essence of university life, a relaxed atmosphere where each individual is responsible for their own choices. Of course, one cannot dismiss the presence of dedicated professors who encourage students to excel. Zhou lowered her gaze to her book, her hair fashioned into an elegant bun today, accentuating her long, slender neck, an exquisite sight indeed. Though still somewhat absent-minded, she refrained from retrieving her phone once more. In the back row of the classroom, Chen Zhibai did not immediately notice the friend request sent by Zhou, as Wang Chao was engrossed in conversation with him. Old Chen, Dongzi, why hasn't the class monitor approved my friend request yet? I've seen her take out her phone 5 or 6 times. Logically, she should have accepted it by now. Wang Chao remarked, his expression one of frustration and confusion, speaking softly to Chen Zhibai and Li Dong. Chen Zhibai remained silent, casting a glance at him. There were too many points of contention for him to articulate a response. However, Li Dong interjected, Chaozi, why the rush? Perhaps this is a test from the class monitor, to see if you are a composed young man. Patience is key. With an earnest demeanor that belied his mature appearance, his words were compelling enough for Wang Chao to nod vigorously in agreement. Yes, Dongzi, you're right. I must remain calm and wait. Of course, despite my lack of romantic experience, my theoretical knowledge is sound. Trust me, You won't go wrong, Li Dong asserted confidently, before resuming his hushed conversation with Wang Chao. Chen Zhibai chose not to engage, instead taking out his phone to inquire whether Lu Ming was still in pain today, as well as checking in on Chen Zhihui. Given that it was her first day at work, it was only fair to balance his attention between his two girlfriends. However, just as he retrieved his phone, Chen Zhibai raised an eyebrow, glancing at Zhou Yu in the front row. Her slender waist and upright posture were striking, and the bun atop her head framed her long, fair neck. Yet, that was not the crux of the matter. What puzzled him was the sudden friend request from her, coupled with the implication that she had something to discuss. As he pondered this, Chen Zhibai realized that throughout the month since the start of the school term, he had not exchanged a single word with Zhou Yu. In such circumstances, what could she possibly want to ask him? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought and accepted her request. In the next moment, their chat window appeared. Zhou Yu's WeChat avatar featured a beautiful ragdoll cat, presumably a pet from her home. What is it? Class monitor, feel free to ask, he typed, diverting his gaze from Zhou Yu's profile picture to send a message. Before opening the chat with Lu Ming. Still not awake? After a brief wait, Lu Ming did not respond. Chen Zhibai shrugged off the delay and opened the chat with Chen Zhihui, inquiring about how her first day at work was going. Chen Zhihui replied promptly, "It's going well. My best friend has been here for over 2 months, and with her guidance, no one is giving me a hard time." She sent several messages in quick succession. Chen Zhibai smiled at her response, just as he was about to reply, when Chen Zhihui sent a photo of her workspace, which she had already adorned with a few plush toys. "Does it look nice?" she asked. "It does," Chen Zhibai affirmed, typing back. They continued their conversation, with Chen Zhihui explaining that her day was relatively free, as she was merely getting acquainted with the company before beginning specific design tasks in a few days. It wasn't until the class was nearing its end that Lu Ming finally replied, "I just woke up," accompanied by a yawning emoji. "You just woke up now?" Chen Zhibai typed back, having assumed her lack of response was due to being in class, especially since it was Monday, a day when every major usually had lessons. "Do you have classes today?" he asked again. "I do, but I took a leave," Lu Ming replied almost instantly, followed by another message. "Because I'm still in some pain." Immediately, Chen Zhibai comprehended the situation. Yet, considering it had been a full night since yesterday afternoon, he wondered why she was still in discomfort. In the girls' dormitory, Lu Ming lay on her bed, unaware of Chen Zhibai's thoughts. If she had known, she would have likely remarked, "Given how much you pushed me, it's no surprise I'm still in pain." Initially, Lu Ming had not intended to take a leave. Last night, she believed today would be manageable. However, upon awakening this morning, she found herself lacking the strength to rise, her legs still sore, prompting her to ask Wang Hui to help her take a leave, citing stomach discomfort as the reason. "What did you have for lunch?" Chen Zhibai inquired. "I'll have my roommate bring something back for me," Lu Ming replied, and feeling the lingering soreness in her body. She couldn't help but send a series of frustrated emojis. "It's all your fault, she typed. Chen Zhibai understood her meaning. It was merely an expression of blame for the previous day's exertions. Yet, he felt it was hardly his fault, given their youth. Combined with Lu Ming's beauty and striking figure, he had exercised considerable restraint. "If you're still in pain, perhaps we should skip dinner together tonight and postpone it for a couple of days," he suggested, mindful that Lu Ming was now his girlfriend, deserving of his concern. "That's unnecessary. Actually, I feel much better compared to yesterday. I estimate that if I lie in the dorm until dinner time, I should be fine," Lu Ming replied, sending 2 messages in quick succession. "Let us just have dinner tonight. I've already informed my roommates, so the sooner it's done, the better." "All right," Chen Zhibai nodded, ready to continue typing when Lu Ming sent him a photo. In it, her long, slender legs were displayed, their whiteness accentuating their elegance. "Do they look good?" she asked. In the girls' dormitory, Lu Ming's fair complexion slightly flushed, but her beautiful eyes sparkled with confidence and pride. "They look great," Chen Zhibai typed back. However, due to Wang Chao and Li Dong's presence nearby, he only glanced at the photo before exiting the chat, not lingering on it further. Nevertheless, there was no doubt that they were indeed attractive, long, straight, and fair. Seeing Chen Zhibai as compliment, Lu Ming felt a surge of pride. Balancing his attention between conversations with Lu Ming and Chen Zhihui, his response time was less than swift. Yet neither girl suspected anything amiss. As Chen Zhibai had mentioned, he was in class. More than 10 minutes passed before the class bell rang. As the bell chimed, the teacher, who had been lecturing just a moment ago, promptly closed their textbook. "Class is dismissed," the teacher announced. "Stand up, goodbye, teacher," Zhou Yu called softly, prompting her classmates to rise and bid farewell to the teacher. The teacher nodded and exited the classroom, instantly transforming the atmosphere into a lively chatter, with some students heading to the restroom while others remained behind to converse, as another class awaited. "Yu, let's go. I need to use the restroom," Zhang Fangfang said, wrapping her arm around Zhou Yu. I'm not going. You all go ahead, Zhou Yu replied, shaking her head. All right then, Zhang Fangfang shrugged, taking the hand of another roommate as they headed off. Alone in her seat, Zhou Yu retrieved her phone after her friends departed. For reasons unknown, a sense of inexplicable nervousness welled up within her. Upon sensing the subtle tension within her heart, Zhou Yu momentarily froze, only to be unable to suppress a smile. She had always believed her personality to be extroverted and generous, with very little that could evoke anxiety in her. However, to her surprise, that was no longer the case. Nevertheless, he was indeed quite charming. His appearance was pleasant and his demeanor composed, making him the finest among the boys of her age that she had encountered. She genuinely harbored a desire to connect with him. Otherwise, she wouldn't have stolen glances at him multiple times and even took the initiative to add him on WeChat. Shaking her head, Zhou Yu suppressed her inner thoughts and lowered her gaze to her phone. Chapter 86. Quite normal, indeed. When she saw that Chen Zhibai had accepted her friend request and sent a message, Zhou Yu smiled, feeling a wave of her earlier tension dissipate. After a moment's contemplation, she began to type. It was nothing of great consequence. She merely wished to ask for a favor. In the future, could you please relay any information or assignments from our teacher to the boys? After all, as a girl, it is sometimes inconvenient for me. This was the rationale Zhou Yu had conjured when adding him as a friend, an excuse for Chen Zhibai to assist her with the boys. The reasoning was quite convenient. How does that sound? Would it be too much trouble? If it's manageable, you would be doing me a tremendous favor, as I am quite at a loss when it comes to communicating with the boys in our class. Zhou Yu continued typing, concluding with a cute cat emoji. Chen Zhibai, of course, noticed Zhou Yu's message. After all, he was already engaged in a conversation on WeChat with Lu Ming and Chen Zhihui. However, it was precisely this awareness that left him somewhat astonished and intrigued. Zhou Yu's tone and demeanor in her message carried a hint of playful charm, which was unexpected. In his mind, Zhou Yu did not belong to the category of girls who exhibited such playful tendencies. He had always perceived her as someone meticulous and poised, a notion that had been significantly reinforced over the past month since school commenced. As the class monitor, Zhou Yu had performed her duties impeccably. She managed any discomfort or needs among classmates during military training with grace, clearly a testament to her good upbringing. After military training concluded, she continued to resolve class matters with equal proficiency. Thus, to see her now adopting a slightly playful tone in their WeChat conversation genuinely surprised Chen Zhibai. Why was this so? Surely, there must be a reason. Chen Zhibai pondered this question in silence, and in the next moment, the answer emerged in his mind. It was quite simple. He was no longer the person he once was. What had he been like before? Ordinary, introverted, and nearly mute in class, essentially invisible. But now, he had changed his hairstyle, updated his wardrobe, and undergone a complete transformation in appearance and fashion sense. As for his inner self, that transformation was even more profound. The confidence gained from the system radiated from within. Both charisma and presence are tangible, and without a doubt, he had evolved into the kind of young man who could captivate a girl's attention. This was evident from the way the girls in class had looked at him and whispered among themselves when he entered the classroom that morning. He was no longer the boy he had once been. Even though Zhou Yu was strikingly beautiful and poised, it was entirely natural for her to harbor some affection for him. Thus, it explained why she had turned to glance at him several times and why she had taken the initiative to add him on WeChat, complete with that playful tone in their conversation. Reflecting on this, Chen Zhibai couldn't help but smile. In the front row of the classroom, Zhou Yu sat in her seat, slightly furrowing her brow after several minutes had passed without a reply from Chen Zhibai. No response. Did he not see it? As she contemplated turning to glimpse what Chen Zhibai was doing, her phone vibrated in her hand. Looking down, she saw Chen Zhibai's reply. Of course. If you need me to relay anything to the boys, just let me know. Upon reading this message, Zhou Yu felt a wave of relief wash over her. She had feared that Chen Zhibai's silence indicated a refusal. Thankfully, that was not the case. After all, her own appearance and figure were certainly in her favor. With that thought, Zhou Yu's lips instinctively curled into a subtle smile, though she quickly suppressed it. Thank you for helping me with this big favor, she typed. Then continued. Actually, there is something else. Our school is going to hold a sports meeting, and each class needs to register for some events. I've already discussed it with the girls, but now we need to sort it out with the boys. Are you free during lunch? I'd like to treat you to a meal and discuss this matter. Zhou Yu sent 2 consecutive messages, her fair and delicate face slightly flushed. After all, she was well aware of her own capabilities. Even without Chen Zhibai's assistance, she could manage this task. Ultimately, she was merely seeking a reason to connect with him. This was what made her cheeks warm, yet despite the blush, she felt no significant shyness. She genuinely appreciated Chen Zhibai's composed and confident demeanor and was eager for closer interaction. By nature, she preferred mature young men who remained calm in the face of challenges. rather than those who were impulsive and immature. However, among her peers, she had yet to encounter someone like him. Chen Zhibai was the first. As Zhou Yu contemplated these thoughts, her phone vibrated again. Lowering her gaze, she saw Chen Zhibai's response. Immediately, she smiled and sent an OK emoji. Just then, she turned to glance at Chen Zhibai's position, and at that moment, he also looked up to meet her gaze. Their eyes locked. Zhou Yu, poised and graceful, nodded and returned his smile. After seeing Chen Zhibai smile back at her, she turned her head away. Yu, I'm back. Her roommate, Zhang Fangfang, called out as she returned from the restroom and settled into her seat, wrapping her arm around Zhou Yu's. Oh, Zhang Fangfang exclaimed, her tone laced with curiosity. What is up? Zhou Yu turned to look at her. Yu, did something joyful happen? You seem quite happy right now, Zhang Fangfang observed. Her expression one of surprise as she scrutinized Zhou Yu's demeanor. Is that so? Zhou Yu asked nonchalantly. Absolutely. Zhang Fangfang nodded enthusiastically. She could tell that Zhou Yu's brows and eyes were slightly uplifted. Having been Zhou Yu's roommate for quite some time, she recognized this as a sign of her good mood. So what is the happy news? Do share, so I can be happy too. Zhang Fangfang inquired eagerly. Well, there's nothing to be happy about. Don't jump to conclusions, Zhou Yu replied, playfully nudging her arm. There clearly is something to be happy about. And you're keeping it from us. Yu, are we not the best of friends? Zhang Fangfang feigned a look of grievance, covering her arm with her hand. Zhou Yu observed her feigned grievance, and with a mere utterance, she elicited a smile from her. I will treat you to some delectable food tonight. Really? Zhang Fangfang's eyes instantly sparkled, encapsulating the essence of a true foodie. Chapter 87, Dreams versus Delusions. The morning comprised 3 classes. Aside from the initial period where Chen Zhibai engaged in conversation with Lu Ming and Chen Zhihui, he attentively absorbed the lessons in the remaining 2. Knowledge, indeed, holds significant value. It is unclear when the notion that studying is futile began to circulate, gaining a multitude of adherents, many agreeing with this sentiment. However, Chen Zhibai vehemently disagreed, believing in the utility of knowledge. Thus, even with a system at his disposal and financial means, he possessed every right and confidence to forego studying, indulging instead in playing games on his phone like his peers Wang Chao and Li Dong. Yet, he refrained from such distractions. In a sense, Chen Zhibai yearned for knowledge. Even if it proved impractical, possessing it would impart a distinct sense of self. The contrast between an empty mind and one filled with information is palpable. Consequently, he dedicated himself to his studies, even silencing his phone. On numerous occasions, when Zhou Yu casually turned her head, she would catch sight of Chen Zhibai engrossed in his studies, further solidifying her admiration for him. As the 3rd class neared its conclusion, Wang Chao set aside his phone. Losing interest? What's wrong with you? Li Dong inquired, bewildered. What do you think is wrong? The class monitor still hasn't accepted my friend request on WeChat. What's the deal? Could it be that I misjudged, and the class monitor is entirely oblivious to me? Wang Chao sighed, his expression one of dejection. Though he was engaged in gaming, he frequently exited to check his WeChat, only to be met with disappointment each time as Zhou Yu's acceptance notification remained absent. Much to his chagrin. Why the panic? Li Dong attempted to offer reassurance, but Zhou Hao interjected. Isn't it obvious? The class monitor undoubtedly hasn't noticed you. Zhou Hao smirked, delivering his verdict without hesitation. He had arrived just before the 2nd class commenced, and upon hearing Wang Chao's assertion, he could hardly contain his laughter. How could that be possible? Chaozi, while I advocate for dreams, there exists a distinction between aspirations and mere delusions. How dare you entertain the notion that the class monitor holds any affection for you? That is absurd. Zhou Hao continued, look at your own attributes, neither tall nor handsome. Do you genuinely believe the class monitor would take notice of you? I wouldn't even dare to envision such a scenario. Did I ask for your opinion? And how can you be so certain the class monitor hasn't noticed me? You're not her, Wang Chao retorted, his displeasure evident. Zhou Hao merely shrugged, remaining silent. He was convinced that Zhou Yu had not, in fact, noticed Wang Chao. Such a conclusion was as clear as day. After all, who was Zhou Yu? On the very first day of school, she was unanimously recognized by her male classmates as the most beautiful girl. During the military training period, many boys from other classes came to observe her. Strikingly beautiful and exuding poise, she handled matters with remarkable organization, clearly hailing from a privileged background. Such a girl undoubtedly possesses high standards. Did he not harbor feelings for Zhou Yu? Undoubtedly he did. However, he lacked the courage to pursue her, even to entertain the thought, given the vast disparity between them. Physical attractiveness is one aspect, competence is another. Such girls naturally evoke feelings of inferiority in boys, rendering them hesitant to make a move. Yet now, Wang Chao was indulging in such fanciful thoughts, utterly mad. With that, Zhou Hao again rolled his eyes, choosing silence. Yet his expression betrayed his incredulity. Before long, The bell rang, signaling the end of class. Classmates, we are dismissed, the teacher announced as he collected his books. Stand up. Goodbye, teacher, Zhou Yu instructed, rising alongside her classmates. After the teacher nodded and exited, the classroom erupted into a cacophony of excitement. Finally, class is over. What a relief. Yu, let us go to the cafeteria for some spicy hot pot, Zhang Fangfang exclaimed, hastily gathering her belongings before turning to Zhou Yu. I want to be joining you for lunch today. I have plans, Zhou Yu replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fangfang and the other two roommates froze in surprise. Plans with whom? They inquired, their curiosity piqued. For the past month since the semester commenced, Zhou Yu had primarily dined with them, and this deviation was unusual. Just someone from our class, Chen Zhibai, Zhou Yu stated, gesturing nonchalantly in his direction. Her demeanor confident and unpretentious. She felt no need to conceal this. Chen Zhibai? Zhang Fangfang and her roommates blinked in astonishment as they followed Zhou Yu's gesture to find Chen Zhibai. Yu, are you implying that the person you're meeting is Chen Zhibai? Zhang Fangfang swallowed hard, her face awash with shock. The expressions of the two roommates mirrored her astonishment. Zhou Yu had always been perceived as a strikingly beautiful girl, known for her meticulousness in handling affairs, and despite attracting numerous suitors, she had never accepted any of their advances. They had assumed that perhaps there were no boys in the school she found appealing. But now, the prospect of dining with the class's Chen Zhibai? Yes, the person I'm meeting is indeed him. Zhou Yu responded with a hint of exasperation at her roommate's astonishment. Was it truly so shocking for her to have dinner with a boy? Her orientation was entirely normal. She had merely not encountered anyone she wished to connect with until now. Yu, may I ask if you like Chen Zhibai? Zhang Fangfang gently grasped Zhou Yu's arm, her voice low and inquisitive, casting a glance towards Chen Zhibai. The other two roommates immediately turned their attention as well. It's not quite at the like stage yet, but I am interested in getting to know him better. If things go well, I believe we could consider a romantic relationship, Zhou Yu pondered before responding. However, upon hearing her response, Zhang Fangfang and her roommates were momentarily taken aback. Although she did not explicitly declare her feelings, her words revealed much. She was open to the idea of connection, and if circumstances allowed, she would entertain the notion of romance. Wow, they all thought collectively. All right, enough about that. You all should hurry to the cafeteria, Zhou Yu chuckled, noticing the surprised expressions on her roommates' faces. With a wave of her hand, she concluded the conversation and made her way toward Chen Zhibai. Zhang Fangfang and the other two roommates exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting lingering astonishment. They had never anticipated that the type of boy Zhou Yu was drawn to would be someone like Chen Zhibai. Upon reflection, it made sense. Zhang Fangfang glanced at Chen Zhibai, who, while not conventionally handsome, possessed a comfortable and reassuring appearance, coupled with a calm demeanor that starkly contrasted with the more boisterous boys in the class. His mere presence exuded reliability and composure. It is entirely natural to harbor feelings for such a young man. Only someone of his caliber could truly be a match for the class monitor. Zhang Fangfang gazed at Chen Zhibai, and a fleeting expression of disappointment crossed her lips. Chapter 88. The envy of the boys in class at last. The school day concluded. Li Dong tucked his phone into his back pocket and spoke up. Let us head to the cafeteria for a meal. He added, come on, let us go. All right, let us go, Wang Chao replied, his face still clouded with gloom. I want to be joining you. Chen Zhibai glanced at the two of them and asked, where are you headed? Li Dong looked over with curiosity. Just as Chen Zhibai was about to respond, Li Dong's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Chaozi looked quickly. The class monitor is walking this way. Is she coming to find you? As he spoke, he tugged at Wang Chao's arm. In a flash, Wang Chao froze, then raised his head to see Zhou Yu approaching. Instantly, a mix of excitement and nerves surged within him. Nearby, Zhou Hao was seated, having been engaged in conversation with Li Yu, hoping to invite her out for a meal. Upon hearing Li Dong's words, he instinctively looked up and spotted Zhou Yu approaching. Could it be? Zhou Hao's face contorted in disbelief as he first glanced at Zhou Yu, then turned to Wang Chao. This makes no sense at all. Though much was said, reality was but a blink away. Zhou Yu arrived before Chen Zhibai and said, let us go to the cafeteria together. I also want to discuss the upcoming sports meet with you. Thank you for your assistance. Zhou Yu spoke with a warm smile, exuding confidence in every gesture. Sure, Chen Zhibai nodded, then patted Wang Chao on the shoulder, walking side by side with Zhou Yu out of the classroom. What just happened? The class monitor is inviting Chen Zhibai to the cafeteria? What is going on? Surely, she must have something to say regarding the sports meet. Even if there is business to discuss, it's still a meal with the class monitor. How enviable. In that moment, several boys who had yet to leave the classroom were momentarily taken aback. Soon after, they felt a tinge of envy towards Chen Zhibai. Zhou Yu held a unique position in class. Was she beautiful? Absolutely. Did she possess an alluring figure? Indeed. Was her demeanor captivating? Without a doubt. Did they admire her? Certainly. Yet, none dared to pursue her, feeling the weight of pressure and believing she belonged to a different realm altogether. But now, Zhou was heading to the cafeteria with Chen Zhibai. Even if it was under the pretense of discussing something, it was enough to evoke envy among them. So she was looking for old Chun's assistants, Wang Chao thought, disappointment evident on his face. By now he understood the mix-up. I fear Zhou was indeed looking at Chen Zhibai all along. But when did old Chen become acquainted with the class monitor? How come I was unaware? He never mentioned it. Wang Chao queried, curiosity piqued. Beats me, Li Dong shook his head. Oh, Wang Chao sighed. Suppressing his disappointment as he exited the classroom with Li Dong, heading toward the cafeteria, Zhou Hao remained seated, his expression darkening. Although Zhou wasn't seeking Wang Chao, her attention on Chen Zhibai was equally unacceptable, not to mention sharing a meal together. Even if it was for a discussion, it felt wrong. Zhou Hao felt a sense of discomfort, believing himself to be the top contender among the boys in class. Good-looking, a local of Jiangqing. Possessing 2 apartments, his overall qualifications were the best among his peers. Shouldn't she have approached him for assistance? Why seek Chen Zhibai instead? Truly lacking in discernment. He scoffed internally before dismissing the matter from his mind. While Zhou Hao felt a flicker of envy towards Chen Zhibai for dining with Zhou, it was not overwhelming. After all, even if they shared a meal, their relationship would remain ordinary, unlikely to progress further. Meanwhile, he had a girlfriend, after all. As Zhou Hao's thoughts shifted, his previously grim expression began to soften. Suddenly, his phone vibrated, and he glanced down to find a WeChat message from Li Yu. I don't have time for lunch. You go ahead. Wait, how can you not have time? Let us eat together. There's a restaurant at the school gate with excellent cuisine. Let us go. Zhou Hao felt a pang of anxiety at her message and quickly typed a response. No time means no time, came Li Yu's terse reply from the girls' dormitory. She had already set her sights on pursuing Chen Zhibai, wishing to pry him away from Lu Meng, and had no desire to remain entangled with Zhou Hao. In fact, she had been regretting solidifying her relationship with Zhou Hao over the past few days. She believed Chen Zhibai's lack of responses was significantly influenced by her being Zhou Hao's girlfriend. Yeah, how could you possibly not have time? Are you busy with something else? Zhou Hao texted back. Li Yu glanced at her phone, then flipped it over, face down on the table. She had resolved that once Chen Zhibai agreed to be with her, she would immediately break up with Zhou Hao. With that thought, she turned to glance at Lu Meng, who was lounging on the bed, engrossed in her phone. Noticing someone looking at her, Lu Meng raised an elegantly shaped eyebrow and turned to meet Li Yu's gaze. Meng Meng, Li Yu smiled, attempting to be friendly. While her mind raced with thoughts of how Lu Meng would react with disappointment and anger if she successfully wooed Chen Zhibai away. Lu Meng regarded Li Yu with a slightly furrowed brow, though unaware of Li Yu's thoughts. She sensed a hint of superiority in the way Li Yu was looking at her. Superiority? How absurd. Lu Meng shook her head. Returning her attention to her conversation with Wang Hui, who was asking her what she would have for lunch, suggesting she bring something back from the cafeteria. Whatever you bring is fine, just bring me what you eat. Thank you. Lu Meng replied before sending a red envelope of 20 yuan. Thanks, my dear Hui Hui, she typed. Oh, why are you sending me a red envelope? I don't want it. You brought me food when I was sick without asking for money. If you do this, I'll be upset. Wang Hui quickly responded. Seeing this, Lu Meng didn't press the matter further and sent a cute emoji. Li Yu, observing Lu Meng, retracted her gaze and stood up, moving toward her wardrobe. She intended to carefully select her attire for dinner that evening, as she would be seeing Chen Zhibai. As she opened her wardrobe, she instinctively glanced at Lu Meng's wardrobe next to her, knowing that the coveted LV bag worth 888 yuan resided within. Chapter 89. Zhou Yu's growing affection. On the path to the school cafeteria, Chen Zhibai and Zhou Yu walked side by side, engaging in light conversation. The midday sun streamed through the dappled leaves lining the road, creating an indescribably beautiful ambience. Several boys strolled along the path, occasionally casting glances at Zhou Yu, and their gazes turned to Chen Zhibai, imbued with envy. Zhou Yu was undeniably stunning, with fair features, delicate eyes, and a height of 168 centimeters complemented by her poised demeanor, exuding an inexplicable charm and comfort. It seems that during their school years, everyone has a female class monitor, characterized by her beauty, generosity, and impeccable organizational skills. Zhou Yu embodies the pinnacle of this archetype, the pro-max version of a class leader. Facing the envious glances cast by the boys around her, Chen Zhibai has, to be frank, grown accustomed to it. After all, in recent days, he has often found himself the subject of such admiration, whether accompanying Lu Meng or Chen Zhihui, both of whom attract similar attention. Thus, he has truly become desensitized to it. Beside him, Zhou Yu has naturally also become accustomed to the occasional gazes from her male peers, having been beautiful since childhood. I see you understand this well. Impressive, she remarked, tilting her head, her exquisitely fair face adorned with a look of surprise and admiration as she gazed at Chen Zhibai. I'm just speaking nonsense. Chen Zhibai waved his hand dismissively. That is certainly not nonsense. I find your insights profoundly enlightening, Zhou Yu replied earnestly. Chen Zhibai smiled at her sincere demeanor. Their conversation, which began as casual banter, gradually veered into the realm of psychology. Chen Zhibai had perused a few books on the subject, albeit not extensively, which allowed him to share some of his thoughts. To his surprise, this sparked Zhou Yu's admiration, leaving Chen Zhibai feeling somewhat disoriented. After his parents lost their jobs, he had battled feelings of inferiority, which manifested as introversion and a reluctance to engage with others. Thus, he immersed himself in reading, devouring a wide array of books. While reading is undoubtedly beneficial, without the confidence and assurance that comes from a systematic understanding, the reflections it inspired might remain unspoken, hidden deep within. Now, however, he found himself capable of articulating his thoughts with confidence and grace, even in the presence of Zhou Yu. This sense of assurance is indeed crucial, for it can transform a person entirely. As they entered the cafeteria, Zhou Yu inquired, "What would you like to eat?" "It's my treat. Let us have rice with assorted dishes," Chen Zhibai suggested, pointing towards a counter. The aforementioned rice dish consists of a serving of rice accompanied by 3 dishes selected from a variety of options. Sounds good, Zhou Yu nodded, and the pair joined the queue at the counter. Prior to their arrival, the crowd waiting in line had been animatedly chatting, but upon Zhou Yu's approach, the chatter subsided into whispers, and for a fleeting moment, silence enveloped the space. This reaction was undoubtedly a consequence of Zhou Yu's beauty, which could momentarily quiet even the most boisterous of groups. Chen Zhibai had experienced a similar phenomenon when dining with Lu Ming. Fortunately, this silence lasted only a few seconds before being replaced by hushed conversations, though several boys in line still cast glances toward Zhou Yu. "The class monitor is impressive," Chen Zhibai remarked, giving her a thumbs up. Zhou Yu shot him an exasperated look, fully aware that he was teasing her. However, she bore no resentment. While she initially felt drawn to Chen Zhibai's appearance and composed demeanor, their engaging conversation had only deepened her admiration. The seamless flow of their dialogue reflected shared values, mutual understanding, and intellectual compatibility. Thus, she found herself quite satisfied with Chen Zhibai, rendering her immune to his lighthearted jests. What pleased Zhou Yu the most was her perception of Chen Zhibai's affluent background, which he never flaunted, unlike some other boys who pursued her and boasted subtly about their wealth. "What are you daydreaming about?" "It's our turn," Chen Zhibai's voice broke through her thoughts, prompting Zhou Yu to smile back at him before selecting her dishes. Soon, they had their meals and located an empty table to settle down. During lunch, Zhou Yu broached the topic of the upcoming school sports day, mentioning that each class needed to register for events. "Could you help me compile a list of which events the boys in our class want to sign up for? That's why I sought your assistance. What do you say? Could you help me out?" After swallowing a mouthful of rice and sipping her seaweed and egg soup, she turned her gaze towards Chen Zhibai. He didn't respond immediately, but regarded her thoughtfully. Compiling the boys' event preferences would be a trivial task for someone of Zhou Yu's capabilities. It would take hardly any effort. Yet, her request was clearly a means to establish a closer connection with him. Zhou Yu sensed the weight of his lingering gaze and felt a slight flush creep onto her cheeks. Nevertheless, her upbringing had instilled in her a sense of poise, allowing her to maintain her composure despite her embarrassment. "All right," Chen Zhibai finally nodded in agreement. A sigh of relief escaped Zhou Yu, as she felt assured that Chen Zhibai's willingness to assist implied a readiness to connect with her. With this thought, she smiled. By the time they finished their meal, it was already 12:30 p.m. After parting ways with Zhou Yu outside the cafeteria, Chen Zhibai returned to the boys' dormitory. As he pushed open the dormitory door, he was immediately surrounded by Wang Chao and Li Dong. "What did the class monitor want your help with? Did she even treat you to a meal?" they inquired, their eyes gleaming with envy and curiosity. Zhou Hao was also present in the dormitory, and while he remained engrossed in his phone, a closer look would reveal that his focus was not truly on the screen. His ears were perked up, clearly intrigued by the unfolding conversation about Zhou Yu's request for Chen Zhibai's assistance. More than curiosity, there was a hint of dissatisfaction in his demeanor.